The siege of Grandis continued with unrelenting fury. Explosions rocked the walls as the invading forces pressed their attack. Grandis, the kingdom's last line of defense, stood as the Endeavor stronghold. The defenders clashed against the invaders in a desperate struggle for survival. One of the armored soldiers roared as he fought against the invading forces. An orc warrior noted grimly that the walls had been scaled. The soldiers of Endeavor stood ready, their swords drawn, prepared to meet the enemy head-on. One of the armored soldiers urged his comrades to fight with all they had. The soldiers cried out their battle cries as they charged into the fray. The orcs, fueled by their savage fury, surged forward, eager to spill blood and claim victory. The battle for Grandis raged on, the defenders struggling against the relentless onslaught. Orcs swarmed over the walls, their numbers seemingly endless. The defenders fought desperately, but the sheer volume of enemies threatened to overwhelm them. The orcs had gone berserk, according to Filian Endeavor, the Endeavor Stronghold deputy commander. The situation grew dire as the south gate teetered on the brink of collapse. The sheer number of enemies was proving to be a significant problem. However, the real threat was yet to come. The orc lord was about to join the battle. This orc lord was different from the others, for he was an aura master, which meant the orc lord was a formidable foe. His power surged. The orc lord stood ready to unleash his devastating aura. It was clear that the orc lord possessed special aura skills. The orcs had already breached the castle walls, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Amidst the chaos, a soldier wondered if this was truly the end. Knights desperately tried to stop the advancing horde. A soldier, lying on the ground, remembered the order to protect the castle with their lives. The sounds of battle intensified. A knight lay defeated, his armor stained with blood. An orc warrior, glowing with a blue aura, looked around in confusion. The orc warrior's fist clenched, surrounded by a swirling blue aura. The knight, empowered by the blue aura, stood amidst the carnage, ready to fight. The blue aura intensified, enveloping the knight's body. With a surge of power, the orc warrior charged forward, ready to strike. The empowered knight stood firm as the reanimated corpses began to stir, their eyes glowing with an eerie light. From behind the defensive line, a soldier noticed the strange phenomenon. He questioned the source of the light. The corpses, fueled by an unknown energy, rose to their feet, ready to fight once more. The reanimated corpses charged forward, their movements jerky and unnatural, but their intent was clear, to overwhelm the defenders. Amidst the chaos, an orc warrior roared with savage glee as the reanimated corpses crashed into the front lines. Another soldier, witnessing the scene, realized the terrible truth. A necromancer was at work, raising the dead to bolster the enemy ranks. The battlefield was now a horrifying mix of the living and the dead, locked in a brutal struggle. The soldier wondered why a necromancer was present. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupted in the distance, shaking the very ground beneath their feet. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Andreas Cromwell stood amidst a swirling vortex of dark energy, surrounded by the reanimated dead. He thought that defeating his enemies with just normal corpses wasn't possible. Far from the chaos of the battlefield, the swordsman protagonist stood, a glowing green orb in his hand, his gaze fixed on some distant point. His eyes narrowed. The swordsman protagonist prepared to unleash his power, ready to turn the tide of the battle. As expected of an aura master, his power was immense. The air crackled with energy. The skeletal warrior beckoned, commanding, "Come." The anthro-panther creature and monstrous humanoid answered the call. The swordsman protagonist stood ready, his power surging. The skeletal warrior prepared to unleash its own attack. The monstrous humanoid declared, "It's your turn now." The horde of orcs surged forward, eager for battle. The orcs and other reanimated creatures pressed their attack. The skeletal warrior struck first, its attack swift and deadly. The aura master countered with a devastating blow. The reanimated horde was caught in the crossfire. With a firm grip, Andreas Cromwell held his sword at the ready. The air crackled with anticipation. The aura master unleashed a devastating blast of energy, incinerating several skeletal warriors. An orc chieftain, eyes burning with rage, prepared to charge. A skeletal warrior moved with surprising speed, its blade a blur of motion. The orc chieftain roared, his massive form casting a shadow over the battlefield. With a mighty swing, the orc chieftain brought his weapon down upon a hapless foe. The anthro-panther creature lunged forward, claws extended. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the ground. The orc chieftain clashed with another warrior, the impact creating a blinding flash of light. A skeletal warrior dodged a blow, its movements eerily silent. The orc chieftain continued his assault, his rage fueling his every strike. The orc chieftain stood tall, his massive form casting a shadow over the battlefield. Nearby, the white beast warrior roared, its fangs bared in a savage display. With a burst of speed, the skeletal warrior moved to intercept an unseen foe. A blinding light erupted as a powerful attack landed. The force of the blow sent shockwaves through the ranks of the reanimated horde. Orcs were thrown back by the sheer power of the impact. The orc chieftain, unfazed, clenched his fist, thinking that the world is vast. Meanwhile, the swordsman protagonist landed a decisive blow, felling one of the orcs. He thought that to think that a necromancer with such. The cloaked swordsman, observing the battle, remarked on the excellent swordsmanship, and thought that to be on this battlefield is. The fairy creature, dodging a blow from the orc chieftain, found the situation baffling. The monstrous humanoid roared in fury as the battle raged on. The battle continued to rage as the monstrous humanoid slammed into the ground, creating a shockwave that sent debris flying. Amidst the chaos, the cloaked swordsman moved with unnatural speed, dodging attacks from multiple orc warriors. The orcs, caught in the swordsman's wake, were sent flying as dark energy exploded around them. The cloaked swordsman descended upon the battlefield, a shadowy figure amidst the carnage. One of the orc lieutenants watched in disbelief as his comrades were cut down. The lieutenant was then struck by a wave of dark energy, sending him crashing to the ground. The sounds of battle echoed across the ravaged landscape. The swordsman protagonist stood amidst the chaos, his katana glowing with power as he prepared to strike. Nearby, armored soldiers watched in awe at the swordsman's display of power. One of the soldiers realized that the swordsman had managed to turn the tide of the battlefield all by himself. The greatsword warrior stood tall, a small fairy creature perched on his shoulder, observing the battlefield. Andreas Cromwell stood ready, his skeletal armor gleaming in the fading light, prepared to face whatever came next. The green-skinned antagonist was surprised that mere corpses could force him to stop. The antagonist challenged his opponent, daring them to think they could defeat him with just that. He declared the situation splendid. Meanwhile, Andreas Cromwell stood his ground, facing the monstrous humanoid. A voice declared that there was finally a usable body, and that it had the qualifications to become one. The swordsman protagonist moved with incredible speed. He launched himself at the monstrous humanoid. The monstrous humanoid grunted as he was struck. The swordsman protagonist continued his assault. The green-skinned antagonist prepared to strike. He swung his weapon down upon the swordsman protagonist. The swordsman protagonist blocked the attack. The green-skinned antagonist's weapon collided with the swordsman protagonist's blade. The swordsman protagonist is surprised by the sudden turn of events. Suddenly, the green-skinned antagonist's face contorts in rage, his red eyes burning with fury. The air crackles with energy as the orc warrior prepares to strike. The green-skinned antagonist swings his massive blade down with tremendous force. The swordsman protagonist barely manages to parry the blow, his sword glowing intensely as he struggles to maintain his ground. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield. The green-skinned antagonist is shocked that the swordsman protagonist was able to block his attack. The swordsman protagonist's sword is surrounded by a swirling vortex of energy. The swordsman protagonist, surrounded by a radiant aura, prepares to unleash a counterattack against the green-skinned antagonist. With a burst of speed, the swordsman protagonist lunges forward, his blade aimed at the green-skinned antagonist. The air vibrates with the intensity of the impending clash. Against the backdrop of a blood-red moon and a fortified castle, a voice echoes, declaring the need to become even stronger. The swordsman protagonist stood ready, facing a horde of enemies and a towering giant in the distance, his resolve unwavering. From behind, the green-skinned antagonist watched, his dark hair flowing. The green-skinned antagonist advanced, his massive form a testament to brute strength. Meanwhile, the skeletal warrior unleashed a barrage of magical attacks, bones flying in every direction. The swordsman protagonist thought to himself that he must do this for the sake of his own survival. Elsewhere, the formal dark-haired woman and the formal green-haired woman observed the unfolding events. The swordsman protagonist's eyes narrowed, his gaze intense. Nearby, the pink-haired student and the dark-haired student watched with concern. The blonde armored man stood among a group of onlookers, while the elderly muscular man watched intently. The swordsman protagonist steeled his resolve, thinking that he must also fight for the sake of those precious to him in this world. With a surge of power, the swordsman protagonist's skeletal armor manifested, crackling with energy. The skeletal-robed figure and the orange-skinned figure watched the swordsman protagonist's transformation with interest. Andreas Cromwell, now clad in skeletal armor, stood ready for battle. And also, he knew what he was fighting for. The orc warrior leader charged forward, undeterred by the skeletal armor. The orc warrior leader bellowed, calling for a great warrior who wished to change the world. Andreas thought to himself that he would continue living as Andreas Cromwell. With a burst of speed, Andreas lunged forward, his skeletal armor gleaming. The clash of steel and brute force created a shockwave. Amidst the chaos, the mustached old man watched with concern. Nearby, the anthro-panther creature and the skeletal figure observed the battle, their expressions unreadable. The orange-skinned figure stood amidst the destruction, seemingly unfazed. Andreas continued his assault, his sword a blur of motion. He moved with incredible speed, his skeletal armor enhancing his agility. Andreas Cromwell found himself on the receiving end of a devastating blow, the force of the impact sending him hurtling downwards. Above him, the orc warrior leader loomed, his massive form a testament to his brutal strength. The ground rushed up to meet Andreas as he plummeted, the impact promising to be catastrophic. The Rodland Academy stood as a beacon of knowledge and power. Rodland Academy was the Empire's most prestigious institution, nurturing the most promising individuals. Meanwhile, within the Academy's halls, those concealing their true identities gathered. A portal shimmered into existence. Andreas was greeted by an associate, who questioned if he had said this was the place. The pair stood ready. One of the researchers apologized. One researcher reflected that another couldn't even remember the location of the body they worked on last week. They were researchers of the forbidden black magic, necromancers. Andreas stood, his spectral form visible behind him. Andreas knew that if anyone were to discover what he was doing, he would be executed immediately. That was why he conducted his experiments in secret, pouring a dark liquid from a large bottle. Elsewhere, two figures stood near a ritual circle. One, presumably the caster, instructed the other to back away, declaring that he would now begin. The ritual began to glow with a blue light. The figure within the circle was now completely engulfed in the blue light. But the experiment failed. The figure on the ground screamed in agony. The caster, frustrated, declared that they would end it for the day, instructing his assistant to clean up. The assistant began to mop up the blood. Even though it was dangerous, Andreas didn't seem to be getting much out of it. But it wasn't like he could just quit. After all, the Academy was the only place he could read proper books concerning black magic. A figure apologizes for the delay. Elsewhere, a man is questioned about how long it takes him to clean up and how long it will take him to do the full job himself. The man thinks that he has to learn by himself because he's not being taught anything. Meanwhile, an individual expresses their disappointment that someone is already nervous about a simple job that was entrusted to them. The individual declares that they will not tolerate another failure. The man's eyes narrow. The individual orders the man to go to the Binhalez National Graveyard and bring them another body, giving him another chance despite not knowing if they can count on him. The individual reminds the man not to forget that they were the one who took him and despite him being an orphan. The individual states that the man has to constantly prove that he is worth living, and if he can't, he already knows what will happen. The man thinks that he will just become another body of his to perform experiments on. The individual tells the man to do well and leave. The man agrees. The man thinks that the individual didn't even give him the travel expenses. The man looks forward with a grim expression. Andreas Cromwell found himself surrounded by a throng of students. He declared that he was not some kind of spectacle and demanded they move out of his way. He thought to himself that the situation was unpleasant, and he had no idea how to escape it. The text identified him as Andreas Cromwell, a third-year student in the magic department, and labeled him as untalented. The text described him as an orphan from fallen family. The text described a typical man who curries favor with the strong and slams the weak. He considered himself the worst-rated student in the academy, a third-rate villain, the type of character that nobody wanted to play as. Even though Andreas didn't want to, he had to keep living as Andreas. The image of a disc appeared, labeled Peccata. The text stated, "I am Makoto Kaneshiro, and I am inside the world of great sin." The text revealed that Makoto Kaneshiro was a member of the special forces who couldn't adapt to the life of a normal member of society. Makoto forgot about everything, and the only thing that supported him in his heart was the game Great Sin. He immersed himself in the game, and when he finally managed to clear it on his 12th week, as Makoto was playing, someone who possessed detailed knowledge of his personal information and gaming habits called him. Surprised, Makoto tried to turn off his computer instantly, and the screen displayed playable character, login. The screen displayed the names Andreas Cromwell and Makoto Kaneshiro. It was half a year before the main story would begin, and without realizing it, he had become a character in the game. Suddenly, Andreas's eyes widened in shock. The narration stated that Andreas was a character always followed by the shadow of death, prompting the question, "Why do you ask?" The image depicted a group of characters, including one wielding a large sword and another with glowing eyes. It was because all the characters went through the same event. They discovered Karen's true identity and then killed him. A figure emerged from the shadows, extending a hand and declaring, "Together with me." The man considered that if he didn't find a way to get away from Sharon before the main story began, he clenched his fist, determination etched on his face. Then he wouldn't be able to escape being involved with the main characters. Andreas's expression was grim, his eyes filled with resolve. He wondered if he could really clear this. He realized he had no choice but to get stronger before it began. The only thing Andreas Cromwell felt he could count on were the 2 special traits he received for playing the game for 13 weeks. He doubted he could survive by focusing on just one of them. One of the traits was random. and he had received the dual core trait. He considered his options. That left him with the other main trait he could choose. Andreas realized he had no choice but to choose one that synergized the most with his necromancy. He clenched his fist, determination etched on his face. The system prompted him to choose a characteristic. Andreas examined the list of available traits. He mused that the Chinese Dao, weapons path, was probably not the right choice. He decided to look at the ones he hadn't seen before. He prepared to make his selection. Amidst a screen filled with various traits, a highlighted box declares that Andreas is certain he can find the solution he needs within this selection. The screen shifts, now displaying the words, Evil Demon Evolution Labyrinthess, prompting Andreas to wonder aloud. Andreas questions if evolution is the correct choice. Evolution, it is explained, is the phenomenon that adapts a living creature to reach higher places. Andreas reflects that it's a trait he hasn't seen before in the game. He realizes that what he truly needs is something that will allow him to outgrow those castle walls and evolutionary development. He decides there's no need to think further. The world around him seems to shake as he makes his choice. Before Andreas stands a screen declaring evolution trait selected. Andreas' expression is one of grim determination. He declares that he can finally see it. Andreas stands tall, his eyes now glowing red, his skeletal armor more defined. He wonders what kind of future this trait will bring for him. The golden light swirled around Andreas, obscuring his features as the transformation began. As the light intensified, glimpses of the monstrous humanoid, the skeletal figure, and the panther creature could be seen. The transformation continued, the light now revealing fragments of the monstrous humanoid's face. The light pulsed, the transformation reaching its peak intensity. The light began to coalesce, forming a massive, armored leg. The light faded, revealing the head of a monstrous, skeletal dragon. Below the dragon's head, a crown of dark energy pulsed with power. The transformation complete, Andreas stood, his eyes glowing with newfound power, the cosmos reflected in their depths. Andreas vowed to survive and clear the game in this world. The Maple Leaf Dormitory at Rodland Academy stood as a free facility for its students. Andreas reflected that he had considered himself a minor villain in the game, but seeing his powerlessness firsthand was a different experience. Lost in thought, Andreas sat on the edge of his bed. He considered that his only immediate asset was his necromancy, which was why he chose the evolution trait. Andreas decided he would stop by the underground research room before heading to the graveyard, since he couldn't be late. He thought to himself that he was wasting his time. Andreas knew he needed to get stronger as fast as possible. It was not only for the event. Andreas knew there were countless characters that could kill him besides Sharon. Andreas stood in the library, surrounded by shelves filled with ancient tomes. His eyes scanned the titles, a mix of curiosity and apprehension swirling within him. He thought to himself that each title sounded more horrible than the last. He knew he would be killed if he was discovered with it, but there was something in that room that could kill him right now. He realized, if he wasn't mistaken, that she was in there. She was clearly a vampire. It was known that the vampires in this game were unfazed by direct sunlight and were beings capable of wielding powerful magic. An older man considered that she was not the kind of being that Sharon could get his hands on easily. Andreas reached for a book with a blood-red cover, its pages seemingly bound by dark energy. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. From below, a woman with long red hair looked up through the bars of a makeshift cage. She pleaded with him to help her get out of there. The train continued its journey, the rhythmic clatter of the wheels against the tracks a constant reminder of their destination. Inside the train, the vampire admitted that the offer was tempting. She insisted that if she were released, she would kill Sharon. Her potential betrayer questioned if she wasn't afraid that Sharon would kill her someday. Andreas asked her how about it, realizing that, as expected of a vampire, she saw through his caution with Sharon. He admitted to himself that he hadn't been acting like Andreas for a while now, so maybe it was. Because of that, the vampire insisted that if Andreas released her, there was no guarantee that she would let him go safely, but she swore that she wouldn't kill him. She asked if a higher being like her would keep a promise with a human, swearing that it was the truth. Andreas wondered if he was supposed to just believe that. He thought that he would think about it, but if he betrayed his teacher right away, things would get troublesome. The vampire insisted that there was no time for that and demanded that he release her this instant, swearing that she wouldn't kill him. Andreas decided to try researching more about vampires, thinking that perhaps there was a book about handling them somewhere. The announcement came that the next stop was at the National Graveyard, and that they were arriving at the Hartfell station, with the doors opening on the right side. The night sky hangs heavy over the National Graveyard. The wheels of Andreas' luggage clatter against the cobblestone path. The luggage continues to roll along the path. Andreas, panting, reflects that this is indeed the body of a mage. He laments that while money is useful, he must now make do with what he has. The black mages gather their corpses at the National Graveyard. Andreas states that he has come from Jenny's house and that he is her third grandson. A voice asks if he brought flowers. He did, Azure Sky Irises. As he pulls the luggage, Andreas complains that his hip hurts. A mustached old man remarks that the timing is good. As promised, a knight's corpse lies in a coffin. The old man tells Andreas to take it or leave it. Andreas replies that he is very thankful. Groaning, Andreas struggles to carry the knight's corpse, finding him surprisingly heavy. With the body secured, Andreas is told to leave before it gets too late. A tombstone stands silently, marked with indecipherable symbols. Andreas looks on with a shocked expression. He realizes that the corpse he is carrying is none other than the Aura Master Nikolai Hill. A waterfall cascades down a cliff face. It is said that Nickel spent decades in isolated training, following the path of the sword. A close-up reveals Nickel's weathered face and long white hair. Nickel is seen training with a sword. The image blurs. Despite dedicating his life to the sword and becoming an Aura Master, Nickel is dead. The forest floor was barely visible through the dense canopy above. Below the forest, a figure walked across the rocky terrain. Andreas wondered why they had added that detail. But here, nobody knew that Nickel became an Aura Master at the end. He considered the possibility of creating a Death Knight with the body. The skeletal knight stood tall, its red eyes burning with dark energy. He thought that after he evolved, it would be a whole other story. Of course, not even Sharon could create a high-ranking one. Nearby, a skeleton shuffled forward. Elsewhere, Paimon stood before an older man who was digging a grave. He realized that he definitely needed to find a body with good latent abilities. Paimon addressed the man as Sir Sharon. Sharon asked if he wanted another body, but stated that either way, it was a no. Sharon explained that he had to get Karen's permission first. Karen's words hung in the air as Andreas considered his position, contemplating the implications of the recent exchange. The weight of the decision pressed heavily on Andreas. Meanwhile, a man wondered if he could trade a ring for a chance. The ring, engraved with a count's crest, sparked avarice in the man's heart. He thought to himself that selling it would make him fortune, wondering if the offer was genuine. The man declared that he had nothing but his old ring to offer, and as a mage, results mattered most to him, so he would gladly give it. The cloaked figure wondered if that was so. The man insisted that the figure should definitely hide the ring from his teacher, begging him to take it. The cloaked figure relented, agreeing to give in. The man thanked him profusely, eager to begin digging. He realized that it was the ring of a fallen noble household, but it was still irresistible. It would be a tough one. The cloaked figure stood over Nickel's body. The figure reflected that the clear future he saw yesterday was finally starting. As the cloaked figure stood over Nickel's body, he resolved that upon his return, he would immediately begin his necromancer training. The skeletal robed figure stood behind him, awaiting instructions. Andreas' expression was one of grim determination as he looked forward to the task ahead. He spoke to the skeletal figure, telling them that they would be in his care as his first subordinate. Andreas called out to his new subordinate. The title of the chapter is displayed, followed by a thought. It seemed like a usable body, and he should take care of the reagents while he was gone. Andreas, observing the scene, was annoyed that he had just returned and was already being ordered around. He mused that he did chores better when he was annoyed, perhaps because his body instinctively remembered. Andreas realized he had to quickly finish this up so he could start studying right away. He considered that, at his current level, Andreas wondered if he could really use Nickel's body. He thought that, with his skill level, a skeleton was the most. Andreas considered that it was probably possible to evolve things with the evolution trait, but he wasn't certain because he hadn't tried out yet. He realized he didn't even have money, so he couldn't practice on another body. Andreas was greeted with a demand to know how much longer he intended to keep someone waiting. His expression remained unchanged. He continued his approach. Meanwhile, the captive insisted that Andreas had already promised not to kill her and demanded to be released. Footsteps echoed through the chamber. The captive watched as Andreas approached her cell. She stated that she had been waiting for him to speak to her. She then asked if he had finally made up his mind. She admitted that she had always wondered how Sharon had managed to tie her down. Andreas, holding a book, realized that he had figured out the answer as he read it. The captive questioned why Andreas was staring at her in silence. She remained bound within her cell. Andreas, standing before the cell, listened as the captive urged him to hurry and decide, warning that she might still kill him even if he released her. In response, he stated his intention to let her out. The captive revealed that she could no longer stand licking Karen's ass. She demanded that he remove her restraints, now that he had decided. However, she insisted that he must swear on his family's name. She clarified that he must swear that he would not kill her. The chains binding her rattled as she awaited his answer. Judging by her reaction, the content of the book was true. When a vampire swore on their family's name, they were prohibited from breaking the promise they made. Andreas stood silently, considering her demand. He stated that he understood. The captive swore on Lucifer's name. Andreas was surprised at how easily she swore. Andreas approached the cell, a faint magical energy emanating from his hand as he reached for the bars. Suddenly, a notification appeared before him, stating that the conditions for evolution had been fulfilled and that an evolvable specimen had been detected, with Angela Lucifer's evolution probability at 55%. He wondered what this evolution could be. He questioned the probability of this evolution, as Angela remained imprisoned behind the bars. The woman in the cell wondered if she was free just because she swore. Another notification appeared, detailing that targets who accumulate enough experience can evolve from a lower grade to a higher grade, and that it can be used on all targets that are not hostile. It warned that a genetic divergence could occur and asked if he would like to evolve it. Andreas realized he could use it on other entities apart from his summons. Andreas considered this his chance to test it out before using it on Nickel. He decided that even if something happened, it wouldn't be his fault. Angela, with a look of betrayal, asked if he had deceived her. Andreas touched the Y/N prompt, selecting yes. A surge of power erupted. The power enveloped Angela. The surge of power continued. Angela Lucifer floats in the air, surrounded by a swirling aura. Nearby, the green-haired man looks on in shock as Angela's teeth sharpen into fangs. Angela, restrained, glares at him, calling him a bastard and demanding to know what the hell is going on. She screams, engulfed in a red aura. The green-haired man wonders what the hell is happening to her. Angela lies on the metal grate, seemingly unconscious. The green-haired man curses, realizing he doesn't even know if he succeeded. Meanwhile, a stone staircase descends into darkness. Elsewhere, someone reflects on what they've learned about a certain trait. Andreas realizes that if he can evolve entities that are not his direct summons, he could certainly evolve his own. He thinks it should be fine to summon Nickel Life right now. Aura Master Nickel Life lies on the ground within a summoning circle. With a determined look, Andreas declared his intention to proceed. A surge of turquoise energy emanated from Andreas, enveloping him in its ethereal glow. The energy coalesced in his hands, forming a complex, glowing pattern. The system indicated that basic necromancy, specifically skeleton summoning, had been activated. It confirmed the detection of one corpse and a target capable of exercising necromancy, with additional effects applied. Andreas appeared shocked by the sheer amount of energy required. The turquoise energy intensified, swirling around his hand and solidifying into a magical circle. Below, within a dark chamber, a corpse lay still. Andreas was astonished by the mana needed to summon just one skeleton. The corpse's decaying flesh began to peel away, revealing the bone beneath. The bones of the corpse started to separate, preparing to reassemble. The turquoise energy surged once more as the skeleton began to rise. With the summoning complete, the system declared the necromancy a success. A legendary skeleton had been summoned, and the basic necromancy skill level had increased. Andreas looked on, sweat dripping from his brow. The system continued, stating that the corpse's level was high, granting bonus statuses. Because the corpse's level was extremely high, its tier would be raised, turning it into a skeleton soldier. The corpse's level was transcendent, allowing it to regain a little of its sense of self from the past. The system concluded that it was a huge success, even becoming a grade higher than a regular skeleton. The system identified the skeleton soldier as Nickel Life Undead, Tier 2, with the traits of sense of self and mastery of the sword. The skeleton stood tall, glowing with a blue aura. The system noted that even its traits were of mastery, the state of being at the pinnacle or ultimate stage of proficiency, such that there is nothing else beyond. It was the only trait that could be attained through effort and growth. Andreas thought it was something to think that a skeleton possessed mastery. The skeleton spoke, wondering if he really was a sword master when he was still alive. Andreas responded, asking if he would be in his care. The skeleton made an affirmative gesture with its hand. Andreas supposed the same went for him. Andreas relaxed, leaning back with his hands behind his head. Andreas glanced at the calendar, noting that Karen's predicted death was still a year away. Back in his room, he considered the challenges ahead. He knew that if he wanted to survive, he had much to accomplish, even if he neglected his summoning skills. He observed that his proficiency was still rising. Andreas decided to let Nickel Life out of the room for now. A notification appeared, indicating that he had one skeleton soldier summon available. Andreas agreed, and a skeletal warrior materialized in a burst of blue energy. The newly summoned skeleton stood tall, crackling with power. The scene shifted to an exterior view of a grand building. A full-body illustration of the skeleton soldier, Nickel Life was shown. Andreas remarked that Nickel looked almost human now. Nickel Life stretched, his joints audibly cracking as Andreas looked on. Andreas hears a noise. He turns to see Nickel Life Nickel thinks that the Easter egg description was true. Nickel continues to train even in death. Nickel thinks this is good for him. Nickel reflects that he has finally found a way to cultivate his trait. Nickel stands before Andreas. Nickel asks Andreas to teach him swordsmanship. The skeletal robed figure asked if this was the correct way to hold the staff. Andreas Cromwell felt his body creaking under the strain. He was thankful that he had been taught how to keep up with a body like this. Andreas realized that if he was taught correctly, he would be able to use aura in the future. He realized he would be able to switch between aura and mana, and he wouldn't need to choose just one because he had the dual core trait. Andreas understood that he would be able to walk the path of a magic swordsman since he would be using both the mana in his heart and his dantian. He knew it would be hard for him to grow, but if he got past the initial stages, he would be stronger than anyone. He would be just like the great Emperor Edmund, the one who founded the empire. Andreas cried out in pain. Andreas questioned what the skeletal-robed figure had done so suddenly, as the figure responded with a strict tone. Focusing on the skeletal-robed figure, Andreas wondered how its grip could be so strong when it was just a pile of bones. The bones creaked as the figure stood before him, stating that it was a member of the Special Forces, so physical training was a breeze. The figure stated that it would teach Andreas a lesson or two about guts. Outside, the sound of something being pinched echoed as someone yelled at the skeleton to stop pinching them. Someone stated that it was one more time, with the words evolution trait written below. Andreas, having skipped class to let Nickel out, wondered how much his necromancy level had increased. He saw that he had gained about 2 points in 5 hours, and his black magic, beginner necromancy skeleton summoning, was at level 3 with 22 out of 100. Andreas thought that it went up a lot faster than he thought, but after reaching beginner grade, it should be a lot slower. The image showed the transition from basic necromancy to beginner necromancy after 200 hours. Andreas wondered if Sharon hadn't called him for a while. Someone thought that the vampire looked the same, so he probably did not find out. Andreas considered that the evolution was taking longer than expected, but he reassured himself that nothing had likely gone wrong. Suddenly frustrated, Andreas cursed under his breath. Meanwhile, the skeletal-robed figure stood guard outside the door. Inside, Andreas sighed, running a hand through his hair. The skeletal-robed figure acknowledged that Andreas never seemed to tire, being undead, but he was still something else. Andreas thought that if he had potions, he could train while healing himself forever. He knew that healing potions healed internal injuries and fatigue, while regenerating potions healed external wounds and amplified one's recovery rate. However, Andreas realized there was no way a poor person could afford them. Andreas knew the necessary ingredients to make the potions himself, but he didn't know the specific ratio. He thought that if he made them himself, he could probably spend less on the cost of making them, but it wasn't as easy as in the game. Andreas looked out the window. He decided it was better for him to attend some of the classes to fill up his knowledge. The academy loomed in the distance. Andreas, cloaked, walked through the halls of the academy. 2 students wondered why Andreas had come to potion class, one speculating that he was probably there to pick up girls. Whispers followed Andreas as he entered the lecture hall. Some wondered why he was even there, given his family's misfortune. Others simply noted his presence. He heard them, the whispers like barbs. But Andreas steeled himself, reminding himself that he couldn't afford to stand out. The class continued, the students listening intently to the professor. A student rested her head on her hand, listening to the lecture. Professor Vauban's class on intermediary medicinal herbalism was in session. Andreas observed that the contents and events of the lecture hadn't strayed from what he knew from the game. He hoped the professor would get to the mixing rate soon. The professor announced that the next topic would be the method for making a physical reinforcement potion. Someone thought it was ridiculous that an intermediary potion was being taught with so many side effects. Andreas raised his hand, asking if he could ask a question. The professor gave Andreas permission to ask his question. Andreas inquired why they didn't add Hong Pishi extract and Madarata root bark. The professor seemed surprised by the question. Another student was also confused. The professor seemed to be thinking the same thing, wondering why he should add them. The professor told Andreas that if he wanted to add those ingredients, then he should go ahead and make a soup. The professor stated that what he said was all that was necessary. Andreas wondered what was with those reactions, considering the ingredients were to make a physical reinforcement potion. He thought that maybe this recipe hadn't been discovered yet. Even though Andreas went through the trouble of going to the class, he realized his knowledge was way better than theirs. Andreas thought that maybe it was better for him to study alone, after all. He realized he was an idiot for expecting anything in the first place. Andreas left the classroom. He made his way to the Academy grounds research department. Andreas began working in the research department. The failed potion brewing was announced by a large sign. The bubbling liquid sat in a glass, the latest in a series of failed attempts. Frustrated, Andreas ran a hand through his hair. Smoke billowed from the failed experiment, filling the room with a noxious odor. He cursed under his breath, lamenting his repeated failures. Andreas knew the recipe, but he needed a reliable way to create the potions. The cost of materials was becoming prohibitive, and he feared he would soon be broke. Exasperated, Andreas lay back, his head resting on the edge of the table. He doubted anyone would help someone as hopeless as him. The doors to the room creaked open. Lucia Everlast peered into the room. As expected, Lucia found Andreas there. She seemed surprised by something. Andreas, startled, sat up abruptly. He was caught off guard by Lucia's presence. Lucia was known as the one playable character who was a genius at potion brewing. Lucia Everlast stood in the doorway. She wondered why Lucia was there, as she shouldn't be close to Andreas. Lucia remarked that it seemed he had been failing a lot. Andreas thought to himself that if he ignored her, maybe she would leave. Lucia questioned Andreas about the nature of his experiments. Andreas responded that it was a secret, lamenting that even attending class hadn't helped, and his problems continued to mount. The sound of a chair scraping against the floor filled the room. As Andreas sat at his desk, Lucia watched him with a questioning gaze. Lucia remarked that he was bitter, prompting Andreas to tell her to leave. Andreas thought that it wasn't like Lucia to propose something first. He slammed his hand on the desk. Andreas called out to his senior. Lucia stood over Andreas at the desk. Andreas asked Lucia to study with him. The woman with short white hair questioned if it was a good idea. She stared intently, awaiting an answer. Andreas Cromwell thought to himself that there was no need for him to refuse. The necromancer asked her what she wanted. She emphasized her point with a raised finger. Andreas listened intently, his expression unreadable. The reason Lucia Everlast is so knowledgeable about potions isn't just because she has a natural talent. It's because if she doesn't find a way to cure her disease, she will eventually die from it. Since even famous doctors and pharmacists couldn't heal her, Lucia had no choice but to study the disease herself. This disease, it was said, is a grave one granted by the system itself. Lucia thought that if someone wasn't like her, someone who had played the game a ton, they wouldn't be able to find the cure. And not even she knew the exact ratio. But for her to meet someone as intelligent as her, as she had said, the last thing Lucia needed was someone finding her real identity. It looked like she had been overheard. Andreas asked why Lucia had this irritated expression, wondering if it was because they met in class. Lucia realized that if she just carelessly got herself tangled up with him, her life would just get shorter. Lucia stated that she wasn't interested and told him to leave. She then called him a peona mushroom. Andreas thought to himself that she didn't say in class, but did she need to add that too? Lucia realized that he was the main material that nobody, but she should know of. The bubbling concoction sat atop the table, surrounded by vials and alchemical tools. A finger pointed towards the mixture, perhaps testing its temperature or consistency. Elsewhere, a voice echoed with an offer. It stated that they knew intuitively that if the other party wished, they could help them, and perhaps even make them some money. The offer was met with a sharp retort. The individual accused the speaker of only saying that because they were rich, and demanded that once they had completed what they came to do, they should leave. The other party firmly stated that they would not give up their life just because of the attractive proposal. Since the other party was so insistent, the woman with short white hair conceded that she would give them some time to think about it. Andreas, standing before a large, ornate door, declared that he didn't need to think about it. A pair of hands gripped a wooden staff tightly. The staff was then swung with considerable force, aimed at the cloaked figure. As he walked, Andreas thought that he needed a way to make money first. Andreas wondered if there was any good idea that came to mind. The cloaked swordsman was struck by the staff. The swordsman fell to the ground after the blow. Andreas, looking shaken, realized that he really knew when he wasn't focusing. After the training ended, Andreas knew he'd have more time to think about it carefully. He wondered if there was really no viable way for him to get money. Andreas thought about his sister's letter, the one where she said that she missed him. He wondered if this wasn't the exact same thing that the previous Andreas did. No matter how much of a scumbag he was, Andreas knew this was not the way to make money, swearing this would be the last time. Meanwhile, Lucia, standing on a balcony, was surprised. She wondered if it was Andreas Cromwell. She wondered if he finally managed to get the determination to do something for him to be walking around while carrying a book. Lucia thought that even if he changed, there was no way to fix his trashy personality. Lucia watched Andreas as he walked away. He realized he had forgotten about Diane Alvin, the genius magician and young lady of the Alvin family. Another character was now in the picture, someone who could easily kill him in the academy. He thought back to when they were children, noting how cute they were back then. Andreas knew he had done some pretty bad things since then, so she would probably kill him just for talking to her. Either way, he thought him dying wouldn't be weird at all. As he thought, asking his younger sister for money was the best option right now. They got along pretty well when they were kids, but because the Cromwell family had lots of debt to pay, Andreas thought it should be around here. He continued his walk. Someone called out, "You've come, Andreas." The man wondered why Andreas hadn't answered any of the many letters he had sent. He apologized for making Amy have to work, even though she was a lady of the Count's household. Amy Cromwell remarked that it was unlike Andreas Cromwell to say something like that, stating that it wasn't his fault anyway. The focus shifted to Amy, her name emblazoned on her apron. Meanwhile, Andreas, identified as Amy's younger brother, sat with a cup. Amy wondered why he was making such a serious face, asking if he needed more money again. Andreas thought about it and prepared some money for her. He cautioned her not to spend it carelessly. Amy thanked him, promising to definitely pay him back. Andreas was taken aback when Amy asked where his ring was. He explained that he took the engraved ring off so he wouldn't lose it. and asked if she was taking good care of it. Andreas realized he couldn't tell her the truth, wondering if she had done it. He thought that no matter what, she shouldn't have. Andreas apologized. He was told to leave, that his presence was no longer wanted. But as he turned to leave, Amy called out, telling him to wait. The shopkeeper yelled after them, stating that they didn't need to come back, nor did they need to pay him back anymore. Amy, however, was determined to retrieve whatever it was that was lost. The sound of her determination echoed. Andreas realized that the item must have been very important to her. He could sense Amy's anger. Andreas wondered what this miserable feeling was. He knew he had to get that ring back as soon as possible, wondering what meaning there was in life when simply existing. He reflected that he wasn't happy when he survived alone back there either. Sharon knew he'd have to make do with what he had. Andreas stared ahead, a determined look on his face. The report detailed the ongoing experiments in potion manufacture. Meanwhile, someone remarked that staying inside like that for a whole week was something only idiots would do, urging the person to get up and move around. Elsewhere, Andreas noted that Lucia was also lazing around while he was pushing himself. The scene shifted to the potion experiments, where the two were working together. Andreas thought that using his spare time to train and do experiments was pretty tiresome. He wondered where Lucia was, noting that sometimes she switched up and helped in making things go faster. Lucia, asleep on a couch, wondered why she felt like she was the only one. Andreas asked if anyone was working there, but Lucia, still on the couch, told him that he was imagining things and asked for candy. Andreas thought that she always made him mad, especially when he was trying to do something. Lucia, still asleep, muttered to decrease the amount of Matarata and increase the amount of Todor's tree. Realizing she was giving instructions in her sleep, Andreas understood and said he got it. Andreas continued to work, grinding ingredients with a mortar and pestle. He thought to himself that he was doing this for the money, but working together with Lucia was the best answer. Next, he poured a red liquid from a beaker into a measuring cup. After that, he carefully dripped the liquid into a glass bottle. Finally, he added the liquid to a large glass container filled with a swirling purple substance. A notification appeared, stating that he had manufactured a physical reinforcement potion of intermediary grade. Andreas turned to Lucia, who was still asleep. Lucia asked if he had failed again, but Andreas realized that it had worked. Andreas looked surprised. Another notification appeared, stating that he had acquired a talent for potion brewing, buff type, ordinary. Andreas wondered what was happening as another notification appeared, stating that his talent's evolution probability of buff type, ordinary grade, potion brewing was 32%. It then asked if he wanted to evolve. Andreas wondered what this meant as a final notification appeared, stating that conditions had been fulfilled, an evolvable target had been detected, and the probability of Angela Lucifer awakening was 55%. The notification about Angela Lucifer's awakening weighed heavily on Andreas's mind, but he also noticed something else. His current value was significantly lower than when he evolved the vampire. He decided to shelve the matter for the time being. He would save it for later. Meanwhile, Lucia Everlast seemed excited about something, exclaiming that it could even be used daily. She told Andreas that he could handle this part since she had basically done all the work so far. Lucia declared that since Andreas had made it easy for her, she would take care of him. She added that she was going to be busy with her midterms starting tomorrow. She accused him of slacking off on purpose. The notification about Angela Lucifer appeared again. The screen displayed a countdown: 14 days, 21 hours, and 33 minutes. Suddenly, Andreas felt an intense burning sensation throughout his body, crying out in pain and wondering what he had done. The pain intensified. He felt like there was something more to this pain. The train rumbled along the tracks. Inside the train, a voice announced that they would soon reach the midterm evaluation spot, and everyone should gather so the plan could be explained. One of the students mused that Lucia Everlast could easily pass the first examination. Andreas Cromwell stood before a towering structure, thinking that after this, there would be magic. The tower was where the last part would be done. Andreas reflected that he had been training a lot, so his swordsmanship and necromancy had increased considerably. Andreas stood with the skeletal robed figure. He thought it would be fine as long as he managed to pass the midterms. Elsewhere, the vampire evolution was about to finish, and someone considered checking up on her. One of the students, Diane, was greeted by another student. Andreas thought that if he gave an excuse when he went back, it would probably be fine for him to check on her. Two students wondered what the midterms would be about this time. One of the students remarked that the request and the group members would be random, so if they were lucky, it would be a breeze. Another student wondered if it shouldn't matter who she got paired with. Even in this aspect, she was a model student. The dark-haired student is told that things are not that simple. Another student wonders what would happen if they ended up in the same group as him. The dark-haired student appears to be in shock. A voice announces that they will be arriving at Orkland Training Station in 1 minute. The students sit in anticipation. A man tells everyone to get off the train. As stated previously, the third-year midterm exams will be a group task with random members. It is explained that each group will be composed of 3 students from the warrior department, one student from the magic department, and a supervisor. The students are informed that the group will have until Monday to complete the approved task, and they are wished luck. Then, the announcement of the groups will begin. The students' names were now posted, and Andreas Cromwell scanned the list of members assigned to the ninth group. He cursed under his breath, realizing that among the countless villains in the academy, 2 were in his exam group. One was Hazar Gapri, a player who had fought the cult fanatic Hazar Gapri. The other was Vivian Belcan, the academy's indiscriminate murderer, Vivian the lunatic. Andreas stared at the list, wondering why he was in the same group as them. He lamented that even his luck was that of a trashy character. Suddenly, someone called out to him. Christopher Grani approached, confirming that he was in the same group, and asking if Andreas had seen photos. Andreas replied that it was nice to meet him, but also told him that he disgusted him and shouldn't get in his way, noting that he seemed to be training like a warrior, even though he was a magician. Hazar introduced himself to Christopher. Hazar thought to himself that being an unfriendly warrior was a big problem. Vivian, overhearing the exchange, thought they were crazy. As Vivian Belcan finished speaking, another student took offense. He demanded to know who was being called unsociable. The green-haired woman continued, noting that there was even a mob-like knight in their group. She questioned whether she should leave a magician copying the warrior's training style alone. She then told them not to fight, since everyone should get a little bit of physical exercise anyway. Another student thought to himself that they were not the only problem in this group. Andreas Cromwell was startled by something. Hazar Gapri asked why they also had a... Another student thought to himself that this was the worst. A student declared that this was the worst group ever. He then stated that when all the group members were gathered, the group could go get its request. Someone asked everyone to please try to come back alive. The group members stood together. Vivian Belcan looked displeased. Someone wondered if they would be coming back with this group. The train continued its journey, and a voice declared that it would formally introduce itself. The train sped along the tracks. Meanwhile, Ivy Clare, the supervisor of Group 9, introduced herself. A request form was being passed around for review. The form detailed their task, to investigate a village in Baron Balric's territory, where the landlord of Thrym was rumored to have been murdered and an investigator sent 2 weeks prior had disappeared. The mercenary guild requested an investigation. The supervisor asked if there were any questions. One of the members observed that she was much more aggressive compared to the game. The text noted that apart from becoming the youngest Aura Master in the near future, no more information was known about her character. Her skill was real, but someone feared her personality would make things difficult, as Ivy appeared on a monitor. Inside the train car, the blonde-haired man gestures with a piece of jerky in his hand. He remarked that he heard the green-haired man had tried playing a knight recently, as if it were a joke. The blonde-haired man continued, questioning if the green-haired man could even lift anything. The green-haired man looked down, seemingly unamused. He retorted that he didn't want to hear that from someone who needed to chew on jerky to keep her cool. The blonde-haired man responded that he couldn't smoke here, and asked if the green-haired man wanted him to chew on him instead. The group was traveling by train, and someone hoped they would arrive soon. In the distance, a large castle could be seen atop a hill. As the group approached, the blonde-haired man remarked that for a baron, his castle was certainly big. Inside the castle, Baron Balric sat in a large chair, welcoming them and noting that they had come a long way. The baron stated that it was a shame that this incident had happened, but the baron said that he would briefly explain the situation to them. Baron Balric revealed that the landlord of Thrym village was his nephew. He continued, explaining that his nephew had been a baronet, but had no family. A cup of tea sat on the table. The man who had been speaking stated that was all the information he knew. Baron Balric sat in his chair. Andreas Cromwell stood with a blonde, armored man. A servant approached Baron Balric, addressing him as my lord. The servant leaned in, whispering that the young master was... Andreas listened intently. Baron Balric coughed. Andreas announced that he had to attend to something and excused himself, wishing everyone the best of luck. The servant bowed deeply. The servant apologized for their rudeness, explaining that Andreas Cromwell was unwell. Elsewhere, the blonde-haired warrior shifted in his seat. The butler remained silent. The blonde-haired warrior complimented the group on watching over the equipment, stating it was a good job. The blonde-haired warrior thought that Baron Balric seemed calm even though his nephew was missing, and that he reeked. The blonde-haired warrior asked Seaweed Head if that was why he insisted they depart immediately. He agreed that there were many things that seemed suspicious. The blonde-haired warrior found the part about the missing investigators who lost contact especially suspicious, as it sounded like a fabricated story. He also thought it was odd that they only sent an investigator once, even though a month had passed. Baron Balric thought that the most suspicious thing was the butler's attitude. The butler stated that if they left now, they would probably reach there by nightfall. The butler thought it would be better for them to rest up for today and leave tomorrow, but the blonde-haired warrior appreciated the butler's concern, but stated that their job came first. The butler clicked his tongue, his expression unreadable. After they refused to stay, it seemed his plan had failed. Above all, the others looked anxious. Their trembling, their breathing, their behavior. Down to even their slightest gesture, it was clear they were hiding something. With that, Andreas declared they would head for Thrym village right away. The carriage sped along the road. The horses galloped, pulling the carriage towards their destination. As they approached the village, the blond, armored man wondered if they should find a place to stay first. Inside the carriage, the group discussed their plans. Andreas insisted that the investigation took precedence, suggesting they start by investigating the landlord's castle first. He thought the whole thing was suspicious, but all they could do for now was to check it out directly. Andreas paused, noticing something. Andreas Cromwell felt his mana surge unexpectedly. He wondered what was happening. Meanwhile, the blond armored man noted that the magical energy was growing stronger as they approached the village. He asked what was going on. The others reacted with alarm, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. The blond armored man's eyes widened. Hazar Gapri called out to Christopher Grani, but before he could finish, something unexpected occurred. Christopher Grani shouted for everyone to move, realizing the danger. Christopher's eyes widened as he saw what was coming. The carriage was suddenly attacked. The carriage was sent flying. Hazar Gapri exclaimed that something was wrong with the coach. Christopher Grani asked what was wrong. The group was thrown from the carriage. Christopher Grani, still reeling from the impact, realized it was too late to avoid the attack. Inside the carriage, Vivian Belcan shouted for everyone to brace for impact. One of the passengers exclaimed that they were going to crash into the main gate. The carriage splintered apart from the force of the blow. Debris flew in all directions as the carriage disintegrated. The horses pulling the carriage were thrown into the air. The force of the impact sent bodies flying. One of the passengers landed hard on the ground, surrounded by debris. Nearby, several figures stood watching the chaos unfold. The figures were surrounded by a group of groaning, injured people. Christopher Grani and the others gathered around a hole in the ground. A monstrous figure emerged from a fountain, roaring in fury. The orc warrior's emergence was not an isolated incident. Panic erupted in the town as the citizens realized they were under attack. People screamed and ran in every direction, desperate to escape the chaos that had suddenly engulfed their town. Amidst the pandemonium, Andreas demanded to know what was happening, questioning if the other man should know. Andreas realized that this was more than just a mana anomaly, confirming his suspicions. The fact that his mana was reacting meant something significant was at play. From above, the scope of the unfolding crisis became clear. The town was swarming with dark energy. The source of the dark energy seemed to emanate from beneath the town itself, a sinister force permeating the very ground. It was black magic. The possessed man thrashes violently, his eyes glowing red as he screams. He continues to struggle against his captors, slamming his head against the ground. Elsewhere, the group continues to observe the scene. Ivy Clare stands with her arms crossed, while Andreas Cromwell stands silently, watching the possessed man. Vivian Belcan, restraining the possessed man, notes that he possesses strength far beyond that of a normal child. The narrator observes that since the man had been dancing all day, his feet were worn out. Examining the man's feet, Christopher Grani realizes that it is a curse. Christopher asks if there's a connection between their request and the curse. Christopher continues to examine the man's feet. Hazar Gapri notes that the landlord has been gone for about a month, and if they have been dancing since then, they should have died from exhaustion a long time ago. Christopher seems to be thinking about something. Ivy Clare realizes that they probably got dragged into something troublesome. Andreas Cromwell's expression hardens as he considers the situation. Elsewhere, a man relays information, suggesting that if they had taken the butler's suggestion and rested in the castle, things would have been different. The man continues, stating that the Baron would have covered everything up. However, since they came to the village, the situation instantly changed, and they've been dragged into a dangerous situation. Meanwhile, an older man remarks that the mana he felt is about the same level as Karen's. The man continues, adding that to be able to use it on such a large scale seems weird. Andreas is shocked by this revelation. He wonders if the person in question has an artifact. Andreas states that they have too few clues right now and suggests searching the landlord house first. It is decided that the first step is collecting information. The group approaches a large, ominous house, its entrance ablaze with spectral flames. The group moved forward, the tension palpable as they entered the building. Aura Master 1 took the lead, his senses on high alert for any sign of danger. They stepped through a grand archway, the air growing colder with each step. The interior was dimly lit, hinting at the decay within. Aura Master 1 paused, his expression grim. He could sense the lingering presence of dark magic, a palpable weight in the air. The group continued deeper into the house, passing under an archway adorned with macabre carvings. The atmosphere grew heavier, the silence more profound. The sight of several corpses sprawled on the floor greeted them. It was a grim testament to the horrors that had transpired within these walls. Andreas Cromwell and the swordsman protagonist exchanged a look, the gravity of the situation settling upon them. They continued their advance, stepping carefully through the scene. One of the figures was dressed in a uniform of the Empire investigation team. It was then that they realized the gravity of the situation. Aura Master 1 realized that it had been a long time since they had died. Aura Master 1 voiced his concern, wondering if they would be able to solve this themselves. The swordsman protagonist questioned the basis of Aura Master 1's theory that this was the work of a black mage. A dark presence loomed, a figure cloaked in red with glowing eyes. It felt as if someone was amplifying the emotions of the people here. The driving force of black magic, after all, was human emotions and exchanging them for magic power. The blonde, armored man realized that the landlord was likely killed as well. Nearby, another member of the group speculated that the landlord would have obstructed the perpetrators. Elsewhere, Christopher Grani deduced that the burning bodies outside were part of some kind of black magic ritual. The green-haired woman considered the possibility. The blonde, armored man declared that they would know the truth after capturing those criminals, so they should search every part of the mansion first. The group continued their search. Vivian Belkin noted that they hadn't found anything so far, not even the landlord's corpse. Hazar Gapri told Vivian to look outside. The green-haired woman looked out the window. She saw a large group of people. It was declared that the perpetrator was finally moving. The green-haired woman looked concerned. Panic began to set in as the crowd wondered what they should do. It seemed as if the horde had been waiting for them to enter the building. Supervisor Ivy was asked what the group should do. Ivy Claire ordered the group to stop the search and leave the building immediately. Christopher Grani ordered Hazar Gapri to find an escape route, and Hazar confirmed the order. Realization dawned on Hazar. The horde of enemies rushed towards them. The enemies were already on the second floor. Hazar was called out to. The group charged forward. The order was given to protect the mage at the back. Hazar's expression was one of grim determination. The warrior is struck by a powerful blow, sending a spray of blood and energy in all directions. The force of the impact causes blood to splatter across Christopher Grani's face as he grits his teeth. Below, the skeletal-robed figure continues its assault on the armored soldiers. Elsewhere, Ivy Claire's face is inverted, highlighting her glowing eyes and the emblem on her chest. Blood drips from the face of Christopher, who appears to be injured. The ground is littered with debris and blood. From off-panel, Vivian Belkin calls out to Christopher. Gasping for air, Christopher's hand presses against a wall, struggling to maintain his balance. Hazar Gapri shouts at Christopher, demanding to know what he is doing. Vivian grabs Christopher, urging him to escape. Vivian points to the window, indicating their escape route. Christopher leaps from the window, escaping the building. As Christopher tumbled through the air, he crashed through a wooden structure, sending splinters flying. Below, the ground rushed up to meet him. Meanwhile, Hazar, carrying Vivian, urged their allies to run, cursing their situation as an earth shield materialized behind them. The group fled through the snowy landscape. Elsewhere, the cloaked swordsman had a sudden flashback from a past operation. He muttered to himself that he could use grease. The swordsman prepared to cast his spell. Back with Hazar and Vivian, the earth shield protected them from an unseen attack. Vivian warned Hazar not to recklessly use up his mana and demanded to know if he could track the black mage's location. Ivy Claire, standing on a rooftop, believed she could do it right now. The cloaked swordsman realized that since the black mage was using his mana so blatantly, he would be easy to find. The world blurred around him, the sensation akin to being pulled through a vortex. The disorientation intensified, the surroundings twisting into an unrecognizable mess. Suddenly, a voice pierced through the chaos, calling out to Andreas. Suddenly, a voice echoed, declaring that someone had been found. Andreas Cromwell's eyes widened in alarm. From above, a voice reported that they were at the house at their 9 o'clock, about 100 meters away. A voice complimented Andreas, calling him Seaweed Head. Andreas Cromwell, carrying Ivy Claire on his back, continued to move through the city. Below, Christopher Grani watched them from a window. Sharon, wearing a mask, made a sound of acknowledgement. Below, Christopher Grani kicked down a door. Christopher remarked that it looked like they were right on the money, speculating that this could be where the black mage was hiding, and questioned if he had to kick down the door every time. Suddenly, Andreas Cromwell stood before a glowing pink doorway. As Andreas Cromwell approached the doorway, the blonde-haired man realized it was a trap. Meanwhile, the purple-haired man stood with his back to the doorway. The blonde-haired man muttered the word sister. Elsewhere, the purple-haired man, wrapped in bandages, felt a sharp pain. The blonde-haired man gasped in realization. Andreas continued to approach the doorway. Andreas realized that the power required was beyond his capabilities. He muttered in disbelief. A voice echoed, declaring how pitiful it all was. The voice continued, comparing Andreas to a moth drawn to a flame. Andreas reached out towards the doorway. Before him lay a swirling vortex of purple energy. Andreas looks up, a sense of unease washing over him. A voice echoes, stating there is no rush, as everything was ordained by God, and commands to kneel in the name of Sloth. The green-haired man appears shocked, questioning the mention of sloth. Elsewhere, the green-haired man stands in a dimly lit area. A voice wonders why that name is appearing now, stating that the title of this game is Great Sin Peccata. A mysterious box glows with an intense light. It is revealed that starting with sloth, the 7 deadly sins were split off from the main body, the Codex Apocalypse. The narration continues, stating that by collecting all of them, one can summon the last boss. The voice emphasizes that these are the most important items for the story. A swift strike lands. The green-haired man realizes he can't do this by himself and needs to join up with the others for now. A figure is struck down. The battle continued, with figures being thrown through the air. More combatants were sent flying as the fighting intensified. The Aura Master was struck, sending him crashing downwards. The green-haired demon grinned, relishing the chaos. One of the armored soldiers was struck down, while another cried out, asking what happened to Vivian. The soldier was relieved to see that he was safe. He noted that this was the first time he was seeing Andreas like that. Andreas realized he knew it. The swordsman protagonist thought that he couldn't trust a zealot, but leaving a wounded ally to fend for themselves didn't sit right with him. He decided he would play along. Another soldier explained that Supervisor Ivy got trapped inside a barrier and asked what they should do. A voice echoed, calling them pitiful. The voice continued, asking if they realized that they were killing innocent villagers. The Aura Master recognized the voice. The Aura Master recognized the voice as belonging to someone who claimed it was probably the Black Mage. Meanwhile, Andreas stood with another figure, seemingly discussing the situation. The other man insisted that she was in danger and that he was going to help her, leaving the others to Andreas. Andreas thought to himself that the man was too obvious, but it was better than being betrayed. Suddenly, the Black Mage unleashed a flurry of dark magic attacks. Andreas realized that the dark magic was driving her insane. He knew that if he made a wrong move, he would be dragged in. Andreas realized that she couldn't avoid the incoming attack. The Black Mage continued her assault, her eyes glowing red. Andreas was shocked by the sheer power of the dark magic. The Black Mage not only avoided the attack, but even counterattacked. Andreas watched as the Black Mage continued her assault. Andreas stood his ground, his expression unreadable. Meanwhile, from a rooftop, the masked figure observed the scene. He noted that the only unharmed person had fled. The masked figure remarked that Andreas was remarkably calm. Andreas thought to himself that it was about time for the boss to show up. The masked figure continued to watch, stating that he didn't know where Andreas got that confidence from. The masked figure declared that, in recognition of Andreas' bravery, he would be giving him a test as well. A streak of red energy cut through the air. Andreas was suddenly surrounded by a powerful aura. The energy intensified. Andreas realized he was careless. The energy seemed to lessen as Andreas stood within a swirling vortex of power. The vortex pulsed with dark energy. Andreas Cromwell's expression is one of shock as he is surrounded by the vortex. His hand reaches out, seemingly trying to grasp something within the swirling energy. The vortex intensifies around Andreas, the energy now visibly coursing through him. Then, the energy seems to coalesce, forming a geometric pattern on Andreas' face. Elsewhere, a soldier is thrown back by an unseen force. The soldier looks at his hands, then up at the scene around him, confused. He wonders if he was dreaming as he sits amidst the rubble. The soldier rises to his feet, weapon in hand, and asks where everyone is. He clutches his head, blood running down his face. A close-up reveals the soldier's panicked expression, his eyes wide with fear and confusion. In the distance, a figure stands silhouetted against a raging fire. The soldier looks up and calls out to Makoto. Amidst the chaos, a figure stands silhouetted against a fiery backdrop, urging someone to run. The soldier, bloodied and disoriented, hears a voice calling out. Above him, another soldier leaps into action, weapon raised. The injured soldier, struggling to sit up, calls out the name Shohei. His voice echoes as he repeats the name, desperation lacing his tone. Nearby, another figure, seemingly injured, weakly utters the same name, Shohei. The injured soldier looks on, questioning who is there. The other figure, his face partially obscured, cries out, "Father!" A hand extends, offering a ring. The voice urges Andreas to take it. The speaker, lying prone, insists that Andreas will be recognized as the true lord of the Cromwell household. He pleads with him not to be burdened by his father anymore. The speaker continues, asking Andreas to please be happy together with Amy. Andreas' expression is one of shock and dawning realization. As long as he has the ring, he will be... Andreas reaches out to take the ring. He understands. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure expresses surprise. The cloaked figure stands before a swirling vortex of energy. The cloaked swordsman's boots land on the stone floor, the sound echoing in a vast space. Suddenly, the formal dark-haired woman is struck by a surge of energy, sending debris flying. The energy explodes outward, shattering the surrounding area. Debris rains down as the force of the blast dissipates. The energy continues to spread, leaving a trail of destruction. Andrea's Cromwell is caught in the blast, debris swirling around him. The skeletal robed figure wonders how someone could have escaped his curse of sloth. The skeletal figure repeats his question, incredulous that his curse has been overcome. Andreas remains silent, his expression unreadable. He stands firm, his resolve unwavering. Andreas thinks to himself that he is. A notification appears, stating that Makoto Kaneshiro and Andreas Cromwell have achieved 100% synchronization, and that Makoto Kaneshiro's exceptional combat talent has been acquired. The notification continues, stating that the Curse of Sloth is nothing but a game that simply stimulates one's own. Andreas questioned if the caster's abilities were lacking as he walked up the steps. The skeletal robed figure asked what he had just said. The skeletal figure lunged forward. Andreas thought that there was no way this would work on someone like him, who had received training from the Special Forces, and wondered what the skeletal robed figure was going to do. The skeletal figure shouted at Andreas. The skeletal robed figure yelled at Andreas to shut up. Andreas was knocked back by the skeletal figure's attack. He was sent flying toward a nearby building. Andreas realized that the skeletal figure was not that strong, but he couldn't end this without using his necromancy. He landed on the ground. Andreas thought that it should be fine. He noticed that no one was watching. Andreas watched as the cloaked figure landed, the impact sending a tremor through the ground. Meanwhile, the masked figure questioned who Andreas was. Andreas, focusing on his task, successfully cast the beginner necromancy spell, Skeleton Summoning. The masked figure's eye widened in surprise. The system detected 23 corpses, but due to the skill level, only 9 would be activated. The system confirmed that the beginner necromancy skeleton summoning had been successful. The masked figure exclaimed in disbelief that Andreas was a necromancer. The masked figure wondered if the congregation already knew about Andreas's necromantic conjuration. Andreas realized that the masked figure had misunderstood his intentions, but he could use that to his advantage. The system indicated that 7 common skeletons and 2 skeleton soldiers had been summoned. The masked figure revealed that they had been entrusted with recovering the Page of Sloth in the name of the congregation, questioning if Andreas would use skeletons. The newly summoned skeletons stood ready. Andreas Cromwell's masked opponent questioned if he could match the power of Sloth. The masked figure's power shattered the ground. The force of the blow continued to pulverize the earth. The attack sent debris flying in all directions. Andreas, caught off guard, exclaimed in surprise. Reacting quickly, Andreas summoned an earth shield. He managed to leap away from the point of impact. The masked figure told Andreas to stop pretending. Nickel called out to Andreas. The masked figure dismissed Nickel and the others as nothing but small fries. The masked figure's attack continued to devastate the area. The masked figure lunged towards Andreas. The masked figure's attack continued with unrelenting force. The hooded figure, observing the scene, couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Meanwhile, Andreas, now holding a glowing orb, realized the gravity of the situation. His eyes widened in shock and disbelief. The masked figure's assault intensified. Each strike was delivered with deadly precision. The glowing orb in Andreas's hand pulsed with energy. It was the Page of Sloth. The masked figure scoffed, revealing that Andreas was forcing them to use their precious, collected sloth power. The masked figure unleashed a barrage of attacks, each imbued with purple energy. The masked figure vowed that Andreas would pay with his life for disrupting their plans. The attacks continued to rain down with devastating force. The masked figure continues their relentless assault, each strike carrying immense force. Dodging the attacks, Andreas realizes he can react if the attacks are only this fast. He thinks that he can react if the attacks are only this fast. The masked figure's attacks intensify, becoming even faster. The power of the Page of Sloth continues to be unleashed. The masked figure tells Andreas to die quietly. The attacks have gotten even faster. Andreas is having trouble controlling his strength, meaning he still hasn't fully mastered the power of Sloth. He needs to fully master the power of Sloth and go for his blind spot and strike him. Nickel is called out. The attacks continue to rain down. Despite the onslaught, Andreas stands firm, the monstrous hands looming over him, a testament to the power he has yet to fully control. The masked figure's eyes narrowed, focusing intently on his opponent. He observed Andreas, acknowledging that he was a persistent one. Andreas, struggling against the power of Sloth, cursed his opponent. The masked figure declared that he had just gotten his hands on someone. The masked figure laughed, apologizing for the inconvenience, but assuring that there was no need to worry. He stated that he would send him to the same place where the skeleton was now, bidding him farewell. Andreas was surrounded by dark, skeletal hands reaching for him. Tears welled in Andreas's eyes as he fought to maintain control. The skeletal warrior was pulled through a swirling vortex of blue energy. The masked figure's expression remained cold and calculating. A red line bisected the masked figure's face, highlighting the coldness in his eyes. With a swift motion, Andreas was struck. The blow sent Andreas staggering back, the world blurring at the edges of his vision. The story is to be continued. The scene shifts to a view of the town, where the night sky is illuminated by several moons. Someone mused over who could be responsible for the recent events. The perspective returns to Andreas, who stands amidst the aftermath of a battle. Before him lie the bodies of the Baron Butler and another figure, while the skeletal-robed figure stands nearby, observing. Andreas realized that the Baron Butler was a black mage. A close-up reveals the Baron Butler's face, now marred by blood and a gaping wound, juxtaposed with a pale, expressionless mask. The view shifts to Andreas, his expression grim as he realizes the implications of the Baron's involvement. He then considered that somehow the Baron was involved with this as well. Andreas then picked up a glowing cube. Examining the cube, Andreas noted that it was the Apocalypse Codex, 7th chapter Diligent Sloth, with a mana recovery rate of 321%. He wondered what he should do with it. Andreas thought he could just walk around with it. He then remembered Nickel. The skeletal-robed figure held the cube and thought to take care of it for now. Andreas watched as the skeletal-robed figure held the cube, a swirling portal of energy forming behind them. Andreas wondered why the barrier hadn't disappeared, even though the caster had died. He continued to stare at the swirling barrier. Suddenly, the barrier slammed into someone. The formal green-haired woman thought it was fine if they didn't manage to come out, but then she'd have to explain how she managed to survive if she came back alone, and she couldn't say she used black magic either. She realized this barrier was different from the one she was in. She was shocked. She screamed in terror as the barrier pulled her in. The formal green-haired woman realized it was sucking her in. Surrounded by bookshelves, the formal green-haired woman was terrified. She was sitting on the floor. The formal green-haired woman screamed as she fell from the chair. The formal green-haired woman found herself in a room with a talking chair and a small, floating creature. The chair cleared its throat, wondering aloud if the small one was Vivian Belcan, and questioned if she was a ghost or a demon. Startled, Vivian exclaimed that the chair was talking. The chair remained seated, its ghostly form still visible. The fairy introduced itself, stating that it had come to rescue her. Vivian stared, speechless. The fairy, sitting in the chair, thought to itself that it was nice to have arrived, but wondered what it was supposed to be doing. It reminded itself to be patient, stating that this was all an act and that it was a fairy. The fairy recalled the first thing it saw upon arriving. It was the young Vivian being slapped in the face by a noble woman. The fairy thought that investigating was easy because nobody could see it. It discovered that the woman was Count Belkin's second wife. The fairy also learned about the household's background. The Belkin household was famous for its swordsmanship, so the lord wanted a son to become its successor. However, because Vivian's mother did not give birth to a male, a tragedy began for the heir, Vivian. The woman wondered why she was born. She then realized that she should have never been born. The perspective shifted to a high angle, looking down at a woman in a dress. Since even her own mother had abandoned Vivian, there wasn't a single person left to protect her. The view changed to show Vivian from behind, standing before a crowd of people. Because of the loneliness and mistreatment she was suffering, a seed of insanity was planted within her. As time passed, she succumbed more and more to the insanity. The scene showed a man screaming in terror. The perspective shifted to a high angle, looking down at Vivian, to the point she killed all of the teachers and assistant teachers in the 5th year meeting by herself. Vivian realized that she couldn't make the fairy forget her past. Andreas Cromwell assured Vivian Belcan that he could help her overcome her struggles. Vivian, tears streaming down her face, asked if he had really come to help her. Andreas questioned why Vivian was crying. Vivian thought to herself that she hadn't had anyone try to help her before. Before this moment, Andreas admitted he really didn't know how to deal with kids. Andreas told Vivian that she had a special talent. Vivian thought that it was just that nobody had recognized it yet. She wondered if she was special, as a view of a large building was shown. Vivian thought that she hadn't even touched a sword yet, and this fairy was here. Vivian lamented that she was always getting scolded. Andreas assured her that he would be by her side, and in exchange, he asked her to promise that she wouldn't tell anyone about him. Vivian promised. Inside a lavish room, a woman scolds Vivian Belcan, while Andreas Cromwell looks on. Elsewhere, Vivian is seen practicing sword techniques under the watchful eye of a bald man, while Andreas observed from a distance. The training continues, with Vivian now in bed, seemingly exhausted, while Andreas watches over her. 1 month later, Vivian's boots are seen walking across a grassy field. Vivian, with a surprised expression, calls out, wondering where Mr. Fairy is. She thinks to herself that she came to the promised location just like she was told. Andreas asks if she's going to be teaching him swordsmanship today as well. The two stand facing each other in a training area. Andreas scolds Vivian, telling her that she can't go around screaming about it. Andreas thinks to himself that he said nobody can find out about his real identity, amused that she found him. Andreas tells Vivian that they were over there. Andreas suggests that they start the training, and Vivian responds with "in guard." It is revealed that Andreas spent a whole month in here with Vivian. With his exceptional combat talent, Andreas tried to give Vivian as much advice as he could. It synergized really well with her. She is truly a genuine prodigy. Vivian continued to train. Andreas watched her progress. Those movements shouldn't be possible for someone who has only been learning swordsmanship for a month, he thought. That's why she's been getting praised by her swordsmanship instructor. But what is this? Andreas thought she was a pretty confident kid. Wrong, Vivian. Your movements were perfect, no matter how much. I get praised by teacher. Mr. Fairy won't show himself to me. Those eyes. Vivian's gaze is intense. Meanwhile, a fairy explains that they are a fairy, as if it should be obvious. Vivian wonders if she is being punished for being a bad child, and that is why Mr. Fairy won't show himself to her. She had hoped that if she did her best, she would be acknowledged. Vivian laments that Mr. Fairy still hasn't shown himself to her. She thinks to herself that it's useless no matter how hard she tries. Suddenly, Andreas tells Vivian that she has surprised him. Elsewhere, someone wonders if they are seeing Count Belcan, Vivian's father. The Count thinks to himself that Vivian has such talent. A close-up of Count Belcan reveals a stern expression. Vivian is shocked. She responds affirmatively to her father. The sounds of training echoed across the Belcan estate. The force of the strikes sent dust billowing into the air. Each swing of the training sword was executed with precision. Vivian paused, catching her breath. She thought to herself that it was to be expected of one with Belcan's blood. Count Belcan, observing from a distance, found her progress incredible. Vivian stood ready, her expression determined. Her eyes widened slightly, a hint of surprise in her gaze. She reflected that it was the first time her father had ever praised her. A faint blush rose on Vivian's cheeks. Mr. Fairy looked on, a hint of concern in his eyes. Vivian admitted to herself that she really wanted to stay with Mr. Fairy more, but Vivian realized that the time for her to wake up had come. So, she finally woke up. Because of Mr. Fairy, she found a path to go forward. She thought she should follow this path and not stay stuck in the past. Vivian Belcan. Their promise. A close-up of Vivian's face. She asked him to please keep it. Vivian and Mr. Fairy stand together. Vivian thanked Mr. Fairy so much. Everything began to fade. He showed her a good dream. Shattered fragments hung, suspended in the air, remnants of a broken reality. A voice echoed, filled with conviction. If it's Vivian, she can do it. Then, a figure stood amidst a swirling vortex of purple energy, a beacon of hope against the encroaching darkness. Below, Vivian Belcan lay still, her fate hanging in the balance. Andreas Cromwell knelt beside Vivian, his expression a mixture of concern and determination. The weight of the situation pressed down, a tangible burden on his shoulders. A thought surfaced, a desperate hope, especially if it's the same Vivian from that dream. It had been discovered that Baron Balric was behind the incident in Thrim Village. Ivy had learned of this fact after breaking the barrier on her own and joining up with the others. The green-haired protagonist was told to cut the bastard's head off, but to try not to scar his face. The green-haired protagonist's killing intent was terrifying. The blonde-haired warrior declared that they were going to the Baron's castle right now. They started moving immediately. Andreas realized that Christopher was dead and Hazar was missing, which came as no surprise. An armored soldier was struck. The force of the blow was immense. The remaining soldiers continued their advance, unaware of the fate that had befallen their comrade. Meanwhile, Ivy Clare introduced herself as an assistant professor of Rodland Academy's night faculty, declaring that anyone who defended Baron Balric would be considered guilty of treason and immediately executed. Christopher wondered aloud if Ivy was truly going to kill them all. Suddenly, Ivy's hand struck, the sound echoing through the courtyard. Ivy held aloft the severed head of the armored soldier, asking if anyone recognized him. The perspective shifted, focusing on Ivy's lower body and the blood dripping from her hand. The group, led by Ivy, approached a large gate. The remaining soldiers were shocked by the display. The camera panned up to show the imposing architecture of the building. Ivy and her group entered a room, where a voice announced, "You're here." Christopher and another companion reacted with surprise. Elsewhere, Count Belcan learned of Evan's death, lamenting that this was his son, Edel. The grotesque form of Baron Balric sat upon his makeshift throne, a prisoner of his own twisted flesh. He should have succumbed to illness months ago, but dark forces had intervened. The green-haired man realized that the Baron had dabbled in black magic. The Baron continued, explaining that while he was searching for a cure, a robed figure had visited him. The Baron had asked the figure to do whatever it took to save his son's life, even if it meant leaving him in his miserable state. Edel, the Baron's son, was now dead. The Baron begged for forgiveness for his foolish actions. Those words hung heavy in the air as the group listened. One of the soldiers was struck. Ivy Clare demanded that they tell the people that they and their butler had failed. One of the soldiers cried out to his lord as he fell. Someone questioned why the soldiers were standing around. One of the soldiers responded affirmatively and was ordered to eliminate the monster in the back. A shard of dark energy breaks apart in the air. With a determined look, Andreas Cromwell reaches out. The soldiers stand over the defeated form of Baron Baleric, while Ivy Claire watches on. The monstrous form of the Baron's son lets out a final, pain groan. Baron Baleric struggles to speak. The soldiers stand guard. The group surveys the scene, the monstrous form of the Baron's son lying defeated in the center of the room. The blond armored man speaks to Andreas Cromwell. Andreas Cromwell reflects on the situation, realizing that creatures born of black magic must be dealt with swiftly. Andreas wonders if he is wrong. Afterward, Baron Baleric was arrested and immediately taken away by the Imperial investigation team. The monstrous form of the Baron's son is hauled away. Upon returning to the academy, Andreas Cromwell and Vivian Belcan were summoned to provide their testimony regarding the events that had transpired. It became clear that Baron Baleric had been colluding with a black mage. Andreas was told to bring the Baron in so that another hearing could be held. The authorities thanked them for their time. The investigator dismissed Andreas and Vivian, allowing them to return home. The consequences for Baron Baleric's involvement with black magic would surely be severe. The pair walked down the steps. Andreas remarked that Vivian should be thanking him, since he had killed her son. He explained that her son would have suffered the hell of being experimented on by a bunch of insane wizards. Andreas wondered if Mr. Fairy had figured it all out, then asked Vivian about the Baron's son. Vivian asked if he didn't want to let him live to suffer. Vivian asked what Andreas was talking about, and he realized he almost spoke like a fairy. Vivian Belcan looks at Andreas, concern etched on her face. Suddenly, a voice calls out to Andreas. It's Lucia Everlast, running towards them. Lucia asks if they're done with their business, mentioning that the hearing is over. Lucia then shows Andreas and Vivian something on her phone. On the phone screen, Lucia points out that Andreas is famous. The phone displays news headlines. Rodland Academy students defeated a black mage, scored full marks, received a special commendation from the Imperial investigation team, and that Hazar Gapri is missing. It also mentions 2 promising Knights faculty students. Vivian remarks that it has only been a short time since they unveiled the potion. Andreas admits that he just wants some peace and quiet. Lucia exclaims that she heard Andreas is getting a reward. Lucia asks Andreas to treat her to a meal, but Andreas says the reward money has to be split. Lucia asks if he's trying to suck her dry. Lucia realizes that Vivian is also on the news with Andreas and wonders why she only noticed her now. Andreas introduces Vivian Belcan as a third-year Knight faculty student. Lucia introduces herself to Vivian, who returns the greeting. Lucia returns to the topic of the reward, pointing out that Andreas is the one getting the money anyway. The group decided to postpone their celebratory dinner. However, Andreas seemed disappointed by this decision. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, but agreed. Before parting ways, one of the group reminded the others to meet at the Magic Tower the following day. One of the others confirmed that they would be there, but warned that lateness would not be forgiven. The Rodland Magic Tower loomed in the distance. Meanwhile, Andreas was giving someone a piggyback ride. The person on his back lamented that they knew it would come to this. The person on Andreas' back complained, saying they were a fool to trust him. Andreas continued to carry them. The person on his back asked Andreas to walk slowly. Andreas continued to carry the person on his back. Someone asked if they were Andreas Cromwell and Lucia Everlast. The man with the list acknowledged their arrival, confirming that they were expected. Andreas, still carrying Lucia, was then instructed to follow. The space within the Rodland Magic Tower shifted constantly, a kaleidoscope of impossible architecture and swirling energies. A voice echoed, warning them to watch their step. The voice continued, chiding someone to wake up and walk properly. As they navigated the shifting corridors, Lucia mentioned Vivian, the senior she had met the previous day. Andreas wondered if Lucia was finally awake. Lucia, despite the gravity of their situation, insisted that they should still go out for dinner. She then questioned why Andreas, being rich, kept asking her to treat him. A voice then remarked on their lack of nervousness. Lucia and Andreas stared intently at something. A voice echoed in Lucia's mind, one she couldn't believe she was hearing. Lucia and Andreas stared ahead, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. A swirl of golden energy fills the space. The energy coalesces, taking on a more defined shape. The form solidifies into a regal figure, its face obscured, but its presence commanding. The figure wonders if the owner of Rodland Magic Tower is Bard Alvin. Below, the Cromwell Scroll of information awaits. The scroll details the Great Sin's world outlook. The Magic Tower is described as a group of engineering wizards who contribute to civilization. It began with the mana levitation train, but they develop various products, such as mana lamps and fertilizers. The more famous a Magic Tower is, the more money it receives from the government and nobility. The story is to be continued. The scene shifts to a brightly lit tower, where a figure wonders if the tower master is present. Below, a blindfolded man stands before a massive, eagle-like creature. The perspective shifts, showing Andreas Cromwell, along with a white-haired woman, standing before the blindfolded man and the eagle-like creature. The blindfolded man thinks to himself that Andreas Cromwell has an unchanging, stupid face. Bard is shown. Die Alvin is shown. The image shows the head of the Alvin household and the current master of the Rodland Magic Tower. Someone wonders if the Tower Master is blowing things out of proportion by appearing personally. A man presumes that a girl is Viscount Hollington's daughter. The girl confirms that her name is Lucia Everlast. The Tower Master spoke, reminding those present that to be remembered, one must build a reputation to match their name. His words echoed through the chamber, carrying with them an undeniable weight. One of the subordinates responded, acknowledging the Tower Master's statement with a respectful, "Yes, sir." Andreas, observing the scene, wondered if this could be the Tower Master's doing. The Tower Master's presence filled the room, his authority palpable. Andreas considered that the Tower Master was truly a monster, capable of using such difficult and complex space magic, though he felt the Tower Master was exaggerating on purpose. The Tower Master, seemingly able to hear their thoughts, retorted that he could hear them, the whippersnappers. The space around them shimmered with magical energy. The assembled group reacted with surprise to the Tower Master's words. The announcement of the Tower Master's arrival caused a stir among those present. One of the figures questioned if the potion examination was still ongoing. The efficacy examination had just concluded. Now, the only thing left was to inquire about the potion's production method. Meanwhile, the Tower Master took a long drink from a large glass. The Tower Master listed the ingredients: Moheim leaves, Tador tree essence, Jahaz fruit, and peona mushroom. The formal dark-haired woman questioned if there was anything else in the potion. She then added Hong Pishi extract and Matarata root bark to the list. The Tower Master found this interesting. Elsewhere, it was said that she could make such potions at her age. The Tower Master loomed over the formal dark-haired woman. Since the examination was now over, the Tower Master approved it. But the formal green-haired woman wondered why Cromwell's son was present. Andreas Cromwell's eyes narrowed. The Tower Master's expression remained unreadable. Meanwhile, the formal dark-haired woman considered the report. She thought that on paper, it was reported as a joint effort, but Andreas just got carried. The formal dark-haired woman remained silent. The formal green-haired woman stated that without Andreas, she wouldn't have been able to create the potion. The Tower Master listened to the women. The mustached old man relented, stating that he would verify this now. He snapped his fingers. The pink-haired student observed that it seemed like he couldn't use this magic outside of the magic tower. The dark-haired student noted that she's analyzing it even now. The mustached old man's magic activated. Someone instructed to make the potion right here, stating that the ingredients are in the storage. The hooded red cloak figure responded that it was understood. The hooded red cloak figure reached for the ingredients. Inside the tower, the potion-making process continued, with several figures overseeing the work. The hooded figure considered the ingredients, realizing that using something new could cause problems. Meanwhile, the mustached old man decided to proceed with one of the ingredients. 5 minutes later, he held a vial filled with a red liquid. The mustached old man acknowledged that the potion had been created correctly. The formal dark-haired woman stated that they should start with the questions, asking why Hong Pishi was used. The hooded red cloak figure began to explain why they used it. The hooded figure explained that it was to get rid of the side effects and to improve its efficiency. The formal green-haired woman remarked that Senior Seaweed could explain it well, too. The hooded red cloak figure understood, stating that she didn't need to go on, but the formal dark-haired woman stated that she didn't finish explaining it. Even though they haven't seen each other for quite a long time, the mustached old man listened intently. The mustached old man thought that the brat he knew couldn't have made something like this. Suddenly, a man with glowing blue eyes appeared, asking who they were. The formal green-haired woman looked on, surprised. The man with glowing blue eyes, Alvin Rodland, stood over Andreas, his expression stern as he towered over the young man. Alvin's lips curled into a slight, knowing smile. Andreas, standing before Alvin, confirmed his identity, stating that he was definitely Andreas Cromwell. Alvin questioned if he was joking. Alvin recalled that Andreas was the same person he treated like a bug and made fun of all the time. Alvin paused, considering Andreas. Alvin remarked that Andreas had become quite interesting. Alvin proposed a bet. Alvin's smile widened, revealing a hint of menace. Alvin declared that if Andreas discovered another medicine this year and brought it to him, he would pay off all of the Cromwell family debt. Andreas looked shocked. Alvin continued, stating that he would grant Andreas one wish if he succeeded. Alvin warned that if Andreas failed, he would have to leave Rodland's academy. Andreas seemed shocked at the prospect of expulsion. The room fell silent as all eyes turned to Andreas Cromwell, awaiting his response. Alvin Rodland inquired what Andreas thought of the offer, surrounded by onlookers. Andreas's expression was unreadable. He acknowledged that the conditions were harsh. Andreas declared that he would accept the bet. He reasoned that as the heir of the Cromwell family, he could not refuse such an offer. Alvin Rodland hoped that Andreas would actually produce results, given his confidence. Alvin Rodland smirked, amused by Andreas's confidence. Later, Alvin Rodland spoke with another individual, his hand resting on their shoulder. Alvin Rodland looked out over the academy grounds. He was flanked by two figures who seemed to be mocking Andreas. Alvin Rodland stated that he would be looking forward to it. Time continues to tick down, with only 10 minutes remaining. The seconds rapidly pass, counting down from 55. Power emanates from the bound figure's hand. The bound figure remains suspended in place, surrounded by a swirling purple aura. Her expression is one of intense concentration as she focuses her power. The sound of something breaking echoes through the chamber. The force of the impact reverberates. Dust and debris rain down from the crumbling structure. Large chunks of stone are scattered across the ground. The woman stands amidst the destruction, her back to an observer. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure states that she will have to swear on her family name. A close-up reveals the woman's determined expression. The figure declared that they would not be killed. Elsewhere, Andreas Cromwell remained stoic. Meanwhile, the red-haired figure's eyes glowed with intensity. The figure's teeth appeared sharp and menacing. Suddenly, Andreas's name was called out. The Cromwell Scroll of Information detailed the Great Sin's world outlook. The scroll describes Stormbringer as a spiritual monster with high intellect, capable of controlling lightning and wind, even within the game. It noted that having one as a pet was an incredibly difficult task. To be continued. The title card appears, proclaiming this to be a story of a necromancer with evolutionary traits. The scene shifts to a view overlooking a European-style city, complete with brick buildings and cobblestone streets. The camera focuses on Andreas Cromwell's hands as he closes a cardboard box. He thinks to himself that as long as he keeps making potions, he'll be able to solely focus on his training. Moments later, Andreas sits on a train with other students, the box resting on his lap. Andreas reflects that the problem right now is the page of sloth. He continues to ponder, realizing that no matter how much he thinks about it, he can't find a way to benefit from it. He decides he should probably exchange it for something he needs right now. Andreas resigns himself to the fact that it can't be helped. He realizes he'll have to use Sharon. The train continues its journey. The train arrives at its destination, and Andreas is seen exiting with the other students. Andreas walks forward. Andreas appeared to be lost in thought, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. His expression remained troubled. The academy loomed in the distance, bathed in the warm hues of the setting sun. He approached the academy's imposing gates. Andreas, cloaked and determined, walked with purpose. As he walked, Andreas wondered if he was imagining things. A sinister grin stretched across a face. The mustached old man remarked that the hot topic of the academy was finally visiting him. The old man wondered if it was the potion. The old man recalled that Andreas had come to report to him right after the final examination ended, and that he had been researching it in secret, acting like a real disciple. The old man declared that he would engrave into Andreas what it meant to be his disciple. Andreas Cromwell and the white-haired man descended the spiral staircase, the air thick with unspoken tension. Andreas realized it wasn't the right time to bring up a certain topic. The young man with green hair knew that talking to the white-haired man, while he was in a bad mood, was a bad idea. They continued their descent, the path ahead leading into a chamber filled with the remnants of destruction. Suddenly, the mustached old man's eyes widened in shock. The destruction was widespread. Andreas and the white-haired man stood amidst the ruins, the scale of the devastation becoming clear. The white-haired man remarked that the evolution seemed to be a success. They continued to walk through the ruins. Andreas thought it was a pity they wouldn't be able to meet her anymore, noting she was a nice sample. The white-haired man clenched a chain in his fist. The mustached old man stared intently at the chain in his hand. The white-haired man knelt down, and Andreas asked if he was okay. The mustached old man's eye twitched as he was asked if he had done something to Angela's restraints. Andreas stated that he was scared for his life. The protagonist thought to himself that Andreas was an idiot. He then thought that even though she was just a hybrid, Andreas held the chains in his hands. The mustached old man screamed. The sound of something tearing filled the air. A soft thud echoed. Under the light of 3 moons, Andreas walked down a path. He thought to himself that he would bring up the page of sloth another day. The wind blew through the trees as Andreas continued to walk. Someone called out Andreas' name. Andreas's expression hardens as he considers the situation. He realizes that she had been waiting to ambush him. The woman hangs limply behind him, her arms wrapped around his neck. The woman tells Andreas to look at her. She tells him to tell her what he knows. She asks him about the power he got. Andreas demands to know why she is doing this, reminding her that he kept his word. Andreas looks at the woman with a stern expression. The woman states that he should know the price of breaking the oath of his family name. She continues, but she can't help but ask him something. He reflects that he couldn't break free from the restraints with his own strength, no matter how much he tried. Andreas reveals that he used another way. The woman held Andreas close, wondering what amazing method he had used. She questioned why he was giving off that smell, noting it was just like the great sin of The woman realized she finally understood what it was. She found it interesting. Andreas, confused, wondered what the hell she was saying. The woman told Andreas that there were lots of things she wanted to ask him, but since this place was too noticeable, she would stop for now. She added that since they would be meeting again pretty soon. The woman's sinister smile hinted at something wicked. Meanwhile, Andreas, still reeling from their encounter, wondered about the source of her power, as she had said she wanted to thank him for helping her. The woman's thoughts echoed, promising no suffering, as she considered Andreas her fated partner. Her expression was predatory, her tongue flicking out. An informative scroll detailed the Great Sin World overview. The scroll explained that when the Great Sin was simply a game, only useful items dropped, but now that the game had become reality, dealing with the raw materials was proving difficult. The scene shifts to the exterior of a grand building, identified as the Delusion Dormitory. From an elevated balcony of the dormitory, two figures are seen seated at a table. One of the figures, the formal dark-haired woman, points to a drawing in a book, a slight smile on her face. The scene widens to show the formal green-haired woman and the formal dark-haired woman at the table. The green-haired woman listens intently as the dark-haired woman speaks about Lord Philip. Diane tells the formal dark-haired woman to stop preaching, even for a little bit. The formal green-haired woman mentions that Lucia Everlast passed the Magic Tower potion examination, prompting surprise from another person. Someone overhears that Lucia was thought to be lazy, but is actually the real deal. Diane sips from a teacup, thinking that Lucia is a literal sleeping dragon. The pink-haired student expresses that it's so cool that Lucia passed the exam, and wonders why she didn't do something like that when she was in her first year. The dark-haired student says that the really surprising part was this. The blonde-haired student excitedly tells the others to look at a document, which shows a picture of Andreas Cromwell and others. The formal dark-haired woman's eyes widened in surprise as she heard the name, Andreas Cromwell. Nearby, the blonde-armored man, the formal green-haired woman, and an older man with a staff stood around a table. The green-haired woman held up a document. The blonde-armored man thought to himself that he had believed it was a lie that someone as untalented as Andreas Cromwell could have helped create the potion. After his family's downfall, he could only blame his circumstances and talent. What did you accomplish on your own? He had said. Andreas wondered if he, that trash, had really changed. To think that Andreas, the king of vermin himself, accomplished something like this, the pink-haired student thought as she looked at the document. The formal dark-haired woman resolved that she would have to confirm this herself. The scene shifted to an empty classroom. A student questioned Andreas Cromwell about his attire, wondering why he was wearing so many clothes. Andreas responded that he wasn't feeling well. The student pressed him, asking why he was there instead of resting. Andreas stated that he needed to attend enough classes to graduate. Elsewhere, a door creaked open. Meanwhile, the formal dark-haired woman walked through the classroom, holding a document. Back in the lecture hall, Andreas worried that someone might see the scar on his neck. He recalled the woman who had bitten his neck and disappeared, and he wondered what she had been talking about. Andreas thought about how she had suddenly bitten his neck and disappeared. He realized he had put on too many clothes and was getting hot. At the front of the lecture hall, a man asked if everyone was present, and the students responded affirmatively. The man announced that they would start the lecture right away. Andreas sat silently in the lecture hall. The lecturer stared at documents with photos, a look of realization on his face. The lecturer addressed Andreas Cromwell, questioning why he was wearing so many layers and asking if he was feeling unwell. Andreas remained silent, his expression hidden behind his scarf and hood. The lecturer told Andreas that he had already marked him as present and that he was free to leave, adding that he seemed tired from his potion research. Andreas thanked the lecturer. He then turned to leave the lecture hall. The lecturer thought to himself that Andreas had even asked him, a professor of medicinal botany, for advice. Andreas wondered if it was too difficult for the lecturer to include his name in his research. A voice echoed, accusing someone of not contributing anything and yet wanting a piece of the reward. The lecturer watched Andreas leave, thinking to himself that he was grateful for the advice he had given him. The lecturer recalled the specific advice he had given regarding the honk pishy extract and the matarata tree bark, wondering if Andreas was listening. Lucia Everlast's face contorted in anger, muttering about someone picking. Lucia wondered if a fight was brewing, recalling that she had warned someone that adding certain ingredients would result in soup instead of a potion. But the soup was just... The professor's face contorted in anger, his eyes glowing with an unnatural light. Meanwhile, in the lecture hall, the tension was palpable as students murmured amongst themselves. At the podium, the lecturer warned that someone was overstepping their boundaries. Andreas, cloaked and hooded, announced that he was leaving, claiming to not feel well. The professor's rage intensified as he shouted Andreas' name. Ignoring the outburst, Andreas reached for the door, intent on leaving. He thought back to a time when he was ridiculed, wondering why they now wanted to be friendly. Andreas internally told him to shut up and lick his boots. He considered simply going to another class if he needed credits, wondering how long the professor would ignore him. The professor called out to him. The professor's expression was stern as he spoke. Lucia offered to explain on Andrea's behalf, as someone who co-created the potion, leaving the other students wondering what she was thinking. The professor gestured for someone to proceed. He seemed eager to move forward. Andreas recalled that they had learned the basics of potion making in the class. Then, from the audience, a student agreed with Lucia. The professor stated that their conclusion was, the student stated that doing one's own research without anyone's help meant a lot. The professor asked if it wasn't their duty as magicians. Andreas wondered if Vauban was being overwhelmed by Lucia. The students said that they would ask for the professor's advice next time if they weren't occupied enough doing their own research. The professor stated that they could always come to him for advice. The professor told Andreas to take care and get back safely. Andreas thought of Lucia. Someone thought that Andreas did really well de-escalating the situation. The pink-haired student smiled, though a shadow seemed to darken her expression. Meanwhile, Andreas still didn't know why. Despite his confusion, Andreas offered his thanks. The report concerned potentially scoutable candidates. The city sprawled beneath a bright sky. A rainbow shimmered over the bustling streets. The report began with the students already enrolled in Rodland's Academy. Wuongwa officer, Aura Master Duke Sinclair Cloche, reviewed the information on his tablet. It was noted that the Everlast Company's daughter had created a new type of potion, and they were monopolizing its sales. Sinclair leaned back, a thoughtful expression on his face as he continued to read. The woman confirmed that they had named it the Everlast Potion and were currently monopolizing its sales. Sinclair asked if they had a sample. He wondered if the sample was too small, considering that if she had already made this while only being a first-year student, surely many people would try to recruit her when she graduated. Sinclair stated that they needed to connect with her now. He added that they should also check if there were any others who had their eyes on her. The formal dark-haired woman asked how it was. The view shifted back to Sinclair. Sinclair admitted that it surprised him. The formal dark-haired woman stated that there was another thing worth taking note of. She explained that the report stated that the potion was co-created. The tablet showed a profile of protagonist_1. Sinclair wondered if Kane Cromwell's son had a talent for potion making from the beginning. The formal dark-haired woman spoke. She questioned if there would be any reason for Lucia Everlast to add his name, since neither household held any particular relationship to the other. Sinclair ordered them to investigate it, and to add him to the scouting list if it appeared he'd awakened talent. The woman acknowledged his orders. The woman with dark hair listened intently as the man with the large red mustache spoke with conviction. She took notes on the information he provided. Rain lashed against the windows of a grand estate. The downpour continued, obscuring the view outside. Inside, a figure sat in a lavish room, a glass of red liquid in hand. A masked figure reported that, as planned, the Cromwell family would be demoted. A deep chuckle rumbled from the figure in the lavish room. The figure thought of Andreas Cromwell. A sinister smile spread across the figure's face. Their eyes gleamed with anticipation. The smile widened. The figure mused that they looked forward to seeing if Andreas was different from his father. Through the window, a figure was silhouetted by a flash of lightning. The light streamed in through the window, illuminating the room where the Aura Master_1 was pushing his body to its absolute limit. The view from outside showed the extent of his efforts. His body screamed in protest. He continued to push himself, ignoring the pain. The Aura Master_1's muscles strained against the restraints. The sound of his exertion echoed through the room. Exhausted, he collapsed to the floor, gasping for air. His hand reached for a potion on the nearby table. He thought that without the potions, his training would be impossible. The text explained that the regeneration potion increased the recovery rate of his muscles, while the healing potion took care of his fatigue. The potion's effects manifested as a visible aura around his body. He realized that by adding the physical reinforcement potion, he had essentially created a system to train infinitely. He considered it a gamble, but evolving the potion creation buff type was the right choice. Andreas had stressed about it first, but after some time, he decided to evolve it anyway, since the risk was low enough. The system displayed the prompt. Andreas Cromwell, potion creation buff type evolution. Chance of success, 89%. Attempt evolution, Ivara diagonal N. The system then confirmed that Andreas Cromwell had successfully evolved the potion creation buff type. His talent, potion creation buff type ordinary, had evolved into potion creation buff type extraordinary. The results were so amazing that he felt like an idiot for even worrying about it. The system notified him that he had created an invigorating potion low grade. Andreas realized he could create way more potions now. The success rate and creation speed increased substantially as well. As long as everything kept going this way and he did his best, he knew he'd be able to grow well. And, since Sharon was always away, Andreas couldn't sell the page of sloth to him right away. He also realized that with some items, he wouldn't need to worry about his fighting strength. A sign on the door read, "Away due to an urgent business trip. Sharon Dipperin." Andreas wondered if Sharon was in such a bad mood that he went traveling and couldn't even let his disciple know. questioning why he was so petty. Andreas sighed. He reminded himself that he had medicinal botany classes tomorrow morning, so he should stop worrying and go to sleep. A notice was posted. For the reasons mentioned above, today's class will be taught outdoors, as was notified via your tablets. Vauban. Andreas cursed Vauban. Andreas Cromwell wondered what Vauban was trying to accomplish. Vauban, meanwhile, questioned what he was thinking of doing with the students. The Rodland Academy garden was bustling with activity. Students were gathered at tables, seemingly preparing for some sort of task. Andreas noticed the hurried atmosphere and thought it looked like an exam. He was then told that he was late. The man with glasses remarked that Andreas seemed too busy with his own research to notice the announcement, and he scoffed at how immature he could be. Someone grabbed Andreas' cloak. The person who grabbed him told Andreas to come over so they could explain it to him. The pink-haired student told Andreas to just buy a tablet since he had money now, and asked how long she would have to keep showing him hers. Vauban had apparently discovered an awakening potion. Vauban came up with the idea to make an exam to analyze it, feeling the need to brag about it. The students continued their potion analysis. Andreas Cromwell stood at his workstation, a variety of tools and ingredients laid out before him. Vauban remarked that for someone of Andreas' caliber, figuring out the ingredients and proportions of the potion should be a breeze. Andreas thought to himself that Vauban was being an obstinate person. Vauban thought that he would finally expose Andreas for who he really is, realizing he mixed up what he meant to say and his real intentions. Vauban realized that Andreas had taken advantage of Lucia Everlast, the rising star of the potion world. Vauban internally declared that Andreas was nothing more than a trash student. Andreas continued to work on the potion analysis. Vauban looked at the results of the potion analysis. The Awakening Potion Composition Analysis test results showed that Lucia Everlast completed the analysis in 1 hour, 22 minutes, and 16 seconds with 100% accuracy. Andreas Cromwell completed the analysis in 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 33 seconds with 100% accuracy. Talon Bugman completed the analysis in 3 hours, 23 minutes, and 1 second with 96% accuracy. One of the students remarked that Andreas really does have a talent for making potions. Another student thought to themselves that they would lose to someone like Andreas. Lucia told Andreas good job. Andreas seemed surprised. An enraged student demanded to know why he was being targeted. The student continued, accusing someone of being. The target of the accusation looked on with a surprised expression. The student with the green hair continued his tirade, questioning why someone would claim the potion he made as their own. The accused was left speechless, only able to muster a why. The man in the gray suit demanded to know how he could be betrayed in such a way. He reminded the other man that he, of all people, should know how much effort he had invested. Meanwhile, a group of students looked on with concern. Andreas Cromwell asked the formal green-haired woman what she thought of the situation. She responded that if Professor Vauban was involved, he was likely responsible. The formal dark-haired woman agreed, stating she was thinking the same thing. Suddenly, the pink-haired student called out, demanding to know where Andreas was going. The pink-haired student thought to herself that she had even saved him yesterday, and that she wouldn't care about him anymore. The blonde armored man told Andreas that he had a question related to the ingredients of the potion, and that he couldn't see that this wasn't a good time. Andreas responded that it was related to this situation. The mustached old man told Andreas that if it was his own work, he should be able to prove that he made it right here, right now. The pink-haired student thought to herself that she wouldn't care about that shithead anymore. She pressed the issue, asking if proving he made it meant undergoing a magic tower examination. She continued, stating that if he truly made the potion, he should be able to easily explain why he used certain materials. She wondered if perhaps he wasn't confident enough. Andreas Cromwell responded to the accusation, finding her lack of confidence in him cheeky. Professor Vauban interjected, reminding everyone that he was a professor at the prestigious Rodland Academy. He then demanded that Andreas answer the question, why did he change the upriver resin to cytomine petals? Andreas internally cursed. He realized he was so distracted by the presentation day that he forgot to check that part of the recipe. Another student demanded to know why Andreas wasn't answering right away. Andreas responded that if they were the one developing it, they would have known. He explained that by using the petals, they could cut costs. He then stated that he would now talk about the proportions. Another voice boomed out, questioning what Andreas thought he was doing. The voice declared that only the magic towers could perform potion examinations. Professor Vauban stated that he had one last question. He asked why Andreas used the more expensive jelly beetle instead of papina powder. The students and Professor Vauban waited for Andreas' response. The students murmured amongst themselves, wondering what was going on. Another student wondered why the professor wasn't answering. Andreas internally thought that Vauban would claim. The reason for Andreas Cromwell's hesitation was because he was using his students' research as his own. Paprika powder, it turned out, had a hallucinogenic effect. That was why he used beetles instead, even though they were more costly. The professor looked on with a shocked expression. Andreas Cromwell thought to himself that he didn't use the powder for that reason. Another professor yelled that Andreas Cromwell was wrong, and that it was definitely because of the hallucinogenic effect. Andreas Cromwell suddenly remembered something. He had been told that the powder had side effects, but he hadn't been told it was a hallucinogen. The professor asked Andreas Cromwell to explain how he came up with that answer. Another professor questioned if Andreas Cromwell had no shame as a scientist, thinking that he would go as far as to steal credit from his disciple and demanded that he resign. Now, he was being accused of being a thief. The accusation hung in the air, scammer. The accuser, face contorted with rage, pointed a trembling finger. He declared that they were the scammers. The group of onlookers shifted nervously, unsure of what to make of the outburst. Andreas Cromwell, seemingly unfazed by the accusation, was threatened with being reported to the disciplinary committee. The crowd began to murmur, some suggesting a boycott of the professor, while others predicted punishment for the accuser. The onlookers observed that he had truly reached rock bottom. They felt that when someone throws a tantrum, there's no choice but to leave it to the adults. The accuser, still enraged, retorted that if Andreas was so annoyed, he could ask Sir Alvin to set up a place for him to explain himself. Andreas considered that it should be possible. He revealed that he was being sponsored by someone producing a card. Someone observed that he was using the card to buy materials to threaten him. Andreas hoped that maybe he'd fall for it. Andreas asked what was wrong, and if he didn't want to explain himself. The accuser, visibly shaken, stuttered, recognizing Bart. Andreas's actions had clearly angered Vauban. He clicked his tongue in annoyance as he watched the young man depart. From above, a griffin observed the group of figures below. Vauban considered the situation. Since Andreas had caused such a commotion, he would have to pay for it. The griffin's gaze remained fixed. Vauban smirked, realizing that the brat had actually done his research. He found it cheeky that Andreas would use his name. The griffin's golden eye narrowed. Vauban knew the theory and the ingredients behind the awakening potion. It seemed possible that Andreas might discover a new medicine before the year ended. Vauban chuckled to himself. Nearby, a man with glasses looked on with a worried expression. The griffin soared over the estate. Vauban looked forward to what Kane's son would accomplish. The griffin continued its flight. The sign above the entrance clearly marked the location, Academy Cafeteria. Inside the Academy Cafeteria, a group of students sat together at a table, enjoying a meal. The student with short white hair thought to herself that he had actually invited her to eat together, but she never thought it would be in the Academy's cafeteria. The girl with short white hair exclaimed that she would grab it. Suddenly, the girl with short white hair yelled that it was hot as she threw the food into the air. The student with dark green hair told the girl with short white hair that she should do it like this, rich lady. He instructed her to grab it at the edge like this, then drown in sauce. The girl with short white hair responded that it didn't matter that she was rich, and she would do it. The girl with short white hair looked at the food. The girl with green hair thought to herself that she could also enjoy eating in the cafeteria. The girl with short white hair agreed that she could too. The student with dark green hair looked at them, confused. The girl with short white hair held up a piece of meat, and Lucia, Everlast, commented on it. Startled, Andreas Cromwell exclaimed in surprise. Lucia asked when Andreas was going to buy his tablet, saying that if he had one, he'd be notified if an event like today were to happen again, and he wouldn't miss it. Andreas stated that he was saving money right now. Lucia responded that it wasn't even that expensive in the first place, and the pink-haired student added that Andreas gave her meat, but Lucia countered that nothing was expensive for a rich lady like her. Lucia asked if Andreas also wanted her reward. Andreas stated that there was no need. Lucia questioned why they were even calling Andreas Mr. Fairy. Andreas announced that he would be going now. As Andreas left, Lucia wondered what they had just eaten, and Lucia said goodbye. Having finished his meal, Andreas bid farewell to Vivian. He then walked down a brightly lit corridor. His expression was thoughtful. The corridor stretched before him, the light casting long shadows. Meanwhile, Sharon realized that Andreas had returned. Both men's eyes reflected a deep intensity. Sharon remarked that it seemed Andreas had returned from his trip and instructed him to come to his lab at noon the following day. Andreas walked alongside Sharon. Elsewhere, the sign for Rodland Academy Alvin Street hung above the World Hammer Handling's blacksmith shop. Inside, a man mused that his rival was the type to take what he wanted by force, so he would need to be prepared. He reasoned that it was better to have something than not. Andreas Cromwell requested a specific sword from the blacksmith, who offered a whetstone as well. Suddenly, Diane called out to Andreas. Diane questioned what Andreas was doing at a blacksmith. Andreas responded that he needed a sword. He thought it was good to have at least one for self-defense. Andreas realized that the sword was a gift for his ogre of a brother. Alvin's name echoed in Andreas's mind. The narration explained that Carlos Alvin was the Alvin household's oldest son, who left to train to become a warrior, and that they got along pretty well before. Carlos had already died when the game started, so the game just glossed over him. After Hazard Gapri escaped from Duke Balric's territory, he joined a religious cult. The Zephyro cult was the same cult that did the terrorist attack. Elsewhere, The formal dark-haired woman asked if Carlos was also participating in the end-of-year event. He responded with a stuttered agreement. Carlos thought it would be nice if the three of them could meet again. The formal dark-haired woman wondered why he would say that. After hearing what everyone had been saying about him, she was now sure that he's somehow changed. She wondered how she should approach him. She told herself not to worry and that she would just ask him normally. The formal dark-haired woman asked if there was something Carlos wanted to say. After a moment, he told her he would see her later. She watched him leave. The formal dark-haired woman thought to herself that she wanted to know why. She noticed Carlos and another man walking through a doorway. The formal dark-haired woman stand with another man, seemingly discussing a matter of importance. After reflecting on Carlos's recent behavior, Andreas Cromwell realizes there is still time before a major event. The recent terrorist incident weighs heavily on everyone's minds. The words evolutionary trait, the strongest necromancer, appear prominently. The Academy teaching department stands tall against the night sky. Elsewhere, Sinclair Cloche sits in a lavish room, lamenting that he has been searching the whole continent for a material of the same quality as Angela, but so far has been unable to find one. The camera focuses on the floor. Andreas Cromwell intends to keep searching a little longer. Sinclair Cloche admits that his hopes aren't high, but he needs the material for the congregation this weekend. Andreas Cromwell realizes this is where the game begins. Sinclair Cloche thinks to himself that if someone gets blinded by greed and asks him to give it to him, he wins. A book slams shut. It is said that they're going to be busy for the time being, so they should brace themselves. The master was informed that his apprentice wished to speak with him about something. The master inquired as to the subject of the conversation. Dan Wu revealed that he had managed to acquire the Apocalypse Codex. The master cleared his throat. The master warned Sung not to say foolish things, stating that such an item was not something someone like him should even be able to touch. Sung thought to himself that this was not something he could handle. Sung presented the Apocalypse Codex. The master stared intently. Sung held the glowing codex in his hands. The master's expression remained stern. The master told Sung to keep it. Sung was told that the codex was a highly sought-after item, and keeping it would only spell trouble. He was instructed to take it to the congregation so they could exchange it for another item. Sung thought that was what the master would say, given that he was the type to prioritize his own life over anything else. The master instructed Dan Wu to clear his schedule and prepare himself, as they would be visiting the congregation this weekend. Dan Wu acknowledged the order. Under the light of 3 moons, a carriage made its way through a dark forest. The carriage wheels crunched on the path as it sped along. The carriage traveled along the eastern edge of the city, through the confinement zone forest, adjacent to the captivity area. Dan Wu reflected on his journey, having made it through Sharon in one piece, but now facing the challenge of the congregation. Dan Wu knew there were many dangerous individuals there, and words wouldn't get through to them. He would have to negotiate as safely as possible. A sinister figure considered that he would be able to trade the Page of Sloth for items that would help him grow. The figure was sure that he would take anything he could get for it, confident that the Page of Sloth was already his. Dan Wu realized that when push came to shove, the sinister figure would use him as a shield. A voice urged someone to calm down amidst the foggy forest. The carriage continued its journey, pulled by a horse, while a skeletal figure with glowing red eyes watched from below. The sinister figure's eyes glowed red as they approached the congregation. As they rode, Salem Edidia peered out the window, his expression unreadable. Salem then turned to his companions, a wide, unsettling grin spreading across his face. Dan Wu responded with a quiet, almost hesitant, th. Suddenly, Dan Wu realized something. The perspective shifted, showing the 3 occupants of the vehicle. Salem was known as the devil in pursuit of the truth, exploring even forbidden sites. He was even willing to deal with the forbidden. Dan Wu considered that if information about the Page of Sloth had leaked, the situation might not turn out well. The older man traveling with them questioned Dan Wu's expression. Salem asked if Dan Wu was dissatisfied since he was going to the congregation. Dan Wu quickly denied it, addressing Salem as Sir Salem. Salem laughed, telling the boy not to worry. Salem had gone to such lengths several times before, but Dan Wu knew he was insane. But to think he would go this far? Salem then asked the boy his name, instructing him to introduce himself as Salem Edidia Sr. The boy responded, Andreas Cromwell, which caused the blond man to exclaim, "Oh my God." The man questioned if Salem had gotten his hands on another Cromwell. Dan Wu wondered what he was talking about, realizing that he was hinting at some kind of secret about the Cromwell family. The man looked. It seemed like the kid didn't know anything. The man then offered to give him one special piece of advice. Struggle as much as possible. Salem and Andreas sat together. Andreas noticed that the man's expression suggested he shouldn't pry further. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that Sharon was concealing something from him. Elsewhere, the skeletal figure sat silently. The skeletal figure was accompanied by a man with a stern expression. Suddenly, a large beast sprinted through a forest. From a high vantage point, Dragan told Sharon that if he had something to say, he should say it in person. He asked Sharon what he wanted. A shadowy figure emerged from a dark pool. The shadowy figure stood in a forest. The figure was tall and cloaked with a wide-brimmed hat. The man with the hat apologized. The shadowy figure revealed himself to be Sharon Dipperun, stating that it had been a long time. Chapter 20 began with a view of a man in a suit and hat. The man's expression was stern. Below, the man in the suit stood with others before a horse-drawn carriage. One of the men thought to himself that he was surprised to see Senior Salem with them. One of the men was told to shut up because his breath stank. The man then thought to himself about Deep Sea Dragon. He figured that the man was probably trying to steal the Page of Sloth, but didn't expect them to be with Salem. One of the men told the others to look over there. Sir Morshi had noticed that they had arrived and was showing them the path to the congregation. One of the men wondered why he had to pick a place so high up. The man with the blonde hair smirked, thinking that it was just as he expected. Below, a pair of legs walked through a misty forest. It seemed that there were some pretty greedy black mages here. Beneath a sky heavy with foreboding, the group approached the floating structure, its dark silhouette a stark contrast against the fading light. Elsewhere, someone wondered if they were trying to steal the codex, while Senior Salem was present. Meanwhile, another figure, staff in hand, decided to assess the number of black mages present. Below, the swordsman protagonist under Senator Cromwell prepared for battle. A surge of energy erupted from the ground. Andreas Cromwell moved with unnatural speed. The ground cracked under the force of the attack. A swirling vortex of purple and blue energy manifested. Someone exclaimed in surprise. The vortex intensified, drawing in dark energy and light. One of the figures observed the situation. They realized there were only about 7 of them. The man declared that the game of hide-and-seek was over. Below, the man's tongue flicked out. Elsewhere, a figure moved with incredible speed, leaving a trail of light in their wake. In a panic, someone shouted that they had been found. The individual ordered everyone to retreat. A close-up revealed the fear in their eyes as they exclaimed in terror. The man's sinister grin widened. A voice declared that they had been found. The green energy surged around the fleeing figures. The energy coalesced into a swirling vortex above a structure. Meanwhile, Sinclair Cloche calmly sipped from a cup. Below, the black mage continued to sleep, unaware of the danger. The entrance to the meeting place was shrouded in the skeletal branches of gnarled trees. Inside, a figure sat alone at a large round table, awaiting the arrival of others. Suddenly, Morshi appeared in a doorway, greeting those inside. He called out to someone, noting it had been a long time since they last met. Morshi acknowledged Salem's presence, along with another figure he called Jester, noting it had been a while since they had all gathered. Morshi told the boy to open a bag, stating there was no need to be so cold, and that thanks to him, the Page of Sloth was safe and sound. The boy presented the contents of the bag, revealing the bodies of several individuals. Salem watched the exchange with a questioning gaze. Salem questioned why Morshi had committed such an unnecessary murder, especially given that this was an emergency meeting with few attendees. A monstrous figure watched as the bodies were displayed. Morshi explained that those killed were all intermediary and up black mages who were annoying to deal with in the game, and that he managed to deal with them by just releasing his magic powers. Morshi stated that Salem Edidia was truly a force to be reckoned with. Morshi retorted that without him, they wouldn't even be able to get a glimpse of the sloth, and that they should stop talking about the small fry. The figure in the dark clothing demanded that they hurry up and show him the Page of Sloth. Meanwhile, Andreas Cromwell was observed by another, who found the young man to be quite interesting. The observer noted that Andreas didn't even flinch after witnessing the massacre. Furthermore, he didn't hesitate when told to cut off their necks. The observer continued to watch Andreas. He realized that Andreas had a dual core, just like him. The group continued to observe Andreas. The man with the blonde hair questioned what the other was doing, stating that he had taken a liking to Andreas. He called him boy. Another voice questioned what Salem thought he was doing. The figure in the dark clothing told them to stop with the jokes. He stated that he would definitely help them out someday, but just once, and that they should see it as a favor. The blonde man noted some affinity with the Cromwell family. Andreas was shocked that he promised. Salem was someone who never broke his promises. There were numerous times in the game where Salem kept his promise, no matter what. Andreas wondered if he should have Salem's help. He thought about changing his plans a little. The skeletal-robed figure held the codex. The skeletal-robed figure stood silently. The purple-skinned leader stated that it truly was the real diligent sloth, and there was no doubt about it. The blonde man asked when Andreas entrusted the codex to a skeleton, and the purple-skinned leader confirmed that he did. The blonde man wondered if it must be pretty durable then. Andreas told himself to calm down. The hooded figures stood in wait, deciding that they didn't want to take any chances with the monsters. Nickel knew he couldn't hesitate, not even once. From above, the group could be seen standing on a ledge, overlooking the scene below. The skeletal warrior commanded Nickel to go back. With a swift motion, a sword was drawn. The purple-haired man watched intently. Nickel and the skeletal warrior were surrounded. Karen's face was contorted in shock. The purple-haired man was surprised by the turn of events. Others looked on in shock and surprise. Nickel stood with his sword drawn, surrounded by his companions. The skeletal figure questioned what Karen's disciple was doing. A blade pierces through a figure, who declares that they were the one who found the Page of Sloth. The figure, revealed to be Paimon, states that he wants his efforts to be recognized. Appropriately, a figure with glowing eyes is surrounded by dark energy. Ugh! A cloaked figure is struck by a dark energy attack. A woman with purple hair looks shocked and calls out to Morshi. Paimon continues, revealing that the Page of Sloth is in his storage, along with his skeleton. He adds that if he were to die, no one would be able to get their hands on the codex. Salem, seemingly injured, grunts in pain. A man asks if Salem didn't say he would help him out one time, stating that now is the time. The man looks on with a stern expression. Paimon stares forward, a trickle of blood coming from his mouth. The man asks Paimon what he would do if he tricked him, accusing him of acting reckless because of something he said. Paimon responds that the young woman resolves to do her best. The world is a crazy place to survive in. He is willing to become crazy himself. The swordsman is told that he is a funny guy. The blonde armored man states that he told him to struggle, but didn't expect him to go this far. Green energy explodes around the swordsman. The swordsman is surrounded by snakes, a sinister lance of evil serpents. If he insists, the snakes writhe and hiss, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. He realizes that he has no choice but to kill them all. A sinister face grins, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Andreas remarked that his opponent was a funny guy. The blonde armored man admitted that he had told Andreas to struggle, but he hadn't expected him to go this far. A surge of green energy erupted. The green energy intensified around Andreas and his opponent. Andreas, surrounded by the green energy, thought to himself that if his opponent insisted, he would use the sinister lance, evil serpent. The green energy coalesced into serpentine forms. The blonde armored man declared that he had no choice but to kill them all. A close-up revealed the blonde armored man's sinister grin. The blonde armored man stood with the serpentine energy swirling around him and Andreas, stating that Cromwell would be killed. Two figures watched from shadows, declaring that they wouldn't touch him. The blonde-haired man declared that if anyone dared to question his decision later, he would find and kill them. The cloaked figure with the skull emblem questioned if he was serious about fighting over a kid like that. The blonde man responded that they knew what he was like, and he wouldn't tell a lie like this. The purple-haired woman sighed, asking Salem if he was kidding. The blonde man wondered if he had to repeat himself again. The cloaked figure remained silent. Elsewhere, a hooded figure appeared excited. The cloaked figure with the skull emblem stated that it couldn't be helped, then asked what Karen's disciple wanted. On a wooden platform, several figures stood in silence. A small, round object fell to the floor. Andreas Cromwell held a glowing orb in his hands. The cloaked figure with the skull emblem demanded that Andreas tell them what he wanted. Andreas inquired what he could receive in exchange. The figure responded that it was ridiculous that he didn't even know what he wanted. The figure instructed him to take 5 items from a list and to choose carefully. The figure with the scroll reckoned there were corpses on the list as well. Andreas mused that since it was the congregation, they must have some good corpses. The scroll mentioned the former fairy queen, Mylene, and the tiger king, Timer. Someone off-panel declared that they must get the material. Another figure warned that if they gave the corpses to him, Morn would be furious, as those corpses had already been sold to Morn. Another figure questioned if those corpses had been bought by the leading figure of necromancy. A figure considered that if they messed with him, things would get problematic, and they would have to give up. Andreas stated that he did not mind and to take it. The figure with the scroll remarked on how generous Andreas was, while another figure exclaimed Morn's name in surprise. Someone exclaimed, "Master!" The man with the gray hair demanded to know if they had the corpses yet. The man with the glowing eye told Sharon that he did not mind. The blonde man told Andreas that he had earned it. Andreas realized that he had no idea why Morn was being so generous, but he couldn't let this opportunity pass. Andreas stated that he was grateful for the man's generosity. He would select the rest of the items, including the corpses. The gray-haired man cursed, realizing he should have brought the Page of Sloth himself. The blonde man told Andreas to take it, as the items were shown. The blonde man asked Andreas if he was sure he wanted those items, as there were better things in there. The cloaked figure stated that for them, these were very valuable. It was said that a total of 4 potions could be made with these, but they were worth several 100 million wills. Andreas ended up picking out ingredients for Lucia's cure. The cloaked figure demanded that the Page of Sloth be handed over. Andreas stated, of course. The cloaked figure used magic. The mustached old man stands behind Andreas Cromwell, an exclamation mark appearing above Andreas' head. Suddenly, the ground beneath them erupts as a massive force propels them upwards. The force sends Andreas and the old man flying through the air, surrounded by splintered wood and debris. From below, a figure shouts for them to be pursued. The force continues to propel them upwards, the wind screaming past. Andreas, caught off guard, struggles to regain his composure as they are launched into the night sky. The mustached old man confirms that they were planning to get rid of Andreas once he gave them the page of sloth, and Andreas confirms that he is correct. The old man promises to take Andreas to a safe place, asking where he would like to go. Andreas states that he would like to go back to the academy. Andreas asks the academy to take him to the nearest train station, confirming that he wants to go to the Academy Rodland. The old man asks if Bart knows that Andreas is a black mage. Andreas thinks that if Bart knew, he wouldn't be alive. Andreas continues to think that if Bart knew, he wouldn't be alive. The old man muses that fate is a curious thing. The mustached old man told Andreas that he would figure it out when the time came. Andreas, confused, wondered what he was talking about. As they continued to fall, the old man told Andreas to just keep struggling. The old man told Andreas to survive as long as he could. The moon shone brightly in the sky. The academy loomed in the distance. Elsewhere, someone was lying on the floor. The swordsman protagonist, standing next to the skeletal warrior, was relieved that something so big could fit into the subspace bag, noting that it was really handy. The swordsman protagonist had stored the white beast warrior inside the subspace bag. The swordsman protagonist realized that he had no choice but to summon Nickel as a skeleton. He thought that it would be better to increase his necromancy levels and turn the white beast warrior and the skeletal warrior into high-level summons. The swordsman protagonist decided to keep them in there for now. The swordsman protagonist, standing next to the skeletal warrior, wondered what to do next. He noticed a book, Morn's Black Magic Tome, a high-level skill book written personally by Morn. The swordsman protagonist examined the book, noting it was a gift from Morn. He wondered if the status window, appearing right after he gave the page of sloth away, was significant. The book contained a wealth of knowledge that he couldn't access in Karen's library. If he read it, he realized he could turn the corpses he acquired into high-level summons. He paused, wondering what to do next. The skeleton soldier's evolution probability was at 100%. He recalled wondering when he'd be able to evolve him, and it seemed the time had finally come. The swordsman protagonist considered that the codex had an effect on the evolution, but he decided that worrying about it wouldn't provide any answers, so there was no point in even thinking about it. He made a decision. The swordsman protagonist decided to evolve the skeleton soldier first, since it was at 100%. Two of the skeleton soldiers stood by the bed, seemingly unsure of what was happening. The swordsman protagonist observed that the skeleton soldier didn't seem to suffer like a vampire, perhaps because he was undead. Suddenly, the swordsman protagonist heard someone and wondered who it was. There was a knock at the door. Lucia, Everlast, asked if he had a moment. The scene focuses on a dark school uniform. The uniform belongs to Lucia, who is being called out. Elsewhere, Gramps Morn sits at a table with another man. Gramps Morn is asked if he could be asked something. Morn is told that the reason he gave the information about the sloth was because he needed someone to protect Andreas. The man laughs, asking if that was a yes. Morn responds that they took such good care of Kane, and even his son too. Morn is called out by Salem. Salem asks if Morn knows the origins of necromancy, and Morn asks why the sudden question. The scene focuses on a woman with green hair. The scene focuses on a man with brown hair. The pursuit of immortality is known as necromancy. No, more precisely, it is about the obsession to keep loved ones with you forever. No, more precisely, now an old man's tale? Necromancy is the pursuit of immortality for those you love. It was born of the obsession to keep the loved ones with you forever. Now an old man's tale? The man with the dark mustache asked if the other man wasn't also a sage and should understand what he was saying. The other man laughed, leaving it to his imagination. The man with the blonde hair thought that it looked like the mustached man got another tie to the Cromwell family, besides that Kane. Even if he forced the mustache man, he wouldn't answer him, so he gave up. The man with the dark mustache asked what about the lad, curious to know what the blonde man thought of him. The mustached old man accused the blonde armored man of using a zombie bug to spy on him. The blonde man retorted that he knew the old man saw everything. The blonde armored man continued, stating that he would tell him this much. The blonde armored man believed that the lad was going to be the most insane person in this world. The blonde armored man thought the lad was even crazier than himself, and he was looking forward to it. The man introduced himself as William Everlast Hollington. Elsewhere, Andreas Cromwell was greeted and invited to take a seat. Meanwhile, Lucia Everlast stood with her arms crossed. William apologized for making them come all the way there just for the initial settlement of the potion profits, but he wanted to talk to them in person. William explained that since they would be working together from now on, and Lucia had become a close friend, he was grateful. Andreas stated that he had also been looking forward to meeting William. William expressed his gratitude for all the help Lucia had given him, and for providing him with such a good deal, stating that she was the producer of it. William sat down next to Lucia. William told Andreas that he should be grateful, as he was the one who made sure he got that good deal, before telling him to take a look at something. The document showed that Andreas would get 60% of the profits, and each one was worth 3 million wills, so the final amount he would get was... Andreas was shocked to see that the amount was over 1.8 billion. He stared at the document in disbelief. Over 1,000 Everlast potions had been sold in a single month. The formal dark-haired woman assured Andreas that the potions were selling like hotcakes, and the next payment would be even larger. William Everlast Hollington, ever the gracious host, suggested they set aside business for the moment and enjoy dinner. Meanwhile, Lucia, Everlast's mother, expressed her excitement that Lucia had brought a friend, eager to hear their stories. A month later, word of mouth had spread, and the Everlast potion had become incredibly popular. The potion wasn't just for combat. It was taking high society circles by storm. To meet the demand, the trading company decided to expand its suppliers and production facilities. Andreas never imagined that they would sell over 2,000 units in a month. He realized that if he had known this was going to happen, he would have bought a tablet sooner. Thanks to the potion's popularity, Andreas had also received more support from the nobility. He realized that he now had 6 billion wills on him. Cromwell's estate was worth 3.5 billion, including handling fees. Andreas thought that even if he bought it back, he would still have plenty of money to spare. The next stop for Andreas Cromwell was the National Cemetery, Hartwell Station. Before the door on the right could open, however, he had something else to take care of. He knew he had to get the signet ring back. Andreas's expression hardened as he thought about the ring. Meanwhile, Andreas approached the building. Inside, a man wondered who was next to him. The man wondered aloud who was next to Andreas. The man welcomed Andreas, inviting him inside for tea. The man then asked who was next to Andreas. Andreas thought he had invited the man to be the guarantor. Meanwhile, the man in the cloak urged, "Come, let's get inside first." Inside, a mounted deer head hung on the wall. The hooded figure stood in the room with Andreas and another man. Andreas thought it was a blatant lie that a guarantor would hold his sword and hide his face. He knew Paimon had been practicing necromancy there for a long time, but he was no better than Sharon back in a game, just a small fry. A profile of Andreas Cromwell appeared, detailing his stats and skills. He considered that he was no match for him right now. He thought that evolved Nickel could also use Aura, so unless it was against someone at the Aura Master level, he couldn't be beaten. Andreas considered that the only issue was how strong this masked guy was. He wondered if he should have released the energy in his Dantian, thinking that holding back just before that would be enough, but now he wasn't so sure. One of the men commented that he ordered the tea from a guy he knew in the congregation and that it was pretty good. Andreas listened to the man speak about the tea. The mustached old man found Andreas's impatience amusing. Andreas remarked that the corpse he bought was mediocre, but since the old man had been so accommodating, the old man's eyes narrowed. The old man observed that Andreas had become great without him noticing, and despite being rotten, he was still a count. He had heard that Andreas had gotten a lot of stuff, and all he had to do was give him some of it. The old man thought that his statement might have been a tad harsh, wondering if the price of secrecy wasn't that cheap. Andreas asked if the old man was saying he should pay more, thinking to himself that it was so typical of a villain. The old man told Andreas not to worry. He meant to trade it for the stuff he got at the congregation. The old man asked how that sounded, stating that it was not a bad deal for Andreas. Andreas took a sip of his drink. Andreas stated that he appreciated the offer. The old man looked at Andreas with a surprised expression. The mustached old man stated that he wanted to be clear about something. He declared that he would accept no less than 5 million wills. Suddenly, Paimon called out to Andreas. Andreas responded that Paimon didn't sound like he understood what was being said, but Paimon assured him that he knew exactly what the old man meant. Andreas thought to himself that he knew Paimon never intended to make a fair deal in the first place. The mustached old man sat at the table, waiting for a response. Paimon told Andreas that he thought they were done there. A skeletal robed figure remarked that he was getting a little tired of the charade. Andreas sat at the table, listening to the conversation. Paimon stared intently at the mustached old man. The skeletal robed figure prepared to attack. The skeletal robed figure's face was revealed. The description of Nickel Lifehill's sloth phantom form appears, detailing its undead tier, 5 status, and traits of self-awareness, mastery of the sword, spectral form, and sloth. Meanwhile, the mustached old man's face contorts in anger. Elsewhere, the masked figure sits across from another man at a table. The man assures the figure that he will throw in extra money on top of what he promised. The mustached old man demands that someone cut the little shit up right now. The masked figure's eye is seen. The old man's face is seen again, with the skeletal robed figure looming behind him. The sound of a blade being drawn echoes. The cloaked swordsman clashes blades with an unseen opponent. The swordsman is seen fighting multiple opponents. The cloaked swordsman stands on a rooftop, looking down at the scene below. The skeletal figure advanced, its red eyes glowing menacingly. Elsewhere, a man with a mustache looked on with a worried expression. Suddenly, a barrage of projectiles rained down, impacting against an unseen barrier. The force of the attack sent bodies flying. The skeletal figure's red eyes burned with intensity as it observed the unfolding chaos. Meanwhile, Andreas Cromwell sat perched on a ledge, observing the scene below. His gaze was sharp, calculating. Andreas noted the bombs. He recalled using them often in the game. He realized that they not only stopped Nickel, but also kept him in check. The swordsman was indeed no ordinary man, as he clashed with his opponent, sparks flying from their weapons. The skeletal warrior's red eyes glowed menacingly as it faced its foe. The cloaked swordsman prepared to strike, his blade poised for a swift attack. The skeletal warrior was struck, pieces of its body flying off. The cloaked swordsman continued his assault, descending upon the skeletal warrior. The swordsman's blade glowed with a blue aura as he struck the skeletal warrior, sending it flying. The swordsman landed gracefully, ready for the next attack. The clash of weapons created a blinding flash of light. Nickel realized that he had imbued his sword with an aura. The skeletal warrior thought that after evolving and gaining a dantian, it wasn't surprising to see that Nickel could use aura. The swordsman's blade pulsed with a vibrant blue energy. Nickel wondered if the enemy was really that tough. The cloaked swordsman wonders who his opponent is. The swordsman dashes forward. The two clash, their blades meeting in a shower of sparks. The skeletal warrior's helmet is struck, the force of the blow evident. The swordsman's blade cuts into the skeletal warrior's armor. The skeletal warrior is surprised by the swordsman's attack. The swordsman continues his assault, pressing the advantage. The skeletal warrior's helmet cracks, revealing a glowing red light beneath. The skeletal warrior raises its sword, preparing to retaliate. The swordsman is shocked by the skeletal warrior's resilience. The skeletal warrior unleashes a powerful attack. The swordsman is sent flying backward from the force of the blow. The force of the blow shatters the building's window as the swordsman is sent crashing through it. Below, a woman watches as the skeletal warrior stands in the window's frame, peering down at her. Nearby, Dan is questioned about his actions as he stands before a swirling purple portal. The man in the cloak tells someone that if they want the money, they need to push themselves harder. Andreas realizes that he was distracted, and that's how the bastard was able to summon the undead. The cloaked man stares intently. The cloaked man is seen by a skeletal figure, who remarks that he must be a phantom. The cloaked man is told that he managed to get a nice corpse from the congregation. The skeletal warrior declares that he will see how long his opponent can last against his finest. The cloaked man stands before the purple portal, surrounded by skeletal figures. Nearby, a beast lies dead on the ground. A horde of undead approaches a building. The cloaked swordsman and the skeletal warrior find themselves completely surrounded. Nickel tells the swordsman that they should split up for now, and that when the moment is right, they will take Paimon back. The swordsman leaps into action, cutting down the undead. He continues to cut down the horde of undead. More undead approach the swordsman. The swordsman casts a spell, creating an earth shield. He continues to fight his way through the undead. Nickel realizes that there is no end to them. The swordsman casts another spell, creating stone spears. The stone spears impale the undead. The swordsman continues to fight. More skeletal archers appear, ready to fire. The swordsman continued to cut down the undead horde. The skeletal warriors were relentless, their numbers seemingly endless. He moved with speed and precision, each strike felling another foe. Nearby, Nickel watched the swordsman's efforts with growing frustration. He muttered about the uselessness of the undead. The endless wave of enemies began to frustrate the old Aura Master. He realized that they were only fighting one kid. Suddenly, a skeletal warrior lunged forward, its glowing blade aimed at the swordsman. Nickel watched in alarm, a look of surprise on his face. The swordsman parried the blow, sparks flying as their weapons clashed. He thought to himself about the skeleton. The skeletal warrior's glowing red eyes burned with unnatural intensity. A burst of energy erupted from the point of impact. The force of the collision sent shockwaves through the air. The skeletal warrior, damage cursed. The swordsman, struggling against the relentless onslaught, realized he didn't even have time to use a recovery potion. The swordsman, surrounded by the undead, realizes the situation is rapidly deteriorating. The horde presses in, their advance a blur of decaying flesh and ragged clothing. Each labored breath is a testament to his growing exhaustion. His body begins to numb under the relentless assault. The skeletal warriors continue their advance, undeterred by his efforts. He feels as if every muscle is being torn apart. Suddenly, the swordsman notices something. He thinks to himself that he must hold out until Nickel returns. A hulking figure looms over him, ready to strike. The swordsman is struck by a powerful blow. His expression is grim. An undead warrior raises its axe, preparing to deliver the final blow. The skeletal warrior's blade descended, poised to strike a fatal blow. The undead knight's sword clashed against the swordsman's, the force of the impact threatening to shatter his guard. The skeletal warriors pressed their advantage, their relentless assault pushing the swordsman to his limit. The swordsman was sent flying backwards from the force of the attack. Staggering, The swordsman struggled to regain his footing as the skeletal warriors advanced. The skeletal knight loomed over him, its empty eye sockets promising death. The swordsman, battered and bruised, braced himself for the inevitable. The skeletal knight's skull filled his vision as it prepared to strike the final blow. The swordsman fell to his knees, his strength failing him. He couldn't believe it was ending like this. He wondered if he was truly going to die here. The swordsman was about to be defeated by a mere skeleton knight. The swordsman knew that if he were to fall here, Amy would be left alone. He also couldn't forget about Lucia's illness, or Vivian. The thought of his friends fueled his resolve. He realized he finally had a reason to live. He couldn't die like this. The swordsman's teeth grit in anger. Through continuous training, talent, and fierce combat, his aura had been awakened. He was surprised by this sudden surge of power. His Dantian had been activated. Due to his dual core trait, both mana and aura could now be used simultaneously. He was going back. The swordsman prepared to strike. The swordsman's skeletal armor began to materialize, covering his body. He thought of his friends, of where he belonged. Suddenly, a system notification chimed. The ground was littered with bones. Skulls and discarded armor lay scattered across the field. Andreas Cromwell cried out for help. The skeletal warrior stood between Andreas and the man with the mustache. The mustached old man demanded to know where the ring was. The mustached old man suggested that Andreas put the sword away so they could talk. With one dead, someone observed that Andreas could now negotiate a better deal. Andreas stood with his sword drawn, facing the mustached old man and the skeletal warrior. A body lay on the ground, bloodied. Andreas considered what he should do next. The young man considered his options, thinking it might be better to use the fallen man's sword. Suddenly, the mustached old man shouted, demanding to know where the ring was. The old man, clearly terrified, tried to reason with Andreas, begging him to wait and take it easy. Andreas, without hesitation, struck the old man with the sword. The swordsman told him to start talking, stating he had no interest in discussing this any longer. The old man, kneeling on the ground, desperately revealed the ring's location. In a cupboard, in the bottom drawer of the cupboard in the house. Andreas grimaced, clearly injured. The old man coughed, looking at Andreas with a questioning expression. The old man's face was covered in blood. Andreas looked down, surprised. The old man reached out, his eyes wide with fear. The old man lay motionless on the ground. Andreas, holding a sword, thinks about his plans to eventually eliminate someone. The blade of the sword is coated with poison. The narration shifts to a masked swordsman lying on the ground, a pool of blood spreading around them. It was a skilled swordsman with a poisoned sword. Elsewhere, someone questions Dan's actions. The speaker wonders if it is Bloody Dan. If it is really him, the speaker thinks, then the mask must be the key. Someone removes the mask from the fallen swordsman. The person who removed the mask realizes that something has changed. The masked figure stands, energy swirling around them. The energy intensifies, emanating from the figure's lower body. The figure is revealed to be Andreas, who notes that he even has the appearance-altering mask artifact. It is confirmed that this is Bloody Dan, the one who started the war back in the game. The swordsman held his blade, its polished surface reflecting the dim light. Later, the chronicler noted, he would be hired to kidnap the northern barbarian chief's child. This act would trigger a major war between the North and the Empire. Originally, the war would have spread throughout the whole continent, but it looked like he unexpectedly prevented it. Andreas reflected that the man he killed wasn't the sort of character who was going to live out his life anyway. He thought about the mask, resolving to put it to good use as Bloody Dan. He instructed Nickel to look for the ring. Andreas resolved to clean up this mess. Elsewhere, the Alvin Street Clinic stood tall. Andreas, lying in a hospital bed, read about the terror in the National Cemetery, where Paimon the Necromancer and his hired sword fought over gold. It seemed he wouldn't be affected by this. Then, it was time he took care of the most important thing. Andreas, still recovering in bed, taps on his tablet, declaring it important stuff. He confirms a transaction on the tablet, transferring 2.5 billion, including fees and taxes, with a satisfied all right. Suddenly, someone covers Andreas' eyes from behind. The visitor asks, "Guess who?" It's Lucia Everlast, standing behind his bed. Lucia remarks that he's no fun, and Andreas simply replies, "Yo." A hand places a basket of fruit next to Andreas' bed, and a voice asks what's with the curt reaction, considering his cute junior came to visit. Andreas sees the fruit basket and responds, "I see. Thanks." Lucia, looking flustered, says, "I see. Thanks," while Andreas thinks to himself about what he is supposed to say. Lucia crosses her arms, looking away from Andreas, and simply says, Andreas tells her it's nothing, explaining that he just overdid his training a bit. The formal dark-haired woman enters the room, warning Andreas that if he keeps that up, he'll die one day, prompting Andreas to wonder about it. Andreas lay in bed, recovering from his injuries. Vivian Belcan, concerned, called out to him, asking if he was all right. The formal dark-haired woman stood beside Vivian, observing Andreas. Vivian's eyes widened as she thought of the Mr. Fairy. Vivian rushed to his side. Andrea's was startled by her sudden movement. She leaned over him, her concern evident. Vivian admitted she had been worried. Andrea's remained silent. He reassured Vivian that he was all right. The formal dark-haired woman watched them both with a stoic expression. 1 week later, a carriage traveled through a sunlit field. Inside the carriage, Amy sat across from Andrea's, curious about their destination. He had mentioned wanting to show her something, but she wondered what it could be. She recalled going with him because he said he had retrieved the ring, but she wondered where it was now. She questioned why he wanted to meet with all the curtains closed and how he had managed it. Andrea's, meanwhile, was absorbed in his book, prompting Amy to wonder how he could afford such a fancy carriage. Amy wondered where they were and what her brother wanted to show her. Andrea's simply told her that she would see when she got off. He reiterated that she would know as soon as she got off. The carriage arrived, and a maid greeted Amy, welcoming her back. Amy was surprised to see Lupin. Andrea's explained that he had asked Lupin to work as their head maid again. Amy reminded her brother that they couldn't afford that right now. Amy reached out to Lupin. Lupin listened as Amy apologized, explaining that her brother was still naive about how things worked. Amy's eyes widened in surprise. Below, Lupin assisted Amy as she stepped down from the carriage. Lupin offered Amy a steadying hand as she exited the carriage. The pair descended from the carriage. Together, Amy and Lupin walked towards a grand mansion at the end of a stone path. Amy read the name of the estate aloud, Applewood Mansion. Looking at the mansion, Amy realized it was their home. Amy turned to Andrea's, questioning why he had brought her here as she received a letter. Lupin smiled warmly. Amy read the contents of the letter, questioning if what she was reading was true. Amy was shocked to learn that Andrea's had bought their home back. Amy confronts Andrea's, demanding to know if he bought back the mansion through illicit means. Andrea's explains that he invented a potion. He shows her a tablet displaying an article about his accomplishment, stating that it was this invention that allowed him to buy back their mansion. Andrea's continues, promising that Amy will no longer have to work so hard and that he will ensure there is money on her card every month. Even though she said those harsh words, Amy thinks to herself that she didn't know. And just because of a ring, Amy shouts for Andrea's to wait, telling him not to come back anymore and that he doesn't have to pay her back. Tears streaming down her face, Amy reflects on her outburst, realizing she didn't mean to say those things. Andrea's gently pats Amy's head. Andrea's vows to behave like a responsible brother from now on, stating that he has always believed in her. Amy remembers how angry she was back then. The title card proclaims, Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits. Inside a room, light streams through a tall, arched window. Below the window, Andrea's Cromwell lies on the floor, a complex magical circle etched into the wood beneath him. Nearby, the white beast warrior lies prone, unmoving. Andrea's, still prone, holds a book open in front of him. A notification appears, Achievement, Second Awakening has been achieved. He realizes that, thanks to the trait he received from the achievement reward, he is able to learn necromancy skills much faster. Another notification appears, this one regarding the trait of Enlightenment, stating that the deeper one ponders and explores, the higher the chance of understanding a theory. The book displays a variety of necromantic skills, Blood Curse, Death Fury, Ghoul Summoning, Corpse Explosion, Skeleton Summoning, and Revenant Summoning. The book's description states that it's a trait that increases the speed of learning skills and knowledge. Andreas realizes that now that he can even summon a Revenant, it might be time to try Summoning Timer. Andreas rises from the floor, the white beast warrior still lying motionless behind him. Andreas Cromwell, confident in his preparations, reassured himself that he had accounted for every possible failure. He had double-checked everything dozens of times. With that, minor necromancy began, initiating the Revenant summoning. The ritual detected a suitable corpse. Andreas realized he could now fully utilize his dual core. The system detected a usable material for necromancy. He mused that nickel had evolved too. Andreas considered adding the powerful force of Timer to the mix. The skeletal figure and the panther-like creature stood ready. The skeletal figure thought that even if it was just them, they would have the might of a whole troop. Andreas commanded the entity to arise, calling it Monarch of the Tiger Tribe, who made the continent tremble. Additional effects applied, but the summoned material's ability value exceeded that of the summoner, decreasing stability. Minor necromancy succeeded in summoning a Revenant, legendary. The level of the completed corpse was high, adding status bonuses. The level of the completed corpse was extremely high tier. Increased, it has become a Revenant fighter. The level of the completed corpse is transcended. It has regained some of its former egos. The Revenant fighter, legendary Timer, is an undead of tier 5, with 891 mana. His traits include egos, and his mastery lies in Fist and Berserk. The newly summoned Revenant roars. Even its howl is loud and powerful. Andreas thinks to himself that it is a good thing he casts soundproofing magic. Timer kneels before Andreas, referring to him as Master. The scene shifts to Vilbor's snowy mountains, Marquis Magna's territory. A group of people stand in the snow. A man with long dark hair states that he will now explain the end-of-term exam. He informs them that all of them will spend 72 hours on this mountain. The man continues, explaining that they will have to collect the points that are hidden throughout the mountain. The terms of the end-of-term exam were laid out. The bracelet each student wore counted towards their points, and the students were free to take each other's bracelets. It was also noted that evacuation, inability to continue, or a damaged bracelet would result in immediate disqualification. As the students listened, snow fell heavily around them. The explanation concluded, the students were instructed to put on their blindfolds. A supervisor would escort them to the starting point. Suddenly, a massive hand slammed down, the force of the impact sending tremors through the area. The location was revealed to be Mount Vilbor's cliffside. The test was set to conclude in approximately 46 hours. The ground shook violently. A figure stood amidst the falling snow, seemingly aware of the impending danger. The hooded figure's eyes narrowed, a sense of foreboding washing over them. Diane Alvin stood surrounded by a glowing barrier, seemingly unaffected by the tremors. The ground trembled as a surge of energy erupted from below. Diane Alvin's face contorted in a mix of fear and desperation as the tremors intensified. Nearby, the protagonist, Andreas Cromwell, struggled to maintain his footing amidst the chaos. He thought to himself that he should give her a suggestion. Diane, panting heavily, ordered him to stay back. Andreas wondered if she hated it that much. Diane demanded to know what he wanted. Andreas offered to team up with her. The question caught Andreas off guard, and he wondered why he should. The snow continued to fall heavily as the two stood their ground. Andreas reasoned that if he was alone, he'd be vulnerable if something happened. He pressed his case, suggesting it was much better to have a partner, just in case. Diane remained silent, her expression unreadable as she considered his offer. Andreas Cromwell, cloaked and with a sinister grin, admitted to himself that he couldn't trust her because of who she was. Diane Alvin, visibly distressed, questioned whether Andreas's offer was motivated by pride, reputation, profit, or personal gain. Moments later, Andreas knelt in the snow, holding out a wrapped object. He wondered aloud what it was. It was a chocolate bar. Diane's eyes widened, and a tear escaped as she stared ahead. Andreas's expression softened as he watched her. He suggested that they get along, then asked if she didn't want the chocolate, clarifying that he wasn't trying to trick her. She wondered if this too was wrong. Elsewhere, a man screamed in agony, his face contorted in pain. Nearby, an orc warrior shoved a chocolate bar toward another, exclaiming that he was way off the mark. The orc warrior, complaining about his poor eyesight, was surrounded by fallen figures. Another orc lamented the terrible weather and his awful job, reminding his companion that the hair was green. Having been paid, the orc warrior leader and his subordinate knew they had no choice but to continue with their mission. The orc warrior, however, grumbled about the nature of their task. The orc warrior leader, annoyed, told him to stop complaining and find their target. The orc warrior stumbled back, surprised by the sudden outburst. Elsewhere, the skeletal warrior expressed his displeasure at having to rely on such incompetent underlings. The skeletal warrior realized that Kidwell was nearby. The orc chieftain provided a little research on the target they were asked to find. The orc lieutenant questioned why they were sent to deal with a mere student, especially since the orc chieftain was also present. The orc chieftain told him to mind his own business and to do exactly what Master Jester asked. The orc lieutenant and the orc chieftain stood ready. The orc lieutenant cursed the one who gave them this task. The orc chieftain expressed that his mood was ruined and suggested they rest before continuing. The orc lieutenant decided to track the smell a bit further. The orc lieutenant considered the scent, musing that the human smell could be coming from either the students or their supervisors. Nearby, two figures trudged through the snow, their expressions grim. They reasoned that if they only killed the students, they would eventually hit their target. Elsewhere, a hulking figure agreed, adding that the students would become enemies sooner or later, so they should take the chance to kill as many as possible. Another figure chuckled, agreeing wholeheartedly. He thought to himself that he had nothing to expect from these fools. Another figure urged them to go ahead and draw their attention to themselves. Meanwhile, others were preparing to plant a bomb formation on top of the mountain. They were very close to burying Master Jester's target. Nearby, a gloved hand held up a small, rectangular device. The figure holding it noted that it had registered 6 individuals. High above, 2 figures dangled upside down, shouting for someone to let them down. The blood rushed to their heads as they hung suspended. Below them, Andreas Cromwell and Lucia Everlast observed the situation. Lucia remarked that, based on the circumstances, they must have been a top group. Lucia wondered where Andreas had learned to track and capture like this. She also noted that he had managed to move swiftly over rugged mountain paths, something not very wizard-like. Andreas continued to climb, his expression unreadable. Lucia thought that it was as if he was a completely different person. The pair continued their trek through the snowy landscape. Lucia stared at Andreas, a mixture of curiosity and concern in her eyes. Andreas, with a slight smirk, thought to himself that Lucia always minced her words. She asked him what had happened to him, adding that frankly until now he had been an absolute scumbag. Lucia stated that if he had stayed the way he was, she would have lost everything. The man on the ground heard Diane's words echoing in his mind, a stark reminder of his past actions. He admitted to himself that he had been an absolute scumbag, never paying attention to his sister Amy. Even though she was the only family he had left, he had failed her. It was when he realized this that he resolved to do better. As he worked towards that goal, Andreas discovered that he, too, had a gift. He apologized to Diane for all the horrible things he had done. Diane accepted his apology. She then stated that they should aim for the top. A figure in the distance declared that there could only be one winner, and that it would be them. During the Ballera case, someone reflected on Andreas's past, recalling that he was a scumbag, but recently he had changed for the better. They wondered how someone who had been living like a fool could become like that, just because he had. Andreas Cromwell, one interesting lad. The pair continued their journey through the snowy landscape. Andreas asked how long it would be until they reached the point location. He was told it would probably be about 3 minutes. It was explained that points could be collected by taking the bracelets of other students or by capturing the point objects marked on the map. Andreas Cromwell warned Diane Alvin to prepare for an enemy attack. An enemy attack was indeed imminent. The attack landed with tremendous force. The force of the blow sent Andreas flying. The orc warrior leader, Kiki, questioned if the attack was serious. Kiki remarked that more brats had shown up and that someone's eyes must be failing if they missed Andreas Cromwell. Andreas, recovering from the blow, realized who his attackers were. Diane called out to Andreas, asking if he was all right. Andreas assured her that he was fine, but the situation appeared dire, as Diane lay injured on the ground, and the orc warrior leader stood over them, declaring that things did not look good. Lucia Everlast Hollington, arriving on the scene, questioned what had happened. Lucia's expression was one of shock and concern. Far off in the distance, a large, bald warrior and a smaller orc approach Andreas Cromwell and Diane. The large warrior announces their arrival, calling out to Mantos. An orc warrior reads from a piece of paper. Andreas and Diane look on with concern. Kiki, the orc warrior, declares that it was worth the wait, as the large warrior asks if Andreas knows him. The large warrior tells Andreas not to be a stranger, stating that they came to see him. Andreas tells Kiki that if he wants him, he should let the others go and talk somewhere more private. Diane questions Andreas' sanity, suggesting they fight together. Andreas notes that some of them are still alive. He asks Diane to take care of them until the overseers arrive. Diane protests, but Andreas assures her that he is confident he can win. Kiki questions if Andreas is going against them. The large warrior laughs, calling Andreas stupid and saying that it suits them just fine. Andreas walks toward the warriors. The wind howled as Andreas' name echoed in the snowy expanse. The orc chieftain, leading the way, declared that the location was suitable. The orc lieutenant agreed, confident that no one would notice if they made a loud noise. The orc chieftain stated their objective, to cut off Andreas' head for easy recognition. The orc lieutenant, gripping his axe, was eager to finish the job and sever ties with Andreas. The orc chieftain, axe raised, declared that they would see how good Andreas was. Suddenly, Andreas appeared behind the orc lieutenant, reminding him not to forget about him. Andreas struck, the sound of the blow echoing through the mountains. Andreas' eyes narrowed, his expression intense. The orc chieftain charged forward, axe raised high. The force of the impact reverberated through the air. The sound of the clash echoed loudly. The orc lieutenant, caught off guard, could only utter a confused cry as Andreas Cromwell's attack landed. Andreas, mid-strike, declared that he was no wizard. The orc chieftain's axe crashed down. Andreas, unfazed, correctly guessed the names of his opponents, Mantos and Glau. He continued, stating that they should drop the prejudice that wizards can't use swords. Glau, surprised, questioned how Andreas knew their names. Andreas responded that he would reveal the information if they told him who from the congregation had sent them. Mantos realized that they had been fooled and that this was bad news. Andreas stated that even if they didn't want to, they would be talking to him soon enough anyway. Mantos realized they had been fooled. Glau cursed Kidwell. Andreas wondered about a gauntlet. Andreas and the skeletal warrior continued their trek through the snowy landscape. Suddenly, the orcs halted, their leader declaring that anyone who tried to run would be cut down. The orc leader called Andreas a cheeky little, but the orc chieftain declared that it wasn't over yet. Andreas thought to himself that he would try combining his skill from when he was still Makoto Kaneshiro. He would use his combat prowess skill. The orc chieftain swung his massive fist at Andreas. The blow landed. The force of the impact reverberated. As the orcs closed in, one of them yelled that Andreas would die. But Andreas managed to stab one of the orcs with a dagger. He declared that he would teach the orc how to use a dagger. Andreas parried the orc's attack with a swift motion. The orc lieutenant, eyes glowing with rage, pressed his attack. The clash of steel echoed through the snowy landscape. The orc chieftain grunted as he was struck. The orc lieutenant stumbled back, momentarily stunned. The orc warrior recovered and charged forward. Andreas blocked another blow, the force of it reverberating through his arm. The orc chieftain was sent flying backwards. The orc chieftain crashed into the snow-covered ground. Andreas heard a shout as the orc chieftain yelled, "Glow!" The orc chieftain glared at Andreas. The orc chieftain gasped in pain. The orc chieftain's massive maw gaped open, his fangs bared. A voice echoed, demanding to know if the battle was already over. Meanwhile, Andreas realized his combat prowess was proving effective. Nearby, the white beast warrior thought that they hadn't had a chance to play yet. With the group's safety entrusted to him, one of the figures stated that they would leave the rest in his care. The speaker acknowledged that they were well aware of his abilities and standing at the academy, but the hooded figure was told that some of them were still alive and to please take care of them until the overseers arrive. The woman with long dark hair resolved that she couldn't just stand by and let any more casualties happen. One of the armored figures agreed that they would follow as soon as they could. The woman with long dark hair looked on with a concerned expression. The large orc warrior lay defeated in the snow. Andreas Cromwell demanded to know who sent the two of them and suggested they start talking now. One of the figures, pinned under the foot of Andreas, begged to be killed. Andreas Cromwell stared down with a stern expression. Andreas Cromwell called for his sword, Nickel, as he faced his attackers. As Nickel materialized in his hand, one of the skeletal warriors responded, "As you wish." Ignoring the skeleton, Andreas stated that he had other ways to find out who sent them, so they didn't need to waste their breath. One of the warriors exclaimed that Jester Royben had sent them. The large orc warrior roared, "Glow." Another orc warrior declared that they didn't know a damn thing to anyone who treated them like animals. Andreas retorted that he would tell them another thing. Jester sent more than just the two of them. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure considered that someone from the congregation had to be behind all of this. Andreas thought to himself that he didn't. The cloaked figure anticipated that it would be Jester. A stern-faced man warned that if anyone dared to question this later, he would find them and kill them. The cloaked figure realized that if Jester acted despite Salem's threats, it meant he was confident he wouldn't be found out if he eliminated him. The clash of powers sent shockwaves through the snowy landscape. As the dust settled, the cloaked figures remained, undeterred by the initial assault. One of the figures noted that these attackers were different from the previous ones, demanding to know who they were. Elsewhere, the mustached old man mused about a little rat interfering with their ritual place, realizing this was no ordinary opponent. The cloaked figure declared that they were attacked out of the blue and demanded answers. The mustached old man unleashed a torrent of ice magic, the air crackling with energy. He warned his opponent not to blame him if he killed them. The female figure, struck by the ice magic, cried out. The mustached old man was performing a double chanting, mixing snowstorms with ice magic. He commanded his magic to make them disappear. The female figure was caught in the blast of ice magic. The cloaked figure was struck by the ice magic, sending them flying backwards. The mustached old man commanded Andreas Cromwell and Diane Alvin to dodge his attack. The woman with black hair laughed, seemingly amused by the situation. The mustached old man complimented his opponent's frightening control of mana, despite their age. Diane Alvin, however, was not impressed, declaring that even so, she was just a brat and wondering how. The mustached old man found the situation amusing, stating that he would play with them until their business was done. Suddenly, the woman with black hair was struck by an unseen force, causing her to exclaim in pain. She realized that it was black magic. The black magic manifested as a monstrous entity. The entity loomed, its form grotesque and menacing. Andreas Cromwell and Diane Alvin were sent flying through the air. Christopher Granny looked on in shock. Hazara Gapri was also shocked by the turn of events. Amidst the swirling snow and towering mountains, a lone figure stood, seemingly sensing something amiss. Suddenly, a powerful presence made itself known. The source of the presence unleashed a devastating attack. The attack was so intense that it rapidly drained the mana of the one targeted. The force of the blow sent shock waves rippling outwards. A strange, geometric barrier materialized, seemingly in response to the attack. The individual at the center of the chaos braced for impact, their expression a mix of determination and concern. The barrier shattered under the immense pressure, unleashing a burst of energy. The monstrous entity, surrounded by smaller figures, descended upon the battlefield. Diane, lying prone, could only manage a weak laugh. The monstrous entity roared, declaring its presence. The entity proclaimed that this was the difference experience made. As the monstrous humanoid loomed, Diane Alvin scoffed, stating that all he was doing was adding an extra head on top. Suddenly, the creature exclaimed in disbelief. Enraged, the creature threatened to rip her to pieces. Diane questioned the creature's threat, stating that it only made him look more ridiculous. The creature declared that playtime was over. With a burst of speed, Dain evaded the creature's attack. The air crackled with energy as the battle intensified. The monstrous humanoid lunged towards Dain. Dain's eyes widened in surprise. She wondered who was approaching. A figure with a mask stood in the foreground, with Dain behind them. The masked figure declared that they were a mercenary hired by Rod Lin and that they would take it from here. The masked mercenary paused, their expression hidden behind the mask as they considered the situation. Dain Alvin questioned the mercenaries' sudden appearance, wondering if they were out of their mind to challenge such powerful foes alone, but the mercenary had a goal. The mercenary responded that their goal wasn't to eliminate Dain or the monster. They realized they couldn't call Nickel and Timer out now. The monstrous humanoid, overhearing the exchange, realized the mercenary intended to trigger a landslide in the area and urged Dain to flee. Enraged, the monstrous humanoid demanded to know the mercenary's identity. The mercenary retorted, questioning why they would reveal such information to someone on the verge of death. The mercenary stood their ground, unfazed by the monstrous humanoid's anger. The monstrous humanoid, infuriated by the mercenary's insolence, prepared to attack. The mercenary moved with incredible speed. They launched themselves at the monstrous humanoid. The monstrous humanoid was caught off guard by the sudden assault. The mercenary unleashed a powerful attack, striking the monstrous humanoid with a burst of energy. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from the orb, causing it to pulse with an intense light. From off-panel, a woman shouted a warning. The energy intensified, creating a visible shockwave. The force of the blast sent debris flying. The landscape was torn apart by the expanding energy. Amidst the chaos, two figures were caught in the blast, one of them shouting the name Master Kidwell. A woman braced herself against the shockwave. A monstrous creature roared in agony as it was struck by the blast. The creature's massive eye was visibly damaged. With its eye severely wounded, the creature gurgled in pain. The masked figure stood firm, the ground trembling beneath him. The force of the blow sent the blond, armored man flying backwards. A tendril of the monstrous creature lashed out. Andreas Cromwell clicked his tongue in annoyance as he deflected the attack. The blond armored man, recovering, shouted to Andreas Cromwell, asking if he was all right, while warning him to stay back. The host should be. The masked figure thought that the host should be dead already, but it was still moving. The blond armored man wondered if the monster had taken over the bear's body. The bear monster roared. The monster's maw opened wide. The monster's body was covered in tendrils. Andreas Cromwell charged forward, his sword raised. The monstrous creature roared, its massive form looming over Andreas Cromwell. With incredible speed, the masked swordsman dashed forward. The swordsman's attack landed, sending shards of ice and snow flying. He flipped through the air, his movements precise and deadly. The monster roared again, seemingly unfazed by the attack. The swordsman continued his assault, each strike aimed with deadly intent. He yelled for the others to get away while he created an opening. Lucia Everlast watched the battle unfold, concern etched on her face. She thought to herself that she didn't know who he was, but he had saved her life. Lucia realized she couldn't just abandon him and run away. She resolved to do whatever she could to help. Lucia focused, reminding herself to take it slow and be as steady as possible. Lucia Everlast focused, condensing the energy around her. She willed the energy to become thinner and sharper. The energy began to take the form of a blade. Lucia Everlast succeeded in creating the blade. Meanwhile, Andreas Cromwell thought that if he could summon Nickel Life Hill or Timer, he could easily defeat the monster. His face was partially obscured by a mask. The monster loomed over Andreas Cromwell. William Everlast Hollington wondered why that stubborn girl, Lucia Everlast, hadn't run away yet, realizing that she really didn't listen to anyone. Lucia Everlast prepared to strike, thinking to herself that it was now or never. She charged forward, blade in hand. Lucia Everlast struck the monster with the blade. The blade cut through the monster. The energy blade sliced through the air, aimed directly at the monster. Nearby, Andreas Cromwell watched the scene unfold. The monster writhed as the energy blade approached. The monster was struck, reacting with surprise. Deep within the monster, a mana core pulsed with energy. Andreas realized that if he could destroy the core, he could defeat the monster. He lunged forward, his sword raised. The monster narrowly avoided the blow, realizing how close it had come to destruction. The monster's tentacles blurred as it retaliated. Andreas was caught off guard. He cried out as the monster struck him. The monster's attack sent Andreas flying, and someone cried out his name. The monster continued its rampage, emitting a deafening roar as it flailed its tentacles. Lucia Everlast watched in disbelief, realizing the monster was attacking its own kind and absorbing their mana, but she couldn't understand why. The skeletal warrior and the cloaked figure were caught in the monster's assault, unable to defend themselves. The monster continued its assault. The monster continued its assault, devouring everything in its path. The monster continued its assault, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The scene shifted to a figure standing amidst the chaos. The swordsman protagonist looked down at his hand, noticing a strange energy flowing through it, and wondered what was happening. The swordsman protagonist realized what was happening. He recognized the energy as a shielding made of ice magic. The swordsman protagonist realized that on top of the shielding, there was also a sharpness enhancement. The swordsman protagonist realized that there was even a haste enhancement. The swordsman protagonist and the formal dark-haired woman stood in the snow, the woman hunched over, panting. She was using all of her remaining mana to create something. The formal dark-haired woman urged the swordsman protagonist not to push himself any further and to just run. The swordsman protagonist felt his body was light. The monster loomed, its red eye glaring. The swordsman protagonist stared intently. A surge of energy erupted. The swordsman protagonist grunted as he was propelled forward. He realized there was no end to this. The swordsman protagonist knew he had to find its core. The swordsman protagonist charged towards the monster. The monster's core pulsed. The swordsman protagonist, realizing the attack was too shallow, cursed under his breath as he fell towards the monster below. The monster's pulsing core continued to writhe. The monster's core thrashed wildly, its tendrils flailing. Meanwhile, a masked figure registered the events unfolding before them with surprise. The figure, gripping his staff tightly, began to speak. Another figure, with golden hair, questioned the masked figure's presence. Ivy Claire cursed, realizing who stood before her. Meanwhile, the aura master Nickel Liefhill stood his ground, facing the cloaked figure. The snow crunched beneath Nickel's feet as he waited. Nickel threatened to kill the cloaked figure and tear off their mask if they didn't answer him. The cloaked figure remained silent, prompting Nickel to charge forward. The cloaked figure knew that the black mages had planted a large explosive magic circle, and if they were not destroyed immediately, the students would be harmed. Nickel told them to quit bluffing. Nickel prepared to attack, knowing what was at stake. The cloaked figure declared that they would leave it to Nickel. Nickel cursed as he was struck by an unseen force. The force sent Nickel flying backwards. The force of the blast sent Nickel flying, but he managed to recover midair. The explosion rocked the area. He thought that if it was Ivy Claire, he was sure she could take care of it. The sound of rain intensified. Heavy rain poured down. The narration stated that this was Tenora Strait, a certain ancient castle nearby. Deep within the castle, a figure in a white robe manipulated dark energy. Outside, a cloaked figure stood in the rain. The cloaked figure, revealed to be Salem, declared that this was their private retreat. Shadows danced across the floor. Salem remarked that it was common manners to inform them before visiting. Salem remarked that his visitor was the one with no manners. Salem's visitor responded, questioning if Salem was underestimating them, and adding that if Salem wasn't, they wouldn't have pulled that stunt. The figure in the dark cloak claimed to not know what Salem was talking about. Salem accused them of trying to play dumb. The cloaked figure asked if Salem wasn't tired of living so long and offered to cremate him. The figure demanded to know what Salem wanted. Salem's expression remained unchanged. Salem poured himself a drink. As he poured, Salem warned that if the figure had insisted, saying, "It's a natural disaster, it ain't me," they'd be in real trouble. The cloaked figure requested that Salem lend them the diligent sloth for a week. Salem agreed, stating that he would let them off the hook this time. The imposing structure of the academy loomed in the distance. Nearby, Andreas Cromwell reviewed a report, the details of which seemed to weigh heavily on him. The report stated that with Tolman's suspension, Bact was now personally taking up the investigation, indicating the situation had become a significant matter. Other students walked through the halls, unaware of the events unfolding. Elsewhere, a news report detailed the defeat of the Black Mage Kidwell at the hands of Assistant Professor Ivy Claire. The report also mentioned a big interview with the Empire's Investigation Bureau regarding targeted terrorism against the Academy. The news about the students spread quickly. The report also stated that the daughter of the Alvin House testified that she was saved by an unknown individual at the scene. Andreas considered the information, realizing that things would be noisy for a while, and he would have to keep a low profile. Ivy Claire remarked that Andreas seemed to frequent the night faculty training ground quite often. She wondered why she had to come all the way there to find a mage. Ivy stood confidently. She told Andreas to come with her, calling him a virgin mage. The academy loomed in the background. Ivy and Andreas walked together as she began to speak. Andreas wondered if she had discovered something. Nearby, Ivy Claire stood her ground. Andreas paused, lost in thought. He responded that it was somewhat. Christopher Grani found that to be awfully straightforward. Christopher threatened to kill Andreas if he were someone of the opposite sex. Christopher recounted that dying Alvin had told him about the demi-human duo who had killed the students, and he asked what had happened to them. Andreas explained that he didn't know, and that, as he had told the Investigation Bureau, he had managed to escape when they were distracted. Diane was glad that Diane hadn't mentioned that they were after her. Christopher accused Andreas of spouting bullshit, questioning if he expected him to believe that story. Andreas insisted that it was the truth and asked to be excused. Ivy Claire slid past. Far above, Ivy Claire and Andreas Cromwell stand in the courtyard. She thanked him for helping her, but Andreas told her not to worry about it, addressing her as Mr. Fairy. The fairy creature seemed surprised. She realized that confirmed something for her. The mansion stood tall, a testament to its long history. Inside, Lady Amy sat at a desk piled high with documents, diligently reviewing them. A voice announced that the cleaning of the mansion was complete. Amy listened intently. A maid expressed her gratitude, acknowledging how difficult the task must have been given the mansion's long abandonment. The maid explained that they felt it inappropriate to enter the study previously used by the family head, suggesting that Amy might want to inspect it first. Amy confirmed that she would check it now. Amy rose from her seat. She walked with purpose, a clipboard in hand. Her footsteps echoed through the halls. Amy, standing before the ornate door, recognized it as her father's study. She thought to herself that this was hardly the place to play hide-and-seek with her brother. The doorknob felt cold beneath her hand. It felt like ages since she had last touched it. With a click, the door swung inward, revealing the room beyond. The study was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by faint light filtering through the broken windows. Dust motes danced in the air, coating the overturned furniture and scattered papers. Amy stepped inside, observing that there was no one left to look after the place. Her eyes widened as she took in the state of disarray. A gloved hand reached out, tracing the cracks in a shattered picture frame. Kneeling amidst the chaos, Amy examined a small, ornate box. Elsewhere, a train sped along a track, cutting through a vast territory. A voice questioned if Salem was being a bit indiscreet. The hooded figure questions what is happening. The figure sits with their arms crossed. Salem remarks that it is unlike the greatest black magician to appear in a public place. He adds that he is giving the other an extracurricular lesson in person, and they are complaining. Salem continues, stating that all sorts of people are after them and their abilities should be put to use. The green-haired woman sighs, telling Salem to get on with it, noting that he didn't listen to her. Salem states that the aura in their dantian and the mana in their heart are basically the same thing. Salem asks if they understand, and the green-haired woman confirms that she does. Salem explains that he will teach them the method he devised to use conversion practically, called transference. Salem adds that it's impossible without a dual core, though there's no need for one. Salem says that he, the great Salem, shall teach them the method he devised to use conversion practically, called transference. 10 minutes later, it is noted that both the technique and the activation are easy. The green-haired woman thinks that she never thought it would be possible to convert the heart's mana into aura this quickly. Having grasped the concept of transference, the formal green-haired woman now stood before the sin tree, noticing a letter tied to it. She wondered if Cain had left it there. Suddenly, the sin tree erupted with power, bathing the area in a blinding light. The green-haired woman's eyes widened in alarm as she felt the surge of energy. As the light intensified, she turned her attention back to the letter. Without warning, a hand slammed down on her head. A sharp blade pierced through her. The eye of Andreas Cromwell focused intently. In his palm, he held a seed. Meanwhile, Andreas stood before the elderly aura of Master Nickel Lifehill. The seed was planted in a pot of soil. Soon, a small sprout emerged from the soil. Andreas watched as Nickel channeled energy into the plant, a web of red energy surrounding them. Nickel's expression was strained. He smiled, revealing his teeth. Moments later, Andreas cradled a woman in his arms, a pool of blood spreading beneath her. His hand was covered in blood. A vision of Nickel appeared, his face twisted in a sinister grin, looming over Andreas and the woman. Andreas grips his sword tightly, the metal gleaming in the dim light. He reflects that this is not one of those otherworldly reincarnation stories. Andreas admits he doesn't like the idea of being forced to work for free. Just like what he's done, a surge of power emanates from his hand. All this time, the power continues to surge. The Codex Apocalypse reveals that the purest original sin has resided within the user's body. The Codex Apocalypse reveals that the purest original sin has recognized the user as its master. Just like what he's done, the Codex Apocalypse states that the mana element will become closer to dark over time, increasing ability the more deadly sins are collected, and unlocking more abilities and features the more deadly sins are collected. A figure bathed in golden light stands with their back to the viewer. Another figure stands silhouetted against a golden, ornate background. The figure states that Amy and the Cromwell family can be left to them. A voice asks someone to rest. Souls rest in peace, but Andreas Cromwell vows to avenge all the tragedies that have befallen them. Meanwhile, in another location, a figure stands before a large window. Before the figure, another kneels, swearing an oath. The figure demands to know if the original has been found. Viscount Lamar Welton, head of the Intelligence Bureau, is asked if there is any news about Sin. Lamar explains that they have been looking into Kane's activities before he died, but the figure explodes in anger, calling Lamar useless and questioning his position as head of intelligence. The figure believes that Kane must have entrusted the original to one of his kin, and sooner or later, they will make a deal with him. Lamar listens intently. Lamar decides that he shall investigate the Cromwells more closely. The figure notes that, right now, it's just that one young Cromwell. The figure decides there is no need to rush, so they will give him a little more time. To continue his investigation, the leader instructed his subordinate to maintain surveillance, but to focus on the deadly sins first. The subordinate then inquired about the Zephyr cult. The leader responded that they were likely keeping a deadly sin for their god summoning. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure reported that they had picked up some suspicious activity. They believed the cult would soon be gathering a large number of people for the Zephyr summoning ceremony. The figure was instructed to maintain a close watch on them. The speaker emphasized the importance of this year's festival. Deep within the shadows of a stone corridor, Master Piot was mentioned. Of course, Piot was concerned with their entry points, and he revealed that they had also learned about all the underground chambers beneath the arena. Piot was pleased, noting that they may be able to make many sacrifices to summon Lord Zepar, and he complimented them on a job well done. The cloaked figure responded that if everything went well, he would be sure to introduce him to some nice girls. Piot insisted that he was fine, or perhaps he could be the one introduced. Piot clarified that all he did was borrow the help of their brothers and sisters at the academy, and he remarked on what precious children they were, knowing very well what. Piot then asked if there was a potential candidate. The cloaked figure was asked if he had been successful in recruiting her. The cloaked figure thought it must be about Vivienne. Piot said he spoke to her directly, but she didn't seem particularly interested, stating that she had found her spiritual foundation. The man with the pink hat considered Vivienne's rejection. It was a pity, he thought, but ultimately unavoidable. He hoped she would do well without him. Elsewhere, a week after returning from the Cromwell mansion, Andreas Cromwell found himself reflecting on recent events. He had been worried that the original sin he absorbed might cause problems. Fortunately, nothing had. So far, this is what had happened. If it weren't for what was about to happen at the academy, Andreas thought he could have stayed by Amy's side. From his vantage point, Andreas could see the academy grounds. On the last day of the academy's festival, at the arena, the Zepar cult would carry out a terrorist attack. Now that he knew Cromwell's, Andreas wondered how many people would be killed in their ridiculous attempts to summon an evil god. Andreas knew he had to get rid of them before they got anyone else involved. Andreas realized he needed to protect the playable characters if he wanted to clear the game. And he didn't expect much, but it was possible that the Zepar cult had other codexes with them. So he would look into that as well. Andreas realized there were so many things to do since he got the original sin. He told Nickel that they should resume their training. The training began. Suddenly, Andreas was surprised. He looked shocked. A notification appeared, stating that Codex Apocalypse, Chapter 0, the purest original sin had detected Diligent Sloth. The notification continued, stating that the purest original sin had been linked to Diligent Sloth, generating additional features, abilities, and enhancing base capabilities. Nickel wondered about the sloth. Andreas wondered what this sensation was as the notification stated that Codex Apocalypse, Chapter 0, the purest original sin, was starting to grow. The original sin seemed to recognize Nickel as the embodiment of sloth. The question arose, was it because Nickel had carried it for so long? Andreas wondered if Nickel's prolonged exposure was the reason. The Codex Apocalypse had finished growing, and Diligent Sloth was no longer linked to the purest original sin. The Sloth Phantom, legendary, shared the effects of Diligent Sloth, revealing Nickel Lifehill to be an undead, Tier 5 entity with 2113 mana and the traits of self-awareness and mastery. Chapter 0 of the Codex Apocalypse indicated that mana recovery had increased by 188% due to Sloth, and mana sensitivity by 66%. Once every 6 days, a special skill could be used, with Sloth currently stored. Andreas suggested to Nickel that they cancel today's training session to celebrate his power-up, but Nickel shook his head in response. Andreas recalled that there should be some cultists looking for new members in this area. Andreas wondered if he was misremembering due to the passage of time. He questioned why he didn't see any familiar faces. The group of cloaked figures moved through the city streets. Meanwhile, one of the figures wondered if the man who had gone missing had reappeared. The group decided to follow him. As they approached a large coliseum, a figure slipped into a dark alleyway. The figure opened a manhole cover. The cloaked swordsman descended into the darkness below. Below, a woman with reddish-brown skin and pointed ears looked up as the figure descended. She questioned the figure's presence. A hulking figure stood behind her. The swordsman landed with a thud. The woman was knocked to the ground. The cloaked swordsman realized that Hazar and the rest of the cult were preparing a terrorist attack. From above, a figure commands Nickel to join him, while ordering Timer to stay behind and watch. With a swift motion, the skeletal figure orders them to move. Meanwhile, Andreas Cromwell continues his descent into the sewers, sword in hand. He pauses, sensing something ahead. The scene reveals a disturbing sight. Several individuals are suspended from the ceiling, while others kneel before a figure in a cloak. Andreas observes the cultists gathered in the sewer chamber. One of the cultists reflects on the challenge of bringing in the explosives, but notes that setting them up should take no more than a day. He hopes his efforts will earn him a promotion and believes there will be no problems for tomorrow's ceremony. Suddenly, one of the cultists is struck down. Chaos erupts as the cultists realize they are under attack. One of the cultists looks up in shock and fear. Several cultists, wielding knives, charge forward, ready to defend their position. The battle intensifies as the cultists clash with their unseen assailant. The cultists were quickly dispatched. The swordsman thought to himself how useless they were. One of the cultists was shocked that it was only one man. Another cultist was confused. The swordsman protagonist's swordsmanship impressed one of the cultists. Andreas Cromwell believed they were almost done and told himself to collect the explosives. The cloaked swordsman decided to call Timer back to him, now that all the explosives were accounted for. Above him, a large, grotesque creature loomed. The cloaked swordsman dashed forward. He called out to Timer. A large man with purple clothing was surprised to see the cloaked swordsman, thinking he would drop by since he finished his business early. The man with purple clothing called the cloaked swordsman Hazard. Andreas wonders when the large creature appeared. Elsewhere, a large man wearing a purple hat and cape demands to know if someone was responsible. The story unfolds, revealing the title, Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits. The bald man in purple demanded to know if he was responsible. He was referring to the one who killed the child. Elsewhere, Andreas could only respond in disbelief. The bald man hoped Andreas knew what he was getting himself into. Hyatt Koban had gone too far, according to the bald man. The bald man grinned menacingly, his eyes gleaming with malice. It was revealed that one of the cult's top leaders, who appears mid-game, has strength comparable to an Aura Master, and that this was going to sting a little. The cloaked figure warned that he's bad news. It was said that his strength at this point in time was probably greater than Ivy's. The question was posed whether Nickel and Timer would be able to defeat him with their low evolution stages. Moreover, they're a bad match for Pyatt's skills, which increase muscle and physical strength, making blunt blows and slashes ineffective. Andreas Cromwell, visibly surprised, could only utter a single word. The hulking figure considered his options, admitting he didn't know who Andreas was. However, he remarked that Andreas seemed strong, so he would give it his all. Andreas braced himself, realizing the giant was coming. The giant lunged forward, initiating the attack. Andreas barely managed to evade the initial strike. The giant's fist crashed down with tremendous force. The impact sent shockwaves through the area. Suddenly, a skeletal warrior emerged, intercepting the blow. The giant's attacks intensified, each strike carrying immense power. The skeletal warrior clashed against the giant, sparks flying with each impact. The skeletal warrior seemed unfazed, remarking that the attacks barely tickled. The giant recoiled from the skeletal warrior's attack, sparks flying from the point of impact. Meanwhile, Andreas watched with a calculating gaze. The giant, unfazed, taunted his opponent, questioning why they didn't attack. The skeletal warrior struck again, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. The giant, momentarily stunned, was told to move aside. From above, Andreas descended, his cloak billowing behind him. Andreas prepared his sword, energy crackling around blade. He landed before the giant, ready to strike. The skeletal warrior and Andreas attacked in unison, their combined assault shattering the ground. The giant staggered back, struggling to defend against the coordinated assault. Andreas, seeing his opportunity, declared it was time. He unleashed a powerful strike, the energy blade cutting through the air. The force of Andreas's attack sent debris flying. The giant, however, remained unfazed, his red eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Suddenly, a voice cried out, warning of an incoming earth shield. The giant grinned, revealing rows of sharp teeth. The earth beneath Andreas erupted, encasing him in a protective barrier. The force of the attack sent Andreas flying backwards. The giant's fist slammed into the earth shield. The impact shattered the shield, sending shards of earth in all directions. Andreas, battered and bruised, struggled to catch his breath. The giant chuckled, clearly amused by Andreas's predicament. The giant then grabbed Andreas by the cloak, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The giant prepared to deliver a crushing blow. Andreas was held firmly in the giant's grasp. Elsewhere, the battle against the monstrous horde continued to rage. The Aura Master struck down another foe. Back in the giant's grip, Andreas struggled against the immense pressure. The giant tightened his grip, eliciting a pained cry from Andreas. The giant seemed to revel in Andreas's suffering, enjoying the sounds he made. Despite the pain, Andreas desperately searched for a way out of his predicament. A notification appeared. The purest original sin has responded to the host call. A prompt appeared, asking if he wanted to use the special skill sloth. Andreas considered the option, the word sloth echoing in his mind. He knew he didn't know what the risks were yet, but Andreas realized he had no other choice. Andreas declared that he was using the skill sloth. The giant, confused, wondered what was happening. The giant's grip tightened around Andreas. Below, the skeletal swordsman continued his battle against the other giants. The giant holding Andreas questioned what that sound was. Suddenly, the sound of something slithering echoed around them. Tendrils of dark energy began to spread across the floor. The slithering sound intensified. The giant, his eyes glowing red, wondered what this ominous presence was. The skeletal swordsman continued to fight, unaware of a change. The dark energy continued to spread, enveloping everything. The skill sloth was temporarily applying talent, magic, genius, temporarily nullifying all mental magic, entering the state of transcendental emotion sloth for a duration of 66 seconds. Andreas Cromwell found thinking to be an annoyance. Meanwhile, the giant opened his eyes and summoned an earth shield, finding even breathing to be a drag. With a burst of speed, the giant moved. The giant hurled chunks of earth at Andreas. Andreas, struggling to keep his heart beating, questioned what the giant was. The giant continued his assault. The giant found the situation bothersome. He continued to hurl earth. The giant's fist hurtled forward. The giant's red eyes glowed intensely. The earth shattered under the force of the attacks. Andreas, surrounded by a pool of blood, laughed and asked if that was all the giant had. The giant seems confused by Andreas' resilience, questioning what just happened. Meanwhile, the swordsman protagonist, covered in blood, realizes he needs to act quickly to defeat his opponent. The swordsman protagonist prepares for another attack. The giant wonders what is happening. The giant prepares to attack. A man with a mustache looks on, questioning something. The mustache man stands before a crowd. The title card appears, emblazoned with the words, Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits. Aura Master tenses, preparing for a fight. An armored knight falls to the ground, defeated. The crowd looks on in shock and awe. Meanwhile, a man with a neatly trimmed mustache considers the situation. He realizes that putting up the anti-black magic barrier worked against him. His daughter asks what is wrong. The man tells his daughter to stay put, sensing that something is coming. Suddenly, the ground erupts in a burst of energy and debris. A massive, armored hand reaches up from below. A figure prepares a rock spear. The figure wonders if a rock spear is basic magic. Andreas Cromwell is caught in the blast. The hulking figure dismissed the attack as flashy but ultimately harmless, confident that such pebbles wouldn't even scratch his body. The skeletal warrior was sent flying backward from the force of the blow. The large figure grimaced, focusing his attention on the downed opponent. He taunted the skeletal warrior, calling him an ugly skeleton. The skeletal warrior crashed into the ground, the impact creating a cloud of dust and debris. The large figure loomed over the fallen warrior. The hulking figure questioned what would happen next, as he stood over the skeletal warrior and the cloaked swordsman. Meanwhile, the swordsman protagonist stood within a circle of blood, surrounded by spikes. The large figure seemed surprised. He scoffed, asking if they thought they could kill him with just a few shots. The hulking figure's eyes glowed with menacing intent. The large figure was shocked. Andreas Cromwell, eyes glowing red, tells his opponent to die. Because of this, the hulking figure is struck by a powerful force. The force sends the hulking figure flying. The hulking figure crashes into a wall. Dust and debris fill the air as the hulking figure lands. However, the duration of the special skill sloth has expired, and Andreas Cromwell is about to suffer the backlash. Andreas Cromwell is now unable to move his body or use mana and aura. Severe damage will occur due to overuse of his body. The hulking figure rises to its feet. Andreas Cromwell thinks that it feels like his body has been torn to shreds. He realizes that he has to get up and finish him off. The hulking figure is surrounded by a blue aura, and a spectral tiger looms behind him. Andreas Cromwell lies defeated on the ground. A system message appeared, indicating that requirements had been met and evolvable individuals were detected. Lying on the ground, Andreas wondered what was happening. The system message continued, stating that his evolvability was at 33%, and that there was one divergence available, asking if he wanted to evolve. The swordsman remained prone on the ground, unmoving. The hulking figure stood over Andreas, taunting him, asking if he wanted to give him a souvenir to take to the grave. Nearby, the Aura Master lay defeated, thinking that these vulgar outlaws were a default result. Elsewhere in the sewers, a man wondered why they were in Rodland's sewer. He thought that they must have something to do with the strange presence he felt earlier, but the man decided there was no point in speculating and that he should check the area first. From his location, he began to move. The man exclaimed that they were there. The battle continued in the sewers, with the hulking figure looming over Andreas and the Aura Master lying defeated nearby. The man from before stood with the hulking figure. The air hung thick with the acrid stench of gunpowder. Bodies lay scattered amidst the wreckage. The force of the explosion must have been immense, capable of leveling the stadium above. The speaker lamented that many would have died, including his own children. The man's expression was one of grim satisfaction. The man, standing with a cloaked figure, seemed surprised by something. He wondered if it was Andreas Cromwell. Another figure questioned what the boy was doing there. The scene was one of utter devastation, with bodies strewn amidst shattered stone. It was here where the trace of black magic was the strongest. Andreas lay motionless amidst the carnage. It couldn't be. A backdrop of crimson sets the stage. Against this backdrop, a figure with long green hair and a weathered face stands, his expression unreadable. A disembodied voice wonders if he inherited the original sin from Cain. Time appears to stand still. It is announced that Andreas Cromwell has evolved, his transformation complete. The trait dual core, epic, disappears, and the trait vessel, unique, is generated. He wonders if he said he would accept the evolution. Elsewhere, Andreas lies in bed, seemingly asleep. A voice notes that his wounds were so severe, he should have died. The voice continues, remarking that in just 2 weeks, he has almost made a full recovery. Andreas, still in bed, looks up in surprise, calling out to Sir Alvin. Andreas was immediately met with a stern question. The man with the blindfold demanded to know what he had been doing there. Confused, Andreas asked what he was talking about. The man clarified that he was referring to what happened in the sewers. The two remained in the room, the tension palpable. Andreas thought to himself that he should keep it under wraps for now. Andreas explained that he had been walking near the waterway when he saw a suspicious group of people fighting. The man with the blindfold asked if he had gotten dragged into it. The man pressed, asking where the others had gone, stating that Andreas was the only one at the scene when he arrived. Andreas steeled himself, resolving that no matter how many times he was asked, he would just say he didn't know. The man questioned what exactly Andreas was hiding. Andreas reiterated that, as he had said earlier, he wasn't hiding anything. A new character, Sir Alvin, appeared, asking someone to take care of his children. The man with the blindfold conceded, saying fine. Rather than interrogate someone who knows nothing, Andreas thought it would be faster to catch a Zepar lackey lurking around town. Besides, he doubted. Someone who barely made it out alive wouldn't have any useful information. Andreas wondered why he was backing down so easily. That was enough information, so Andreas excused himself. The man with the blindfold reminded Andreas about their bet on his potion development, asking if he had forgotten. He told Andreas that he had 1 week left and that he was looking forward to it. For some reason, despite knowing who he was, he let Andreas off the hook. Andreas wondered why. Salem also sounded like he didn't care if Bach found out he was a black mage. The man stated that he saw Bach in the vision he had at Cromwell's mansion. He was pretty sure that Bach knew exactly who he and his father were. Andreas looked concerned. Someone asked Andreas how he was doing, having heard that he was hurt pretty bad. They exclaimed that it had been a long time since they last saw him. Andreas, still recovering, was surprised by the arrival of Diane and Carlos, questioning their presence. Diane explained that her father had informed her of Andreas's condition, which prompted her visit. She remarked that he appeared to be in better shape than she had anticipated. Carlos chimed in, expressing his pleasure at seeing the three of them together again, reminiscing about the past. Andreas then turned the question back to Diane and Carlos, inquiring about their well-being. Andreas reflected on his past life, a life where he had always tried to save someone, only to fail. Carlos interjected, telling Diane to stop, as it was embarrassing. Andreas then stated that he was glad to see the three of them together again. Andreas resolved that, in this life, he would protect what was important to him with his own power. The hooded figure walked along the tree-lined street. Elsewhere, a man celebrated, raising a golden trophy high above his head. He remarked that Bach seemed to have thorough news control. Carmen Redjaff had won the Academy's year-end celebration. Despite the large attendance, thanks to thorough preparation by the authorities, Andreas noted that there wasn't a single news report about it. Andreas considered the Zephyr cult's terrorist attacks, and that it wasn't surprising, given an external threat had infiltrated the heart of the Academy. He thought to himself that the original sin in the basement was quiet as well, and that he shouldn't be worried about this issue anymore. Nearby, a man with short blonde hair greeted Andreas, saying it was early. Andreas confirmed that it was. The two walked along a bridge with large gears, turning the background. The blonde man stated that Tower Master Andreas Cromwell was here. The two figures arrived precisely when expected. A man with a neatly groomed mustache stood in wait. He requested that they show him the potion. The man with green hair thought to himself that Bach Alvin was acting as if the sewer incident never happened, and wondered whose side he was on, his or his father's. The cork was popped from a vial. Bach took a swig from the vial. Alvin watched him. Bach remarked that it was an emit potion. Bach stated that he expected Alvin would figure it out. Bach accused them of trying to test him, and revealed he had another. He held up a blue potion. Alvin looked surprised. Bach asked if they had made two. He thanked the man for his material and moral support. The man smirked, conceding that he had lost the bet. The man gestured, telling him to follow so he could receive his promised reward. The spell became visible. It was visible. A surge of power emanated from the center of the room. Shelves lined the walls, filled with various artifacts and curiosities. The man gestured for him to pick anything he liked, as Alvin looked around in awe. Alvin thanked him, surprised by how much more there was than he had expected. One item was Knack's cursed orgle, which was filled with magical power. The longer one listened to it, the more powerless they became. Another item was Mitra's pocket watch, which was able to store mana, currently at 0/500. The man explained that each of these items was worth well over 10 million will. Alvin examined the items on display. He paused, spotting a sealed sword labeled Galaxer, noting its 73% mana conductivity. The young man realized it was a named item he only knew from the game. He never thought it would be stored in Back's warehouse. Alvin thought to himself that he wanted it. The warehouse manager presented the sword to Alvin. The manager remarked that Alvin was a strange one, being interested in such a thing. The manager explained that he had found that sword in the Shire dungeon and had examined it several times, but it didn't seem to be of any particular value. The manager asked Alvin if he was sure. Alvin looked at the sword intently. The manager commented that Alvin was stubborn, but in a weird way, just like his father. The manager noted that even though there were plenty of better items he could have, Alvin insisted it was all right, really. Alvin overheard the warehouse manager's parting words, a dismissive remark about not caring if he came crawling back later, begging for a change of heart. He was then presented with a sealed letter. The warehouse manager explained that the letter was from His Imperial Majesty, concerning the Cromwell family's merits, and that he had kept it for Alvin while he was in a coma. He had kept it for him while he was in a coma. He was also given a letter of recommendation. The warehouse manager suggested that since Alvin seemed interested in swords, a visit to a certain place might be useful. Alvin returned to his room. He read the letter, which stated that his title was to have been reduced due to poor behavior, but following recommendations from Alvin, Duke of Clauseals, and others, the title change would be withheld until next year. Alvin thought to himself that a merit rank is nothing more than an empty title, and that he must tell Amy to contact him immediately if she sees any suspicious activity. Alvin found it annoying that Bach seemed friendly enough to give him a letter, especially since he claimed it was a letter of recommendation. He was instructed to give another letter to the old man, living in the place on the map. If the old man knew the letter was from Bach, he was sure he would at least teach him a thing or two. The map looked familiar to Alvin. He mused that he was speaking of an old man. Suddenly, Alvin realized the location on the map was Discron. He recalled that Discron Forn, one of the 10 great masters of the continent, was supposed to be retiring there. Without a letter of recommendation, Alvin knew he would have been turned away, but thanks to Bach, he might be able to study with the sword master. Alvin thought that if he remembered correctly, there was probably a hidden spot nearby. Alvin decided he would have to check there on his way to Discron's. He looked forward to leaving as soon as he had a holiday. The landscape was rocky and arid. The terrain was rough and unforgiving. A large beetle crawled across the desert floor. The beetle approached a skeleton lying in the sand. He reached out his hand, as if to grasp the strange, dark object floating above. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure stood before a massive beetle, its carapace gleaming in the harsh light. The sound of something breaking echoed through the air. The beetle was struck with great force. The swordsman protagonist, standing amidst a desolate landscape littered with the corpses of giant insects, reflected on his recent victory. He realized that the reward he received for his fight with Pyat was substantial. The swordsman protagonist considered how, by combining mana and aura, even his most basic skills had become significantly more powerful. He understood that the trait Vessel, unique, had removed the boundary between the Danteon and the heart, allowing aura to be converted into mana and mana into aura. He realized that Vessel was the perfect version of Salem's skill transference. He further realized that the combined amount of aura and mana had increased to the point where it was no longer necessary to switch between the two. The swordsman protagonist realized this meant he was unlikely to ever run out of power again. He decided to take every bit of the monster byproduct, just in case he needed it. The cloaked swordsman began harvesting the beetle. The swordsman protagonist looked up, a concerned expression on his face. Mount Clathen, the highest peak of the monster-infested Crafts mountain range, loomed in the distance as Andreas Cromwell considered his path. He believed that he could meet Discron there. But before he could meet with Discron, something else needed to be addressed. Elsewhere, in a hidden spot within the mountains, a figure grinned, revealing the location of the giant's lair. The figure planned to acquire the corpse of the giant. With a sharp crack, a container is opened. From within a satchel, the container is carefully placed. Having gathered all the necessary materials, Andreas Cromwell declared it was time to move on. Suddenly, a heavy thud echoed nearby. The masked figure paused, wondering what the sound was. A soft groan escaped the lips of someone nearby. Andreas turned to see a figure sprawled on the ground. It was a Leopardian, seemingly unconscious. The masked man approached the fallen Leopardian. He examined the creature's condition. Andreas Cromwell asks the Leopardian if he can talk. The Leopardian groans, wondering what happened. The narration explains that although the Leopardians live in a remote area due to the Emperor's oppression of different races, each Leopardian is an adept warrior, skilled in close combat. It then wonders who in the world could have done this. Andreas Cromwell kneels beside the Leopardian, also wondering who could have done this. Suddenly, a giant bug monster appears, prompting Andreas to exclaim in surprise. Andreas draws his sword. The bug monster lunges forward. Andreas leaps into action. Andreas clashes with the bug monster. Andreas realizes it's a bug monster capable of high-speed flight. Someone recalls that only Ranix, the bug manipulator, was able to control it. The narration states that Ranix's bug army is strong enough to wipe out a whole village in half a day. Deep within a shadowed chamber, a figure surrounded by insectal creatures relayed information. He was on a treasure hunt under Jester's orders, and his presence meant something significant was about to happen. Nearby, the Leopardian knelt, listening intently to the cloaked swordsman. The Leopardian grimaced, recalling the recent attack. Those bugs had attacked his village. The cloaked swordsman realized the truth. The figure was after the Lunapal crystal. The swordsman knew that the crystal was the only treasure the Leopardians carried. He then asked if he could be taken to the village. The cloaked swordsman stated that he might be able to help. The swordsman acknowledged the Leopardian's doubt, but reasoned that if he were an enemy, he wouldn't offer help in the first place. The Leopardian relented, pleading for his village to be saved. The landscape stretched out before them, a vista of canyons and rocky spires. The cloaked swordsman and the Leopardian began their journey, traversing the rugged terrain. The Leopardian grunted, wondering if they were heading in the same direction as where he was going. The cloaked swordsman, carried by the Leopardian, continued onward, their destination still ahead. He resolved to find a solution soon. The air crackled with unseen energy. Below, the cloaked swordsman, the Leopardian, and the skeletal warrior surveyed the scene. The cloaked swordsman realized they had arrived at the correct location. The Leopardian knew the cave was the hidden spot where the giant corpse rested. The Leopardian realized that the village that should have been in front of them was gone. The cloaked swordsman realized the village was gone because of Ranix's attack. He sighed, promising to get rid of the bugs as promised. The swordsman held a glowing green orb in his hand. The group was surrounded by a swarm of bug monsters. The bug monsters swarmed around the group. A minor necromancy ghoul summoning was successful, and 24 bug-type ghouls were summoned. The bug monsters buzzed menacingly. The village was overrun by the insect monsters, their numbers overwhelming the survivors. Suddenly, a voice echoed, triggering a corpse explosion. The explosion ripped through the monsters, a wave of green energy obliterating them. Aura Master 1 stared in disbelief at the carnage. The remaining Leopardians watched as the green energy decimated the insect horde. One of the giant insect monsters was caught in the blast. A Leopardian woman held a child tightly, her expression a mix of fear and shock. Nearby, another Leopardian was struck by one of the insect monsters. The Leopardian woman continued to clutch the child, seeking shelter from the chaos. Another of the insect monsters was caught in the explosion, its body mangled. The Leopardian who was struck fought back against the insect monster. The battle continued, the Leopardian struggling against the insect monster's assault. The insect monsters continued their assault, undeterred by the loss of their comrades. Amidst the chaos, one of the insect monsters was obliterated by an unseen force. The corpse explosion had cleared a large area, but many insect monsters remained, swarming the village. Elsewhere, Ranix moved with purpose. He paused, sensing a presence nearby. He wondered who it could be. Ranix realized he had to escape. He muttered about his bugs. Ranix prepared to fight. Andreas Cromwell, sword drawn, declared that he knew Ranix was nearby. Andreas advanced. Ranix demanded to know who Andreas was. Andreas retorted that there was no reason for him to attack Ranix if he was a black mage as well. Ranix was met with a demand for silence, as Andreas made it clear that he was the one asking the questions. He pressed Ranix, inquiring if he was acting on Jester's orders to locate the deadly sins. Ranix, visibly shaken, stammered, questioning how Andreas knew. The cloaked swordsman considered that something fell off, and that perhaps he should prod Ranix a bit more. He demanded that Ranix answer the question, or he would cut his arm off. Ranix appeared nervous and sweaty. Andreas urged Ranix to think carefully before answering, repeating the question of whether he attacked them, because he thought they were one of the deadly sins. Andreas gave Ranix an ultimatum. He could either die right there, or he could tell him everything he knew. Ranix's red eyes narrowed. The cloaked swordsman warned that if Ranix refused to answer, he would take it as a choice of death. Ranix quickly relented, saying he would talk. The cloaked swordsman held up a list of possible deadly sins, admitting it wasn't exactly accurate. Ranix screamed as he was struck. The cloaked swordsman examined the list, wondering what it was and noting that it was the first time he was seeing it. The list contained information about mysterious treasures from the depths of the sea to be auctioned at the Muriel auction. The cloaked swordsman examines the card he obtained from Ranix. Meanwhile, a ship approaches Port Town Muriel. It seems this is the swordsman's next destination. Elsewhere, Ranix struggles to speak, begging for his life. The swordsman sheathes his sword, thanking Ranix for the information. As Ranix lies defeated, a voice declares that his body will be kept and used for experiments, noting that there is not much time left until the auction. The swordsman thinks to himself that he will head to Muriel as soon as he gets back. The sky was a canvas of blue and white, with clouds drifting lazily. In the distance, a desert town stood nestled against towering rock formations. The villagers expressed their gratitude, thanking the heroes for saving them. One of the villagers, a leopard-like humanoid, explained that they were unable to repay them properly at the moment, but offered a lunapult crystal as a token of their appreciation. The cloaked swordsman tilted his head, questioning their statement. A figure with a white mask requested to be let in. The leopard-like humanoid was taken aback by the request. The villagers expressed their distrust of humans, suspecting that the masked figure was also after the mine. The leopard-like humanoid paused, considering the situation. Ultimately, the leopard-like humanoid decided to let the masked figure in. The cloaked swordsman watched as the masked figure was led inside. One of the villagers expressed that if it weren't for the cloaked swordsman's help, their village would have been destroyed. The cloaked swordsman reassured them that he had no interest in a lunapult crystal. One of the Tigerian warriors questioned his motives. The cloaked swordsman told them that he would explain the reason inside. He thought to himself that it was because that's where the one he wanted was. The group approached a large, glowing green rock. They entered a dark cavern. The cloaked swordsman thought that it was around there. One of the Tigerian warriors questioned what was going on, stating that it was just a hard rock wall. The cloaked swordsman told Timer to break it down. Timer roared and broke the rock wall. One of the Tigerian warriors was shocked by Timer's fearsome strength. The Tigerian warriors warned their elder that the area was dangerous, but their words seemed to fall on deaf ears. The elder, however, seemed unfazed by their concerns. Before them stretched a cavern filled with massive, glowing green crystals. The warriors marveled at the sheer number of crystals, but the cloaked swordsman seemed to have found something else of interest. The elder realized that this was what the swordsman had been searching for all along. The swordsman stated that he had no interest in the crystals themselves. He pointed to something deeper within the cavern, declaring that was what he wanted. The elder questioned what he was referring to, his gaze following the swordsman's. The elder's eyes widened slightly. He stared in disbelief at what he saw. One of the Tigerian warriors wondered why such a large structure was present. The swordsman stated that he would leave all the lunapult to them, but in return, he needed to be left alone. The leopard-like humanoid demanded an explanation. As the head of their tribe, they needed to understand the swordsman's intentions. As the tribe leader spoke, the swordsman remained silent. The cloaked swordsman assured them that if he intended to harm them, he would have done so already. The leopard-like humanoid was taken aback by the swordsman's words. Even if he was their savior, his attitude was unacceptable. The tribe leader pleaded with the swordsman, stating that they would trust him to not take it by force. The swordsman asked them to honor the promise they made to him, the first human they had ever made a promise to. The swordsman stood before the statue, finally alone. The swordsman considered turning the corpse into a ghoul, since it was no longer fresh. He began casting a minor necromancy spell to summon a ghoul, detecting one corpse. However, the swordsman's caster level was insufficient, and the ghoul's summoning failed. As he thought, the swordsman fell to the ground, defeated. The swordsman's efforts had been in vain, but he was not deterred. No matter how long it took, he vowed to make it his. Before him stood the statue, silent and imposing. Again, the attempt failed, the caster level insufficient. The minor necromancy spell to summon a ghoul had failed. The swordsman's caster level was insufficient, and the minor necromancy spell failed again. Once more, the minor necromancy spell to summon a ghoul had failed. The swordsman looked up, frustrated by his repeated failures. He reflected on his attempts over the past week, all of which had failed. He wondered if he should give up at this stage, but then he remembered that this place was no longer secret. There was no guarantee the giant would still be here the next time he came back, so he decided to try increasing the amount of mana beyond the standard. He resolved to go for all or nothing, casting the minor necromancy spell to summon a ghoul, and this time, a corpse was detected. The cloaked swordsman knew he still had time. He would keep trying. Minor necromancy. Ghoul summoning successful. A titan ghoul, mythical, was summoned, and the level of the finished corpse was high, granting a status bonus. The level of the finished corpse had become transcendent, its tier increased, and it had become a champion titan ghoul. The level of the finished corpse was almost transcendent. It regained some of its former egos. The champion titan ghoul materialized. It was a mythical level undead, inheriting some of its traits before death. The champion titan ghoul's face was revealed, its red eyes burning with power. This champion titan ghoul, mythical, was Rudradal Conadando, an undead of tier 6 with a mana of 3733, possessing the traits of egos, monstrous strength, fighting spirit, and indomitability. The swordsman watched as Rudradal Conadando fully materialized. The swordsman seemed to be in awe of the ghoul's power. The cloaked swordsman found the situation intimidating, but he was likely the only one in the world who could command a giant tribe right now, so he wouldn't be afraid. He was thankful that all the hard work had been worth it. In the distance, a grand cathedral stood beneath the moonlight. Inside a study, a figure sat at a desk, surrounded by books and alchemical equipment. Nearby, a fly buzzed against the glass of jar. Suddenly, the fly was struck by a blast of energy, shattering the glass around it. The figure at the desk watched the scene unfold. Looking down into the jar, the figure wondered if the fly was dead. Ranix mused that, no matter what, he still had plenty of pawns out there. Elsewhere, a messenger informed Master Jester that His Imperial Majesty wanted to see him. Master Jester acknowledged the message, stating that he understood and would be there at once. The Jester's face remained hidden in shadow. A report was being delivered, stating that there was something to tell him. The report was likely being delivered to a secluded house atop a cliff. Inside, a muscular man with a ponytail sat in contemplation, overlooking the landscape. He sat in silence. The man looked down at a small, golden object in his hand and asked if the Empire had sent the messenger. A figure in a cloak stood behind him, seemingly surprised by the question. The man with the ponytail continued to gaze out of the mountains. The cloaked figure responded that he was there on the recommendation of the Duke of Alvin. The man with the ponytail then asked if Bact, that boy, had sent him. The distance between them was vast, but the tension was palpable. Dan Wu cursed under his breath, knowing the fight ahead would be difficult. Dan Wu felt the immense pressure emanating from his opponent. It was stronger than Salem's, a daunting realization. The older man couldn't believe this was the test. He taunted Dan Wu, offering him the first move. Dan Wu realized his opponent wasn't taking him seriously, fighting him with just a stick. Despite the disadvantage, Dan Wu resolved to defeat him. The older man moved with blinding speed, his stick a blur as he struck at Dan Wu. Dan Wu's expression hardened as he focused on the fight. The older man stated that he had a rough grasp of Dan Wu's abilities. The older man told Dan Wu that it wasn't his swordsmanship he should be training now. The older man criticized Dan Wu's fighting style, calling it a flimsy style that relied too much on tricks. The older man stood ready, his stick held high, prepared to continue the fight. Ranix observed that Dan Wu's movements were too obvious and overly reliant on speed, revealing an inability to see through his opponent's tactics. The older man stated that it was Dan Wu's lack of experience that was holding him back. Ranix told him not to worry. Because of this, Dan Wu was sent sprawling onto the ground, defeated. Ranix assured him that he would naturally get better as he continued to spar with him. The scene shifts to training at Mount Clatin, Day 1, where Ranix continued to train Dan Wu. Dan Wu ate a potato as Ranix stood nearby. The training continued with Dan Wu practicing his swordsmanship against hanging logs. The sword clattered to the ground. Dan Wu, looking panicked, called for timeout. Dan Wu continued his training, now on day 27. 6 days later, the sounds of clashing metal echoed through the training grounds as the intensity of the training increased. The force of their blows sent shock waves through the air. Ranix observed Dan Wu's progress, noting that his movements were improving. However, the training was far from over. The speed of their swordplay intensified, becoming a blur of motion. The impact of each strike reverberated through the air. Dan Wu focused, thinking in the middle of the fight. Ranix continued his relentless assault. The force of the blows sent Dan Wu hurtling through the air. He spun, trying to regain his balance. Ranix acknowledged Dan Wu's efforts, stating that he would recognize his fighting will for not whining even once. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the air as Ranix remains unfazed. From Ranix's perspective, the attack seems to have little effect. Dan Wu leaps forward, his sword poised to strike. Dan Wu realizes that even a sword master can let their guard down. He vows that next time, he won't be defeated so easily. Ranix observes Dan Wu's fall, wondering if he gathered his aura and sent it flying. Ranix wonders if Dan Wu is good enough to use sword arts yet, and if he used it instinctively, commenting on what a talent he is. The scene shifts to another individual, who recalls that Luis will enroll at Rodland soon. Ranix thinks it would be interesting to see if he can get Dan Wu in a match with this kid. The sky is blue with scattered clouds. Dan Wu is surprised. Dan Wu is finally awake. Ranix mentioned the sword arts Dan Wu had used before passing out. He then asked Dan Wu to repeat them. Dan Wu recalled using those sword arts when he was beaten to a pulp. From atop the cliff, Ranix admitted that Dan Wu's earlier display was born of desperation. He then offered to teach him how to properly use sword arts. Ranix added that they would also work on some basic aura control. Dan Wu thanked him. Ranix explained that when using sword arts, one should think of the sword as wrapping the sword like a scabbard. From above, Dan Wu and Ranix stood in a field. Ranix continued, saying that one should then just send that scabbard. Although its basic form is just a sharp slash, the technique has more potential. It can be used in a variety of ways depending on how one uses it, from explosions to shockwaves, even on something as large as that tree. Ranix continued, explaining that if Danwoo used the aura to stimulate his body instead of a sword, he could move at super speeds. Although it was just a sharp slash, Danwoo listened intently. Danwoo was surprised at how much he was learning, but Ranix simply laughed. He explained that Danwoo could wrap his aura around his body or his sword and adjust the strength accordingly. Ranix watched him intently. For now, Ranix instructed him to learn to use the sword arts. Ranix encouraged him to keep it up, and once he was used to it, to move a little further away. Danwoo continued to practice. Conditions were met, and evolvable entities were detected. Andreas Cromwell considered his combat talent, noting its evolvability was at 30%. He mused that his hard training had allowed his genius-tier combat skills to reach an evolvable level. Anyway, that was a good thing, he thought as he prepared to swing his sword. Plus, it was more enjoyable for him to use his body. The sword cut through the air. The sound of the blade echoed. Ranix watched, his eyes wide with surprise. He thought that Andreas was even more of a monster than he had imagined. Ranix never thought such talent could exist. He considered that Woog, Luis, and even him were never as good as Andreas. As long as he was given a clear direction, Ranix believed Andreas would probably thrive on his own. In that case, all he could do was watch. The sword came to a stop. Ranix told Andreas to go home first, dig up the potatoes, and boil them, referring to him as my disciple. Andreas thought to himself that it was all potatoes every meal, and he felt like they were going to start sprouting out of his body. Andreas' face is etched with confusion as he contemplates the recent turn of events. Ranix, standing nearby, had just referred to him as a disciple. He questions if he heard correctly, and Ranix asks if he doesn't like it. The pair stand in a grassy field, the trees surrounding them. Moments later, they sit across from each other at a low table, eating. Andreas reflects on the fact that D-Scrun took him on as his disciple, wondering why. Though puzzled, Andreas holds a stone in his hand. He realizes he has been with D-Scrun for over a month. He is now holding a book. Ranix tells him to take it. Andreas wonders why he is being given this. The book is titled Eagle's Sword, a skill book written by D-Scrun Forn, containing extensive knowledge of his swordsmanship. Andreas realizes it is D-Scrun's skill book, a level-boosting item, just like Morn's black magic book. He understands it means he can use it. D-Scrun's Eagle's sword technique was a sight to behold. Andreas seemed surprised by something he read in the skill book. Ranix chuckled, asking if Andreas truly hated being taught by him so much. Andreas exclaimed in realization. Ranix mused that as much as he'd like to teach potential disciples directly, sometimes too much teaching could poison talent, especially one as peculiar as Andreas, whose body was full of aura. Andreas sat across from Ranix, listening intently. The swordsman realized that a sword master had actually taken him in as his disciple. Ranix thought to himself that now that he'd finished teaching Andreas, maybe it was time for him to leave this mountain. Ranix explained that if he stayed too long, his skills would become dull. Andreas asked where Ranix would be going. Ranix stated that he was going to the Southern Kingdom Alliance. Ranix stated that going with Andreas was the opposite of where he was going, but he would see him off as far as he could. The swordsman continued his journey through the dark forest, his stomach growling with hunger. He wondered how far he had been walking. His boots crunched on the path. Then a terrible thought struck him. His grandfather, everyone in the village, they were all gone. What should he do? Thunder rumbled in the distance. Rain began to fall as the swordsman collapsed to the ground. The rain intensified, soaking him to the bone. A figure approached him in the downpour. It couldn't be. It was Benjamin Anakius? Benjamin stared down at the swordsman. The swordsman protagonist thought to himself that he would meet a playable character in a place like this, a sword specialist holding the trait Lord of Swords. That meant the great sword was the demon Sword Rubens. It was a sword that had been sealed in Benjamin's village for generations. And the fact that it appeared right here meant. The scene showed a group of figures standing before a burning building. Back in the game, he had somehow managed to escape with the demon sword. He couldn't just turn a blind eye. After all, he needed to make the playable characters indebted to him. The scene shifted to a campfire in the woods. Benjamin looked on with a questioning expression. Andreas asked if he was up. The response was one of surprise. The young man, startled, demanded to know who his apparent savior was. The swordsman offered him a cooked bird, simply telling him to eat. The young man looked at the bird with confusion, while the swordsman watched him expectantly. Suddenly, the swordsman was interrupted by a voice demanding to know what he was up to. The swordsman ignored the question. He told the voice to calm down. The swordsman then told the young man that he should eat first and regain his strength. Elsewhere, Ranix told someone that the sword looked important, but they would need their strength to carry it around. The young man looked up at Ranix with wide eyes. The young man's face was flushed. The swordsman thought to himself that the young man reminded him of Shoei, noting that he was the sensitive type, just like in the game. The swordsman looked on with a knowing expression. Andreas Cromwell is told that he has been holding the food for too long, and that the other person's arm is tired. Realizing this, the young man moves to take the food. The swordsman protagonist tells him that he can eat, and that he should drink some potion to regain his strength. The young man begins to eat the food, thanking the swordsman. Andreas eats with gusto. The swordsman observes that Andreas is not a beggar. The swordsman tells Andreas that it is rude to crowd around and watch people eat like that, as the young man looks on, surprised. Elsewhere, a group of figures stand beneath a sky illuminated by 3 moons, one of them commenting on how sharp they are. The young man and his companion look up at the figures, and the young man curses them. The figures are revealed to be wearing masks with 3 holes. A woman declares that they are the ones who killed her grandpa. The masked figure is shown with glowing red eyes. The swordsman notes the reaction of the man before him. As he suspected, the swordsman realizes that they were the ones who attacked Benjamin's village. The Acolytes. It is said that they are a group of orphans raised by Jester as his personal assassination squad. Somehow, they remind him of his previous life. They are all-round soldiers, trained to a special forces level and even capable of basic magic. Once they're able to manipulate aura, they're given special masks by Jester as a sign of their ability. The swordsman thinks to himself that they are pitiable, but not the kind of people one can negotiate with, resolving to take care of them. He asks the other man to stand back. The other man's eyes glow red. One of the masked figures declares that the one they have business with is him, warning him not to jest and to behave and hand over the sword. Over the sword. The swordsman leaps into action. The swordsman's attack connected, sending a shockwave through the forest. The force of the blow pulverized the ground around them. The masked figure was sent flying backwards, skidding across the alien landscape. The swordsman pressed his advantage, moving in for another strike. He swung his blade with incredible speed and power. The masked figure, momentarily stunned, could only watch as the blade approached. The swordsman's blade clashed against the masked figure's defenses. Behind the swordsman, 2 more masked figures emerged from the forest. Andreas watched the battle unfold, a thoughtful expression on his face. He mused that the swordsman was performing as expected. The swordsman continued his assault, his blade a blur of motion against the masked figure. Surrounded by his enemies, the swordsman prepared for a prolonged fight. The swordsman found himself surrounded, the situation rapidly deteriorating as he muttered that things were about to get ugly. Suddenly, the masked figures were sent flying, their bodies crashing against the environment. Amidst the chaos, the swordsman looked up, bewildered by the sudden turn of events. Meanwhile, one of the cloaked swordsmen declared that they would take care of things quickly. The swordsman with green hair appeared, his expression grim. The masked figures seemed surprised by his sudden appearance. The swordsman with green hair announced his arrival. The scene shifted to a close-up of the swordsman with green hair, then back to the masked figures. The swordsman with green hair unleashed a flurry of attacks, cutting down the masked figures with ease. The swordsman, witnessing the display of power, was amazed. The swordsman with green hair wondered if he had wiped out the bastards who raided his village so easily. The swordsman's eyes glowed with a menacing red light. The swordsman's eyes glowed with an intense, unnatural light. Nearby, one of the masked figures groaned. The sound of metal echoed through the forest. The swordsman with the red eyes stood amidst the fallen figures, his sword dripping. Watching from a distance, the swordsman with green hair wondered who this mysterious figure was. The green-haired swordsman observed that the fight was over. The swordsman with the red eyes stood among the bodies of his enemies. The green-haired swordsman wondered if he would have been able to protect the village if he was as strong as the other swordsman. The green-haired swordsman called out, asking if the other swordsman was all right. The swordsman with the red eyes looked up, startled. The green-haired swordsman wondered if the other swordsman had changed his attitude after seeing his swordsmanship. The green-haired swordsman realized he hadn't introduced himself, stating that he was Count Andreas Cromwell. The young man, covered in dirt and sweat, managed to stammer out his name, Benjamin Anakius. Benjamin, surprised, heard a voice ask if he was being chased and if he had anywhere to go. He responded that he did. Meanwhile, the figure with green hair stated that Luis and other major characters would start enrolling into the academy, adding that they had figured as much. Benjamin's potential savior offered to teach him proper swordsmanship if he had nowhere else to go. Benjamin, confused by the offer, could only respond with a questioning huh. It would be a crime to let a talent as good as his go to waste, the green-haired man thought to himself. He considered writing a letter of recommendation to get the young man admitted to the academy. But Benjamin Anakius realized he didn't have the money. When the green-haired man said he'd recommend him, that also meant he'd sponsor him. All Benjamin had to do was decide whether to take it or not. The green-haired man knew he had enough resources to do that. The swordsman's blade rested at his side. Benjamin was moved to tears. Someday, Benjamin vowed to himself that he would definitely return the green-haired man's kindness. The green-haired man sat on his throne, looking at a tablet. It seemed Benjamin Anakius got admitted to Mona's Academy. Benjamin sent a message thanking him for the letter of commendation and his support, adding that His Excellency had great swordsmanship and he aspired to be as strong as him. As a sword specialist, Benjamin would have no problem graduating. The green-haired man sat comfortably, assuring Benjamin Anakius that he would provide him with as much money as he needed, expecting him to work hard. Elsewhere, Carlos reviewed information on a tablet. Carlos explained that he wanted to participate in the Muriel auction. He was asked if there was something specific he wanted there. Another individual requested that the entry tickets be left to them, confident that their father would find a way to get them one. They thanked Carlos. Carlos agreed to meet up at the auction the next day, pleased to have a great noble acquaintance. Elsewhere, a figure declared it was time to go. The figure wondered if they were headed to deadly sins. The question lingered. What became of the demon Sword Rubens? A cloaked figure with a golden mask was informed that the boy had fled with the sword, and a unit had been sent after him, but they still hadn't returned. The cloaked figure remained silent. It was said that the demon's sword amplified its holder's magic and physical abilities. The speaker revealed they were planning to study it and create a mass-producible demon sword. The figure holding the mask recalled that it was the material he had been searching for to strengthen the army. He thought he had finally found it, but it slipped away. An order was given to get him to join a leb at the Muriel auction. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure declared that he must get the crown of the deep at all costs. The figure thought that if he was there, even if something unexpected happened, he would bring it back. The city of Muriel was a sight to behold. It was home to the largest auction of its entertainment district, known as the Night of Flowing Gold. Two figures sat in a luxurious room, observing the auction. One of them stated that their aim was the deadly sins, but they should take this opportunity to get as many named items as possible. A tablet displayed information about a renowned sword with high mana conductivity. Someone decided that if they won this bid, they would send it to Benjamin. Benjamin Anakius's companion confirmed that he was interested in swordsmanship. The man with green hair responded that he was thinking of giving the sword to someone he knew. His companion thought the bid was too low and suggested raising it to 50 million. The green-haired man questioned why bother getting it cheaper, as the price would gradually increase anyway. The auctioneer announced that the White Nightmare had been sold for 23 million wills, asking if there were any other bidders. The green-haired man thought that 20 million would have been fine, and his companion agreed that the price was not bad. The item was a map that many scholars had tried to decipher, but the code had proven too difficult for them. The green-haired man wondered if that thing was here too. The map was a secret one that led to the location of the dragon tomb of the Red Dragon Gravmaha. Someone thought it was just an Easter egg. The green-haired man didn't expect it to actually exist. One of the bidders told another to go ahead and get this one, as decoding was his specialty. The auctioneer announced that they would start the bidding at 2 million wills. The auction continued, with the announcer stating that a bid of 5 million wills had just been placed and asking if there were any other offers. The cloaked swordsman clenched his fist, pleased with the purchase. Another attendee wondered who the bidders were. The man with the mustache observed the cloaked swordsman and Benjamin, noting that they seemed to be loaded with money. From the stands, an observer remarked that it didn't matter and that they should have fun with the map. The man with the mustache thought that the main prize was the crown anyway, and the more money they spent before that, the less competition there would be for him. The announcer stated that they would move on to the next item, a rechargeable portal scroll that allows the user to move anywhere, anytime. The scroll was advertised as having up to 2 uses per day, and someone tapped the screen to bid. The next item was described as an ancient alchemist's antique alchemical tool. The tool was advertised as practical and stylish. The auction continued, the attendees murmuring as they awaited the final item. The auctioneer, with a flourish, urged everyone to hold their breath, announcing that the next item was a relic salvaged from the bottom of the deep sea. He dramatically presented the item. It was a crown, pulsating with a strange, purple energy, and known as Lords of the Seas. The purest original sin had detected the power of the benevolent greed emanating from the crown. Andreas Cromwell recognized it immediately. The auctioneer announced the starting price, 1 billion wills, with bidding increments of 10 million wills. Benjamin Anakius was shocked by the high price. Andreas thought to himself that it was indeed a steep price. He lamented that he didn't have the earnings from next month's potion sale. Benjamin asked if Andreas wanted the crown as well. Andreas admitted that he would try a few bids. Andreas thought that if it was hopeless, he would just give up, but Benjamin offered to buy it for him. The masked man looked at someone off-panel, questioning their presence. Elsewhere, another masked man recalled that his father had told him the gist of the story. He remembered his father saying that the reason they were injured in the sewers was because they were trying to save them. He thought that things just happened. The first masked man wondered how much the other man had told him. The second masked man declared that he would show them the wealth of the Alvin house. A man with a large mustache looked at his tablet. He thought that he would shut those little brats up with his master's wealth. The man tapped his tablet. Elsewhere, 2 men tapped their tablets, bidding 2 billion and 3 billion, respectively. The first masked man and a woman bid 7 billion and 8.7 billion, respectively. The woman thought that was an outrageous amount of money. Someone announced that they had reached 10 billion. The second masked man thought that things were getting interesting. Andreas Cromwell's rival watched the bidding war unfold, noting that it was as competitive as ever. Meanwhile, the auctioneer addressed one of the bidders, stating that now that they were in this situation, they better win, and he would make sure to pay them back. Unbelievable. The bid had reached 90 billion wills. The auctioneer announced that the bid had reached 90 billion wills, asking if there was anyone else bidding. Benjamin Anakius watched the auction with a worried expression. The bid increased to 90 billion wills. The auctioneer announced that the bid had reached 100 billion wills. A figure cloaked in shadows wondered if they should go further, resolving to win the bid no matter how high it went. One of the bidders thought that this was too much, realizing he should have asked how much he was allowed to spend, but there was no time to ask his master. The auctioneer announced that Lords of the Seas had sold for 100 billion wills. Aleb's master told him that he messed up, as Hosen was called. A nervous man stands before a door, sweat dripping down his face. Standing guard is a figure in a purple suit, arms crossed, a sword at their side. The purple-suited figure tells the man that even if he had succeeded in winning the bidding with over 100 billion, he would have been killed for it. Elsewhere, a man with a mustache admits he doesn't know who they are as he looks at a group of people surrounded by a purple aura. The purple-suited figure thinks to himself that he will let them enjoy a taste of victory before they die. The purple-suited figure is told to go back. Another man says he guesses he's going to get a scolding when he gets back, adding that he's starving and wants to go out and get something to eat. It is stated that the wealth of the Alvin house has been shown very well. Elsewhere, the exterior of a large, ornate building is shown at night. Suddenly, a loud crash echoes. Inside, a man remarks that something looks very good on Andreas Cromwell. Andreas thinks to himself that he is treating the codex like a toy, but it is his privilege since he bought it. The group decides to have a toast to celebrate. Andreas thanks Carlos as the two clink glasses. Andreas thinks that thanks to Carlos, he has managed to get greed safely. He also notes that it seems the congregation hasn't made a move yet, so it seems they can walk away with it now. Andreas takes a sip of his drink. Suddenly, a man bursts in, demanding to know who they are and stating that they aren't allowed there. The door explodes inward. The figure asks if they interrupted their dinner time, as a group of cloaked figures stand behind him. Andreas asks who they are. As Andreas and his companion stood amidst the interrupted celebration, one of them remarked that they were speaking of the devil. The mood shifted, a sense of foreboding settling over the room. Heavy footsteps approached, the sound echoing through the room. A figure emerged, demanding the crown and ordering them to step back, promising a painless death to those who defied him. The figure's attire was dark and menacing, hinting at a dangerous presence. The companion recognized the figure as Hosen, Jester's dog, also known as Hosen the Devil Sword. Despite not yet mastering secret arts, Hosen was said to be as strong as an aura master. Hosen's arrogance and talent led him to constantly clash with his mentor, D. Scrawn. Eventually, Hosen parted ways with D. Scrawn and fell into the criminal underworld. He was then recruited by Jester, who recognized his talent. Elsewhere, someone thought they could safely retrieve greed and get away with it. The companion realized things looked bad and suggested they run. Andreas declared that he would not let them. The man with the sinister grin watched as his subordinates prepared to move out. With a command to attack, the hooded figures surged forward. One of the figures leaped from the rooftop, descending quickly. Below, the cloaked swordsman was pursued through the forest. The grinning man mused that he hoped his prey wouldn't make it too easy for him, or he would get bored. He declared that it was hunting time. A sinister laugh echoed through the trees. A small boat was docked at a wooden pier. Two figures hurried through the undergrowth, one of them noting that they wouldn't be able to be caught if they crossed the river. They discussed that Muriel was a lawless area beyond the reach of the Empire's power, and once they got out of there, their pursuers would be nothing. One of them instructed the other to go on first and call for help from Carlos. One of the men questions what the swordsman is saying. The swordsman explains that their pursuers are too dangerous to outrun together, and it would be easier for him to escape alone. He then states that he is alone now. Elsewhere, Andreas thinks to himself that the swordsman is a blockhead as always, but he understands and will try to bring help as fast as he can. The swordsman thanks Andreas and tells him that he will see him later. The swordsman stands on a dock, ready to depart with Carlos. Suddenly, a voice shouts that they have found him. The swordsman thinks that it is time for him to go all out. Meanwhile, the cloaked figures arrive at the dock and demand to know where the other guy is. One of the cloaked figures believes that the crown is probably with the swordsman. The swordsman responds, telling them to come and take it. The swordsman prepares to fight. The cloaked figures are angered by the swordsman's mockery. The cloaked figures declared their intent to shred their target to pieces. The air crackled with energy as the swordsman prepared to strike. He moved with blinding speed, his sword a silver streak against the night. One of the cloaked figures lunged forward, screaming for death. Andreas focused his energy, chanting Rudradal. Ranix observed the scene, wondering if Andreas was using a summoning spell, and if it was related to the undead. A massive, spectral arm erupted from the ground, slamming into the cloaked figures. The remaining cloaked figures watched in stunned silence. One of the cloaked figures exclaimed in shock at the sudden appearance of the giant arm. The spectral arm continued its assault, crushing the cloaked figures beneath its immense power. The swordsman yelled that it was a distraction. The remaining cloaked figures scattered, attempting to evade the spectral arm's relentless attacks. The hooded figure stood motionless, his back to an unseen observer. Meanwhile, Ranix mused that the cloaked swordsman was skilled not only in black magic, but also with the sword. He found him to be an interesting boy, especially his swordsmanship. The swordsman protagonist moved with incredible speed, his blade a blur. He reacted with surprise. The force of the impact reverberated through the surroundings. Dust and debris exploded outwards. The swordsman protagonist wondered who his opponent really was, to which Ranix replied that he should try guessing. Ranix called him a cheeky brat as he launched an attack. The attack tore through the ground. The swordsman protagonist parried the blow. Ranix remarked that a named sword-like that was wasted on him, adding that the sword felt like he had seen it in a book somewhere. The swordsman protagonist considered that he might be able to win if he used sloth here, but the aftermath would be a problem. Ranix grinned, declaring that he would add the swordsman protagonist's sword to his collection. Meanwhile, the swordsman protagonist scoffed at Ranix's statement, thinking that he was a pretentious thief. Ranix, his expression darkening, muttered an expletive under his breath. Elsewhere, the swordsman protagonist realized that if Ranix was relying on the power of items, then he could win. Ranix summoned a hulking, monstrous creature. Ranix declared that he would use sheer numbers to overpower the swordsman protagonist. A sinister smile spread across Ranix's face. The monstrous creature stood alongside several cloaked figures, all surrounding the swordsman protagonist. The swordsman protagonist realized that he had met a necromancer who used a sword. The swordsman protagonist noticed that the sword was an anti-undead sword. Ranix thought that if he also took the swordsman protagonist's corpse back with him, Master Jester would be pleased. He wondered how many swords were in that subspace sheath. The swordsman protagonist declared that they would start with a war of attrition. The swordsman protagonist found himself surrounded by a horde of undead creatures, their forms grotesque and menacing. Meanwhile, Ranix believed victory was at hand. He scoffed at the swordsman's chances. The swordsman, however, was undeterred, meeting the undead onslaught head-on. His eyes narrowed as he prepared to strike. The swordsman's blade connected with a resounding impact. A monstrous beast lunged toward him, claws extended. Ranix sneered, confident in his undead minions. He considered them easy to defeat because of their lack of intelligence. The undead closed in, their skeletal forms relentless. Another creature struck, its blow aimed to crush. One of the undead noted that for corpses, they could certainly move. Suddenly, Andreas Cromwell appeared, a glowing orb in his hand, ready to unleash a new attack. The monstrous Ranix grinned, his red eyes gleaming with malevolent intent. Above him, the swirling vortex of energy crackled, a testament to the immense power he commanded. Below, Andreas Cromwell stood firm, his expression unreadable as he prepared to unleash his own attack. High above, a hulking figure towers over Andreas Cromwell, his massive sword poised to strike. Below, the face of Ranix is twisted into a sinister grin. The swordsman protagonist, observing the scene, realizes that the magic sword Faron grants its wielder a temporary buff. The force of the opponent's strength is palpable. The massive sword descends. Andreas, infused with power, prepares to meet the blow. Ranix laughs maniacally. The swordsman protagonist curses, realizing that Andreas is about to absorb Rudol's massive strength. The swordsman protagonist grits his teeth, knowing that Andreas is a bad match for him. The swordsman protagonist watches as Andreas faces off against the hulking figure. The sinister figure remarks on the corpse of a giant tribe member, thanking someone for the offering. With a burst of speed, the cloaked figures move to attack. The attack lands, sending blood flying. One of the cloaked figures expresses gratitude for the use of these fighters. An opponent is sent crashing to the ground. The green-haired fighter realizes that if Timer and Nickel are hit by Ganos, things will be bad. With the annoying bunches now gone, he decides to get to the fun part. A figure is sent flying through the air. Andreas Cromwell declares that he will start with the most interesting part, the skeleton. The sword glows with a red light. Andreas Cromwell remarks that it has been a while since he used the swordbreaker, asking if he can have some fun. Nickel shouts a warning, realizing that Andreas Cromwell is changing swords too fast and that Timer shouldn't take that sword hit. The sword strikes directly. The force of the swordbreaker's impact sent the two figures flying. The air crackled with energy. Elsewhere, the cloaked swordsman and his skeletal companion continued their advance. The massive beast loomed, its presence imposing. Its eyes narrowed, a predatory glint in their depths. The ground shattered as immense power was unleashed. The surrounding structures were pulverized by the force. The skeletal warrior watched the unfolding events with a silent exclamation. A sinister laugh echoed through the battlefield. The cloaked swordsman remarked on the unfortunate turn of events. Nickel thought to himself that it had been a close call. Nickel realized that if Timer hadn't been there, either he or the skeletal warrior would have been cut in two. Nickel and the skeletal warrior faced a grim situation, as the warrior's left hand was gone and his sword was broken. Meanwhile, their hooded opponent declared that it was time to end things. The hooded figure admitted that fighting the Ori using undead had been fun, but he wondered if he had any choice but to use Sloth. From above, Andreas Cromwell commanded Nickel to go back for now. The skeletal warrior remained defiant. Andreas Cromwell repeated his command for him to go back. The skeletal warrior mocked Andreas Cromwell, saying that he had more backbone than his master, and questioned if he wasn't turning his back on his enemy. A notification appeared, stating that the Sloth Phantom, legendary, wished to use the Sloth. Another notification appeared, asking if Andreas Cromwell accepted that the Sloth Phantom, legendary, and the Sloth would be sharing cooldowns. Andreas Cromwell realized that Nickel could also use the Sloth. Andreas Cromwell considered the pain he felt at the time, which felt like his whole body was being torn apart. The cloaked swordsman considered that it might be better if Nickel, who couldn't feel pain, used it. Appearing to be out of tricks, the cloaked swordsman declared that he would end things. The swordsman dashed forward. The swordsman's blade glowed brightly. The skeletal warrior stood ready. The cloaked swordsman questioned what the swordsman protagonist was planning this time. The swordsman protagonist yelled at him not to dare interfere. The swordsman protagonist moved to strike. The two swordsmen clashed. The cloaked swordsman remarked that the swordsman protagonist's swordplay was pretty impressive for a mage, but the swordsman protagonist declared that the cloaked swordsman was too sloppy. The swordsman protagonist stated that it would be later. The swordsman protagonist clashes with a large, white beast. Meanwhile, the cloaked swordsman expresses his annoyance, declaring that he will take care of the situation. The cloaked swordsman's expression is stern. The cloaked swordsman unleashes a powerful aura. Someone is surprised by the cloaked swordsman's actions. The cloaked swordsman's aura manifests as a skeletal figure with glowing eyes. The cloaked swordsman is shocked by the tremendous aura, especially for an undead. The skeletal figure lunges forward. Someone wonders if it was just a single stroke after all the aura he gathered. The swordsman protagonist smirks. Ranix is shocked and yells no. It is aura. With a declaration of secret arts, Andreas Cromwell prepares to strike. The intensity of the moment is clear on Andreas's face. Elsewhere, the old master stands firm. Nearby, Nick calls out to Elle in disbelief. The old master's eyes glow red as he seems to realize something. With a final, thank you, a figure is engulfed in a swirling aura. Andreas realizes that someone survived Nickel's secret arts. Another figure, the Swordbreaker, is shocked by what he is witnessing. The Swordbreaker realizes that even Farong is present. A figure is sent crashing through the ground. Ganos is also on the scene. The Swordbreaker curses at a corpse. The swordsman protagonist lunges forward, his blade a blur of motion as he aims to strike his unseen opponent. With blinding speed, he unleashes a flurry of attacks, his dual blades cutting through the air. The grotesque figure reels back, momentarily stunned by the assault. The force of the blows sends the figure crashing through the environment. Andreas, his eyes narrowed, declares that he will end the fight. He prepares to draw his sword, referring to it as the egoless sword. The grotesque figure, recovering, notices Andreas preparing his attack. The figure prepares to counter, its form shifting in the dim light. The grotesque figure coughs, blood dripping from its mouth. The figure, with a sinister grin, mutters that it will bite. Andreas resolves to finish the fight before his opponent can recover. The grotesque figure grins, its eyes gleaming with malice. The sound of impact reverberated through the surroundings. The force of the blows sent both Andreas and the grotesque figure hurtling through the air, surrounded by a blinding light. The night sky was illuminated by 3 moons. A voice declared that someone was half wrong and half right. Benjamin and Nakius looked up, confused by the statement. The voice continued, explaining that a sword was nothing more than a tool, and that a tool should be the last thing one thinks about in swordsmanship. The discussion continued around a table laden with what appeared to be potatoes. Benjamin stated that if 2 equal warriors fought, the one with the better tools would win. The voice countered that this was true in a battle between ordinary men, and that was why he was half right and half wrong. Ranix stated that a fight between those who had reached the state of Aura Master was won by the one who had greater insight into swordsmanship. Ranix continued, saying that if one lacked insight, even if their opponent was using a tree branch, they might still be able to threaten their life. He told them that they both had the talent to become Aura Masters, but if they were too dependent on their tools, they would destroy their own talents. The swordsman's face is cut, and blood drips from a wound. Elsewhere, a skeletal figure clutches a sword, regretting that he didn't listen to the old man. Under the light of 3 moons, Andreas stands opposite a cloaked figure. The cloaked figure coughs, asking if Andreas is that geezer's apprentice. Andreas stares intently. The skeletal figure remarks that he can smell the smell of potato. The cloaked figure tells Andreas to hand over his sword. 3 moons hang in the night sky. From a nearby dock, someone calls out for others to come over quickly. Several figures board a boat, urged to hurry before it's too late. Suddenly, Andreas is struck by a powerful blow. As Andreas falls into the water, one of the figures on the boat calls out his name in shock. Gasping for air, Andreas thought he was going to die and begged to be pulled up. The men on the boat coughed, surprised to see him. They wondered how he had managed to swim all the way there. Carlos, looking disheveled, explained that he had left his trail on land and swam there like a madman because they attacked him all at once. One of the men asked Carlos to calm down. Someone checked to make sure their luggage was safe. Andreas, now on the boat, wondered if Muriel was that kind of place in the first place. Among them, there was one who had a considerable aura. Andreas finally understood something. He finally understood why everyone was calling him a seaweed. The boat approached the town at night, illuminated by 3 moons. Nearby, a cave entrance glowed with an orange light. Someone stitched together a large wound. With the stitching done, someone suggested trying to move it, saying that since it was the Sword Devil's arm, it shouldn't be too bad. With Nickel's situation resolved, the group remained gathered around the fire. Meanwhile, Timer considered his options. The system indicated that his Sloth Phantom had a 32% chance to evolve, while his Revenant Fighter had an 88% chance. Evolving Timer now seemed like a good idea, especially since his evolutionary chances had increased after fighting Hosen. Timer's power surged. He wondered if he should start working on his elemental magic when he returned. There was also something else he wanted to research. Elsewhere, someone asked Morn's apprentice what they were doing there. The man had heard that he was being removed from the congregation. A figure confirmed that he was the one who suggested it. The figure explained that the congregation did not tolerate those who were unworthy, especially someone who couldn't even manage a single disciple properly. The man was called Master Jester. Within the congregation's halls, one member was being questioned about their contributions. They were reminded that they had not brought a single useful research result or artifact to the congregation. The man was told that, on merit alone, he was far inferior to that troublesome disciple. He was asked if he knew how significant it was to secure a single codex. Suddenly, the name Sharon echoed through the halls. The man was asked if he wanted to stay in the congregation. Elsewhere, another man was being asked to give his order. He was informed that the location of the ancient magical beast Kushane had been found, and it was very close to Rodland. The man considered that Kushane was a creature from the age of myth. He wondered if it had been found in these times. The creature was described as a beast that could dominate intelligent beings and drain them of their strength through lesser evil spirits. The man thought that it was a magical beast only mentioned in ancient writings. He was told that he would be given the location of Kushane, how to unseal it, and the power to control it. After he had tamed the magical beast, he was to bring his impudent disciple. It seemed that someone was not very pleased with another taking the sloth and doing as he pleased. The man's lips curled into a thin smile, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. The arrangement suited him perfectly. With a tone of finality, he declared that he could rid himself of Andreas, the one who had embroiled him in this predicament, while simultaneously achieving another objective. A sinister grin spread across his face, hinting at the ruthlessness of his intentions. He mused that, with luck, he might even acquire a magical beast. He then commanded that the previous conversation be disregarded. The man reiterated his request to be entrusted with the task, suggesting it was due to the deal with Salem Edidia. He considered it his duty as a teacher to discipline a misguided disciple. The next day, the scene shifted to Rodland Academy, a place of grandeur and prestige. Someone grimly reflected on a lesson learned that day. The figure lamented that they should have conducted their research in a more convenient location. He thought to himself that he should return to the dorm and get some rest. Suddenly, someone shouted, calling out to Senior Andreas. Another person demanded to know why he was ignoring their calls, questioning if his tablet was merely a decoration. He apologized, explaining that he was on his way out with an acquaintance. The other student remarked on how well they seemed to get along. She then asked if he had seen the warning notice that had been posted. The student held up the notice, which stated that an unidentified spirit had been sighted in Tenelico Dormitory. For the safety of students, the dormitory would be temporarily closed, and occupants should refer to the attached list to find out where they would be temporarily relocated. Another student commented that they could finally say goodbye to that dank student dormitory. Another student exclaimed that they wanted to live in the same dorm as Mr. Ferry. The notice stated that an unidentified spirit had been sighted in Tenelico Dormitory. For the safety of students, Tenelico Dormitory would be closed temporarily, and occupants should refer to the attached list to find out where they would be temporarily relocated. The notice of spirits attacking students in the Tunrico Dormitory meant it was the event of the sealing of the ancient magical beast. The swordsman protagonist realized that the game was starting. The student asked why he was looking so grim, demanding that he stop wasting time and tell her which dormitory he got into. The student remarked on what a lucky boy he was to be able to live in the same place as a beauty like her. The swordsman protagonist asked what she was talking about. He stated that either way, he was going back to his dorm for a bit. The swordsman protagonist realized that he had to pack his stuff and check. The conversation turned to the dormitory situation, and the swordsman protagonist agreed to go along with the others. The other woman smiled faintly, seemingly pleased by this. The exterior of the dormitory loomed, a large stone structure under a bright sky. Inside the dormitory, Vivienne asked if the swordsman protagonist had seen it too, but she admitted she only saw it briefly, not knowing all the details since it was happening in the magic department. Elsewhere, a professor named Sharon Dyfrin had started an investigation into the matter. The swordsman protagonist realized that his intervention had changed the course of events. The two women seemed surprised by something. The swordsman protagonist walked down the hallway. Diane looked shocked, muttering that something was wrong. The swordsman protagonist called out to Diane. Diane told him not to touch or talk to her, realizing that it had gotten to her too. It was revealed that in Rodland, there were two mid-level mid-bosses, including Sharon, but back in the game, only one of them got. Their hands were on Kushane, and since the other one hadn't made their move yet, it meant the culprit was probably... Meanwhile, the swordsman protagonist and Diane were confronted by another figure. The figure warned them that it wasn't something they could handle and suggested they leave quietly. Diane questioned what they were talking about. She considered if she should try saying the master's true name, believing it should give her an opening. Suddenly, Diane exclaimed, "Kushane." In response, the swordsman protagonist was sent flying backwards. Diane embraced the swordsman protagonist. The swordsman protagonist was left speechless. The swordsman protagonist and Diane fell to the ground. Diane asked if he had returned to his senses, while the swordsman protagonist wondered where he was. The swordsman protagonist covered his face with his hand. Diane asked if he knew who she was, to which the swordsman protagonist responded with confusion. Diane questioned Andreas Cromwell's motives, wondering why he would ask such a silly question. She reminded him that she had been in a dangerous situation, possessed by a spirit. Diane was then informed that Andreas was the one who saved her. She responded with a soft, "Ah." Diane told him not to mind it, admitting she had a faint memory of seeing him. It was suggested that they should leave the building for now. Someone apologized for causing trouble. Diane asked if Andreas had volunteered to be an assistant investigator, explaining that she was curious and that it wasn't every day she got to research spirits. Diane recalled that Professor Sharon had asked her to join him, which explained things. Andreas considered that Karen's offers were just bait. It was revealed that Sharon lured Diane to be possessed by the spirit. Sharon was letting a spirit summon another to possess Diane. Someone thought that Sharon was a coward and was getting bolder. Diane considered that, if she wasn't wrong, Sharon said he was going to look for the main body. Diane and her companion arrived at the sealing place. A surge of energy erupted in the distance. The urgency of the situation became clear. He had to hurry. Below, a ritual was underway, bathed in an ominous pink glow. Before a towering stone structure, Rannox stood triumphant, several bodies lying lifeless at his feet. He reveled in his success. The stone structure pulsed with dark energy. Rannox, his eyes gleaming with malice, declared that all that remained was to eliminate Andreas. With a burst of speed, the blonde-haired woman leaps forward, her boots impacting the ground with a resounding thud. Thanking Andreas for his assistance, the blonde-haired woman is assured that it was no problem at all. He was glad to help. Andreas wonders if his judgment has been clouded by a lack of sleep. He brought her along because he had no valid excuse to leave her behind, but he now questions if this was the right decision. He worries that he won't be able to use his summon, and that he might mess things up. Elsewhere, Rannox realizes that she might discover his connection to Sharon. From behind, Andreas' companion looks on. Andreas wonders if his judgment has slipped after being up all night. He considers making up an excuse to send her back now. The pair continues their journey through the forest. From the perspective of onlookers, they realize that the pair are not the other students. The onlookers wonder if this is also Professor Karen's doing. The blonde-haired woman overhears the students and wonders why a professor would do this. Vivienne is called out to, and she responds in the affirmative. Under a canopy of vibrant autumn leaves, Andreas Cromwell's companion questioned if he could subdue their targets without harming them. The companion agreed to follow soon, hoping Andreas wouldn't do something he'd regret. Andreas declared that he would leave the targets to his companion. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from Andreas' hand. The energy coalesced into a swirling vortex of power. With a determined expression, Andreas prepared to strike. He thought he had managed to separate himself from her for now, but wondered if she was just going to kill everyone. Andreas decided he had to believe in her for now. The sun set over a mountainous landscape. A monstrous figure roared. The monster towered over Andreas. Rannox thought to himself that everything was perfectly under control. Suddenly, he was taken by surprise. Rannox cast a bone wall. He was shocked. The monster declared that Andreas had really done it. Meanwhile, the forest was still. The swordsman protagonist approached, demanding to know why they were there. The swordsman protagonist thought he would be quick enough, but it seemed he was too late. The monster noted the abnormally fast, unsealing time and the strange magic that surrounded Andrea's body. The swordsman protagonist realized that the one who had the Peldarine crystal back in the game, Jester, was the one behind this. Rannox questioned how dare they attack him, stating that he was about to go look for them anyway. The swordsman protagonist was surprised, stating that he honestly didn't expect someone like Rannox to even get that Dain. Not to mention the power he now wielded. Sharon considered Rannox, deeming him a small-timer. The cloaked figure seemed to question Karen's statement. Sharon grinned, stating that the swordsman's insolent way of talking confirmed his decision to take him in. Sharon revealed that he had secretly overheard a conversation between the swordsman's father and Master Morn long ago. The conversation had mentioned that growing the power would change the foundations of black magic, or even the whole world. Sharon wondered if Andreas had finally gotten himself a Cromwell. Andreas thought that even a mob knew of it. Sharon demanded that Andreas show him the legacy left behind by Cromwell, whether he could use it or not. Andreas found the situation dull. Sharon was planning to rob a kid. Andreas declared that it was enough talking. Sharon realized that it was Tiger Lord Timer. A hulking figure, seemingly undead, stood guard as Andreas and Benjamin approached, the question of its origin hanging in the air. Meanwhile, Kushane marveled at his own power, impressed that he could control high-ranking undead. He felt confident, so long as he possessed the Peldarine crystal. Elsewhere, Sharon reminded Andreas to remember who his master was. He admitted he hadn't learned anything from Andreas, but as the saying goes, Kushane, fueled by arrogance, laughed, declaring Andreas an insolent brat. The battlefield was now swarming with Kushane's summons, a tide of undead creatures. 2 undead creatures, their eyes glowing ominously, stood ready for Kushane's command. The enhanced summons towered over the battlefield, ready to crush their enemies. It was clear that Kushane was buffing all of his summons, enhancing their power significantly. Andreas gripped the hilt of his sword, preparing to draw it. Sharon declared he had enough of Andreas and was cutting ties with him and Dyphrin. Andreas stood ready, his sword partially drawn, prepared to face whatever came next. With a sinister grin, Kushane challenged Andreas to see if he could withstand the onslaught. Kushane declared his intent to kill Andreas and claim Kane's legacy. He continued, stating that he would reanimate Andreas' corpse to make him his slave. Kushane's expression hardened as he spoke. The sound of a powerful impact echoed. Kushane landed a devastating blow. The force of the attack sent Andreas crashing through the forest, scattering the smaller summons. Elsewhere, Benjamin realized he needed to catch up with Andreas, but he noticed that the summons were retreating. Andreas, bloodied and battered, realized there would be no end to the onslaught. He considered his options. Benjamin contemplated simply killing the summons. He then asked Vivian if she could subdue them without harming them. As Vivian considered Benjamin's question, she recalled a moment from the past, remembering that Mr. Fairy wouldn't want her to subdue the summons. Elsewhere, a figure stood before a pool of water, seemingly preparing to summon something. Suddenly, the figure unleashed a surge of blue energy. The energy crackled and spread, illuminating the surrounding area. Vivian, sensing the surge of power, gasped. She turned to face the source of the disturbance, her expression a mix of concern and determination. Vivian remembered someone saying a spell, and she recalled the words. The memory became clearer. She remembered the spell. Meanwhile, Andreas' eyes glowed with a fierce intensity. Kushane struck, his attack landing with brutal force. Vivian, resolute, prepared to cast the spell, declaring that she would use it. The spell struck its target, causing them to cry out in pain. As Vivian cast her spell, a surge of energy erupted around her, striking Kushane and the others. The spell seemed to have an immediate effect, disrupting their movements. The force of the spell slammed into Kushane, staggering him. Kushane cried out, realizing he had misspoken the incantation. Elsewhere, the summoning continued, the night sky illuminated by 3 moons. Vivian realized that if she continued at this rate, she would end up killing them all. She wondered if it was Kushane who was being summoned. The realization struck the group simultaneously. The summoned creatures stirred, their forms becoming more distinct. Vivian noticed that the summoning was working. She resolved that all she had to do now was defeat them. Vivian smirked, ready for the fight. Suddenly, a dark figure with glowing eyes appeared against the backdrop of 2 moons, seemingly surprised by something. The sudden appearance startled a group of cloaked figures, their expressions a mix of shock and apprehension as the dark figure loomed behind them. Before they could react, a powerful force tore through the ground. A figure with green hair and a mask over their eyes noted that something felt strange. The dark figure, now multiplied into 3, moved with incredible speed. One of the dark figures lunged forward, its form distorted by speed and power. The green-haired figure braced for impact. The attack landed, drawing blood. The green-haired figure, now revealed to be a woman, was caught off guard by the sudden assault. A monstrous figure loomed behind her, demanding to know what Vivian was hiding. Vivian, her eyes wide with fear, realized that either way, she would be thrown out. The monstrous entity wondered aloud if it was Vivian's fate to be thrown away again. Trying to cling to life, the entity found it unsightly as Vivienne denied what was happening. The entity questioned why Vivienne would put her trust in a stranger when even her own mother threw her away. A memory surfaced, a voice wishing they had never given birth to her. Vivienne was chained, trapped in a nightmarish memory. The memory continued, the voice declaring that her very existence was a misfortune and that everyone around her would die because of her. The entity questioned why Vivienne didn't just quietly die alone, wondering if it would disappear if she did. Elsewhere, another wondered if Mr. Fairy would be safe. Vivienne promised. Vivienne began to say the word, promise? A pinky promise was made. Vivienne asked them to keep that promise. The shattered remains of a promise hung in the air as Vivienne vowed to always look out for someone. Her eyes widened in alarm. The threat was closing in. The skeletal warriors pressed their attack. The numbers seemed endless. The battle raged on, a chaotic dance of death. Andreas Cromwell struck out with his blade. The monstrous entity declared that only 3 would survive. It unleashed a devastating attack, shouting a challenge. The entity's power surged. Suddenly, a voice called out, Rudall. The skeletal warrior's attack lands with tremendous force. Nearby, Andreas Cromwell continues his battle against the shadowy figures. Ranix is shocked by something he sees. One of the skeletal warriors wonders what is happening. The skeletal warrior tells swordsman protagonist that he will leave the big one to him. A monstrous beast growls menacingly. The cloaked figure orders the others to clear out the mooks and get into hiding, declaring that he will take him down now. The monstrous beast looms closer. Swordsman protagonist, breathing heavily, thinks that he should avoid spending his mana on mana-inefficient Rudos. Swordsman protagonist resolves to go straight for Sharon and steal his Peldarine crystal. He realizes that he has to finish this fight before anyone notices. Swordsman protagonist leaps into action against the monstrous beast. The monstrous beast roared, its massive form dwarfing swordsman protagonist. The swordsman, however, seemed unfazed by the creature's size. Seeing the swordsman's attack, the beast scoffed, believing that there was no way it could lose to such a weak attack. Ranix watched the scene unfold, a look of disbelief on his face. The sound of the impact reverberated through the area. The force of the blow sent Ranix flying backwards. The swordsman continued his assault on the ancient magical beast. Ranix, recovering from the blow, laughed, questioning if the swordsman truly believed he was a match for an ancient magical beast. Vivienne, observing the battle from afar, noted that using the deadly sins might make things easier, but greed had its backlash and sloth was still in its cool-down period. The beast remarked that the swordsman seemed like he liked antiques. The swordsman thought to himself that if it was an ancient magical beast, he also had one, remembering the big arm from earlier. Ranix wondered if it could be that it was a giant, and where the swordsman got something like that. Vivienne thought to herself that next time, she would have it crush his head, resolving to taunt him as much as she could. Ranix watched the battle unfold, remarking that the swordsman could win if he was capable. Vivienne, observing alongside him, narrowed her eyes, a hint of intrigue in her gaze. With a surge of power, swordsman protagonist unleashed a torrent of blood magic, the crimson energy swirling around him. The blood magic erupted in a geyser of destruction, tearing through the landscape. Ranix recoiled from the sheer force of the attack, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. The force of the blood magic attack was immense. The sheer power of the attack left Vivienne stunned. The monster, reeling from the assault, could only stammer in disbelief. Swordsman protagonist pressed his advantage, his blade meeting the monster's flesh. Vivienne, watching the scene unfold, wondered if it was vampire's blood magic. Vivienne realized that Sharon had been studying Angela's blood. The monster questioned how swordsman protagonist survived such high-rank blood magic, deducing that he was probably studying Angela's blood. Vivienne mused that it might be thanks to Angela Lucifer's gift. Ranix, enraged, accused someone of allowing the vampire to escape. Andreas retorted that Ranix should treat his pupil nicer. The sound of Andreas' name echoed as Ranix's anger intensified. Andreas' expression hardened, his gaze unwavering. With a burst of speed, Andreas launched himself forward. Ranix, looking down at Andreas, questioned how he dared. Ranix roared, furious that Andreas was ruining his once-in-a-lifetime chance. Meanwhile, Nickel seemed to have found a place to hide. Andreas moved with incredible speed, preparing to strike. He dashed forward, his sword ready. The sounds of the clash echoed. Ranix realized that Andreas was more skilled with a sword than he had anticipated. Ranix parried the strike, his expression hardening as he recognized the skill of his opponent. The swordsman, Andreas, pressed his attack. Andreas was struck, a small trickle of blood running down his face as he muttered in frustration. Despite the blow, Andreas continued his assault, his sword a blur of motion. The clash of blades sent sparks flying, the intensity of the battle escalating. Behind Andreas, a skeletal figure emerged, its presence adding another layer of threat to the confrontation. Ranix's eyes widened, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Andreas, despite the blood on his face, grinned, a hint of madness in his eyes. The battle raged on under the night sky, the fate of both warriors hanging in the balance. The massive creature loomed over Ranix, its foot descending with crushing force. The skeletal knight roared in defiance, its sword raised against the giant. Ranix screamed in pain as the foot came down. Meanwhile, Andreas watched the scene unfold, his expression grim. Ranix cried out as the creature's foot crushed the crystal beneath him. With wide eyes, Ranix realized the crystal was being destroyed. The crystal shattered under the immense pressure. The massive creature continued its assault. Andreas cursed, realizing that Kushane's control was failing. Ranix desperately reached out, knowing he couldn't survive without the crystal. As the crystal above him shatters, Ranix grits his teeth, a grimace of pain etched on his face. The crystal explodes into fragments. Meanwhile, Andreas watches with a mixture of concern and determination. The monster looming over Ranix begins to crumble, its form destabilizing. The creature collapses, its massive body hitting the ground with a thud. The monster's head looms over the fallen Ranix, its red eyes still glowing menacingly. Elsewhere, Nickel urges someone to grab the monster's attention, as they need to recover the crystal. A massive hand clenches into a fist, surrounded by shards of the shattered crystal. The monster turns its attention to the approaching figures, its red eyes focusing on the new threat. The monsters growl, preparing to engage the newcomers. One of the monsters realizes the situation is not good. The monster roars, its eyes glowing with intense energy. The swordsman with green hair shouts for everyone to dodge. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts. The swordsman protagonist deflects the blast with his blade. Reacting quickly, the swordsman protagonist prepares for another attack. A monstrous figure roars in the distance. The monster is flanked by two figures. The swordsman protagonist braces for impact. Vivienne is sent flying backwards. The swordsman protagonist looks on in shock, calling out Vivienne's name. Andreas Cromwell is also sent flying backwards. Vivienne is caught by the monster. Vivienne looks up at the monster in terror. The monster roared, its maw wide and menacing. The beast swung its massive arm, the force of the blow creating a shockwave. The ground exploded as the monster's attack landed. Andreas Cromwell was sent flying backwards from the force of the impact. He coughed up blood, struggling to regain his footing. The monster clutched Vivienne tightly in its grasp, her name escaping Andreas's lips as a desperate cry. Trapped within the monster's grasp, Vivienne remained still. She exhaled, barely audible. Meanwhile, Andreas, still reeling from the attack, watched as the monster turned its attention towards him. He steeled himself, knowing there was no time to worry. Andreas summoned a swirling blue energy in his hand, wishing he had more time to research it before using it. He placed his hand on his head, preparing to unleash the unknown power. A system notification appeared, indicating that the original sin of greed had been detected and asking if he would like to use it. He thought it was better than ending up dead and told the system to use it. Vivienne's expression remained grim. Her eyes narrowed. She muttered his name. Andreas was enveloped in a surge of energy. Vivienne looked up, questioning if it was a fairy. A monstrous transformation began to take hold. The transformation unleashed a wave of destructive energy. Andreas, now changed, declared that he would turn the ancient beast into an undead slave. The transformed Andreas attacked the beast. A sinister grin spread across Andreas's face. The transformed Andreas lunged forward, his monstrous form emitting a chilling laugh as he struck the ancient beast. The beast, towering over Andreas, revealed its grotesque face, its eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Vivienne, watching from a distance, braced herself, her expression a mix of concern and determination. The force of the impact between Andreas and the beast sent shockwaves through the surrounding forest. Debris and dust exploded outwards as the two titans clashed, the ground trembling beneath their feet. Andreas realized that the beast's defenses only reacted to perceived attacks. Vivienne remained hidden, observing the battle unfold, her green hair partially obscuring her face. The realization dawned on Ranix that surprise attacks would be effective against the beast. Ranix commanded Nickel to play the bait, preparing for a coordinated assault. Nickel, with a skeletal grin, moved to distract the beast, drawing its attention away from Andreas. The beast turned its attention to Nickel, its massive form lumbering towards the smaller figure as Vivienne watched intently. Nickel, facing the monstrous beast, realized it was an undead creature. The woman finds herself cornered by the ancient beast, its massive form looming over her. Meanwhile, the beast turns its attention to Mr. Cat, who stands ready to strike. Elsewhere, Andreas lands a solid blow on the beast, his sword cutting deep. He continues his assault, striking again with precision. The beast reels from the attack, momentarily stunned. With a sinister grin, Andreas declares his intention to turn the beast into an undead. His sword, Glower, detects the ancient magical beast's blood and begins absorbing the blood of Kushane. Suddenly, the beast cries out in shock. The sword continues to draw power from the beast. A warning flashes, indicating that the greed active duration is ending and a backlash is imminent. Andreas, now covered in blood, appears to be undergoing a transformation. The woman shouts Andreas' name, her expression a mix of concern and urgency. The transformation continued, the beast's essence visibly altering Andreas' form under the moonlight. The force of the backlash sent the swordsman flying backwards. The monstrous form loomed over Andreas, its power undeniable. The air crackled with energy as the transformation reached its peak. Viviane, still held by Ranix, could only watch as Andreas underwent this change, a scream building in her throat. The swordsman's thoughts drifted, realizing that the blood of the ancient magical beast was the key to unsealing Galaxer. Ranix, holding Viviane, questioned if the ordeal was over. Coughing, Viviane apologized. Viviane reassured Andreas that she was all right as long as he was safe, despite him putting her in danger. Viviane thought to herself that she didn't mind, no matter who Andreas was. Viviane considered that it didn't change the fact that Andreas was her Mr. Fairy, and she wondered. Viviane wondered if there had ever been a time that someone put their complete trust in her like this. Under a bright sky, the Rodlan Academy prepared for its opening ceremony. With the stage set, the narrator announced that the 111th opening ceremony of the Rodlan Academy was about to begin. The speaker requested that Luis Artman, the top student in his class, approach the podium. It was noted that Luis Artman had demonstrated academic excellence and good conduct. Meanwhile, one of the students reflected on how they had managed to survive despite their lack of information. That student realized that the number of people they had to protect had increased. At the same time, the green-haired student stood with their companion. Elsewhere, a cloaked figure declared that something was giving them strength, adding that many big events were coming. The old man declared that he would face them all. The student stood ready for the war for the deadly sins. To be continued. The title card proclaims, Necromancer's evolutionary traits. The student stood in formation as Luis Artman, the top of his class, gave a word of oath. Luis swore an oath. Luis swore to stand shoulder to shoulder with his seniors at the proud Rodlan Academy. He vowed to strive to be the spear and shield that protects the Empire and its people. He promised to be a hero that brings glory to the Empire. This was Luis Artman, the first-year representative. Luis walked forward. Luis stared ahead. The upperclassmen sat in the stands. Luis wondered if they were his seniors, thinking they all looked strong. A group of students, distinguished by their cloaks, stand together. One wonders aloud if the newcomer is from the magic faculty. Another student wonders why he has a sword, as the Rodlan Academy looms in his thoughts. It seems there are many interesting people here. The student muses that a random match, regardless of faculty, sounds interesting. Rodlan Academy stands tall. The spring tournament is about to begin. One student tells another not to get too excited just because they don't have classes, reminding them that they are first years and next year it will be their turn. Precisely because they are first years, they can watch without worrying. It will be a good lesson for them. Watching the matches should be good for him because he'll get to see all kinds of skills and techniques, not to mention the magic faculty is joining in too. One of the students is visibly upset, having been splashed with a drink. The other student apologizes, saying he wasn't paying attention, and asks where the drink went. The offended student demands to know where the other is putting his eyes. The drink splatters on the ground. The student is sent sprawling across the floor, barely managing to block the attack. The attacker mocks him, commenting on the strength of the night faculty's punch and suggesting the student is living up to his reputation as the top first year. Meanwhile, another student watches with a concerned expression. The student who was knocked down rises to his feet. He reflects on the force of the blow, realizing that while it wasn't particularly fast, its sheer weight made it difficult to stop completely. The attacker then demands 100,000 wills to let the student off the hook for damaging his expensive uniform. Another student at the table declares that this is outright extortion. Another student tells him to have some dignity and that he is not a beggar. A student remarks that he seems happy to be disqualified just to cause a fuss in the street, and then asks if he is senior Tadlon. The student is using. The attacker retorts that, by that logic, the student should be the one paying him 100,000 wills. He then realizes something, exclaiming, "Dying Alvin." The student looks on, seemingly ready to act. The student who had been extorted scoffed, telling the first year that he was lucky. Nearby, the group of students watched the exchange. They continued to observe. Moments later, Luis Artman thanked the student for saving him. The student waved off the thanks, while Lucia Everlast, a second-year student, recognized him as the first-year representative. Lucia seemed excited to meet him. Luis Maid. He introduced himself as Luis Artman, while a nearby student identified himself as Dying Alvin, a fourth-year student. The other students felt embarrassed that Luis had gotten into trouble so early in the school year, but they also acknowledged that his savior was at the top of the night faculty. Dying announced that he was leaving. Someone mentioned that Andrea's match was about to start. Luis greeted Dying, recognizing him as a night faculty senior and stating it was nice to meet him. Dying Alvin stands with Lucia Everlast and Luis Artman, who is speaking to them. He seems to be inviting them to join him for something. A dark hand clenches into a fist, unseen. Dain looks on with a serious expression. Meanwhile, outside, a woman invites Lucia to join them, surprised that she would be interested in such things. Lucia blushes, telling her not to say that, as she sometimes gets excited about it too. Lucia asks if the other woman is not going to participate. The woman responds that she is not. Luis then asks if they are about to go soon. Lucia exclaims that she was about to go and see the tournament herself, and suggests they go together then. Lucia agrees. The crowd watches the tournament. Luis remarks that it wasn't too bad. Dain notes that the next match is starting already, and that here come the competitors for the next match. In the blue corner, representing the top of the night faculty, was Tadlon Terry. As the faculty's top student, great things were expected of him in this year's competition. And in the red corner, his competitor was about to be announced. The announcer revealed that the magic faculty's fourth-year student, Andreas Cromwell, would be his opponent. Andreas had attracted a lot of attention for his invention of a new potion. He stood calmly, his sword sheathed at his side. Someone in the crowd recognized Andreas as the person they saw at the entrance ceremony, wondering if he was actually going to fight. The announcement echoed. The match would begin shortly. Tadlon confronted Andreas, recognizing him as the one from the magic faculty who was pretending to be a swordsman. Andreas calmly stated that he wasn't pretending. Tadlon, enraged, called him a cocky bastard and declared that the fight would begin. Tadlon vowed to teach Andreas the true weight of the sword. Right off the bat, Tadlon took off with a burst of speed. The announcement of a ferocious assault echoed through the arena. Meanwhile, one student asked Dain if they knew about something. The student's companion was confused, asking what they were talking about. The first student explained that they had heard there would be an exchange meeting with the Milko Academy after the tournament. The student continued, saying that those with outstanding academic results should go if possible, though the companion noted that they would be forced to go. The student then stated that if Dain were to join, they would be able to show Milko the difference between them and the academy even more clearly. Another student remarked that just imagining it sounded like a pain, but also mentioned that if one placed high enough in the tournament, they would be able to join as well. The first student then said that Vivian would be able to join too, then. Another student guessed that after Vivian beat Senior Aaron, yesterday's favorite, there was a good chance she would be able to join. Elsewhere, a swordsman yelled at his opponent to stop dodging and fight him. The opponent never thought he would have to use his technique. He mused that he would have to use his technique on someone like his current opponent. The swordsman's attack landed. Tadlon Terry carried Andreas Cromwell over his shoulder, a sinister grin on his face. The sound of a blade being drawn echoed through the air. The swordsman stood ready, his katana gleaming. A fearsome onslaught from Tadlon Terry began as he launched himself at Andreas. Nearby, Benjamin Anakius exclaimed that Andreas Cromwell was in danger. Vivian noted that the way Tadlon carried himself seemed familiar. Tadlon Terry mocked his opponent, asking if his sword was just a decoration. He demanded that the swordsman show him the magic he was so proud of. The narrator noted that Andreas Cromwell from the magic faculty was too busy dodging. The swordsman responded to Tadlon's taunts, but his words were cut off. He realized that this was going to be the end. The crowd looked on in shock. The swordsman lay defeated amidst shattered stone. Silence fell over the arena as the swordsman stood over his defeated opponent. He thought to himself that there was no need to use a sword or magic. The swordsman's cloak was fastened with a decorative clasp. He declared that he would not use such things on someone like his opponent. The crowd watched in disbelief as Tadlon Terry, previously favored to win, was defeated by a fourth-year student from the magic faculty. They couldn't believe that he had defeated the top of the night faculty with his bare hands. The announcement echoed. The winner was... The crowd erupted as Andreas Cromwell's name was called. The defeated opponent lay on the ground. The victor looked on in disbelief, realizing that he had defeated the top of the night faculty with his bare hands. The crowd murmured in disbelief. Someone noted that it was Mr. Fairy, while another exclaimed in disbelief. The crowd was shocked that a sorcerer used the knights. Two onlookers watched with wide eyes. From a balcony, Ranix observed that Andreas had a dual core. Another man mused that Andreas had used it here. Having been declared the winner, Andreas considered that he no longer needed to conceal his dual core. Andreas descended the steps. Meanwhile, a sense of foreboding hung in the air as if a storm was brewing. The last match of the day had concluded. Andreas continued his descent as an announcement was made, informing the competitors that the best of 16 matches would begin the next day and instructing them to check their tablets for the latest matchups. As Andreas walked, he heard someone call out to him, addressing him as Senior. A group of people congratulated him on his amazing performance. Andreas wondered why everyone was there and what kind of group this was. Vivian mused that she didn't know how the group came to be. It just sort of happened. Andreas listened intently. Benjamin Anakius wondered why Luis Artman was even there. Luis Artman introduced himself to Andreas, saying it was nice to meet him. Andreas thought that seeing the first main character he played in Deadly Sins alive like this was quite moving, even making him a bit nervous. Vivian remarked that his use of aura was quite a surprise. She admitted she didn't know he could use it. Vivian wondered if Andreas had something like a special training method not taught at the academy. She noted that was why he recently started training using a sword. Andreas confirmed that was about right, realizing that she had analyzed everything he did. Elsewhere, a group of people stood in a circle. One of them wondered if Benjamin had something like a special training method not taught at the academy. He thought that Benjamin came on strong, even though they'd only just met, and guessed that his eagerness and excellent ability to learn were what drove his growth. Benjamin explained that it wasn't much. He was just using aura to invigorate his body. He thought that he still couldn't achieve instantaneous movement like Master did. The narrator explained that after Hosen left, the only apprentice Diskrun took was Benjamin. As for Luis, Diskrun only gave him a little training because he was interested in his talent. Benjamin considered that maybe that's why he still didn't know how to use Master's aura control method. Benjamin asked about using aura to invigorate the body. Benjamin found it hard for him to grasp it from words alone. He thought that he'd like to teach him, but it's not something that can be done a day or two, perhaps next time, and that besides, he'll grow up on his own anyway. Andrea said that he was busy with the match right now, and that perhaps later, when he had some free time, he could talk. Andreas chuckled, finding her eagerness impressive despite her recent enrollment. He found her eagerness to learn impressive. Speaking of which, the other student questioned why Andreas hadn't mentioned their shared research on potions, which had spanned over half a year. Andreas admitted he hadn't wanted to stand out back then. The student then asked why he was doing things that would make him stand out now. Andreas explained that he thought he'd tried joining the exchange meeting, knowing it was hard to rise to the top with magic alone. He admitted he was keeping his strength hidden because the playable characters might kill him if he stood out. Andreas then mentioned he had been working on his fire magic lately. The other student wished him good luck with that. Andreas thanked her for the pep talk. Andreas thought to himself that there was no need for him to go out of his way to join the exchange meeting, but there was someone at Milko Academy he'd like to meet. The narrator notes that another playable character, Ketchlung Vialga, exists. The other student declared that she would do her best to join the exchange meeting with Andreas. She thought to herself that her seniors were ambitious. Another student suggested they check out the matchup list, reasoning that if they were going to join, it couldn't be a bad thing to aim for the top. The matchup list was displayed, showing the bracket for the tournament. Assuming all of them kept winning, Vivian and Diane would face each other. The narrator notes that the top four, and whoever wins, will face senior Andreas in the finals. She felt confident in her abilities. The other student responded that they would do their best as well, and that they wouldn't lose either. The first student agreed, suggesting they do their best together. Another student remarked that all the championship favorites were present, including 2 rookies and the original favorite to win the championship. He found it to be an amazing sight. The student continued, stating that the newcomer should feel honored. 5 days later, it was the day of the tournament final. The final of Rodland Academy's 58th spring tournament was about to begin, and the announcer called for both competitors to enter. There were many upsets in this year's tournament, but the most spectacular of them was the person who made it to the finals. That person was a Magic Faculty 4th-year student. The announcer called for Andreas Cromwell to enter. He was the one who stopped Vivian Bellerkin, the other unexpected protagonist on her way to becoming a champion. Diane Alvin, a 4th-year student from the Magic Faculty, stood ready. It was the first time in 12 years that a champion would emerge from the Magic Faculty. From the stands, a supporter encouraged, "Mr. Fairy, do your best." Another observed that Diane looked like a different person when she was fighting. With all the attention drawn by the recent irregularities, it was time for the match to begin. The announcer declared that both competitors should get ready. Diane apologized to Andreas, stating that she would not hand over the champion title to him. Andreas responded that she would have to go all out right from the start then. The match began. Diane stated that it would be as he wished. The crowd watched with anticipation as Diane prepared to attack. Diane declared that she would end this right away. She unleashed a barrage of fireballs. Andreas stated that he was going. Andreas's eyes narrowed as he prepared to counter Diane's attack. The force of the fireballs sent him flying backwards. The impact of the explosion shook the arena. Diane watched as the dust settled, surprised by the force of her own attack. She gasped as she saw Andreas emerge from the flames, seemingly unharmed. He moved with incredible speed, closing the distance between them. Diane braced for his counterattack. She exclaimed in shock. Andreas unleashed a spatial magic attack. Diane realized what was happening. She was caught off guard by Andreas's sudden use of spatial magic. Andreas wondered if she could already use spatial magic. Andreas's lips curled into a sinister grin, clearly amused by the unfolding battle. He found Diane's efforts exceeded his initial expectations. Meanwhile, Diane watched Andreas's movements with growing frustration. She wondered at his unnatural speed. Andreas taunted her, demanding that Diane entertain him further. His expression was one of pure enjoyment. Diane shuddered, realizing that Andreas was genuinely enjoying their fight. Diane's anger flared. She questioned if Andreas was implying that he wasn't afraid of her. Annoyed, Diane resolved not to be underestimated. Spectators commented on Diane's incredible mana power, noting that it surpassed the level expected of a student. Diane admitted to herself that she had never succeeded in using this particular move before, but she felt confident that she could now. Diane decided to act. She prepared to launch a flaming spear. Diane recognized that her flaming spear, with its explosive effect, was a great idea, but only if it landed. The flaming spear hurtled towards its target, a concentrated burst of magical energy. The attack magic, combined with double chanting, detonated in a burst of fire. From a distance, Vivienne watched the unfolding events. Andreas, however, was already moving to counter the attack. Diane focused, realizing that using spatial magic was already difficult enough. He wondered how Andreas could withstand the fire spear that he teleported with just his physical strength, questioning if he was even human. Vivienne observed that Diane's speed of growth was exceeding her imagination. But still, she was excited to see the growth of these playable characters. The crowd watched with excitement as the flames engulfed the arena. Even if it was Senior Andreas, some of the spectators were caught by the intensity of the attack. Diane, sensing killing intent, realized he had done it. Vivienne smirked, a hint of anticipation in her eyes. The flaming spear attack had clearly taken its toll, as debris rained down from the arena's damaged structure. The arena's structural integrity was visibly compromised. Vivienne, kneeling on the damaged arena floor, was shocked to realize that the arena, which her father had personally repaired and reinforced, had been broken down only 5 days prior. Elsewhere, Andreas expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that he had been shown something great. Vivienne, overhearing Andreas' words, decided to show him something interesting as well. She began by explaining that first, one must surround the sword with aura. She continued, explaining that after rearranging the aura's mana, one could apply a spell to it. The swordsman protagonist declared that this was what one could do with it. Vivienne elaborated, stating that one could cast a spell using aura instead of magic, referring to her own magic that combines sword and magic. The title card appears, emblazoned with the words, Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits. The scene shifts to the arena, the crowd roaring with anticipation. A dark, swirling mass of energy erupts in the arena, obscuring the view of the spectators. Amidst the chaos, Vivienne unleashes a burst of energy, attempting to counter the encroaching darkness. Andreas Cromwell stands firm, his sword at the ready as he faces the shadowy onslaught. Vivienne wonders what is happening, shocked that her attack was blocked. She realizes that Andreas had an incredible trick up his sleeve and wonders if it's due to his special characteristics as a dual core. Andreas acknowledges her statement. He thinks that it's technically thanks to his vessel trait. Andreas believes that some watchers must have realized that by now. A close-up reveals a sinister smile creeping across Andreas' face. The man with the mustache was furious that Diane Alvin had been hurt with the sword he had gifted him. He realized that Andreas Cromwell was using an aura to cast magic. The bald man questioned if it was even possible to use an aura to cast magic. In mana, the narrator explained that if the whole body was turned into a mana reservoir, it might be possible. The swordsman protagonist realized he had nearly run out of mana. Vivienne realized that she probably had 3 big moves left. The swordsman protagonist knew he only had to watch out for the weird fire from his sword and close physical attacks. He knew the odds were against him in physical combat. He thought to himself that he needed to dodge them and land a decisive blow. Vivienne wondered what he was thinking so hard about in the middle of a match. The swordsman protagonist thought to himself that he needed a way to victory and that it was the same. The swordsman protagonist decided to be himself. Then, the swordsman protagonist prepared to attack. The swordsman protagonist looked determined. The swordsman protagonist was shocked. The swordsman protagonist is sent flying backwards from an unseen force. The swordsman is sent crashing through the arena. He struggles to regain his footing. Suddenly, a surge of electrical energy crackles around Vivienne. Vivienne unleashes a powerful blast of lightning magic. Vivienne confidently declares that thunder element magic will not work on her. Her opponent reminds her that his strongest element is earth, conjuring an earth shield. The earth shield erupts from the ground, sending debris flying. Andreas realizes he has made a mistake. He thinks to himself that with his current magic talent, keeping both physical enhancement and fusion magic active is too much. Andreas realizes he won't be able to fully use the earth shield. Vivienne taunts Andreas, noting that he let his guard down. Vivienne clenches her fist, a surge of power emanating from her. The crowd roars as the tournament continues. It was Diane who cleverly pushed Andreas out of the arena. Diane had enough chances to knock him out, yet she decided to push him out of the arena to guarantee her victory. It seemed her experience on the snowy mountain left a deep mark on her. Diane secured her place as the champion of Rodland Academy's 58th spring tournament. The tournament was over. Diane stood on the podium, the victor. Diane received a full scholarship for her studies and an elixir to increase her mana reserves. while Vivienne received a scholarship for her final year. Andrea's nameplate was displayed outside room 506. Andreas thought the lab was a bit smaller than Karen's, but usable enough, offering the same level of security. Thanks to the prize he won, Andreas was able to save money to buy a lab. Andreas reflected on his priorities. He had much to do, including finding sword skills and defensive techniques enhanced with black magic, which he now needed more than ever. He was grateful that the scholarship freed him from having to work to pay for tuition. Looking over his accounts, Andreas noted that he now had 9 billion wills. Even after deducting the house purchase and other expenses, the potion settlement had left him with a considerable sum. He mused that he honestly had enough money. He would have preferred the mana elixir instead of the scholarship. It seemed Dain was only going to get stronger. Andreas knew that thanks to his vessel, trait, and original sin, his body already had plenty of mana. He still needed to increase his mana as much as possible. His mana had increased a lot, so he should be fine, he thought. The Codex Apocalypse. Chapter 0, The Purest Original Sin, had detected the benevolent greed. Codex Apocalypse. Chapter 2, Benevolent Greed submitted to the host of the purest original sin. But considering the future, Andreas knew he needed more. The Codex Apocalypse. Chapter 0, The Purest Original Sin, was temporarily taking possession of the benevolent greed. However, thanks to that, something was happening. The Codex Apocalypse. Chapter 0, The Purest Original Sin was now linked to the benevolent greed, enhancing basic abilities and generating additional skills. There were 126 hours and 43 minutes until the linking was complete. Mana nature seemed to cluster to darkness over time. With greed synchronized, the amount of mana Andreas could use had increased significantly. The first time he summoned Nickel, Andreas used about 25% of his total mana. Now it was 1%, no, it felt like less. Plus, Nickel was no longer just a regular skeleton. Andreas considered that if he summoned a regular skeleton, he could probably summon 100 at once. Andreas Cromwell considered his capabilities. With his current power, he could summon a large army, combine magic and sword techniques, and even utilize his original sin. With such impressive traits and talents, he believed he shouldn't have to worry about any upcoming scenarios. The only thing that truly bothered him was that his intervention had altered the timeline. The tablet in his hands displayed information regarding the office of Sharon Diprin, the black mage who posed as a professor and performed black magic rituals on students. Evidence suggested another black mage had infiltrated the academy, a discovery that shocked Rulin and triggered an exchange meeting that was not part of the original plan due to Karen's death. The most important question, however, wasn't the fact that the timeline had changed, but how and by whom it had been altered. Even if the scenario changed, he knew he possessed a wealth of information. Andreas was confident. If it was up to him, he could bring this game to a successful end. A student was surprised to see Andreas in class. She remarked on his habitual slacking, noting that he always showed up for potion class. Andreas retorted that it was because the professors wanted geniuses like him to attend. The student asked if he was free after class, curious about his intentions. The classroom remained silent. Meanwhile, Andreas observed a classmate, speculating that the potion she was discussing must be related to her treatment. The classmate then asked what kind of potion it was. The classmate explained that she had mixed mucus from a pollock frog's tongue with fairy pollen, then added some yttrium solution and slime's core. She then asked what happened next. The classmate revealed that the solution canceled out all of its specific properties. Andreas was shocked, realizing that she had found the clue to her treatment on her own, even though he hadn't told her anything. Another student expressed their admiration for the classmate and Dain Alvin, commenting on how talented these playable characters were. The classmate continued, explaining that things didn't go so well after that, and asked what she could do to help. Andreas, at his desk, thought to himself that even though his cute junior was asking, it was hard for him to make time at the moment, but he promised to make time for her later on. The classmate apologized, explaining that there were others out there who were in more danger. The image showed Selena and Chris. The scene shifted to a first scenario that begins during the midterm exam period, with a horde of monsters. Andreas considered the situation, knowing he needed to strengthen Dain, Alvin, and Louise Artman. He knew the first scenario wasn't too challenging, but if they didn't improve quickly, they might not survive. Fortunately, Andreas realized Lucia Everlast wouldn't be involved in the upcoming events. Scenario thanked someone for their work on her treatment. Dain Alvin had already exceeded expectations, while Louise Artman would likely grow stronger on his own if left alone. Andreas admitted he would rather skip class and meet with Dain and Louise right away. He knew he couldn't because a man addressed the class, wishing everyone a good day and announcing that he would be in charge of the potion mixing and manufacturing class. The man introduced himself as Kyler. Another student called out Schutzman. Schutzman stared intently. As the class watched, the instructor explained that when Platra's potion was mixed with refined Kel water, a red sediment and black bubbles would form. The students observed the demonstration, their expressions a mix of curiosity and focus. The protagonist, observing the class, considered meeting Selena and Chris at the night faculty training ground, figuring they were training hard to catch up with Luis. The protagonist continued to observe the class. Meanwhile, the instructor thought to himself that the protagonist should already know that he was a black mage, thanks to the whole sloth mess, concluding his lecture for the day. The instructor noticed that the protagonist didn't seem particularly interested in him. The instructor paused, looking toward someone in the class. The instructor stated that he had a matter he wished to discuss. The instructor addressed someone as Master Jester. The instructor held out a small, ornate box. A cloaked figure, identified as Kyler, asked what the instructor wanted. Backed Alvin was beginning to suspect him. He feared he would have to step away from the academy soon, especially since the crown was also missing. The figure wondered if it was because of Karen's death. The man in the suit believed a lead on him was leaked from Karen's private office. He was getting afraid, especially now that Ranix and Hosen were dead. On top of that, Karen's screw-up had forced Kyler to withdraw. Moreover, the acolytes had also suffered a great loss. Nothing was going as planned. The man with the vial was asked when he was going to make his exit. He responded that it would be very soon. An exchange meeting between Milko Academy and Rodland was about to start. The cloaked figure wondered how that was relevant before he left. The man wondered if it would be better to crush these budding Empire youths before they started becoming trouble. The cloaked figure remained silent. The man in the suit planned to make his exit in the confusion. The conversation concluded with a promise to report back later, the other party simply acknowledging the statement. Elsewhere, someone slid open a heavy wooden door. Meanwhile, another figure lamented that all the people they had planted in the academy were now gone, now that it came down to it. The figure stood silhouetted against a bright window. The figure was revealed to be Nickel, his skeletal face visible behind the bars of what appeared to be a cell. Elsewhere, someone reflected that they had no choice but to drag that young man to the congregation. The speaker stood before a grand cathedral. Under a bright sky, Selena Erestial stood on a stone structure. Selena Erestial prepared to strike something with a metal rod. She brought the rod down with force. Selena, breathing heavily, continued her training. Selena felt she needed a break. Meanwhile, Chris Uner continued his training. Selena told Chris that he should take a break, saying that going overboard was bad for his body. Chris responded by asking Selena why she didn't worry about herself. Chris continued to train, stating that he was training and didn't need a break. Selena recalled that there was an incredible guy who could use a sword and magic at the same time. Chris found that laughable, and asked if Selena was telling him that a half-wit who couldn't even master one thing made it to the finals. Selena remarked that she guessed she was right not to watch it. Selena mentioned that she heard that Luis Artman also recognized that senior's ability. Chris looked surprised, and asked if Luis had recognized such a mongrel. Chris thought that it was as if that guy didn't have an eye, and that for a freshman to trash talk a senior he has never met before. Selena thought that was not good, and wondered what was going on. Vivienne looked up at the swordsman, clearly flustered by his presence. She carried a sword, though it seemed almost ornamental given her obvious discomfort. She stammered, identifying herself as a member of the magic faculty, while also acknowledging the sword hanging from his belt. The swordsman apologized profusely, explaining that he had too much pride when it came to swords and couldn't help but misspeak. The swordsman's companion, observing the exchange, scoffed at his apology, dismissing it as mere pride. Chris Uner, watching the scene unfold, thought to himself that the swordsman lacked conviction in his swordsmanship and was like one of those slobs who couldn't decide whether or not to press his girlfriend for cheating on him. Chris was irritated, wondering how the swordsman could so easily identify the sore spot just by looking. The swordsman questioned what a mage posing as a knight would even know, prompting Chris Uner to call out his name. The swordsman retorted that he thought he knew more than Chris. Chris's frustration was evident as he glared intensely. The swordsman smirked, thinking to himself that Chris was a sore loser, before responding with a sarcastic sure. Vivienne, clearly agitated, warned that violence within the academy would result in suspension. Chris urged Selena to calm down, insisting that they were only going to have a training match on the training ground. Chris Uner, fueled by anger, demanded that his opponent cease his smart talk. Nearby, a pair of training swords were readied. Chris believed that having a training match would not be a problem. The cloaked swordsman, standing some distance away, guaranteed it. Chris remarked that for a mage, the swordsman certainly had a lot of nerve. The swordsman remained silent as Chris approached him. Chris hoped that Sun wouldn't regret this. Selena, standing beside Chris, asked if she could have a match as well, eager to fight a mongrel who could use aura. The swordsman thought to himself that having mana at the same time meant that fighting another person was a rare opportunity. He told Selena to get ready, because soon it would be her turn. Selena's expression showed a mix of anticipation and nervousness. Chris apologized to Selena, stating that there wouldn't be a next time. The swordsman declared that it was Selena's turn. Selena moved with incredible speed. The swordsman, locked in combat with Chris, parried a blow with practiced ease. The swordsman continued his assault, his blade a blur against Chris. Chris grimaced, sweat beading on his forehead as he struggled to keep up with the swordsman's relentless attacks. The The swordsman pressed his advantage, forcing Chris to retreat. The swordsman's blade danced, each strike aimed with deadly precision. The swordsman's expression remained calm, focused. He thought to himself that his style to advance the game is by specializing in this swordsmanship, and that one of the 5 great swordsmanship styles of this continent, the Uner style, is anything but this. The clash of steel echoed through the arena as the swordsman unleashed a flurry of attacks. Selena watched intently, analyzing the swordsman's movements. The swordsman continued to think to himself that his style to advance the game is by specializing in this swordsmanship. Chris struggled to defend, the swordsman's relentless assault pushing him to his limit. The swordsman thought to himself that the way Chris is right now, he's not using the Uner style at all, a style that makes the most of speed to draw an ever-changing sword stroke. Chris coughed, realizing he tried to do too many things and ended up making his movements strange in his hurry to beat Luis. The cloaked swordsman prepared to strike, believing this was an opportunity to guide Chris Uner in the right direction. Meanwhile, Chris Uner was being urged to stop holding back and give his all. The swordsman held his blade at the ready. Chris Uner, sweating, felt the weight of those words. He roared that they would regret saying them. Chris Uner launched himself forward. Uner-style swordsmanship was about to be unleashed. Chris Uner was sent flying backwards. The swordsman's blade howled as he moved. Chris Uner and the cloaked swordsman locked eyes. The clash of their blades echoed. The swordsman stood victorious, his blade glowing. Chris Uner lies defeated amidst shattered debris. Nearby, Kyler watches the scene unfold, thinking aloud about whether someone can truly become strong by simply picking the best of everything. The focus shifts to Vivienne, who advises someone to keep following their own path without any doubts. The perspective returns to Kyler, who calls out to Selena, telling her that it's her turn next. Selena, looking determined, responds that she is ready. A narrator explains that Selena is the exact opposite of Chris, and that her family swordsmanship actually diminishes her strong points. It is only viable if one is born with natural strength. Vivienne tells Selena to come, adding that it's not suitable for her, who lacks the necessary strength. Selena charges forward, ready to fight. She strikes the ground with her sword. Vivienne smiles menacingly, telling Selena to come at her. Vivienne declares that she has a ton of things she wants to teach Selena. The force of the blow shook the ground. Selena was sent flying backwards from the impact. Chris Uner realized that he had instantly figured out Selena's weakness. Selena, struggling to regain her footing, couldn't believe what was happening. Chris stated that he had come at her at full power, and that using a heavy sword backfires on her. Selena questioned what Chris was saying, stating that she had always used this heavy sword. Chris confirmed that he was right. Benjamin and Nakius recalled that Chris had told him the same thing. Benjamin then asked Selena and Chris the reason they too took up the sword. Selena looked at Benjamin, a question forming in her mind. Benjamin continued, asking what led them to keep honing their swordsmanship all this time. Chris questioned why he was suddenly asking that. Chris stared intently, his expression unreadable. The woman with purple hair and Chris both appeared shocked by Benjamin's question. She seemed particularly taken aback. The swordsman with green hair explained that, as a mage, he was ashamed to admit he lacked any real talent for magic. He continued, saying that due to some events, he almost met his demise, and since then, the sword had become his lifeline. He added that the two of them, who had dedicated half their lives to the sword, had been beaten by him. The green-haired swordsman's words prompted a question from the swordsman with green hair. What did that mean? The woman with purple hair wondered if there was a difference in talent. The green-haired swordsman stated that they were wrong. He clarified that it meant they hadn't faced their swords yet. Benjamin questioned if they wielded the sword just to beat someone else. The woman with purple hair asked if they wielded it out of sheer pride, even though it didn't suit them. The swordsman with green hair stood silently. The swordsman with green hair asked what they were wielding their swords for. The swordsman with green hair told them to think about it, and when they'd found the answer, to come to him, stating he'd take them on any time they wanted. A voice called out to Andreas. The man with light blue hair declared that he would definitely challenge Andreas again. The swordsman with green hair responded that he was looking forward to it. 1 week later, at the Rodolin Academy Administration Building, several figures walked towards the building. Vivienne noted that Andreas was late as she stood with a group of people. Vivienne thought that maybe she should try smiling like Lucia when she met him. Her eyes glowed red. She wondered if it should be like this. Vivienne wished she was cuter. Vivienne was startled by something. She stood there, lost in thought, wondering what she was doing as the orientation was about to start. She brushed off the thought, deciding it was nothing. Suddenly, Andreas appeared, stating that she had been waiting for Vivienne. He told her to let's go. Andreas grabbed Vivienne's arm. Vivienne responded, asking if something was the matter. From a high vantage point, someone greeted them with a good afternoon. The speaker was revealed to be the woman with light green hair. Andreas looked up, surprised. The woman greeted Andreas and Vivienne. The group stood in a large hall with many other students. Nearby, 2 students discussed Andreas defeating Chris, with one lamenting that Luis wasn't there to witness it. The other told him to stop babbling. Vivienne and Andreas walked through the hall, with Vivienne noting that Lucia wasn't there. She also observed that everyone else was a high achiever. Vivienne remarked that the freshmen seemed to be placed based on their entrance grades. The woman with light green hair called out to Andreas. Andreas is asked if he came together with Vivienne. A woman smiles, seemingly awaiting an answer. The woman with green hair confirms that Andreas met Vivienne outside, adding that the students from Milko Academy have not yet arrived. Someone assures that it is an agreement between the two academies, so they will surely come soon. Rodlen thinks to himself that there sure are a lot of cuties here. Rodlen wonders when the woman will come to him and be his wife. The Milko Academy director's delegate is Grace Mailon. The woman with black hair thinks that Rodlen is... The woman with black hair tells Rodlen to stop acting all familiar and not to talk to her, because he is disgusting, adding that he is not getting any man with that attitude. The woman with green hair asks Diane if she is getting married, but Diane denies it, explaining that Rodlen is the son of Milko Academy's director and that she met him a few times as a child when her father brought her along. The woman with green hair thinks that Rodlen is a weird pig. Rodlen asks the women if they are interested in him. He then suggested they spend the night together. However, someone ruined the moment, and he expressed his annoyance, stating that they were spared. The narrator explains that over the coming week, a series of exchange meetings would be held, where students would have the chance to develop their skills in friendly competition with each other. To begin, the students were instructed to line up according to their faculty, regardless of affiliation, with the night faculty on the left and a magic faculty on the right. The two women wished they could stay together. And so, the next day, the exchange meeting, an event the narrator never knew about, began. Someone considered inscribing a reversal spell on the spells related to rotation. The result of the spell was then shown. The instructor told everyone to try drawing the magic circle themselves. Someone thought that the magic circle meant something. It was a subject that Ketchlung excelled at. Ketchlung Vialga is described as a playable character who is a powerhouse when it comes to supportive magic and magic circles. The exchange meeting continued, and one of the students asked if something was wrong, as Andreas Cromwell let out a sigh. Andreas introduced himself to the group, suggesting they all get along for the week. Another student, Ketchlung Volga, also introduced himself. With the introductions complete, it seemed a showdown between Ketchlung and Diane Alvin was brewing. It was said that both Ketchlung and Diane were renowned geniuses, capable of inspiring each other through their magic circles. Andreas paused, wondering if he could provide inspiration to them himself. He admitted that he may lack a talent for magic, but that didn't mean he didn't have a knack for creating magic circles. Another individual thought to themselves that they had played this game many times and drawn all kinds of magic circles. That individual was confident that they were second to none in this kind of subject. Andreas had several ideas in mind as he began to draw a magic circle. He considered that simply reversing the rotation wouldn't be much of a surprise. Andreas wanted to show the two of them a reversal in a different way that they'd never seen before. Andreas considered that it was a bit tricky, but perhaps he should try something related to life. The students watching the exchange were shocked. One of them wondered how many spells were being cast. The students were impressed by Diane Alvin's magic. One of the students exclaimed that she was beyond a student. The magic circle itself was reversed and floated, with water constantly revolving around it. Andreas thought it was typical of Diane, very flashy. Another student thought that geniuses were terrifying. Another student finished their magic circle as well, lamenting that it was a pity that if the paper was a bit bigger, they could have made it more elaborate. The students were surprised by the magic. The students exclaimed in shock. Above, Andreas' eyes narrowed as he questioned if this was a joke. The announcement of Ketchlung Volga's name echoed through the assembly. An older man watched with a concerned expression. The focus shifted to Diane Alvin, who was now upside down, surrounded by a faint purple aura. It was noted that the effect would be short-lived and that Diane would return to normal soon. The audience looked on, some with concern, others with amusement, as Diane remained suspended upside down. The young man's expression was one of shock and disbelief. Someone remarked that he was far more of a genius than they had expected. A magical circle glowed beneath Diane. The audience continued to watch the spectacle unfold. Applause erupted as someone exclaimed that it was amazing, and Diane thanked them. It was said that not even Diane could compete with him when it came to magic circles. It was this distinct and unique talent that made the game so interesting. Meanwhile, Lucia, whose illness had been cured, was the best at combat magic, and Ketchlung was unbeatable at supporting magic and magic circles. Diane's time-space magic was second to none. Because of that ability, she was notorious as one of the cheat characters in the Deadly Sin. Both of them had shown their amazing magic circle. Diane admitted that he tried his best, but showing this right after them. But well, the spell forms weren't anything to be ashamed of. Diane exclaimed, laughing, for everyone to look at what he made. Another man wondered where the rotation and reversal ran off to, while also noting that the flower Diane created was so shabby it wasn't even blooming. The man mused how odd it was that such a moron could even participate in this exchange. Grace Malon watched, unimpressed. She thought to herself, it was always the same with this man. Others in the room recalled Rodlin's past. Back when he was playing as Ketchlung, he would always pick a fight. It showed just how low Rodlin was. One of the students was amazed by the display. Another admitted that this was magic they had never seen before. An older woman scoffed, asking if they were blind. She insisted that everyone could see it was just a mundane flower. The woman with long black hair stated that the older woman was the one who should take a better look. She continued, saying that one needed to be at Dain and Ketchlung's level to understand how this magic circle worked, or even understand the form or the kind of spell that was being used. Dain listened intently. The woman with long black hair asked Andreas if he minded if she explained this to everyone. Andreas gave her the go-ahead. She began, explaining that at first glance, it looked like a flower created using the nature and life formulas. She added that, in addition to the two she had just mentioned, time and rotation formulas were also used to complete the cycle of life spell, and then, by incorporating the reversal formula, a flower that is both fresh and withered is created. Someone chuckled. The murmurs of the audience filled the chamber as they digested Dain Alvin's explanation. The murmuring grew louder as the implications of his words sank in. One of the attendees elaborated, explaining that the magic circle put something in a state of being both dead and alive. Another added that by transcending rotation and reversal, Dain created a contradiction, and on top of that, there was life too. It was a complex explanation, but both of them explained it very well. The green-haired man thought to himself that it was partly because he was a necromancer that it was easier for him to put together spells that had to do with life. However, he knew it was a little harder to make it work without using black magic. The more Grace Malon looked at it, the more she wanted to study it. It was a result of her wondering how to put a contradiction together. Rodland then turned to Grace Malon, asking if she had something spectacular to show them. Grace Malon responded that of course she did, and that it would be incomparable to all of theirs. A complex magic circle, glowing with power, appeared before them. Ketchlung Volga gasped, realizing what it was. He declared that it was bad, as the magic circle crackled with energy. Ketchlung Volga wondered what was happening, hoping no one would notice, as he realized that all Grace Malon did was imitate his magic circle. The man demanded proof that Grace had imitated him. Dain Alvin complimented Grace, while Grace stated that except for the elemental formula, the composition was the exact same as hers. Grace added that Ketchlung seemed to have used the wrong levitation magic formula, asking if he didn't see it because he was too far away. Ketchlung, engulfed in a burst of magical energy, screamed in frustration. Dain called for fire and someone to help, while Grace thought that Ketchlung was a hopeless man. Grace stood within her magic circle, thinking that Ketchlung was such a pain. Ketchlung was visibly sweating and agitated. Someone yelled at them to be quiet. Ketchlung, holding a ball of magical energy, called Grace a derogatory name and questioned how she dared make a fool of him. A voice simply stated, Ketchlung's face was contorted in shock and fear. The surrounding audience members react in shock to the sudden outburst. Ketchlung warns someone to put their hand down, threatening them if they don't comply. He continues to glare intensely. Someone wonders what is going on with Ketchlung. Another audience member fears for their life. One of the seated figures tells another to stay out of trouble during this exchange. Another figure is told that even after returning to Milko, they should stop acting so important and behave themselves. Someone exclaims in frustration. One of the audience members stands up abruptly. Another audience member calls out to them. Ketchlung declares that he will have to do something. One of the audience members says that they will check up on him and teach him a few pains later, while another agrees. Ketchlung observed the man, a flicker of recognition in his eyes. He thought the man looked familiar. Elsewhere, someone cursed their situation, frustration evident in their tone. The individual blamed everything on two others. They seethed, swearing revenge for being made a fool. The figure expressed their anger, while someone wondered if they were addressing Grace Malon. The individual's face contorted in rage. The man with gray hair dismissed the outburst as a misunderstanding, suggesting he was being mistaken for someone else. The other man questioned who he was. The man introduced himself as Antonio Holt, a final-year student at Rodaland and a personal apprentice of Professor Kyler in potion making. Antonio explained that he had witnessed the man being embarrassed by disrespectful juniors and had come to show him something. The man demanded to know what Antonio had said. A voice explained that his professor had created a potion that temporarily improved physical strength and mana. The man with gray spiky hair questioned why it hadn't been commercialized. Antonio Holt offered the potion, asking him to give it a try. The man with gray spiky hair looked on with anticipation. The man who drank the potion grinned, thinking that he would overpower those two. The man with gray spiky hair watched as the other man drank the potion. The man who drank the potion spat out, while Antonio Holt asked how it was. The man's eyes glowed purple as he felt a surge of power. He realized that his mana was overflowing. The man felt his physical vigor was tremendous. The man with gray, spiky hair watched as the other man's power increased. The man who drank the potion raised his hand, unleashing a torrent of power. Antonio Holt thought it was incredible, believing that with that power, he would easily defeat. Antonio Holt's prediction hung in the air as a man with glowing purple eyes demanded all the potions. He commanded someone to give them to him. Elsewhere, the flower in question sits in a courtyard. Andreas Cromwell had apparently instructed someone to give it to her. He had said he gave it to her. The student of the night faculty questioned why she needed it. She explained that she wanted to study it, so giving it to her was beneficial. She looked intently at the flower. The student agreed to give it to her. The student with the flower considered that she could just draw a new one anyway, but to see the flower, she needed to use mana like this. The flower glowed with power. The student with black hair wondered if it was the rumored flower. The student with the flower agreed to give it to her. Nearby, Lucia Everlast was asked if she was heading somewhere. She yawned and explained that classes were over, so she thought she would go to the lab. The student with the flower noted that it seemed like it was missing something. The student manipulating the mana circle noticed that one part of it seemed out of shape. Another student agreed, noticing the imperfection as well. Meanwhile, one of the students sensed that something was being deliberately hidden. If they smoothed out that part of the circle, something would be revealed. They asked the others to stay still for a moment. Then, they would add a flow spell. The students looked up at the building above them, wondering what it was. The group stood amidst a field of flowers, the magic circle beneath their feet. One of the students admitted that they hadn't really believed it first, but they knew it was a double magic circle. Someone wondered if Senior Seaweed Head had made this. They realized that this was the rumored magic circle. The dean of the magic faculty thought it was a splendid innovation to express contradiction to this extent with just basic spells. Belial Costello apologized for activating a magic circle in a place like this. Another student wondered who the student who made this was and what their name was. One of the students identified the creator of the double magic circle as Andreas Cromwell, a fourth-year student. Elsewhere, someone else noted that Andreas Cromwell was the one everyone had been talking about lately. A man observed that the magic circle was made for one task. It was on the verge of creating a stepping stone to immortality, the ultimate contradiction. Nearby, the man with the flower stood with two other students. The group stood in a hallway. One of the students wondered what was wrong with him, noting that he asked what he wanted and then just ignored them. Another student told her to be quiet. Andreas Cromwell thought it was fascinating, never imagining that the day would come when a student's work would inspire him. Someone decided to keep an eye on him. Elsewhere, a group of people were training. Andreas Cromwell thanked his sparring partner, wiping sweat from his brow. The partner complimented Andreas on his strength, to which he responded in kind. The sparring partner looked at Andreas with a slight blush. Another student mocked the sparring partner, saying that being the second best in their year was all they amounted to. Elsewhere, Chris Uner continued his training, his sort of blur of motion. Chris's opponent blocked the attack, gritting his teeth. Chris pressed his attack, forcing his opponent to lead back. The opponent realized that with his current swordsmanship, it would be difficult to beat Chris. Vivienne watched from afar, thinking to herself that one should keep following their path without any doubts. Meanwhile, Andreas watched the fight with a stern expression. Chris, panting, declared that the essence of the Uner style was already engraved in his body. Chris's opponent, Rodlin, grinned, stating that no matter what Chris did, it was all the same. The clash of steel echoed through the training grounds as the two swordsmen continued their duel. Each strike was met with a parry, the rhythm of their battle a deadly dance. The swordsman with the purple hair was surprised by the speed of his opponent's attacks. The narrator described the sword style as one that confused its opponents with ever-changing strokes. The swordsman prepared to parry his opponent's sword and break his posture. The purple-haired swordsman cursed, frustrated by his opponent's evasive movements. He aimed for a decisive blow, hoping to end the fight quickly. The swords clashed again, the force of the impact visible in their strained stances. The purple-haired swordsman cursed again, realizing he was being pushed back. Nearby, a figure watched the fight with disdain, declaring that losing to such trash was a joke and that he was done with it. Another figure responded, stating that it was not a joke. A man exclaimed that his senior's swordsmanship was great enough. The purple-haired swordsman, his eyes narrowed, retorted that his opponent ran his mouth too much. Andreas Cromwell's opponent stood his ground, unfazed by the taunts. He watched as the sword clattered to the ground. The fallen sword lay on the ground, its presence causing a stir. One of the onlookers questioned if it was a real sword, while the other told him to shut up and take the potion, or he would regret making fun of him. The swordsman with the dark hair told them to get it over with, thinking to himself that it was just a potion. From atop the wall, a man in a cloak demanded to know what they were doing. Andreas' opponent was surprised by the interruption. He growled in frustration. Another swordsman wondered why Todd Lawn, a student, would be present at the exchange. One of the swordsman's companions exclaimed that it was. The swordsman's companion realized it was a real sword and demanded that it be put back. The swordsman with the dark hair looked on with a concerned expression. The swordsman's concerned expression deepened as he looked on. The swordsman's companions looked on in shock. The swordsman lay on the ground, blood pooling around him. Above him, his opponent stood, ready to strike. The opponent taunted, calling him a first-year brat. He declared it was time for the second round. Elsewhere, someone called out to Andreas Cromwell. The call was repeated, the speaker seemingly agitated. Meanwhile, another individual questioned the situation, suggesting that they simply call him Andreas. The individual continued, stating that they were 2 years younger than Andreas and should be spoken to casually. The individual then inquired about the double magic circle from the other day, asking how it was conceived. The first individual remarked that it was more fun when there was a hidden element, prompting a confused response. Someone asked if that was the reason, while another noted that the magic circle was already discovered and found to be amazing. Andreas Cromwell recalls discovering something while working with Vivienne and Diane. He reflects on how he tried to hide it, but Vivienne and Diane found it quickly. He wonders why Vivienne was with them. The mention of the discovery reminds someone that Andreas also created the Everlast potion. The conversation shifts to the upcoming potion class, with someone asking what Andreas is planning to show. Andreas intends to keep a low profile, not wanting to reveal his skills or stand out in front of Kyler. Suddenly, a powerful force shatters a nearby structure. The force sends debris flying in all directions. Andreas looks shocked by the sudden attack. A glowing barrier appears, seemingly protecting a group from the blast. Diane's name is called out as someone declares that it is a monster. A monstrous figure, seemingly injured and enraged, vows revenge. Andreas looks on, calling out to Maelon. Someone exclaims in disbelief, calling someone else a dimwit. A body began to grow larger and larger. The eyes sclerae turned black. The transformed man declared that he would teach them what happens when they cross him. It was definitely a side effect of Kyler's potion. A woman demanded to know if they were out of their minds, questioning if they thought they could get away with doing this at another academy. Someone reflected that an incident that was supposed to happen during the midterm exams was happening now. Someone thought that relying too much on information from the game was a downside, and that they should have been keeping an eye on him from the start of the school year. Someone referred to Kyler as that piece of shit. Someone observed that it had begun. Someone thought about their farewell party. The large man declared that he would blast his opponent's big mouth. He commanded his opponent to eat this. The attack connected. The large man was surprised that his attack landed. Vivienne cursed, wondering if Andreas was all right. Andreas Cromwell reminded Vivienne that there was no turning back. The large man recognized Andreas, calling him the smug bastard from yesterday. He thought to himself that he would kill both of them, noting that the potion hadn't been drunk for long, as the man still had some reason left. Andreas stated that he was fine and told the two to stand back for now. Andreas told Diane Alvin to prepare some powerful magic, stating that they would leave the cleanup to the professors and that he would buy them some time. He thought that he needed something that could blow the large man away in one hit. Vivienne wondered how Andreas could be so calm. The large man's body was extremely tough. It was stated that with Ketchlung Volga's support, this should have enough firepower. Andreas wondered about this. Ketchlung Volga called out, demanding that someone come to his aid, his voice echoing through the halls. The individual he addressed acknowledged the call. Meanwhile, the large man stood his ground, seemingly unfazed by the approaching figures. The large man questioned where they were running. The large man roared, telling them to die. The swordsman protagonist retorted that the large man was too loud, adding that if he couldn't even speak properly, then the large man shouted for the swordsman protagonist to shut his mouth. The swordsman protagonist and his allies were surprised by the large man's power. The swordsman protagonist thought to himself that even if the large man was spoiled, he was still a mage. He also realized that thanks to the potion, his shield had become much stronger. The swordsman protagonist declared that no matter what, he would break through it. A woman observed that the swordsman protagonist was wrapping his sword in magic even faster than at the tournament. The swordsman protagonist's attack is met with a powerful barrier, the force of the impact generating a visible shockwave. The large man seems unfazed, his expression one of intense focus as he maintains the magical shield. The barrier continues to deflect the swordsman protagonist's strikes, the energy crackling around the point of impact. The large man remains stationary, his defense seemingly impenetrable. Meanwhile, Andreas Cromwell watches the exchange with a look of concern. He seems to be assessing the situation, perhaps searching for an opening in the large man's defenses. Suddenly, a voice cries out, warning Andreas Cromwell of an impending attack. The urgency in the voice suggests a new threat is emerging. The large man launches a counterattack, sending a blast of energy towards Andreas Cromwell. The force of the attack is immense, threatening to overwhelm him. Vivienne shouts a warning and casts an earth shield to protect Andreas Cromwell from the incoming blast. The shield materializes just in time to intercept the attack. The earth shield shatters under the force of the large man's attack, sending debris flying in all directions. Despite the shield's destruction, it appears to have mitigated the worst of the blast. Andreas Cromwell, seemingly unharmed, prepares to retaliate. His expression is grim, suggesting he recognizes the gravity of the situation. The swordsman protagonist observes the large man's actions, wondering if he is losing his mind by using offensive magic while maintaining his barrier. He prepares to strike again. The large man unleashes another powerful wave of energy, seemingly growing stronger. His body pulsates with power as he prepares for his next move. Andreas Cromwell realizes that they must stop the large man before he reaches his final stage. He prepares to charge forward, determined to end the fight quickly. Andreas Cromwell lunges towards the large man, his sword raised high. The attack is swift and decisive, aimed at ending the battle before the large man can unleash his full power. The large man, impaled by the swordsman protagonist's attack, grimaces in pain. Vivian, seeing the large man's resilience, warns Andreas Cromwell to get away, noting how tough he is. The swordsman protagonist, observing the scene, realizes something. The large man continues to struggle against the impaling attack. The swordsman protagonist leaps into the air, preparing for another attack. The swordsman protagonist prepares to use Ire Impale. The large man is impaled by multiple spikes. Despite the attack, the large man remains standing, causing the swordsman protagonist to react in shock. The swordsman protagonist recognizes the magic being used as advanced. Vivian notes that even with support, she is able to repeatedly use magic that could pierce his skin, as expected from a cheat character among the playables, and that she might even create an original magic before she graduates. The large man is now completely covered in spikes. One of the observers notes that turning the son of Milko's director into such a mess is going to cause a lot of trouble, and that although he turned into a monster, this is definitely going to be a problem. Another observer agrees that they overdid it, and the first observer says that it can't be helped, and that he'll help them testify as, with Diane involved, it was likely Back would clean up any loose ends. He would do what he could. Meanwhile, one of the men agreed to explain the situation if anyone came asking. Another stated he would fetch Professor Kyler. An explosion rocked the area, confirming that a monster had appeared. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted for others to retrieve the professors instead of fighting the monster. It was believed Kyler had gone to his hiding place. The cloaked swordsman knew that Kyler had to be dealt with immediately. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He remembered Antonio Holt. He would lead him to Kyler. Antonio Holt was on the move, seemingly aware of the commotion. Elsewhere, one man identified Antonio as Kyler's lackey and decided to check on him, noting that he didn't appear to be much of a threat. Antonio was believed to be the one spreading the potion everywhere. The cloaked swordsman was sure that if he followed him, he would find Kyler. Someone shouted for Lucia to run. The cloaked swordsman spotted Lucia. The battle continued, with the cloaked swordsman facing off against a magic user. Amidst the chaos, someone shouted for two others to run away quickly. One of the individuals being told to run questioned what would happen to the person telling them to escape. The magic user continued to fight undeterred. Meanwhile, Lucia was still running, trying to escape the chaos. The magic user felt the effects of the battle, realizing that it burned and wondering if they were going to die. The magic user stood in the center of a magical circle. The magic user lamented that if they knew this was going to happen, they wouldn't have bothered with the cure and should have just lived without care. Andreas Cromwell jumped into the fray. The magic user's eyes glowed red. Someone called out Senior. Seaweed. Chaos erupted as someone cried out in pain, clutching their arm. Another voice declared they were going to call the professors about the situation. Amidst the commotion, someone shouted, demanding to know if everyone had gotten out. Nearby, a man with a scar across his face questioned what was happening. Another man declared he was going back to help Vivian, admitting he had a bad feeling about the situation. From a distance, someone demanded to know what all the noise was about. The man with blonde hair looked on with a stern expression. Nearby, a woman stood ready for action. The woman with green hair clashed swords with an unseen opponent. Vivian thought that if she didn't stop him now, he would definitely. Vivian commanded someone to go after Andreas. Andreas, his eyes glowing red with rage, prepared to strike. Andreas clashes with his opponent, their movements a blur of motion as they exchange blows. The force of the impact sends Vivian reeling backward, her expression one of intense focus. The clash intensifies, the air crackling with energy as their weapons meet again and again. The transformation takes hold, and the man's face contorts into a grotesque visage, his eyes burning with a malevolent red glow. Vivian, observing the change, wonders what is happening to Andreas. The transformation continues, his muscles bulging and tearing through his clothing. As she watches the transformation, Vivian realizes the danger she is in. The man roars, the sound guttural and inhuman, as he embraces the change. His torso is now a mass of twisted muscle and bone, a grotesque parody of his former self. Vivian steels herself, knowing that she must end this now. The transformed Andreas lunges, his massive fist aimed directly at Vivian. Vivian prepares to meet the attack head-on, her resolve unwavering. Vivian is knocked back by the force of Andreas' transformation, crashing into a nearby wall. The impact sends dust and debris flying as she struggles to regain her footing. Crouching low, Vivienne supports herself with her sword, her knuckles white as she grips the hilt. Blood drips from a wound, staining the ground. Coughing, Vivienne manages a strained laugh, her expression a mix of pain and determination. Despite her injuries, Vivienne rises, her stance firm. She acknowledges that she is ready to fight in her current state. Meanwhile, the transformed Andreas roars, his voice filled with rage. He declares that he will protect Andreas. Vivienne glares, her eyes narrowed with resolve. Blood streaks across her face, but her gaze remains unwavering. Andreas charges forward, his massive form filling the space as he lunges toward Vivienne. The swordsman protagonist appears, intercepting Andreas' attack. He prepares to strike with his glowing sword. The swordsman protagonist confronts Andreas, questioning if he has a death wish. Andreas retaliates, his fist colliding with the swordsman protagonist, sending him crashing through the ground. As Andreas stands over the fallen swordsman protagonist, he comments on the swordsman's identity, expressing disappointment. Andreas prepares to deliver a final blow to the swordsman protagonist. Vivienne, injured and bleeding, utters the name of Professor Ivy. Nearby, the Aura Master observes the scene. He realizes it's already too late, noting how strong Andreas has become. The Aura Master remains silent, his expression unreadable. The Aura Master commends Vivienne for holding out as he stands over the fallen Andreas. Elsewhere, someone thinks to themselves that they, too, have to get stronger. Suddenly, a horde of undead attacks. Andreas shouts, summoning an earth shield. The earth shield explodes outward, shattering the undead. Andreas curses, realizing that if he lets Kyler slip away, the war scenario that will happen later will become troublesome. Andreas realizes that in his current situation, where he can't summon any undead, there's no way he can defeat that thing. Andreas decides he has to move Vivienne to a safe place first, and then, chase is ordered. Kyler's name echoed through the area. Belial stood tall, his attention caught by the sound. Elsewhere, the Aura Master cursed Belial's name, while another wondered what was happening. Belial remained unfazed, observing that his students were being attacked while he stood idly by. One of his students declared that he was leaving the monster to Belial and urged him to do his job. Belial mused that he had hoped the student would show him something interesting. Suddenly, the student was attacked by a monster. A surge of energy erupted. The energy manifested as a towering figure. The impact of the energy was felt throughout the area. Meanwhile, in a room, Vivienne lay in bed, being tended to by another. The person tending to Vivienne stated that she was fine, merely in shock due to depleted mana, and would recover with rest. Vivienne appeared to be awake. Grace Mailon inquired if she was feeling all right, excusing herself to take her leave. Vivienne, still recovering, wondered if her near-death experience had been a dream. Grace noted how close Vivienne had come to death, questioning why she even considered fighting. Vivienne responded that she didn't want to fight, but she had no choice. Vivienne explained that there were people who couldn't escape, so she had no choice but to fight. Grace remarked that Vivienne sounded like a hero, adding that if things had gone as they were supposed to, Vivienne wouldn't have been involved. Vivienne, agitated, blamed herself, lamenting that her cute junior almost died. Grace retorted that Vivienne seemed fine enough to quit back, adding that it must have been terrifying for her, and perhaps that was enough. Grace stated that she was busy and would be leaving, lest she make Vivienne want to lock herself in a room and become a research hermit. Vivienne questioned if Grace had only come to make fun of her. Grace acknowledged Vivienne's question, stating that once this whole thing was over, things would be different. Grace stated that they should start working on Vivienne's potions. Vivienne looked surprised. Grace moved quickly. A monstrous figure plummets from above, crashing through the city's architecture. Nearby, Diane Alvin's eyes narrow as he hears someone call out. Lucia, Everlast stumbles backward, clearly caught off guard. Chris Uner shouts Lucia's name, his voice filled with urgency. Chris reaches out, attempting to grab Lucia. Lucia's expression is unreadable. From a distance, Ketchling Volga watches the unfolding events. Meanwhile, in a darkened forest, a pair of glowing eyes peer out from the branches of a tree. A voice muses that if things go according to Kyler's scenario, his boss fight should take place at this hideout. Andreas Cromwell walks toward a secluded building in the forest. He wonders if the event occurred at a different time and questions if Kyler is really here. A voice states that in the game, one needs companion NPCs to beat him, but that is not the case as he is now. A hulking, gray-skinned monster with glowing red eyes stands guard, while Antonio Holt and a skeletal figure stand behind it. The monster roars, "Go!" The monster lunges forward, a blur of gray. Deep within the forest, a lone figure stands amidst the trees. The monster crashes through the forest, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. Andreas watches the destruction with a grim expression. The monster shouts that there is no need to mess things up that far. The monster continues its rampage, tearing through the environment. Andreas realizes that Antonio Holt and Kyler must be present. It is noted that Timer is quite a beast after his successful evolution. Even a monster is in its The Revenant Berserker, Timer, is an undead, Tier 6 monster with ego mastery of melee and berserk. Nickel, enhanced by Timer's power, stands menacingly. Nearby, Andreas is dwarfed by the size of the enhanced Nickel. Surveying the scene, Andreas wonders if this is the right location. Below, a hand reaches out, activating a teleportation circle. With a resounding crash, the teleportation circle activates, opening a dark portal. Andreas, standing above the newly opened portal, considers paying a visit to the terrorist. With the path cleared, one of the figures stated that they should go. Another figure responded, suggesting they pay the terrorist a visit. The camera focused on Andreas Cromwell, his expression unreadable. Suddenly, an unseen force struck, sending one of the figures flying. The attack seemed to originate from Stern-Faced Man. The figures were caught off guard by the sudden assault. The Stern-Faced Man was revealed to be Karen's apprentice. Andreas Cromwell's name was spoken aloud. The apprentice of Sharon unleashed a devastating attack. The force of the blow shattered the ground. Ranix was caught off guard by the sudden attack, questioning what was happening. Reacting quickly, Ranix raised his hand to defend himself against the shadowy tendrils. The attack intensified, and Ranix's expression hardened with determination. The shadowy tendrils constricted around Ranix, and he cried out in pain. Meanwhile, the attacker apologized, claiming the attack was meant for Andreas's neck. Ranix, realizing the situation, understood that he was facing the one who killed Sharon. The apprentice summoned a massive, monstrous wolf. The monstrous wolf lunged forward, its massive paw crashing down. The apprentice commanded the wolf to finish him. The wolf roared as it descended. The wolf's attack landed with tremendous force, shattering the ground. Andreas watched the scene unfold, a look of shock on his face. The monstrous wolf growled, perched atop a jagged rock formation, its intentions unclear. The beast's muscular form was now visible, its red eyes gleaming menacingly. The wolf stood alongside the shadowy figure, who declared the situation unfathomable. The shadowy figure questioned how the apprentice could even consider killing Sharon, the one who raised him. Andreas realized that this was the final stage, shadow armor. He understood that the armor had the ability to replace lost body parts. The swordsman protagonist observed the scene, noting the shadow armor. The shadowy figure demanded to know how he knew. The swordsman protagonist thought to himself that only Master Jess should know about this. The wolf prepared to strike. The swordsman protagonist moved to intercept the wolf's attack. The wolf lunged forward. The cloaked swordsman knew the item well, recognizing it as a rare, high-end artifact with both offensive and defensive capabilities. The wolf chuckled, confident in its assessment. He believed the swordsman understood that he had no chance of winning. The swordsman knew the wolf was weak against fire, but the wolf was right. The swordsman prepared to strike. He drew his sword, ready to fight. The swordsman questioned what it mattered if the wolf was weak against fire, as he launched himself forward. The wolf declared that all he had to do was not give the swordsman any time to chant. The wolf's shadow surged. The wolf prepared to attack. The wolf slammed his fist into the ground. The wolf growled, standing next to Andreas. The wolf questioned if Andreas thought mere undead like them could buy him time. The wolf's monstrous form loomed, its glowing eyes piercing the darkness. Its massive shoulders and razor-sharp teeth were on full display. Below, the undead continued their advance, their skeletal forms relentless. A massive explosion erupted in the distance, shaking the very ground. Elsewhere, a figure sheathed a blade, relieved. It had taken more time than anticipated. Below, the undead warrior continued to fight. The wolf prepared to strike. Its shadowy form towered over the battlefield. The wolf scoffed, declaring that even a horde of brain-dead monkeys couldn't stop him. He was then surprised by something. The wolf was caught off guard. From behind, Andreas appeared, exclaiming that that one was also present. The wolf was in disbelief. The giant wolf-like creature expressed its disbelief at the sight of the newcomers, questioning what they were. The skeletal figure, cloaked in darkness, wondered if it could be. A massive explosion erupted in the forest as the skeletal figure and Andreas engaged their enemies. The skeletal figure realized that the corpses were using fusion magic to create a bone whip. The swordsman protagonist prepared to strike, his blade gleaming. He wondered if it was a whip. The swordsman protagonist dashed forward, his sword ready to meet the enemy. The skeletal figure lunged forward, its bone whip lashing out as the swordsman protagonist moved to intercept. The swordsman protagonist leaped into the air, evading the bone whip. The bone whip extended, a blur of motion. The skeletal figure prepared to strike again. The skeletal figure seemed to question something. The cloaked swordsman pointed out that his opponent had claimed to be preparing a fire attack, yet was using a physical one. The skeletal figure commanded him not to reveal his strategy. The cloaked swordsman mocked the skeletal figure, saying that he was all talk and couldn't even use the fire attack. The cloaked swordsman glared intensely. The skeletal figure laughed, declaring that the swordsman's puny trick could cost him his life, as he prepared a bone explosion. Blood trickled from the cloaked swordsman's nose. The skeletal figure initiated a double chanting. A massive explosion erupted. The cloaked swordsman thought that the technique was more taxing on his body than he had anticipated, and that dying Alvin was really something else. He was surprised that he was able to pull it off so easily, but considered the new technique a great success. He realized that apart from turning the corpse to dust, he had used too much mana. He reasoned that with someone as high profile as Kyler dead, the congregation was bound to make a move, and that for now, he should grab. The cloaked swordsman considered his next steps. He needed to retrieve the items from the safe house, erase any trace of his presence, and leave. Furthermore, he realized the academy was likely in chaos, and he needed to return as quickly as possible. The sound of a heavy impact echoed. A fist slammed down on a table with considerable force. The academy director, his expression grim, demanded to hear the report again. The assistant, visibly shaken, questioned the number of casualties. The assistant confirmed that there were 15 casualties, including the 4 students from Milko. The director realized that the assistant was likely an associate of Professor Kyler. The director, standing above the assistant, declared that he had heard enough. He ordered the academy's activities suspended until the investigation into the incident was concluded. It was announced that further details would be released after discussions with Principal Zeos. The director turned and walked away, the sound of a door slamming echoing behind him. The director paused, a look of confusion crossing his face as he wondered what was happening. The landscape lay in ruins, a testament to the battles fought. Deeper within the dungeon, torches cast long shadows along the stone walls. A voice echoed, speculating that the timing might be off from the game. Nearby, 2 figures stood in a room filled with alchemical equipment and bookshelves. One of them remarked that now that he was a black mage, it piqued his interest, though he hadn't paid any attention to it before. Meanwhile, Nickel handed Andreas Cromwell a book, instructing him to put it inside as well. Andreas approached a treasure chest. He realized it was a chaos mimic treasure chest. He recalled getting this close to it before. He wondered why it hadn't reacted. Andreas realized that someone had separated the chest from a mimic's body. He understood that this meant he could easily take the items in the chest without having to fight the mimic. Andreas got close to the chest, thinking that was if Kyler hadn't taken them already. Andreas knew that once the 3 items inside had been taken out, it would turn into a normal chest, and since the odds of running into them were so low, all the items inside were very valuable. Andreas reached into the chest, the cool air swirling around his hand. Suddenly, he pulled out a golden key. He realized it was the Chaos Mimic's core. Andreas knew he couldn't use it right away, but he was sure it was valuable. He reached back into the chest, the sound echoing slightly in the chamber. He was surprised to find a sword. The sword's form and attributes changed depending on its wielder, which Andreas found interesting. Andreas considered that he already had Galaxer, so he didn't need this new sword. Nickel wondered if Andreas was telling him to give the sword to him. Andreas remarked that he was planning on buying Nickel a new sword anyway. The sword shimmered with a blue glow. Nickel held the sword, its form shifting slightly. The sword, named the ever-changing Seedling, had a mana conductivity of 150% and a downward slash speed of 200%. It increased damage when wielded in a fixed position for a sustained period, and its form and attribute values changed depending on its wielder. The sword's form and balance had changed to match Nickel. It also gained additional traits, becoming a named item. Elsewhere, a figure stood before another, the tension palpable. One of them declared that they should return to the academy. 5 days later, a train pulled into a station. Someone shouted for their senior, prompting Andreas Cromwell to turn his head in response. A woman with short, light hair called out to them. Andreas remarked that she didn't need to come and get him. She explained that her dad told her to go and play with him because an important guest suddenly came on short notice and suggested that they go to his house. Andreas told her to get to work on her research right away, stating that they had to get as much done as they could while the school was closed. The woman agreed, reiterating that they had to get as much done as they could. She urged him to come on, saying that they didn't have much time. Andreas seemed to have caught the woman off guard. Elsewhere, a carriage made its way down a cobblestone road. The occupants discussed recent events. One mentioned that the son of Milko's director was among the victims killed in the incident. The other noted that dying Alvin wasn't held responsible, despite being the one who stopped him. The first speaker continued, explaining that Dain's father had been a duke and one of the 10 greatest on the continent before becoming the master of Rodlin's magic tower. The other responded that the incident must have hurt the name of the House of Alvin. The woman in the carriage remarked how nice it was that Senior Dain had a solid backing behind her. She then asked if the other had heard how Professor Kyler died. She had heard that he was killed by the monster he created. She thought him an idiot for creating a monster that even he couldn't handle. The man reading the book noted that they've reported exactly what he made it seem like, but he was sure they were secretly investigating. He realized he'd have to tread more carefully for a while. The carriage arrived at its destination. The carriage stopped in front of a large estate. Vivian asked if Andreas was busy, adding that she thought she might as well help him. Andreas asked if she was for real, as she offered to help him while he signed a contract for the new potion. Vivienne exclaimed that Hollington never thought he would play her like a fiddle. She reminded Andreas that the orc of the Great Forest was a tough beast, making it difficult to collect. Andreas, walking away, asked if she thought orcs were scarier than her. Andreas dismissed the comment, stating that it was hardly the point of their discussion. Meanwhile, Lady Haginthal was addressed by a man, calling her dad. She was asked if the girl with her was her daughter. Elsewhere, a figure questioned what was happening as a green energy erupted nearby. Lady Haginthal told the girl to come with her, calling her sweetheart. The girl was pulled close. The girl asked where they were going, as Lady Haginthal explained that her old man didn't deliver on his promise. The cloaked swordsman observed the scene, commenting on the fearsome force he sensed. A man begged Lady Haginthal not to do something, questioning who the girl was. The swordsman noted that the girl was. Someone ran. Lady Haginthal declared that she would bring Lucia Everlast back the next time she came back, demanding that Hollington have the neutralizer ready by then. Lucia cried out that she didn't want to go. As Lady Haginthal departs with Lucia, one of her subordinates calls out to her, wishing her luck. Looking down at Lucia, Lady Haginthal notes that her tattoos are made of magic. Elsewhere, Salem wonders if the woman is who he thinks she is. Lady Haginthal is confronted by Andreas, who calls out her name. Andreas is greeted by a man with blonde hair, who says it has been a while. Lady Haginthal smirks. The man with the blonde hair is seen next to Lucia, who has a worried expression. Andreas demands that they leave the girl behind. Lady Haginthal is angered by Andreas's demand, reminding him that he got carried away just because she was nice to him once, and questions if he dares order her around. Lady Haginthal appears concerned. Salem pleads with Lady Haginthal, clarifying that he is not ordering her. Lady Haginthal says that she will give Andreas information equal in value in return, and asks if he can back those words up, stating that his word is the source of disaster. The woman's eyes narrowed as she spoke of a book written by the god of mythological ages. Andreas responded that he would tell her where to find it. Suddenly, chaos erupted as Lucia was grabbed. The woman demanded to know where it was. Andreas was asked if he was sure he should reveal the location, given the presence of others. He told her to just say it, threatening to eliminate them all if the information proved false. She revealed that it was at Lake Erva, located on the southwestern border of the empire. The woman questioned if Andreas had come up with that information on the spur of the moment. She asked if he seriously thought she would do that. Andreas inquired where she had obtained this information. She responded that that was the only thing she couldn't tell him, stating it was information from the game after all, and that she would let Hollington off the hook this time, but he knew what would happen next time. She thought to herself that a promise was a promise, so she would collect the materials, no matter the cost. A voice confirmed an agreement. Meanwhile, Benjamin Anakius inquired how the other person knew it was him. He was reminded that a merchant lives and dies on trust. The individual stated that they had recently started to see the flow of mana. The individual never thought that their mana talent, gained in combination with their vessel's traits, would come in handy like this. Benjamin Anakius bid farewell. It was noted that Salem had inscribed numerous magic circles on his body to increase his magic abilities, but this caused his body to eventually disintegrate. The individual stated that, just like Lucia Everlast, Salem was holding a ticking time bomb. The book that was mentioned earlier contained knowledge about harmony. It was explained that if he reads it and manages to maintain harmony between his magic circle and his body, he'll be able to survive. Antonio Holt thanked Andreas Cromwell, promising to return the favor. Andreas asked Grace Mailon how she got to know Salem Edidia. Grace asked where Andreas's lab was. When he refused to tell her, she said she wouldn't tell him either. Grace thought that there was no way she was letting someone who might be working with the Empire's most wanted criminal into her lab. The man with the gray hair stated that he would be going inside first. Andreas responded that he wouldn't let the Viscount in either, to which the man replied that of course, he wouldn't let his father in either. Meanwhile, Lucia was told to just go and sign her contract with her father already, since that was why she was there. She responded that he shouldn't be so mean, and that the contract didn't have to be made right away. Lucia was told that she was the one being mean, always hiding things from him. Andreas thought to himself, wondering what was happening to Lucia. Lucia, covered in blood, thought that she didn't want him to see her like this. She stumbled forward, blood dripping from her hands and legs. Lucia collapsed onto the stone floor. Andreas called out to Lucia. Inside a cluttered laboratory, various tools and ingredients lay scattered across the workspace. The researcher, after failing to acidify the pollock frog's tongue mucus, felt a change was needed. The researcher continued to document her failed attempts to diversify the heating environment, noting that even after irregular configurations, the first 3 attempts had failed. She knew that the tongue mucus does not stop. After trying almost all possible variables, the researcher realized the reagent instability could not be resolved and a change of ingredients might be necessary. Another experiment, number 2735, had failed. Experiment number 3160 also failed. A colleague suggested that she try using Yobin root, believing it should help neutralize the pollock frog's mucus. The researcher, frustrated, realized that simply giving her the ingredients wasn't enough and that it was hard for her to make time at all. She muttered that it was another dead end. The colleague promised that he would make time for her later on, but the researcher remained unconvinced. The researcher continued to examine the ancient texts. She realized that she had only ever seen it through her screen, so it didn't really sink in. But right here, the story takes a turn. The scene shifts to a room filled with photographs and alchemical equipment, where protagonist_1 stand before a table covered in various items. He pauses, lost in thought. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a voice announces that Lucia Everlast has just woken up. Protagonist_1 is asked if he wants to see her, and if she has ever collapsed like this before. The speaker explains that, according to her doctor, Lucia's condition has worsened due to her recent overuse of mana, adding that he is also partly to blame. Protagonist_1 reflects that Lucia wouldn't have been involved if he had just stayed in line with the game. Now, time is really running out for her. Lucia, lying in bed, notes that her body feels heavy and that it seems like her mana has gone haywire. She thinks to herself that she is really going to die soon, even though at that time. Protagonist_1 shouts Lucia's name, realizing he thought he could spend his remaining time happily with her. Lucia observes his panicked face, finding it amusing. Lucia lay in bed, seemingly unconscious, as a figure watched over her. The figure wondered if he would be remembered. Suddenly, Lucia's eyes snapped open. The green-haired figure was taken aback as she scolded him for entering her room without permission, reminding him of basic manners. He retorted that he simply wanted to check on his troublesome junior. Lucia complained about how terrible she looked upon waking. The green-haired figure dismissed her concerns, saying it was her personality that was terrible. She asked if he was picking a fight. The green-haired figure told Lucia to meet him in the reception room once she was well enough to move. Lucia, now alone, seemed to be in distress. Elsewhere, a document was being sealed with wax. The man with the mustache expressed his hope to continue having good relations with the green-haired figure. As the head of a trading company, he explained that he didn't want to pass on such a good product to other companies. The green-haired figure felt the same way, thanking him for always giving him such good terms. He then inquired about the deal with Lady Hagenthal, asking what kind of deal he had made. The mustache man thought to himself that it must be a potion to delay his disintegration, never thinking the Everlast Trading Group had a deal with Salem. The green-haired figure seemed to think that Viscount Hollington had a lot on his plate. He asked if they were done with their talk, to which the mustache man replied that they were just about. Lucia announced that they should leave. The green-haired figure asked to be excused, thanking the mustached man for always looking after his daughter. As the pair walked down the hall, Vivienne considered the situation. Without outside interference, she knew it would be impossible for Lucia Everlast to create her own cure. Vivienne assured the other figure that she had all the ingredients. Vivienne thought to herself that she needed the ingredients now. Vivienne's companion told her not to be silly and to tell him how far she had progressed. He reminded her that he had told her the other day that there had been no progress since he discovered the reaction, and that the Yobin root she had given him was running out. Vivienne realized she would have to figure out the mixing ratios herself. The pink-haired figure asked Vivienne what she was thinking about. Vivienne asked if she was sure. Vivienne's companion told her not to be silly and to tell him how far she had progressed. He reminded her that he had told her the other day that there had been no progress since he discovered the reaction, and that the Yobin root she had given him was running out. Vivienne thought to herself that it was impressive she had progressed that far. The pink-haired figure asked if the cure was for her. Vivienne thought to herself that she would die soon. Originally, Vivienne was supposed to live another year or so, but Vivienne stated firmly that the pink-haired figure was not going to die. The pink-haired figure retorted that she was not joking. Vivienne declared that there was no time to waste and that they should get started. A voice responded with a simple yes. The pink-haired figure stated that she had already tried that. If Vivienne said so, she would just skip ahead from there. Vivienne simply replied, sure. Vivienne told the pink-haired figure that she had sorted everything out to a point and that she should sleep now. The pink-haired figure responded that she would stay with Vivienne a bit longer. Vivienne countered that she wouldn't get any taller if she didn't go to bed early. The pink-haired figure told Vivienne to go and have some fun tomorrow. The pink-haired figure stated that they didn't have time for that, adding that she had been stuck in this life for years and was sick of it. The pink-haired figure admitted that this could be a waste of time and that she wanted to make some memories at least. The pink-haired figure was shocked to learn that Vivienne had never had a beer before and told her to forget she said anything. She then declared that they would not have beer. The next day was filled with the hustle and bustle of the market. And the day after that, she reflected on the limited time she had left. She wished, even if she only had a little time left, she thought that she could stay alive forever. 3 days later, Lucia Everlast told the green-haired man that she would be off then. He responded that she could have left together with him tomorrow. The green-haired man told Lucia that he would see her tomorrow at the academy, even if Lucia only had a little time left. The green-haired man walked through the academy gates. He thought that these final days weren't so bad, now that the academy had reopened. He realized that there were obviously no more lectures from Kyler, and that he had more time to spend in his personal laboratory. The green-haired man added a drop of red liquid into a container. The green-haired man held a container filled with a swirling, multicolored liquid, surrounded by various alchemical tools. With a sigh, he rests his head in his hand, looking weary. He reflects on his recent efforts, noting that he's been using black magic extensively, managing to evolve it, but his potion skill remains far from evolving. The screen displays his talents: black magic, necromancy, element magic, water system, agility, combat, and mana. He assumes that it's impossible to evolve his potion talent anytime soon, especially with a deadline of 2 months looming. He realizes his only option is to find a new recipe and increase the chance of evolution, cursing under his breath. He admits that he has been postponing Lucia's Everlast situation for too long because he thought he still had time left. He laments that he was trying to follow the game, but now he needs to look for another option. He reveals that he has also ordered the ingredients for the cure back at the Everlast house. The green-haired man abruptly opens a door. Ketchlung Volga greets him, stating that he finally answered the door. The green-haired man expresses surprise that it took so long, as he had been waiting all afternoon. Elsewhere, Andreas Cromwell is shown with a stern expression. Vivian questioned Andreas, asking if he could use black magic. The question seemed to catch the man in the suit off guard. Turning away, Vivian walked further into the building. Andreas, following behind, asked what she was talking about. Andreas scoffed, wondering how anyone at the academy could use black magic unless they were a lunatic. The man in the suit mused that Professor Kyler was a sensible man underneath the facade. Vivian stated for the record that she didn't think all black magic users were bad people, excusing herself because she was busy. Andreas was taken aback, as Vivian claimed she saw his magic circle. The man in the suit remarked that Andrea's understanding of contradictions astonished him, assuming he could use it. The man in the suit continued, stating that the foundation of black magic was based on contradictions, but whether Andreas was a black mage or not was none of his business. On second thought, Vivian paused. The dean, Kyler, suggested it might be more convenient for him if Andreas were to become a warlock. Andreas questioned what Kyler was trying to say. Kyler responded that he was thinking of giving Andreas a private lesson. Kyler stated that Andreas would become a warlock before long. Andreas considered what becoming a warlock meant. Ranix explained that Andreas would be able to create his own unique magic. Ranix compared it to swordsmanship, stating it was like being an aura master. Andreas knew that Belial held the title of youngest warlock among all those who had achieved this. He thought that normally it would be a no-brainer to accept an offer from a genius like Kyler. Andreas realized that Lucia's cure was more important right now. He was honored by such a generous offer from the dean, but Kyler took Andreas's hesitation as acceptance. He stated that they would start with the heart of elemental magic, matter fusion. Kyler told Andreas that he would be back tomorrow at this time. Andreas clarified that that was not what he meant. Andreas walked away. Andreas, frustrated by Kyler's presumptuous offer, cursed under his breath, annoyed that he had drawn unwanted attention. His irritation grew as he realized he had caught the eye of someone troublesome. 6 weeks later, inside a grand building, Lucia brought food, suggesting they take a break. Andreas, looking up from his work, asked what she had brought. Lucia simply replied that it was a sandwich. She then took a large bite, clearly enjoying it. Andreas watched her, remarking to himself how much she could eat. As Lucia ate, Andreas reflected on his recent efforts. Even with the Everlast company's help, he couldn't get the ingredients for the potions. He had even skipped class and tried various concoctions, but the success rate remained at a mere 51%. He thought that he might be able to figure something out if he... Earlier, while Senior was out, Lucia had tweaked the formula. She told Andreas to eat first, then talk. Lucia continued to munch on her sandwich, urging Andreas to come and eat. The notes on the table detailed Lucia's thoughts. She had been wondering if the toxins would partially disappear if heat extraction was used when mixing the ingredients. After some calculations, the success rate went up to 74%. Andreas considered the new numbers. Lucia wondered if they should try making something else. Andreas stated that at the current rate, it might work. However, he quickly dismissed the idea, saying that they were already on their very last ingredients and that the rate was too low to hang their lives on. Andreas suggested that they should find another formula with a slightly better rate. Lucia held up a sandwich. She declared that she had a better idea. Andreas asked what it was. Lucia took a bite of the sandwich. She slurped from her drink. Lucia explained that if she ate all the ingredients at once like this, they would mix on their own. Andreas told her that now was not the time for jokes. Andreas Cromwell tells Lucia Everlast that now is not the time for jokes. The pair stand in silence. Vivian's expression hardens. Meanwhile, Andreas opens a large door. Vivian sits at a desk. She thinks to herself that she is being dumb. Vivian's hands tremble in her lap. The situation makes her even more scared. The way she's acting makes her frantic. Andreas lies on a bench. He looks up at the sky. He tells himself to keep thinking. The narrative shifts back to the beginning, specifically within the private laboratory. It was here that a contingency plan was formulated, one involving a 74% probability formula suggested by Lucia to be used only in the worst-case scenario. The scene shows Andreas Cromwell working in the lab. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed through the lab. Dying Alvin burst through the door, urgently calling out to Andreas. She asked what was going on. Andreas chuckled, stating it was in case something happened. Diane revealed that someone had collapsed and was coughing up blood. Diane explained that the person had an incurable disease. Diane revealed that she didn't know the person suffered from such a disease. She also notified the Everlast house. Andrea stated that they said she'd be fine for a few more weeks, but as it is, it's hard to believe the doctor's opinion. Diane explained that she's in a terrible state, and she's asking Father to get Rodlin's best team of doctors to help. Diane said she had a favor to ask. Diane looked at Andreas, waiting for his response. The grand building stood bathed in sunlight, a testament to the achievements made within its walls. A voice echoed, praising the efforts of those inside, acknowledging their remarkable progress. However, the voice continued, their progress had stalled. Diane, Alvin, and Lucia Everlast stood at a table cluttered with vials and alchemical equipment, their expressions reflecting the frustration of hitting a wall in their research. Theoretically, the synthesis should have eliminated everything, but a lethal dose of toxin remained. Lucia consulted a large, leather-bound book filled with diagrams and arcane symbols, seeking the precise moment the toxin formed. She admitted that because they lacked the exact ratio, they had been unable to pinpoint it, a problem that stalled their progress. Lucia suggested that if they could convert the remaining toxins to water and expel them, things would be much simpler. Diane's eyes widened, a thought striking him. He wondered if they could convert it to water. Diane questioned why he hadn't thought of that before, realizing that if they could convert whatever was left at the end into water, then a voice declared that they should start with the heart of elemental magic, matter fusion. The voice then exclaimed that it was too late to learn it now. Diane was asked if he could use matter fusion magic, to which he responded that he could, sort of. A sudden gasp escaped Vivianne's lips. Hopeful, Vivianne declared that they might be able to accomplish their goal. Diane agreed, stating that they should begin immediately. Someone affirmed the plan. Vivianne and Diane focused their attention on the glowing flask before them. Meanwhile, Diane continued his preparations, carefully measuring ingredients and consulting arcane texts. The scene shifted to the exterior of a grand building, first in daylight, then under the cover of night. From within the building, someone demanded that they stop her bleeding first. Another voice, filled with urgency, countered that they needed to stabilize her mana first. Despite their efforts, it was clear that her mana was not stabilizing. It was observed that the flow of mana was stronger than expected. The group continues their efforts to stabilize the mana flow. Meanwhile, Lucia Everlast wonders if the current situation is the final flare-up of her mana. The situation is dire, and the man assisting Lucia realizes that this is bad. The mana continues to surge. Lucia's assistant is concerned about the situation. The assistant is not the only one concerned, as the man with the mustache looks on with worry. Suddenly, Andreas Cromwell bursts through the door. He apologizes. Andreas explains that he is sorry for being late. Andreas explains that he is sorry for being late. The room was silent. Sunlight streamed through the window. Her eyes fluttered open. She looked around the room, a question forming in her mind. Andreas stood nearby, a somber expression on his face as he addressed her as senior. She groaned, questioning if she was seeing seaweed. She admitted that she felt better for some reason. She noticed that her mana was calmer too. She wondered if this was what they called terminal lucidity, the moment of feeling better just before death. She then asked when he had arrived. She looked at Andreas with a knowing gaze. The senior expressed that she was glad to have had the chance to say goodbye. She reflected on the good times she had because of someone she calls senior. Elsewhere, Andreas and Vivianne are seen together. The senior continued, saying that they gave her hope that her illness could be cured. The individual who is being referred to is seen carrying the senior. The senior admitted that she had even forgotten that she was soon going to die if it hadn't been for them. She believed that her heart would have died first. Andreas is seen in the background as the senior speaks. The senior thought that she would have spent her remaining days in misery. The individual being referred to is seen with their eyes closed. The senior bid goodbye to Senior Seaweed. The senior then asked where he was going. The senior recoiled in surprise, exclaiming that she had been startled by Andreas Cromwell's presence. Andreas observed that she looked better. The senior was taken aback, questioning if he had been awake and for how long. Andreas responded that he had been awake since around the time she mentioned she would soon die. The senior requested that Andreas leave, expressing her desire to be alone. Andreas acknowledged her request, noting that she had held up well. He added that it must have been hard for her to live, knowing she was going to die soon. The senior remarked that it was all thanks to Andreas, which was amazing. She was glad, but since she didn't have time to do a clinical trial, she still had some concerns left. Andreas told her that just to be on the safe side, she should rest for a few more days. The senior called out to Andreas. The senior wondered if she was. Andreas responded with a simple, suggesting they save the parting words for 60 years later. Actually, the senior began to sob. The senior admitted that she didn't want to die either. Tears streamed down the senior's face as she openly wept. Meanwhile, in another location, a figure stood beside a bed. The scene shifted to a grand building. Elsewhere, Lucia Everlast stood with her arms crossed as a man with blonde hair stood behind her. She admitted that it was difficult for her to follow the lessons of Belial, the youngest warlock. The blonde man seemed unconcerned, stating that he wasn't thrilled by it either. Lucia continued to focus on the energy in her hands. Time passed, and soon the day of the midterm exams arrived. An instructor ordered everyone to line up, regardless of whether they were in the magic faculty or the night faculty. Someone called out to Andreas. Andreas was greeted by Vivienne, who noted that it had been a long time since they last saw each other, adding that she had heard about it. Andreas responded that all he did was help her. The woman with green hair remarks that the other became a fairy for Lucia, too. The individual with dark green hair responds that they would rather be called seaweed instead. Elsewhere, someone calls for everyone's attention, announcing that they will explain the content of the exam. The grading criteria, it was explained, would be based on the number of floors climbed. The students were warned to be aware that traps and monsters were lurking within the tower. The speaker continued, explaining that on each floor, the difficulty would increase. The exam process, it was revealed, would be shown live to the Academy and people outside the Academy, all focused on Madra's tower. The tower was described as a 30-floor-tall dungeon built with magic by Madras Alvin, the first head of the House of Alvin. Due to its sheer difficulty, no student had ever made it to the top floor. Only students under the age of 25 could challenge it, as it was enchanted to be inaccessible to anyone older. As such, the results achieved in this tower would be the measure of who was the strongest student in Rodland. Originally, the exams were supposed to be suspended due to Kyler's involvement during the exams. But with that issue sorted out, the exam would proceed. Entry would be limited to 20 people at a time. In the event of a life-threatening situation, students would be automatically summoned outside, so they were encouraged to participate. The students were encouraged to do their best, as the numbers for the exam were about to be handed out. In the distance, Madra's tower loomed, a silent challenge. Vivienne and Ketchling Volga received their numbers. Vivienne drew 16, while Ketchling Volga got 38. Vivienne expressed her wish that they could go in together. Ketchling Volga countered that even if they could, the starting points would be random, so they would likely be split up anyway. Grace Melon approached them, curious about the numbers they received. Vivienne revealed that she got 16. Another student announced that they received number 3, placing them in the same group as Vivienne. Grace Melon changed the subject, remarking on how often she saw Vivienne and Ketchling Volga together. She then inquired if they were in a relationship. Vivienne reacted with visible shock to the question. Ketchling Volga pondered Grace Melon's question about his relationship with Vivienne. Grace Melon noticed Vivienne's reaction and questioned what was behind it. Vivienne and Ketchling Volga shared a moment, acknowledging that they had secrets they kept between themselves. Vivienne stood close to another, who stated that they were not exactly normal friends. However, she didn't. Meanwhile, the other individual stated that Vivienne was a friend, one they could trust deeply. The green-haired individual and Vivienne stood among a crowd of people. The dark-haired girl seemed surprised, wondering if the green-haired individual was playing dumb or if they were actually an idiot. The green-haired individual told her to shut up, adding that they thought Vivienne and the dark-haired girl suited each other. The dark-haired girl asked them to stop, saying it was rude to Vivienne. The green-haired individual denied it. The green-haired individual insisted that it was not rude at all. The dark-haired girl seemed shocked, thinking it was impossible that it could be a one-sided love. The green-haired individual offered something to Vivienne. The dark-haired girl stated that Vivienne was big-hearted and didn't get upset by their rude jokes, but then quickly corrected herself, saying that wasn't it. The dark-haired girl told Vivienne to listen, indicating that she wanted to explain something. The dark-haired girl told the green-haired individual that it was their cue. The green-haired individual acknowledged that it was not the time to chat and wished Diane Alvin the best of luck. Vivienne declared that she wouldn't lose this time either. She then told someone to give it their all too. The individual responded that they would have to climb high, then. After all, they were aiming for the top of the tower. The green-haired individual pointed upwards, emphasizing their ambition. Vivienne watched the green-haired individual, surrounded by other students. Someone commented that he sure had a lot of confidence, while another wondered if that wasn't the guy with the unique constitution. The green-haired individual maintained a confident smirk. Vivienne remarked that it looked like she was looking forward to it. It was clear to her that he wasn't kidding. A voice announced for everyone to enter through their respective gate. Diane Alvin declared that this time, he was going to prove that he was stronger than anyone else. The woman declared her intention to become Andrea's sword. The camera shifted to a close-up of her attire. The Academy's historical record showed that the highest floor ever reached was the 25th. That record had been set by Maximin Cronel. After graduating from Rodland, He became known as the Walking Calamity and one of the strongest aura masters on the continent. Despite the tower being a place that even a man like that failed to reach the top of, Andreas noted that it had not even been 10 minutes. Minutes after entering the tower, a screen displayed that dying Alvin had passed through the first floor. Another screen showed that Vivian Bellerkin had also passed through the first floor, prompting some wonder how they could have broken through the first floor already. The crowd murmured in disbelief. It was the fourth day after the start of the midterm exams. Someone exclaimed that it was unbelievable, as it had only been 4 days. After a long and deadly battle, dying Alvin had emerged victorious. It was a floor that nobody had been able to break through since Maximin Kronel, the strongest swordsman on the continent. Dying thought to himself that he had beaten the 20th floor's boss. Dying Alvin stood amidst the rubble, the remnants of the 20th floor boss scattered around him. Meanwhile, back in the tower's observation room, the audience was impressed by his accomplishment. The crowd congratulated the tower master, noting that he was the first mage in history to achieve this. However, the tower master dismissed their praise, stating that it was nothing compared to the Imperial Palace's original tower. Another observer noted that Maximin's record was broken too late. It was observed that dying Alvin wasn't the only one to make history. Suddenly, a figure was sent flying through the air. Vivian Bellerkin looked on, her expression grim. The figure crashed into the ground. It was noted that the figure possessed a speed that didn't match its size. Vivian thought that it was just like that time. But despite her record-breaking feat, Vivian found herself in a stance, ready to fight. She recalled that since that day, she had been training without missing a single day. The creature lunged forward, its massive form filling the space. The impact of its attack sent debris flying. Vivian's eyes narrowed, focusing on the approaching threat. The creature roared, its beak snapping shut. The monster's attack continued, each strike carrying immense force. Vivian's expression remained determined as she prepared to counter. With a burst of speed, Vivian moved to intercept the creature, her cloak billowing behind her. Her hands gripped the hilt of her sword, ready to unleash its power. The creature's armor shattered as Vivian's attack landed. Vivian stood her ground, her sword poised for the next strike. Completing the 20th floor right after dying Alvin, Vivian Bellerkin's reputation continued to grow. Meanwhile, in another location, a man with a monocle remarked that Vivian was the Bellerkin family's daughter, expressing astonishment. Another man considered her unusual nature. The first man agreed, saying it was as if she were possessed by madness. Vivian sat regally, as one man stated that everything beautiful has its thorns. It was then wondered if she could tame the beast within her. Vivian sat with her arms crossed, a picture of composed power. The text identified her as Duchess of Morhaime, Minius Morhaime. The narrative shifted to the devilish 21st floor, noting that unfortunately, it could not be cleared, and both had to give up. Dying and another figure were praised as the pride of the 4th year. Vivian was cheered on by a crowd. Vivian is congratulated for reaching the 21st floor. She retorts that she made it further than the other challenger. Vivian declares it as her win. The other challenger responds that if that's the case, she beat the 20th floor's boss first. Vivian insists that it is still her win. A new voice congratulates both of them for making it to the 21st floor. The group stands together. The challenger admits that she only made it to the 21st floor despite her boasting. The other challenger explains that it's a whole different dimension beyond the 20th floor, and not just anyone can make it there. Vivian asks if the challenger sounds like she's experienced it before. The challenger denies it, saying she just read the records in the library. An announcement calls for the next entrance, numbers 21 to 40, to line up in front of the tower. The challenger realizes it's her turn and says she'd better get going. One woman tells another that she looks forward to seeing her reach the top. Elsewhere, Andreas hears someone say, "All right then." Vivian is seen from the chest up. The swordsman protagonist says goodbye to Vivian, telling her, "Yes, later, Vivian." He reflects on how ironic it is that Vivian was the person he wanted to avoid most, but now he realizes she's the person he trusts the most. The swordsman protagonist stands ready, surrounded by swirling blue energy. He takes a step forward, exhaling with determination. His expression is serious and focused. The swordsman protagonist draws his sword, preparing to strike. He declares, "Let's do this." The woman with green hair is told that she and Vivian suit each other. Another woman asks her to stop, saying that it's rude to Vivian. The green-haired woman replies that it's not true, and then asks, "Huh?" The woman with green hair is then grabbed by the cheeks by the other two women. She thinks to herself that she just confessed. Meanwhile, the swordsman protagonist has cleared the first floor. He cleared the 3rd floor in 1 hour and the 2nd floor in 12 minutes and 3 seconds. He cleared the 8th floor. He is now on the 9th floor. The swordsman protagonist cleared the floor in 7 hours and 33 minutes. He thinks to himself that he is hungry and that he should rest here. The swordsman protagonist sees his status window. The status window reveals that his black magic talent has evolved into a talent for the whole black magic system, not just necromancy. His talents are black magic, extraordinary, potion creation, buff type, agility, and combat, all gifted, and element magic, mediocre. It also states that his potion talent has also evolved thanks to the successful creation of Lucia's cure. The swordsman protagonist's element magic is mediocre. The man with the light hair reflected on the usefulness of the strange individual he had encountered. Despite his initial skepticism, the man had proven surprisingly helpful. Elsewhere, the system informed someone that their element magic, mediocre, had a 74% chance to evolve, prompting the question of whether to proceed. The individual considered that at this rate, they should be able to gain enough experience by the time they left the tower. The green-haired swordsman knew he should focus on using element system skills to gain as much as possible. He noted that he only had 2 magic jamming potions left, which wasn't exactly reassuring. For now, the swordsman decided to rest. He knew things wouldn't be so easy anymore for the 10th floor onwards. It was the second day after entering the tower. The swordsman faced an iron golem. The swordsman noted that its shield was disabled. The iron golem's core glowed with power. The swordsman moved to strike. The swordsman knew it was coming. Once its shields were down, it would start attacking while randomly changing the location of its magic core to 4 different locations. One of its arms, its head, or its chest. The swordsman decided to try its right arm first. The swordsman's blade struck. The swordsman's blade had found its mark, striking the iron golem's right arm. However, something was amiss. Andreas realized that striking the arm had not produced the desired effect. Above, someone suggested using the potion to end the fight quickly. The iron golem remained standing, unfazed by the attack. Andreas realized that only one option remained. He declared that he would target the iron golem's left arm. The swordsman's blade struck the iron golem's left arm. The attack landed, and Andreas watched to see if it had the desired effect. The iron golem's left arm was severed. The swordsman's attack caused a burst of energy. The iron golem was sent flying backwards from the force of the blow. Andreas considered how many floors he could climb today. The news spread quickly. Andreas Cromwell had cleared the floor in just 7 minutes, beating Maximin's previous record of 8. He had also defeated the 10th floor's iron golem in record time. One of the observers remarked that the boy was amazing. The man considered that Andreas was not only capable of planning and executing strategies, but he also had the resourcefulness to use his strengths and potions effectively in battle. He acted as if he had been through the tower before. Another man commented on how clever and bold Andreas was. It was speculated that if he kept up this pace, Andreas might surpass Maximin's record of 25 floors. One of the men admitted that he couldn't say if Andreas would get that far, but he could say that not only were they the most influential and wealthy people in the empire, but also the eyes and ears of the imperial court. Another man mused that another monster existed. The woman listened intently. The group was told to pay close attention to Andreas Cromwell. It was the 5th day of the exam, and the tower loomed, a testament to the challenges within. Suddenly, the ground splintered as something massive moved nearby. A monstrous roar echoed as Andreas Cromwell faced a hulking, horned beast. The beast's eyes glowed with menacing intent. Andreas Cromwell narrowed his eyes, preparing for the coming onslaught. The clash was immediate and brutal. He moved with speed, dodging the beast's attacks. Andreas Cromwell paused, catching his breath. He realized that floors 27 and above didn't exist in the game, making this challenge unique. He found himself on the 30th floor, the last one. Andreas Cromwell couldn't wait to see how strong the enemies were. Andreas Cromwell continued his ascent. At last, Andreas Cromwell reached the final floor, a feat observed by those in the room for students who finished their exams. One observer was impressed. She thought to herself that he actually made it. Selena watched Vivienne, thinking she was quite the figure. As Vivienne walked away, Selena watched her leave. Another student questioned Vivienne about where she was going. Vivienne responded that she was going to train because Andreas Cromwell would definitely win. The other student looked on, unsure of what to do. Meanwhile, Andreas continued his ascent through the tower, now in a heavy rain. Andreas thought to himself that he had been walking for a while, but he hadn't seen a single mob yet. The rain continued to pour as Andreas walked through the forest. Andreas wondered if he was just going to walk out of here without doing anything, thinking there was no way the 29th floor was the last one. Suddenly, Andreas noticed something. He paused, hearing the sound of wood cracking under his feet. Andreas realized he had spoken too soon, as the boss of the 30th floor revealed itself. The sound of something clicking echoes through the chamber as Andreas observes his surroundings. The creature, a towering figure of wood and vine, announces itself as Grassel. Surveying the scene, Andreas finds the situation interesting. A smirk plays on Andreas' lips as he prepares for the fight. Grassel looms over Andreas, a formidable opponent. The wooden creature launches a swift attack. Andreas recalls that fire-based magic is effective against tree-type enemies, but considers the rain. Grassel continues its assault. The attack strikes the ground with tremendous force. Grassel advances relentlessly. The creature's hand lunges forward. Andreas notes the creature's rapid regeneration and realizes it won't be an easy fight. The tree-like monster moved with surprising speed, its branches lashing out. Andreas flipped backward, narrowly avoiding the attack. He prepared to unleash a new attack. The attack connected. The wind cutter sliced through the air, heading directly for Grassel. The monster was caught off guard by the sudden assault. Andreas watched intently, his expression grim. Suddenly, a swarm of small, beetle-like creatures burst forth from the point of impact. Andreas realized he didn't have any information on them. The beetles swarmed around Grassel, undeterred by the rain. The beetles began to glow with a bright, green light. Andreas realized that these creatures would be hard to deal with. Andreas realized that he would be in serious trouble if he were struck by the spores. The spores exploded around him. He knew that if he showed any openings, the roots hidden in the ground would attack. He prepared to strike. The creature's main body continued to regenerate, while its spores attacked. Andreas found the situation troublesome. The creature's eyes glowed blue as it declared that Andreas had no choice but to be defeated in one shot. Andreas knew there was no time to search for its core or weak points, or to cast big magic. He wondered if he could finish it in one shot. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the observers watched the fight on a large screen. One of the observers noted that Andreas had been running around for 30 minutes, and that this was as far as he could go. Another observer stated that just getting this far was already setting a new record, so he was sure Andreas was satisfied with that. A third observer expressed disappointment, saying it was a shame, as she really thought he'd make it to the top. Now that he had come this far, she wanted to root for him. One of the observers remarked that Andreas looked tired and was dragging his sword around. The woman with dark hair watched the battle unfold, realizing that Andreas Cromwell was not simply running around. The force of the impact sent debris flying in all directions. The explosion rocked the area. Amidst the chaos, Andreas Cromwell descended with his sword drawn. One of the observers remarked on Andreas's outrageous behavior. Another observer noted the sheer size of the magic being used. The woman from the first observation point watched with concern. Below, Andreas Cromwell landed heavily. He activated a complex magical formation. The magic circle amplified the power of the tree monster. It was a giant amplification magic. The attack connected, and the battle was over. With his sword ablaze, Andreas Cromwell declared that this was the end. The rain continued to fall, soaking his dark clothing. The creature lunged, its massive form a blur against the rain-soaked landscape. It moved with surprising speed, closing the distance between itself and Andreas Cromwell. The sound of impact echoed through the forest as Andreas braced for the attack. The force of the blow sent a spray of water droplets into the air. The creature towered over Andreas, its grotesque features illuminated by the eerie glow of its eyes. Andreas, however, was ready. He slashed out with his sword, the blade singing through the air. The blade struck true, biting deep into the creature's thick hide. The creature roared in pain, its glowing eyes narrowing as it focused its attention on Andreas. The rain continued to fall as Andreas prepared for another strike. He focused his energy, a red glow emanating from his hand, as he prepared to unleash his fire. Suddenly, a voice cried out, warning of a wall. A surge of fire erupted, engulfing the creature in flames. The creature writhed in agony as the flames engulfed it. Meanwhile, back at the academy, the broadcast screen showed the aftermath of the attack. The announcement blared that Andreas had finally made a move on the 30th floor boss, Grassel, and that the 30th floor had been cleared for the first time in the academy's history. The students watched with bated breath, wondering if he had succeeded. One student admitted she had wondered why he hadn't attacked sooner, realizing he was creating an amplification magic circle. Another student noted that Andreas had more than enough mana to cast the spell. She wondered how he was able to cast an amplification magic circle on that scale. Back in the rain-soaked arena, the creature began to regenerate. It shouldn't be able to regenerate after taking that kind of damage, a voice thought. Andreas stood before the regenerating beast, his cloak billowing in the wind. Elsewhere, a woman mused about Andreas Cromwell, calling him an unbelievable boy. The cloaked swordsman agreed, stating that the more he looked at Andreas, the more fascinating he became. One man asked Vice Commander Denard Slay what he thought of Andreas Cromwell. Denard found him fascinating. Denard continued, noting that Andreas's nobility was a title in name only. Therefore, there should be no problem recruiting him. Another individual agreed, stating that they should bring Andreas in. Then, a third person suggested that they make their move now. It seemed that Her Highness, the third princess, wished to make the first move. Another woman told someone not to worry. She planned to give Andreas the most tempting offer of all, a rune stone of desire, given to the first person to clear the 30th floor of the tower. The reward increases to 2 when used within a tower. It looked like it was for use in the actual tower in the Imperial Palace, and might come in handy. Rain fell as the cloaked swordsman stood before a shimmering, blue portal. The swordsman wondered if it was a portal, or perhaps the exit. He reached out towards the portal. Elsewhere, a towering structure stood against the sky. Inside, the portal's exit shimmered. A crowd had gathered, waiting for someone to emerge. They wondered why he hadn't come out yet. Vivian suggested they wait a little longer. An announcement was made to the distinguished guests, informing them that they were currently investigating the cause of the delay in his return. A simple thank was the only response. Ketchlung Volga remarked that Andreas Cromwell was leaving him on edge right from the get-go. The portal continued to shimmer. A figure stepped through. It was Andreas Cromwell. Andreas Cromwell stood before a grand staircase leading to a set of ornate doors flanked by massive golden wings. Suddenly, a disembodied voice echoed, questioning if this was a hidden stage. He recalled having played through the game many times, but never knowing about this place. He realized there was no turning back now. The swordsman protagonist was surprised by this new development. The area was filled with complex magical circles and symbols, prompting a declaration of holy. The group stood before a large doorway, the room beyond filled with the same magical symbols. The voice mused that the magic felt like a single, huge spell, and that this must be what formed Madra's tower. The swordsman protagonist observed the magical symbols. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted from a device in the center of the room. A voice explained that this hidden floor could only be entered by the first to clear the 30th floor. The voice continued, stating that the area was invisible from the outside due to layers of ancient warding magic. The swordsman protagonist thought that it looked like just a psychic projection, yet it had incredible amounts of mana. A figure, cloaked and imposing, greeted the group. It was a delight, he said, to meet them, the first and the last to meet him. The figure introduced himself as Madras Alvin. Madras Alvin was the first head of the Alvin family. The swordsman protagonist realized that he was facing a psychic projection of Bak's ancestor, though it was only a projection of a person who died hundreds of years ago. Madras considered the group a rather taciturn bunch, but since they had made it this far, he was sure they were quite capable. Deep down, he had hoped that one of his descendants would be the one to make it here, wondering if they did not inherit his magic talents. The swordsman protagonist thought that this projection sure talked a lot. Madras, regardless, stated that in recognition of their capabilities, he would give them a reward. The swordsman protagonist questioned if he was to receive a reward. Madras responded that they were honest with their desires, but would not be for free. The group stood ready. Madras declared that he had one final challenge for them, to try and defeat him. The challenge was accepted. The swordsman protagonist was sent flying. The swordsman protagonist grunted as he was sent flying backwards. The swordsman protagonist, caught off guard, cursed Madras for attacking him without warning. Meanwhile, Madras declared that the swordsman protagonist was the young man who would usher in a new era. Madras mused that he couldn't really speak about his magic talents. The swordsman protagonist realized that even if it was just Madra's psychic projection, he was expected to fight a legendary warlock. The swordsman protagonist smirked, preparing to draw his sword. Madras thought that if it was mean-spiritedness, he sure had it in him. Madras laughed, finding that wonderful to hear. The swordsman protagonist steeled himself, deciding that since he had no choice but to fight, he would calm down first. The swordsman protagonist thought that compared to Madras when he was alive, he was sure he was weaker, and if, as he said, this place couldn't be seen from the outside, then he had a chance of winning. Madras prepared a gigacyclone. The gigacyclone began to form. The swordsman protagonist braced himself against the swirling winds. The swordsman protagonist saw an opening and went for it, attempting to strike through the gap in Madras Alvin's defenses. The attack connected, but Madras Alvin found the swordsman's efforts to be interesting, noting that he was a sword-wielding mage. Alvin scoffed at the swordsman's attempt, declaring that it alone would not be enough to defeat him. Suddenly, Nickel appeared beside Madras Alvin. Madras Alvin continued his assault. The swordsman protagonist was struck by an undead. Madras Alvin was shocked to see an undead. The undead warrior clashed against the white-haired mage, their battle a storm of magical energy and brute force. The mage, unfazed, stared down at the undead. The mage realized what he was facing. Meanwhile, Andreas Cromwell continued his fight against the undead. The mage realized he was facing an undead. The mage commended his opponent for outwitting him. The mage prepared to unleash another attack. The mage's attack landed with devastating force. The mage watched as Andreas and the undead continued their battle. He found it delightful and interesting. The battle between Andreas and the undead raged on, while the mage prepared another attack. The mage mused that being able to use magic and a sword at the same time was already a rarity, but to think that someone who could even use black magic was a student of the academy was even more surprising. Andreas realized that his attack wasn't going to cut it. The mage observes the battle, believing Andreas Cromwell is making a mistake. Meanwhile, the old man reveals that he is not human, but a psychic projection. The projection laughs, taunting them that they're just foolishly beating up an old man with no body, and that they won't get anywhere. The mage casts a wind spear. The wind spear flies towards the old man. The old man shouts bomb. Andreas thinks that attacking the old man is useless. Andreas realizes that there has to be something about the clock. He notices that out of the 3 small clocks, only one seems to be working right now. The mage thinks that there will be no end to this if this goes on. Andreas notices something. The old man proposed changing things up. Meanwhile, the cloaked swordsman looked up at the magic circle above him, wondering what was about to happen. Suddenly, a voice declared heartless thunder. The cloaked swordsman was struck by lightning. Nickel cursed as he saw the lightning strike. Nickel shouted, telling someone to interrupt the magic. The skeletal figure's eyes glowed red. The old man watched as the cloaked swordsman was struck by lightning. A beam of energy shot towards the magic circle. Someone was attempting to interrupt the magic. The skeletal figure noticed the interruption. The skeletal figure was struck by lightning. In light of the situation, the cloaked swordsman prepares to act. He declares that he will simply have to overpower his opponent. The skeletal figure, Nickel, floats above, surrounded by arcane symbols and crackling energy. The force of the lightning strike sends Nickel flying through the air. Meanwhile, Andreas realizes that no matter how strong an undead may be, they are still vulnerable to lightning magic. Andreas understands that Nickel will be destroyed if he continues to be struck by attacks like that. He wonders how long Nickel can last. Nickel continues to be bombarded by the lightning. Andreas observes the scene with a calculating gaze. The lightning continues to strike Nickel. Madras finds the situation increasingly interesting, noting that there's no way he doesn't know that undead and lightning magic are incompatible. And yet, Madras observes Nickel keeps using it to attack, which means Madras realizes that he can only use the elements controlled by that revolving clock. Madras notes that Nickel is excluding spatial magic and praises him for finding that out. The wizard states that the current situation is a rule set by Madras when he left him there. He continues, explaining that without these restrictions, no matter how many tower conquerors there are, it would be impossible for them to defeat him. He adds that this is merely a handicap, and if Nickel can't deal him the fatal blow, the wizard declares that Nickel does not stand a chance. Nickel is struck by lightning and grunts in pain. From the sidelines, Andreas wonders if this is a war of attrition. He realizes that either way, since the wizard is a psychic projection, he'll disappear once he's used up all his mana, and casting magic repeatedly like that must drain a ton of mana. Andreas attempts to detect mana. The wizard is surrounded by blue lightning. Andreas realizes how it is. Andreas notes that the pillars are the ones constantly supplying the wizard with mana. Andreas realizes that the answer is clear. The wizard realizes that Andreas figured it out. Andreas countered the wizard's attack with an earth shield. The wizard remarked that since the elements Andreas could use were fixed, it was easy to counter them. He reminded Andreas that he himself had said it, and that the restrictions did not include spatial magic. The wizard's magic crackled with energy. The wizard declared that Andreas was not yet done amusing him. The wizard's magic swirled around him. The wizard mused that he thought Andreas was the one with so much to hide, adding that that's what they call the virtue of age. The wizard prepared his next attack. The wizard stated that Andreas' elemental advantage was going to disappear. Andreas glared at the wizard. Nickel unleashed an aqua field. Nickel realized that the wizard was trying to take control from above. Timer appeared. Timer surveyed the scene, realizing that each of the figures was aiming for a different pillar. Meanwhile, the wizard questioned where his opponent was hurrying off to. The wizard stood between the aqua dragon and Chris Uner. Back near the pillars, Sung realized that if the wizard went for them, it would be checkmate. Sung Danwu cast Water Prison. The wizard was suddenly encased in a sphere of water. The water prison spell took effect. The wizard grinned, realizing that it was checkmate. In a split second, Sung prepared another spell. The wizard remarked that one after another, they just never let him get bored. Chris Uner continued his assault. The wizard thought that even back in his era, he had never faced such persistent opponents. The wizard, seemingly unconcerned by the water prison, states that there were no giants. Suddenly, the ground beneath Sung begins to crack. The water prison shatters as a massive force erupts from below. The force continues to break through the water prison. The water prison is completely destroyed. Coughing, Sung is sent flying backwards. The wizard thinks it would be boring if things ended like that. The wizard warns Master Madras to be careful, stating that he is already. The wizard thinks that he lost one of his most precious lives. The crowd gathered before the towering structure, murmuring amongst themselves. They wondered what exactly was going on. It had been hours since he had come out. The wind rustled through the trees as the nobles waited. One of them seemed particularly concerned. She expressed her concern. Oh dear. The noble continued to worry, thinking that her father was going to have a hard time explaining this to the nobles. Andreas still hadn't come out. Startled, the noblewoman gasped as Vivienne approached. The others greeted Vivienne, surprised to see her back. Her father asked what happened to Andrea's, noting that the professors were looking into it, but they had been at it for hours. He then asked why she looked so ragged, wondering what she had been doing for the past few days to look like that. Vivienne was asked where she was going. She simply stated that she was training. The noble wondered if she had been training since then, and from the looks of it, she hadn't even been sleeping. The noblewoman was shocked that Vivienne hadn't even taken a bath. Vivienne is asked if her father is a mage tower master. She seems surprised by the question. Someone demands that she do something about the situation. Someone shouts that this is no time to be worrying about her father. Elsewhere, someone notes that only 2 pillars are left. The narrator states that there are 3 of them. The battle continues. Despite the odds being in his favor, someone thinks that he cannot see himself winning. Someone realizes that the old fox will attack and restrict Rudo's movements whenever he gets the chance. It is thought that this is probably the main reason. Someone shouts, "Water prison." A water prison is formed. With a determined yell, Andreas Cromwell declared his intent to shatter the pillar before him. The pillar shattered under the force of his attack. The destruction echoed through the area. However, the attack was met with resistance, as a water shield materialized to block the blow. Observing the events from afar, Rannoch's ID remarked that it was a shame. Rannoch's ID cursed the damn old fart. Suddenly, Andreas Cromwell called out to Nickel, prompting Rannoch's ID to question what was happening. Nickel appeared, seemingly unfazed by the ongoing battle. The clash between the water shield and Andreas Cromwell's attack sent shockwaves through the area. Rannoch's ID realized that it was unexpected for the undead to be summoned back after they had been withdrawn. Andreas Cromwell noted how relaxed the enemy seemed. It was clear that breaking the remaining pillars would not be the end of the conflict. Andreas seemed to be giving up, or so his opponent thought. The man in the hat wondered if he was truly giving up, now that he had his chance. Meanwhile, Nickel stood before the pillar, declaring that it was just that, and that he would leave the clock to him. The man in the hat exclaimed that he was far more interested in the clock behind him. As Nickel stood before the pillar, Andreas moved to attack the clock. An undead warrior was summoned, standing in the way of Andreas. However, Andreas sliced through the undead warrior. The man in the hat smirked. Andreas wondered if he wasn't stopping him. The clock continued to glow with power. The undead warrior was sliced in half. Andreas continued his advance toward the clock. He struck the clock with a powerful blow. Andreas is surprised by the appearance of a powerful shield. The clock mechanism emits a distinct sound. A deep chuckle echoes through the chamber. Nearby, Vivienne wonders if Madras would leave his magic weak spot unprotected. Meanwhile, Rannoch states that he will not interfere. Rannoch tells someone to feel free to do whatever they want. Andreas looks on. Andreas realizes that only something at the warlock level can damage the shield. Kyler asks if everything is alright, and then wonders about something. It is announced that Sloth is being activated on Sloth Phantom, Nickel. Nickel descends. Andreas is surprised. On one side, Rannoch observes the unfolding events with a stern gaze, while on the other, a figure watches intently. Elsewhere, a skeletal figure with glowing red eyes looms, its presence ominous. A pair of hands clasps together, a dark liquid dripping between them. Below, a figure stands with arms outstretched, a beam of light emanating from above, piercing through a complex, circular structure filled with arcane symbols. The ground shatters as something immense crashes down. The impact reverberates through the air. The tower shakes violently as the surrounding crowd reacts in shock and confusion. One of the onlookers wonders what just happened. Nearby, Vivienne's companion wonders if Andreas is still fighting. Vivienne's expression is one of intense focus. The massive tower looms, its purpose still unknown. The arcane structure glows with power. Andreas thought back to the earlier exchange, recalling the demand to destroy the clock, which would cause the tower to collapse. Rannoch wondered why they weren't going to interfere. Rannoch sensed the power that Andreas had just unleashed. Rannoch chuckled, stating that the tower would still be used for exams next year, even if Andreas destroyed the clock. Andreas was shocked by the revelation. He questioned why he was told to destroy the clock tower. Rannoch admitted that he was going to let Andreas pass if he destroyed the last pillar, but he was curious to see what Andreas might show him after figuring out the ruse. Rannoch admitted that he didn't think Andreas would actually try to destroy it. Rannoch stated that this could have turned into a real mess, and that Andreas' fighting style was certainly dangerous. Rannoch clarified that he didn't build this tower to kill his students. Andreas realized that if he had destroyed the tower, there'd be no reversing it. Rannoch offered Andreas his promised reward. Andreas wondered what the reward was. It was a necklace called Silver Light's Glimmer that had the effect of sharpening the wearer's mind. Andreas looked closely at the necklace. It was explained that the necklace would be useful when using mana or aura. The cloaked swordsman thanked the figure in white. The figure considered the necklace a great item, but more suitable for someone else, finding it truly intriguing. The swordsman protagonist looked up, confused. The figure in white mused that the creature was a cat that would have reached perfection in life. The figure continued, stating that it was a mythical creature, even an undead who could borrow and wield the power of a god. The figure in white thought that they were all the sort of research material that would have made him go crazy if he could have seen them during his lifetime. The figure in white found that the most intriguing of all was that body of the swordsman protagonist. The figure in white thought it was as if a being from a distant mythical age, or perhaps something far older and more dangerous than that. The swordsman protagonist was told that it resides within his body. The figure in white continued to muse. The cat-like creature asked if they may leave now, and the figure in white said that they may. A figure in a wide-brimmed hat, surrounded by swirling energies, advises against placing too much trust in a higher power, pleading for something. Below, a complex, golden mechanism sits amidst swirling patterns, seemingly designed to guide the world in the right direction. The scene shifts to Andreas Cromwell, who stands with his back to the viewer, gazing up at the golden mechanism and the swirling energies above. He seems to have figured something out. Suddenly, a notification appears, declaring that the achievement, one who is recognized by Madras, has been achieved. A close-up reveals a subtle smile playing on Andreas's lips. It is confirmed that Madras Tower has been cleared. The towering structure loomed against the skyline. The figure, cloaked and hooded, paused, a flicker of curiosity in their eyes. The camera focused on the figure's torso, revealing a glimpse of toned muscles beneath a partially unbuttoned shirt and a sword strapped to their side. A crowd of onlookers watched with bated breath. The reporters exclaimed that it was Andreas Cromwell. The crowd was indeed huge. A woman, seemingly of noble birth, paused before excusing herself to address someone of imperial highness. Andreas's eyes narrowed, his expression unreadable. The head of the Morhaime house stated that she had a proposal for Count Andreas. The noble woman asked if she might be yielded the chance, and Lady Minius agreed. Lady Minius asked if the proposal was for the others as well, thinking to herself that her liege should be more graceful, and wondering how anyone could object to that. Two women observed Andreas Cromwell's arrival. One commented on the behavior of someone towards the Imperial Highness, suggesting they could only wait and see what would happen. Meanwhile, Minius Morhaime walked with Andreas, noting that he had not only broken Maximin's record, but also become the first person in history to conquer Madras. Minius extended an open hand, stating that he wanted Andreas Cromwell to come under his wing, referring to a tower in the background. Andreas thought to himself that he had expected to be scouted by some high-ranking noble, but not from such a big one right from the start. The narration declared Minius Morhaime to be the head of the Morhaime family, one of the 4 Grand Dukes of the Empire. The focus shifted to Minius's hand as he was formally introduced. Andreas greeted Minius, acknowledging him as Your Highness Morhaime. Minius paused, seemingly surprised. Minius refused to return Andreas's handshake, claiming his hands were unclean and calling Andreas disrespectful. Andreas responded that it was fine. Andreas retorted that Minius was the one being disrespectful. Minius then asked Andreas if he had decided what to do after graduation, but Andreas replied that he had not yet. Minius, with a serious expression, asked Andreas if he had a lover. Andreas denied it, questioning why he was being asked. As Minius spoke, he inquired what Andreas thought about forming an alliance. Minius continued, elaborating on the alliance he proposed. He paused, awaiting a response. Minius suggested forming an alliance between the Morhaime and Cromwell houses. Andreas seemed surprised by the offer of an alliance. Minius promised that if Andreas agreed, he would protect him from his political rivals and provide financial and military support until the Cromwell house was restored to its former glory. The room remained silent, as everyone awaited Andreas's response. Andreas thought that the offer sounded too good to be true. He wondered what Minius would gain from making such a generous offer. Minius clarified that this would be more than just an alliance in words. He declared that he wanted Andreas to marry him. The declaration caused shock among those present. Minius's sudden proposal hung heavy in the air, his expression unreadable. The surrounding nobles murmured amongst themselves, the unexpected turn of events causing a stir. Nearby, Rodlin questioned why Vivienne was hesitating, pointing out that it was a good offer. He wondered if she was worried about their age difference, though he thought he kept his body in check. Rodlin continued, asking if Vivienne found him unattractive as a woman. She responded that he was attractive and beautiful. The crowd wondered who would be stupid enough to answer a sudden offer of a political marriage right away. Meanwhile, Vivienne and Minius stood in silence, the tension palpable. Suddenly, Minius called out Vivienne's name, breaking the silence. Vivienne thought to herself that if she were in Andrea's position, it would be hard to refuse, given the state of his house. Andreas apologized, stating that it was not a decision he could make right away, and asked for some time to think about it. Minius remarked that it was also customary at the academy to hear offers from other nobles, implying that Andreas was going to weigh him against them. Minius added that accepting his offer so carelessly in front of so many people may invite trouble. Vivienne responded that he didn't like it, but since it was customary, he would consider it. Minius stated that Andreas would soon learn that nothing was better than his offer. The next day, a blonde woman apologized if she had been unintentionally disrespectful. Andreas thanked her, and she responded that she would forgive him if they had dinner together in the future. Andreas seemed surprised by the offer. The woman introduced herself as Michaela Rodolin, the third imperial princess. Michaela placed her hand over her chest. She also had an offer for Andreas. The next day, the night faculty building came into view. Someone reflected on moving from one of the four great houses of the empire to a member of the imperial family, stating they never wanted to be in that situation again. Andreas was among a group of people. Selena is approached by a woman who asks if she is there to practice her swordsmanship. The woman, revealed to be Vivienne, asks if Selena has time to train with her briefly. Selena apologizes. Vivienne stands tall, awaiting Selena's response. It was noted that Vivienne has been at the training ground that was closed down after an incident a while ago since yesterday. The training grounds are seen from a distance. Vivienne took a quick peek, but the whole vibe was too scary. She wondered what was going on and if Selena had lost her mind, but questioned why. Selena is seen standing in the training grounds. Selena looks on with a concerned expression. Selena is seen in the distance, engulfed in flames. Selena's aura is perfectly clear. It was realized that Selena didn't lose her mind. Just when Vivienne thought she'd finally caught up with Selena, Selena was one step ahead of her again. Vivienne's face is flushed as she is called out. Meanwhile, Andreas Cromwell reveals he was looking for her. Vivienne excuses herself from Selena, rushing towards Andreas. Andreas asks if Vivienne is all right, noticing her flustered state. Vivienne excuses herself from Selena. She approaches Andreas. Andreas states that everything is done and that the gift suits her perfectly as he expected. Vivienne is surprised by the necklace and questions why he is giving it to her. The necklace features a blue gem. Andreas explains that he got it on the top floor of the tower, and it can supposedly help her calm her mind, adding that he thought he'd give it to her. Vivienne seems surprised. Vivienne stutters a response, and Andreas notes that she doesn't look good. A voice instructed someone to drink a potion and rest. Meanwhile, Andreas turned to see who had spoken. Andreas's expression was one of slight surprise. He thought to himself that Madras might have been lying to him. The sign outside his personal laboratory read Andreas Cromwell. Before Andreas, a notification appeared, stating that he was recognized by Madras and asking if he wished to accept the rewards. He accepted. The notification stated that a random magic-related talent would be awarded. Another notification appeared, stating that unusual power had been detected. It was announced that the talent, Magic Firepower, Light Element, Genius, had been acquired. Andreas was surprised by this development. Andreas realized that he hadn't learned light magic yet, so it was just a decoration for now. He figured he would have to learn it gradually. He was instructed to put something in the middle of the magic circle. A corpse had been left lying for half a year, in the hopes that it could be used once Andreas became more proficient in black magic. In theory, at his current level of proficiency, Andreas believed he should be able to do it. He would definitely awaken it. The previous fairy queen. The door swung open with a resounding thud. Coughing echoed through the room. Emerging from a cloud of dark smoke, Andreas Cromwell surveyed the scene. Andreas wondered how the situation had deteriorated so rapidly. A notification appeared, announcing that a shadow banshee, legendary, had been summoned. Another notification confirmed that the summoning had worked. The level of the finished corpse was high, granting a status bonus. The shadow banshee materialized, its form ethereal and menacing. The notification declared that its tier had increased, and it was now a shadow, fairy banshee. Andreas questioned what a shadow was. The notification further explained that the level of the finished corpse was transcendently high, allowing it to regain a certain amount of its ego before death. Andreas wondered what it meant to transcend. Elsewhere, the port city of Muriel bustled with activity. The restaurant, known as the Blessing of the Sea, was built to resemble a ship. Inside, the woman with blonde hair gestured for Andreas Cromwell to eat as much as he liked. She then told him that if there was anything he wanted to talk about, he should feel free to speak freely. She continued, stating that even though she should be the one to invite him as an apology for her rudeness. Andreas apologized, saying he was very sorry that she had to invite him there like this. The blonde woman dismissed his apology, saying that as his future husband, there was no need for him to apologize like that on their first date. She then asked, "Pardon?" She clarified that she was joking and that he didn't need to be so bewildered. However, she thought to herself that it didn't sound like a joke at all, and that Andreas was someone who would stop at nothing to achieve her ambitions. She mused that, after all, the Morhaime house had risen to power by doing the dirty work and taking mercenary jobs that other noble houses wouldn't. She then asked Andreas if he had made up his mind yet. Andreas remained silent, thinking that he wanted to have her answer sooner. Andreas told her that, as he had said before, he would like her to give him a little more time, and that was his reply. The Morhaime woman considered her words carefully as she ate. She mused that there were many things at play, but that it was no surprise. The woman continued, stating that the Cromwell house was hated by the emperor for no reason. Across the table, Andreas paused, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He thought to himself that he did not believe the punishment given by His Majesty was unwarranted. The Morhaime woman continued to press Andreas, stating that anyone could see the punishment was unwarranted, and yet he was calm about it. She then asked why he was hesitant about forming an alliance with her. There was a pause in the conversation. Andreas wondered how much he should tell her, realizing she was a person who thought in terms of profit and loss. The woman stated that he was a cautious boy by nature, wasn't he? She assured him not to worry, as even a rat couldn't speak up there without her permission. The Morhaime woman smiled slightly. The Morhaime woman's words hung in the air, a challenge and an accusation. She believed Andreas was still hesitant because he didn't trust her. Andreas, visibly agitated, questioned if she wanted him to insult the emperor. The woman seemed taken aback by Andreas' outburst, calling it out of the blue. Andreas, his expression unreadable, wondered if she was ready to talk now, even offering to get her a written statement. He admitted that if she was willing to go that far, he had no choice but to talk. The conversation shifted to the emperor's desire to crush the Cromwells, as she had mentioned earlier. The woman stated that she must build her power and foundation at all costs. Andreas found this a bit contradictory. She retorted that if that was the case, he should be joining hands with her immediately. Andreas considered that if he did that, one problem would arise. The woman questioned if he was saying that his power would become too big. She pressed him, asking if he was saying that the moment he gained power, the emperor would start to curb him again. She affirmed that was right, and the Morhaimes could end up in the emperor's crosshairs as well. The Morhaime woman seemed to grasp the situation, finally understanding the underlying motives at play. She realized that she was meant to be a vessel for a child with tremendous gifts, who would then become the next head of the family. However, it turned out she was a poison chalice. Meanwhile, Andreas considered the Morhaime family's strengths: strong political power, vast financial resources, and a powerful mercenary army. He knew that they had never had an Aura Master or a warlock from their direct lineage, something he had always wondered about. The Morhaime woman then questioned why the emperor was so intent on destroying the Cromwell house. The two continued their discussion. Andreas realized that now that things had progressed this far, he had to show his hand somewhat, and earn her trust too. He thought that even if they didn't form an alliance, it was better to have a friendly relationship with House Morhaime. Elsewhere, the narrative shifted to the ambitions of the emperor, as it was revealed that Count Cain Cromwell had fallen victim to them. The emperor wanted to create an age of gods and rule the world as an absolute monarch. The only way he could do that was by collecting the greatest treasure of all, the deadly sins. The emperor's ambitions loomed large, a terrifying prospect for the world. The heir of the Cromwell house resolved that he must stop the emperor by any means necessary. Andreas Cromwell reaffirmed his duty as the heir of the Cromwell house. Elsewhere, a woman listened intently. She questioned if it was revenge for the Cromwells, or rather, for his father. The woman continued to eat her meal. The woman considered that the emperor's ambitions were far more dangerous and could shake the whole world, but there was a bit more to it than that. She got the gist of it, realizing that the emperor was bloodthirstily searching for something in the north. It was said that, speaking of deadly sins in the north, it was the son of the barbarians kidnapped by Bloody Dan. Andreas figured that just getting rid of the spies wouldn't change history. He knew that in the game, there was no mention of who Dan's employer was, but now he knew it was none other than the emperor. He wondered what it was that she looked like she knew something. Soon, there would likely be a war with the north. The woman seemed surprised. The Morhaime woman took a bite of food as she listened to the person speaking to her. He remarked that she sounded like a prophet, Andreas. Meanwhile, a man with green hair wiped his mouth with a cloth. He mused that they would be just right, and that a justification for war could be created. The man continued, stating that if one considered how the emperor did things, it was fitting. Elsewhere, the Morhaime woman sat at a table, her legs visible underneath. She agreed that it was something that Pig would do. The woman continued, adding that once the unexpected war was over, the green-haired man stated that the nobles and feudal lords who were unprepared for the war would be in a panic, while great changes would take place. He added that if they were well prepared, they would still be able to maintain a strong post-war position. Returning to the Morhaime woman, she asked if he was saying that she should stock up on supplies in case of war. A hand reached for a forkful of food, and the woman confirmed, yes. The Morhaime woman remarked that it was quite a generous heads-up, Andreas. The woman took another bite of food. She finished by saying that was, assuming things turn out as he expected. The Morhaime woman is asked if she is sure that the food is enough. Elsewhere, it was said that by the time the pigs in the center of this were made weak by tyranny, they would be ready to be taken. The speaker's eyes are intense as they speak. A bead of sweat rolls down their cheek. The imperial palace stood tall and imposing. Inside, someone offered greetings to their imperial majesty. The emperor wondered what interesting story they had to tell him this time. It was noted that Andreas Cromwell, son of Cain Cromwell, had conquered the 30th floor of Madra's Tower, and that Minius Morhaime had tried to make an alliance with the Cromwell house, which he had not responded to. Duke Hector Kazaf, prime minister of the Rodolin Empire, knelt before the emperor. Kazaf thought it was rubbish that they didn't know what they were up to behind the scenes, so, just in case. The Emperor questioned what was so frightening about that punk, and why they were so frightened of him. The person apologized. The Emperor told them to forget about that, and report on the people they sent to the north. They confirmed that they were doing their job. The Emperor's advisor reported that the best efforts had yet to yield any results. He was told to work harder. Lord Jester, it was said, had found something to do with the deadly sins in the north. The Emperor listened intently, his expression unreadable. He declared that they would. They would definitely find it, he thought, as a horse-drawn carriage made its way through a snow-covered landscape. Elsewhere, Jester sat in a chair, reading a letter. To get the wrath, he would have to fight the great chief. Looking at a framed picture of a young girl, he found the situation troublesome. Jester sat at a table, the glow of a nearby light illuminating his masked face. Suddenly, he heard a voice. Jester, it's been a while. Luna. The voice excitedly revealed that Luna knew who killed Kyler. The mechanical voice asked who it was. The voice declared that it was Andreas Cromwell, as Andreas stood over a destroyed landscape, a spectral figure behind him. The voice excitedly confirmed that Luna was sure of it, that Andreas was the one who did it. The spectral figure muttered that it was that kid again. A voice echoes, hinting at a transformation. The question hangs in the air. Can Luna turn someone? The answer seems to be yes, as Andreas Cromwell is now described as Luna's toy. With a polite farewell, the speaker excused themselves. The message was clear. War would soon erupt. It would be advantageous if he could monitor the Emperor's actions through Minius in the future, but in the meantime, Andreas Cromwell knew he needed to grow stronger at any cost. With his black magic talent evolved, Andreas decided that he would focus on studying Morn's and Kyler's black magic books. Then, once the Academy holidays began, he would get his hands on the Red Dragon Krav Maga. A week later, the train bound for the Grandest Kingdom would depart in 10 minutes, and passengers were reminded to make sure they didn't miss their train. According to the map he had obtained from the Muriel auction, Krav Maga's Dragon Tomb was located deep within the Biotra Great Forest. Fortunately, one could take a train up to the Grandest Kingdom, which sat right next to the forest. But beyond that, the only way to continue was on foot or horseback. On top of everything, the forest is a completely foreign place where the customs and laws of the Empire do not apply. Andreas hoped things wouldn't get out of hand. Nearby, a figure watched him. Andreas turned as Vivienne called out to him. She greeted him, noting that he was traveling out as well, and mentioned that she was going back to her hometown. Andreas seemed surprised, asking if that was sudden. Vivienne asked if he would be all right, saying she thought he wasn't very comfortable at home, but she admitted she didn't want to go. She stated that she'd rather spend more time with him, which caused Andreas to pause, confused. Andreas wondered what he should do, realizing it would be troublesome if she came with him, but that was all the more reason. Vivienne stated that she had to return to her hometown. Andreas understood, telling Vivienne to have a safe trip. Vivienne said goodbye, telling him she would be going now and would see him again after the holidays and to take care. The time for his own arrival had come as well. A sigh escaped someone, lamenting how things had turned out so quickly. The castle town bustled with activity. It was Andreas Cromwell's first time in Grandest Kingdom's castle town, yet it felt nostalgic. He wondered why it was so hectic. Nearby, two men discussed the recent troubles. They mentioned that orcs were running amok in the forest. Andreas overheard them and questioned if they said orcs. He had a bad feeling about this and decided to find out more. He decided to go to an inn in Grandis. Upon arriving, Andreas placed some coins on the counter. He requested a room and a meal, and the innkeeper told him that he could have the last room on the second floor. The innkeeper asked Andreas if something was going on, noting how hectic it was in town. At the inn, the woman behind the bar remarked that things were going badly near the border. She assumed a traveler like Andreas wouldn't know. The woman explained that, for the first time in 40 years, an orc lord had appeared in the Great Forest. That was bad news, she said, as the appearance of an orc lord meant the unification of the tribes in the Great Forest. Andreas realized that searching for the tomb in the forest was already difficult enough, but with a group of orcs appearing as well, it would be even harder. The woman wondered if the road leading to the Great Forest was blocked. She stated that civilians weren't allowed to go near the Endeavor anymore. Andreas asked if there were other ways to get in, besides going as a civilian. The woman suggested becoming a mercenary, but advised him against it. She told Andreas that he was too thin and needed to put on more weight. She added that they were short on men and willing to offer rewards, so they might take him in. However, although they were called mercenaries, they were still able-bodied soldiers bound to the army, so their movements were restricted. The woman stated that there seemed to be no other way. Andreas thought that it was what it was, and it was better than not being able to go. Andreas realized that this was why the Everlast Company couldn't get the ingredients for Salem's potion. In any case, he would stop by the Biotra fortification and register as a mercenary. Andreas walked through the dimly lit corridor. The voice continued, revealing that Luna had been waiting for him to leave the academy. A woman with blonde hair and green eyes called out to Andreas. Andreas realized it was Lou. Lou swung her scythe down towards Andreas. Andreas was caught off guard by the sudden attack. He was sent flying. Andreas crashed into the wall. Lu warned that the next attack would sting a little. She prepared to strike again. The scythe glowed ominously. The dark magic swirls around Andreas, tendrils reaching out to ensnare him. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupts. The energy shatters the dark magic surrounding Andreas. Lu recognizes the magic as Kyler's shadow magic, noting that it calls the dead to communicate with them. Lu finds this development interesting. Lu questions if Andreas killed Kyler and took his magic, wondering how he managed to do that. Andreas thinks to himself that even though he completely destroyed all evidence at Kyler's hideout, it wouldn't mean a thing if it came to Lu. Dain is revealed to be a spirit medium. Lu wonders what is wrong. Lu states that it's boring if he stays quiet forever. Dain expresses that he is fed up with the persistence of these congregations. Lu questions if Dain is really a spirit medium. Suddenly, Dain attacks. Dain's attack had revealed something, but Luna, however, seemed to think that she might just want to kill him. Andreas considered that she might act like she was playing around, but Luna was a warlock-class wizard at such a young age. He questioned why they were there then. Luna realized something. She called out to Jester, identifying them as Luna. Meanwhile, someone on the other end of a communication device noted that the contact was quick and inquired if contact had been made with the target. They were informed that Luna was with him right now, and the person on the other end instructed them to let him speak to Andreas directly. Elsewhere, someone shouted for someone else to catch. Andreas, holding the communication device, wondered what was going on, thinking they had come to get rid of him. Andreas decided he'd play the fool for now, though he was reluctant to say he didn't have a personal sentiment against the person. To admit that what he did always backfired, but since it was also partly his fault, he'd apologize. During the sloth case, he was just fighting for his life, and this time he actually had absolutely no idea whatsoever. The voice continued, stating that since Andreas was aware of his offense, he'd let him off the hook for now. Andreas wouldn't. The voice on the other end of the line said that was why he had a proposal for him. Andreas wondered what he meant by that. The voice explained that in any case, they needed someone to keep them informed of developments in Rodland, the heart of the continent. A woman asked what it was. Andreas thought to himself that this guy was speaking in a roundabout way. Andreas realized that, in the end, he was trying to get him under his thumb to become a member of the congregation. Andreas was shocked. Against the backdrop of the night sky, a voice declared that they would accept the proposal. The scene shifted to a building under the moonlight. Andreas Cromwell held out his hand, and Luna offered him something in return, stating that she would give it back to him. Luna seemed to be in a daze, wondering what was up with her. Suddenly, Luna exclaimed that she was happy. Andreas, looking surprised, thought to himself that this was the first time Luna had someone her age in the congregation, but he also remembered that she had tried to kill him a minute ago. Luna stated that the congregation probably wouldn't make him any busier. Andreas remained silent. Andreas explained that, in exceptional situations, all he had to do was report on what was happening at the academy. Luna confirmed this, adding that if he had any problems, he could just talk to her. She then added that she would be sure to say hello if she met him somewhere in the future, before revealing that she planned to come along with him. Andreas was confused, stating that he wasn't here for the congregation's matters, but Luna didn't seem to mind. Andreas's expression hardened as he considered the situation. He thought to himself that Luna's head must be full of flowers, and that this was the first time he'd encountered someone like her. He resolved to get her off his tail somehow, though Luna seemed to think she had nothing better to do than follow him. Luna seemed to think it would be a blast to stick around him, but Andreas didn't think that was really a reason. Luna asked if that wasn't reason enough, before suddenly shouting. Luna recalled the time Andreas had gone nuts at the congregation, saying it was awesome. Luna coughed, saying that if he wanted the sloth, he should give her all his treasures. Before he died, he wondered if she was picking a fight. Andreas declared that he would just go by himself. Luna told him to wait and let her come with him, suggesting that she might be helpful in some way. Luna insisted that she was crazy strong. Andreas thought that it was certainly tempting to have someone as strong as Luna around, especially with the impending battle with the orcs. And since there were no hostilities or laws against black mages in this region, it wouldn't be a problem for them to be together. Andreas stated that he had one condition for Luna. Luna requested that he perform this soul engraving for her. Luna admitted that it would be a real pain to do. She also acknowledged that bringing her along would be a pain as well. Luna explained that in the Deadly Sins, soul engraving was a special skill that only she could use, and as long as Andreas could get it, it was worth being around her, even if it was a pain. Luna then revealed that she also had a condition for Andreas. She demanded that he become her friend, leaving Andreas confused. Andreas thought to himself that Luna would do the soul engraving for her friend, even if it was a huge pain, and that was some weird reasoning. He decided that he would gladly do it if it meant she'd do the soul engraving for him. Andreas agreed, stating that they should be friends. Luna seemed excited by this prospect. Luna celebrated becoming friends with Andreas. Andreas thought that even though they were outside the Empire, it would be a problem if someone saw him with her. He then asked if Luna could call him Buddy instead. Andreas asked what Luna wanted to call him from now on. He wondered how he should trick her, thinking that calling him Buddy sounded closer. Luna exclaimed that she got it, calling Andrea's buddy. It made Andrea's happy, thinking that Luna was so simple. Days later, at the Endeavor stronghold, a fierce battle raged. The clash of steel echoed through the stronghold. An orc's face contorted in rage. A knight with a large mustache charged forward, his expression fierce. Dawson Endeavor, head of the Endeavor house, found himself beset by orcs. The orc slammed its weapon down, and Dawson wondered what was happening. Suddenly, a massive force made its presence known. The reinforcements arrived amidst the ongoing battle. Dawson cursed the orcs, realizing they were trying to whittle down their strength little by little. An aide called out to him. The aide informed Dawson that reinforcements from Byatra's fortifications had arrived. Dawson was relieved to hear it, and asked how many troops they had sent. The aide hesitated, saying it was about that. The aide revealed that there were only 2 people. Dawson was shocked, exclaiming that even 2,000 troops wouldn't be enough, so what could 2 people do? He wondered if it was a joke. It seemed that one of them was Luna Pendragon. The figure was indeed Luna, a black mage said to be on par with an Aura Master. Dawson admitted he didn't have an answer to that. He thought it would be better if it was a necromancer, which was a shame. Dawson Endeavor's subordinate inquired about the other reinforcement. He explained that the other reinforcement was a wandering mercenary named Barry Sanders. Dawson considered this information. He then instructed his men to prepare dinner, stating that he would meet the reinforcements himself. Elsewhere, Barry Sanders was approaching the stronghold. Nearby, Luna spoke to Barry, stating that it would be a problem if rumors spread that a noble of the Empire was a black mage. She then asked if Barry was going to wear that mask all the time. Barry responded that one could never be too careful. He then stated that they should go in. Bursting through the doors, Luna announced that they had come to kill the Orc Lord. Barry then introduced himself. Inside the stronghold, Dawson was informed of the arrival of the reinforcements. He was surprised to hear that it was an orc. Welcoming them, Filion Endeavor thanked them for coming, stating that the king would promise them a suitable reward. He then asked them to have a seat. Filion then asked how the situation was. Barry bluntly stated that the situation was hopeless, explaining that they did not even have enough men to hold them off, let alone mount a counterattack. The chroniclers of this world noted that if the Orc Lord and its chieftains, who had been sitting on the sidelines, were to enter the fray, it would spell the end of the Endeavor stronghold. Meanwhile, Luna Pendragon continued to eat. The man with the mustache believed the situation was more dire than he initially thought. What was truly dire, he realized, was something else entirely. Namely, the leader of the enemy, the Orc Lord, was an Aura Master. Luna found that to be fun. The masked man considered that an Aura Master like the Orc Lord could potentially be defeated by Luna alone. He thought that if he were to assist her, they might be able to do it. But then again, war wasn't always that simple. Luna wanted to finish her meat first. Her unpredictable character was also a worrying factor. Suddenly, an attendant burst in, declaring it an emergency. The man with the mustache demanded to know what the report was. A soldier reported that Luna would take on those below the walls. The soldier then exclaimed that the Orc Lord had appeared, prompting a reaction of shock. From atop the castle walls, the soldiers wondered what the Orc Lord was planning. Meanwhile, the Orc Lord had left the bulk of his forces behind, choosing to advance with only a handful of his chieftains. Inside the castle, the order was given to remain on guard. The orcs bellowed, making their presence known. "Hear me, humans." The Orc Lord's face was contorted in a savage grin as he prepared for battle. The Orc Lord declared that all the attacks so far had been merely a drill, designed to give his warriors a taste of the battlefield. Now, according to Ranix, they were all ready. Luna felt like her ears were about to burst. The soldiers on the wall realized that after whittling down their forces, the orcs were planning to finish them off. The Orc Lord believed it would be too tasteless to end it like that. So, with the honor of this Algood at stake, he would give them a chance. The orc warriors stood ready, awaiting their leader's command. The Orc Lord proposed a deal. If they could win a one-on-one duel with his 6 warriors, he would spare them for a day. Ranix cursed, realizing they wanted to play with them before they killed them. The soldiers around the table voiced their concerns, one stating that the orcs' offer was definitely a trap, as they were sure the orcs had no honor. Another soldier agreed, suggesting they kill the orcs while they still had the chance, confident they could do it with the orcs' main forces far away. Meanwhile, Ranix stated that they were dealing with an Aura Master. Even if they took the orcs by surprise, it would be difficult to kill them before their main forces arrived. Then, the soldier asked if they were going to take the orcs' deal. Another soldier responded that if they could hold them off for even a day, they could still hope for reinforcements. Ranix considered that the problem was that the only ones who could fight them were himself and Luna Pendragon. Ranix asked if he should go down to them. A voice pleaded for them to make one additional deal with the Orc Lord. The gates of the city stood tall. Vivian stood silently. A sword hung at someone's side. Under a dark, star-filled sky, the city stood silent, unaware of the events about to unfold. Before the city gates, a lone figure stood defiant against the hulking orcs. One of the orcs, towering over the figure, was struck, letting out a pained grunt. Dawson Endeavor watched the scene unfold, commenting that this fight format, where the winner continues to the next fight, was certainly beneficial to them, given their lack of skilled fighters, but it meant he'd have to fight until he loses. From behind, another soldier wondered what the lone figure was thinking, questioning if he had come to die for Endeavor. The lone figure stood firm, facing the massive orc. Dawson and Michaela Rodland watched with bated breath. The orc leader noticed the pair, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. Swordsman protagonist stood ready, his sword drawn, prepared to strike. The air crackled with anticipation. With a swift motion, the swordsman protagonist struck, his blade aimed at the orc. The swordsman's blade bit deep into the orc's shoulder, eliciting a guttural roar. With a swift motion, he followed through, aiming to end the fight. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the remaining orcs began to fall before the swordsman's might. From atop the city walls, the battle was observed. The remaining orcs watched in disbelief as their comrades fell. The swordsman turned his attention to the last orc standing, questioning if he was the last one. The orc chieftain stood his ground, ready to face the swordsman. The swordsman's speed was too much. The chieftain was cut down in a flash. Dawson and Endeavor watched, amazed by the swordsman's strength. The observers on the wall discussed the swordsman's skill, noting how easily he defeated the orc chieftains, comparing them to knight captains. They also believed the enemy had brought some of their strongest aura users. Barry Sanders wondered if the swordsman could be an aura master. He found it hard to believe that the swordsman might be one, yet for a man of which so little is known, he's simply... The swordsman stood victorious over the last orc. The swordsman's skill was formidable. The unbelievable feat of defeating 6 chieftains at once was not lost on the orcs. The Orcish warrior had been defeated all by himself. The swordsman laughed, admitting he had been surprised. The defeated orc praised the swordsman, calling it a fantastic battle and him an honorable warrior, and demanded to know his name. The swordsman seemed tougher than expected. The swordsman revealed his name to be Barry Sanders. The orc leader commanded his fearless orcs to remember the bravery of the human warrior, Barry Sanders. The orc leader continued, stating that Barry Sanders gave their warriors an honorable end and eternal repose. Barry didn't think the orc leader would attack him to get revenge after that display. The orc leader stated that they must also take a moment to honor the glorious deaths of their own. Barry Sanders listened as the orc warrior addressed his troops, demanding they prepare to die with dignity. The masked warrior felt the immense pressure of the aura master's presence. He could feel it on his skin. The warrior knew that if he wanted to win against him, he would need a plan. There was no choice but to wait for the right moment. Elsewhere, a soldier expressed his outrage that reinforcements were not being sent. Another soldier lamented that Grandis had abandoned them. Another soldier expressed his frustration, saying that they had dedicated their lives to defending the borders, and this was how they were treated. Dawson and Endeavor shouted for them to stop, declaring that he would not tolerate any further insults to the kingdom. Another soldier stated that they needed to protect the people of Endeavor and the kingdom from all threats from the Great Forest. That was all they needed to think about. Dawson and Endeavor apologized to Barry Sanders. Meanwhile, Vivienne reflected on how Grandis's terrible treatment of Dawson and Endeavor was a waste of talent, considering he was an excellent commander who kept his men united and their morale high, even against all odds. She thought that Dawson's life was being spent to buy them a day's grace, yet it was all for nothing. Vivienne stated that things inevitably happen when you least expect them in war. The soldiers believed that gaining the extra time to discuss their options was well worth it. Dawson and Endeavor expressed his gratitude for their understanding, though it pained him to do so. Dawson and Endeavor asked if they would do him a favor for tomorrow's battles. Dawson and Endeavor explained that they had lost many men at the captain level to the guerrilla tactics of the orcs in the past few months. That was why he intended to concentrate all their forces to the west gate, where they could deal with them head-on. However, the north gate, which would be thinly defended, was likely to be the target of a surprise attack by orc chieftains. It was believed that regular soldiers would not be able to deal with them. Vivienne understood and asked that Luna be allowed to handle the north gate, as Luna also wanted to. Dawson and Endeavor told him to have some fun. He knew that Luna had a few screws loose, but this was... Dawson and Endeavor wondered if Luna Pendragon could fight the Orc Lord. An excited Vivienne exclaims her enthusiasm. The mercenaries express their confidence in Luna's ability to defeat their enemy. Meanwhile, Nickel anticipates that his Scythe of Death will dance in the battle. Dawson, though ashamed to admit it, acknowledges that they have no choice but to fight, even if it's beyond their abilities. He reflects on the significance of their birthplace and promises to appeal to the king to ensure they are properly rewarded if they survive. A masked figure explains that he is helping them for personal reasons, revealing that he lost his family to the orcs when he was young. Another man is surprised to hear this. The masked figure thinks to himself that he needs to end this war and get to the Great Forest as soon as possible, having no time to deal with the merits or rewards from the kingdom. Someone declares that they should fill their bellies and get plenty of rest for tomorrow. The group disperses. Someone asks what Luna is supposed to do. One man confirms that Luna can do it, while the other notes that Luna has never done it before but probably can. Vivienne asks if the enemy is really that strong. Someone confirms that he was sure of it when he was up close to him. Luna is excited and can't wait anymore. With a tilt of her head, Luna seemed to ponder the possibilities. Meanwhile, one of Luna's subordinates warned that if the fight with the Orc Lord took an unexpected turn, they should go into hiding and wait until the corpses started piling up. When that happened, Luna gave her assent. Luna declared that she would turn the tide of the war. The next day, a raven perched atop a sword, overlooking the battlefield. Luna Pendragon informed Barry Sanders that she would leave the west and north gates to them, and they affirmed that they would take care of it. Another subordinate asked Barry to wait a minute, then confirmed that they would head to the north gate. Luna prepared to put a spirit seance on someone. It was Luna's spirit seance, and she could summon souls with whatever abilities were needed, depending on the situation. Luna began the incantation, uttering the word Ashim. She then called out the names Trogundi and Husher. With a surge of power, a new soul is summoned to the battlefield. Vivienne remarked that this should make the fight easier. The soul of the Warhound Dwar had been summoned. The summoner, however, couldn't believe it. The Warhound Dwar's trait, target tracking, had been acquired temporarily. The summoner realized that it had an incomparably greater range than the mana detect, allowing them to see everything that was happening on the battlefield. The soldiers noted that Luna even got the summoned soul's trait on top of boosted status with no side effects. Another soldier commented on Luna Pendragon's cheat ability. The enemy was coming, one of the soldiers warned. The soldiers braced for the incoming attack. The enemy forces were heading straight for them. The commander ordered all men to their positions. The soldiers prepared for a fight, with the commander ordering the archers to ready their arrows. Vivienne looked on, her expression a mix of anticipation and concern. As the rain poured down, one of the orcs questioned the situation. From atop the fortress walls, soldiers prepared for the incoming assault. The soldiers readied their bows, the tension palpable as they awaited the order to fire. Meanwhile, the orc leader, his face etched with concern, silently pleaded for the safety of his comrades. The horde of monsters continued its relentless assault on the city walls, their numbers seemingly endless. From atop the walls, archers rained down a storm of arrows, desperately trying to thin the ranks of the advancing creatures. They knew that if the monsters reached the walls, all would be lost. Meanwhile, on the ground, a warrior fought with savage intensity, his every blow crushing the skulls of the monstrous invaders. Suddenly, the warrior noticed trails of fire streaking through the sky, and he realized what was about to happen. The fireballs slammed into the horde, detonating in a series of earth-shattering explosions. A figure cloaked in darkness stood amidst the inferno, protected by a shimmering barrier. The explosions continued to rip through the monster ranks, leaving nothing but charred remains. Dawson was impressed by Luna's power, while another soldier looked on in disbelief. The remaining monsters, panicked and disorganized, scattered in disarray. The defenders watched in horror as the west gate was breached. A soldier urged his comrades to fight with him. Meanwhile, Luna declared that she was going to play a bit. Elsewhere, Andreas Cromwell swung his sword, unleashing a torrent of green energy. Someone watched the scene unfold, surprised by what they were seeing. The ground shook as the battle intensified. Explosions of fire erupted amidst the chaos. The cloaked swordsmen moved through the battlefield, cutting down enemies with ease. A group of figures chanted, their words unintelligible, as a red aura surrounded them. The orcs, bathed in the red light, appeared increasingly frenzied. Dawson and Dever observed the scene with concern, realizing that the orcs were going berserk. At the north gate wall, a cloaked figure clashes with an orc, their weapons meeting in a burst of red energy. The orc's face contorts in a savage snarl, its red eyes burning with fury. The figure realizes that this frenzied state must be the work of an orc shaman. The figure resolves to eliminate the orcs quickly. The battle rages on as orcs swarm the walls. An orc roars, its face a mask of rage. Another orc falls defeated. From within the city, someone shouts the name Luna Pendragon. A mustached man in armor reports that the orcs are climbing up the walls, and voices spread rumors that Luna is a monster. Despite her innocent appearance, it is said that Luna is as strong as a platoon of royal knights. Luna's expression was one of intense focus as the battle began. The force of the blow sent debris flying as Luna blocked the attack. The soldier exclaimed in disbelief that she had blocked the attack. The Orc Lord commanded his forces to stand aside, declaring that he would handle Luna himself. She responded with a curious, "Oh." From behind the city's defenses, soldiers watched the confrontation unfold. One of them commented that the Orc Lords had already arrived. Luna was waiting, and the Orc Lord acknowledged that she was not a bad little warrior. The Orc Lord revealed that Luna planned to imprint the soldier's soul on his buddy, so she would try not to damage it. The sound of impact reverberated. The Orc Lord swung his massive weapon down upon Luna. Luna declared that she would kill them all without leaving a single scratch. The clash between Luna and the Orc Lord sent shockwaves through the battlefield. The Orc Lord, amused, complimented Luna on her surprise attack. The Orc Lord acknowledged Luna's impressive use of flexibility and mana, to overcome her disadvantage in weight. The battle continued to rage. The orcs, witnessing the clash, roared in anticipation. The sounds of battle echoed across the field. The orc lord remained focused on Luna. One of the orcs praised Luna. The orc lord expressed his joy at the glorious day. The orc lord lamented that they were in the middle of a war. The orc lord prepared for the next attack. The orc lord declared that they would continue the fight in Valhalla, prompting confusion from Michaela Rodland, who questioned what Valhalla was and where he was going. The orc lord, engulfed in a red aura, roars with fury. The red aura intensifies, crackling with energy. Michaela Rodland watches in stunned disbelief, her eyes wide with shock as she sees the orc lord. Dawson Endeavor watches the orc lord and exclaims how cool they are. The cloaked swordsman leaps into action, moving with incredible speed. Antonio Holt, seeing his troops standing around, demands to know why they aren't fighting. The soldiers charge forward, answering Endeavor's call to arms, determined to stop the orcs from destroying their home. A soldier cries out, reminding his comrades that they are fighting for their home. Another soldier shouts for his comrades to hold their ground as the battle intensifies. The orcs clash violently with the soldiers, their red eyes gleaming with savage intent. The cloaked swordsman descends upon the battlefield, ready to strike. Michaela Rodland's eyes widened in disbelief as she took in the unfolding chaos. The force of an unseen blow ripped through the battlefield. The impact sent shockwaves through the area. From the ground, someone watched the destruction unfold. Dawson Endeavor's face contorted in rage as he witnessed the devastation. Amidst the chaos, Luna stood her ground, seemingly unfazed by the destruction around her. Her name echoed across the battlefield. Michaela's expression hardened as she heard the name. Elsewhere, someone struggled to their feet, thinking that what was happening might be impossible. The city crumbled under the immense power being unleashed. The air crackled with energy. The orc lord's eyes glowed with malevolent intent. The sounds of battle echoed as the cloaked figure stood amidst the fallen. He was surrounded by the corpses of his enemies. Elsewhere on the battlefield, a knight called out, asking if Barry Sanders was all right. He reported that the northern gate had been cleared somewhat. The soul of the warhound Dwar observed the battlefield. The cloaked swordsman realized that the situation on Luna's side wasn't looking good. A notification appeared, stating that 869 corpses had been detected. The swordsman's eyes narrowed. The cloaked swordsman stood alongside a knight as the corpses began to stir. The knight looked on in confusion as someone called out to Barry Sanders. The cloaked swordsman heard a request to send all capable men at the northern gate to the western gate. The message continued, directing them to where Commander Dawson was. From that moment, the battlefield. The knight exclaimed that the corpses were moving, questioning what was happening. A voice declared that everything was mine. The cloaked swordsman's glowing eyes pierced through the darkness, his face partially obscured by a dark mask and hood. The necromancer's mana spread, reaching the very edge of the battlefield. He declared that all who had died in this place were now at his disposal. The fallen began to stir, their bodies reanimated by the necromancer's power. The reanimated corpses roared, rising to their feet. From the castle walls, soldiers watched in horror as the dead rose. One of the soldiers stammered, barely able to get the words out as he noticed the corpses. Panic spread as the soldiers realized the corpses were waking up. The soldiers cried out, realizing they were facing a necromancer. The reanimated corpses, glowing with eerie blue energy, surged forward. Andreas Cromwell watched the scene unfold. He commanded the reanimated army to move out. The battlefield was a chaotic scene of clashing warriors and monstrous figures. A heavily armored warrior coughed, blood staining his armor. Nearby, a hulking orc with glowing red eyes expressed surprise at the warrior's actions, declaring it a bad decision. O guerreiro blindado, embalando uma figura menor, ouviu que deveria ter atacado primeiro em vez de protegê-la. Above them, the spectral form of Aura_Master_1 loomed, his power seemingly amplified. The armored warrior resolved to honor his duty. He thought to himself that Luna Pendragon should forgive him, but he had tried all his options. A figure landed nearby. The warrior apologized for being late. The newcomer, Barry_Sanders_ID, was called out by name. The red-eyed orc watched the scene unfold. The group, including the armored warrior, Barry_Sanders_ID, and several orcs, stood amidst the chaos. Barry_Sanders_ID stood ready, a glowing orb of energy in their hand. The green-skinned creatures stood their ground, their red eyes gleaming menacingly. Before them, one of the creatures expressed his surprise at the turn of events. The large, green-skinned creature admitted that he never would have thought that someone with the strength of a swordsman would be present. Elsewhere, a figure engulfed in flames was identified as a necromancer. Barry Sanders' name was spoken aloud. Nearby, Dawson Endeavor coughed, realizing it was too late for him. The green-haired swordsman wondered if he was protecting Luna. The swordsman realized that unlike Luna's injuries, Dawson Endeavor's injuries were not something that could be fixed with a potion. He resolved to use his body against those who would harm Endeavor. Dawson Endeavor, despite his injuries, declared that he could protect. The swordsman vowed to protect his homeland with his own hands. The swordsman's gaze intensified. He thought to himself that it was very well. Elsewhere, someone shouted for the commander, Dawson Endeavor, to receive healing right away. The soldier looked on in disbelief. The commander lamented that he was handing things over. The command of the Endeavor was being passed to him. Barry Sanders' power surged. Barry Sanders questioned if they really thought these feeble armies of flesh could stand against him. He wondered if anyone could defeat him. Aura Master was in the thick of the battle. The battle raged on. Someone observed that ordinary undead were no match for the Orc Lord. Another soldier cried out for Commander Dawson. It looked like it would be hard to turn the tide against the orcs with the frenzification still going on. In that case, Aura Master continued to fight. Timer and Nickel were holding off the Orc Lord. Nickel and Timer continued their assault, the undead warriors proving to be a formidable force. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Rudo and Milline were tasked with eliminating the remaining orcs. The necromancer's power surged, lightning crackling around him as he commanded his undead army. The battlefield was rocked by explosions and the clash of steel, the war raging on. The necromancer's ability to raise the dead as allies proved to be a decisive advantage. It was clear to the onlookers that a necromancer was an absolute force on the battlefield, capable of turning the tide of war. But it was one person's overwhelming power that truly shifted the balance of the battle. The Orc Lord swung his massive blade, crushing enemies with each strike. The soldiers observed that each one of the undead was unbelievably strong. The soldiers were astonished that just 2 undead were capable of such feats. The undead warriors continued their relentless assault, their movements precise and deadly. It was almost unbelievable that they could completely hold off an Aura Master. The soldiers cried out for Deputy Commander Fillion. Meanwhile, another soldier carried Commander Dawson Endeavor, who was severely injured. The soldiers on the wall lamented that someone had been killed in action. The force of the Aura Master's attack continued to resonate. The Aura Master continued his assault, his movements a blur of power. The force of his blows shattered the ground around him. Each strike from the Aura Master devastated the undead forces. The Aura Master's red eyes glowed with intensity as he surveyed the battlefield. Nearby, Ranix watched the battle unfold, surprised by the turn of events. The Aura Master mused that he never would have thought that mere corpses could hold him back. With a final devastating blow, the Aura Master crushed another undead warrior. The Aura Master realized that his warriors had been wiped out, and he had failed as a commander. The Aura Master stands amidst the fallen undead, his power radiating outwards. Meanwhile, Ranix reflects on the battle, acknowledging that many of his warriors have fallen in his zeal. Elsewhere, an orc acknowledges someone's actions, deeming them well done. Back at the battle, Barry Sanders' name is called out. The cloaked swordsman stands silently, his back to the viewer. The orc grunts in response. The cloaked swordsman remains silent. Someone asks if they will be allowed to die as a warrior by the sword. The masked figure responds that it will be just as you did. The cloaked swordsman draws his sword. The orc declares that he will honor the cloaked swordsman as the swordsman honored him. The cloaked swordsman prepares to strike. The orc bellows, demanding his opponent approach. The cloaked swordsman leaps into the air, a blur of motion as he descends towards the orc, who calls out for guidance. The orc cries out, declaring his intent to go to Valhalla. The swordsman descends, his blade aimed at the orc. The Aura Master watches as the swordsman's blade glows with power. The swordsman's blade connects with the orc. The force of the impact is immense. The orc braces for the blow. Andreas Cromwell watches the scene unfold, a look of surprise on his face. The orc's expression is one of grim determination. The sound of the blade cutting through the air echoes. The swordsman's blade continues its descent. The cloaked swordsman's blade continued its descent, poised to strike a decisive blow. The impact reverberated through the battlefield. Debris exploded outwards. Suddenly, Andreas Cromwell was caught off guard. A surge of bone erupted from the ground, forming a massive shield. The orc, now encased in bone armor, pleaded to be cut in half. The cloaked swordsman, undeterred, leaped forward, his blade aimed true. The orc's bone armor was formidable. The bone armor began to glow with a purple aura. The orc's body was now completely covered in bone armor. The orc taunted, remarking that his opponent still had some tricks left. The orc's bone armor was indeed formidable. Andreas Cromwell knew he had to use everything he had. Below, the cloaked swordsman stood ready. The orc's excitement grew. He called out to the cloaked swordsman, beckoning him to come forward, the warrior who would change the world. The orc's massive form glowed with power. Andreas Cromwell declared that he would have the swordsman join him in his final battle. The cloaked swordsman moved with incredible speed. He struck the orc with a powerful blow. The force of the impact reverberated. The attack generated a shockwave. Another strike landed. The orc laughed, marveling at the fact that he could face 2 such great warriors. A voice echoes with finality, declaring that there are no more regrets. Below, the orc commander is impaled by a blade. The cloaked swordsman stands over the orc, his sword still piercing the commander's body. Above, a tear in space shimmers. The dying commander's last words are a defiant assertion that he has no regrets in this life. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the battlefield. A character reflects on something. Nearby, a soldier wonders where the commander's body is. The face of a soldier is shown. The soldier recalls the commander's promise to protect the land. The scene shifts to a close-up of the commander's blood. Another soldier sniffs, overcome with emotion. Even if he becomes undead, the battle raged on, the warrior's form glowing with intense energy as he faced his formidable opponent. His face contorted in pain, the warrior bore the brunt of the attack, blood staining his armor. Elsewhere, a monstrous figure gazed upon the world, a sense of awe in his voice as he muttered about its vastness. Despite the severity of his wounds, the warrior harbored no regrets. The scene shifted, focusing on the lower half of a figure clad in dark clothing. A voice echoed, expressing regret and a desire to have fought until the very end. The speaker was revealed to be a figure with green hair and a mask covering the lower half of their face. The masked figure recalled a man who insisted on taking a swing. The figure affirmed that they kept their promise. It was revealed that they stopped the enemy with their own hands. The warrior stood tall, bloodied but unbowed, his armor gleaming in the light. The kingdom recognized a hero of endeavor. Word spread quickly that the orc lord had been defeated. The Baiatra fortifications stood tall. Inside the fortifications, a soldier confirmed that they had pretty much destroyed the orc army. He was then asked how much damage Endeavor suffered. The soldier reported that fortunately, no serious harm was done to the civilians, but more than half of Endeavor's standing army was lost. The news of the orc lord's death reached the soldiers. One of the soldiers expressed his shock at the news of the orc lord's attack. It was revealed that Commander Dawson was slain in battle. One of the soldiers lamented the loss of Dawson. The soldier wished he had rushed to Endeavor to help, even if it meant disobeying the king's orders, and then asked if something was wrong. Although it had turned Sir Evan's journey bringing the reinforcements there into a wasted effort, the soldier acknowledged the destruction of the orc army. Dawson and Endeavor had been lost, but the victory against the orcs was still a victory. It was acceptable if it meant no further casualties. The man in armor spoke, mentioning that they had heard the individual in question was a necromancer and one of the continent's 10 greatest. The armored man clarified, asking if the speaker meant a spirit medium. The man confirmed that he believed Sir Evan was familiar with Eve Millennium's daughter, Luna Pendragon. The armored man seemed surprised by this information. The man with the mustache thought to himself that he never would have thought he'd find the spawn of evil in a place like this. The pure white holy knight, Evan von Orlean, was a man of duty. Evan believed this too must be the will of God. He realized that Sir Evan was an inquisitor of the Holy See who captures and judges black mages. The armored man was confused, stating that he didn't have the chance to cover it up since the news arrived so suddenly. The man with the mustache realized he was tipping off the heroes of Endeavor like this, and considered it a blunder. Evan thought it seemed best if he made haste. Someone questioned why he left in such a hurry. Because of his circumstances, preparations were being made. But someone didn't have much time. They had already prepared a ton of meat for them. If they wanted meat, he would treat them to plenty after he returned from the Great Forest. Someone promised that the preparations were ready, somewhat. This was just like the seances Luna_ID performed on him before, except now the effects of the engraving will be permanent. It wouldn't give him his full power from before he died. But since he was such a strong guy, even just one of his abilities might be very useful. He was told to stand there. He was told not to erase the magic circle. He responded that he understood. He thought that he could be a tremendous asset if he evolved him into an undead. But since there weren't many opportunities for him to summon the undead, it wouldn't be a bad idea to use him to strengthen himself instead. Besides, he wondered who knows when he might get the chance to meet Luna_ID again. Oh, by the way, Luna_ID wasn't the one who's going to do the soul engraving. Luna_ID would leave it to her. Trogundi, hush her. The ground trembles as a surge of power erupts. Before them, Luna_ID stands beside Andrea's Cromwell_ID, who lies prone on the ground. Andrea's Cromwell_ID is shocked by what he is seeing. He finds it rare that Luna_ID would ask for help. The realization dawns on him. This is the first time Luna_ID has asked for help instead of trying to kill someone. He wonders if she considers him her daughter. The speaker is revealed to be Eve Millennium_ID, the legendary witch. Eve Millennium_ID tells Andrea's Cromwell_ID to pray and tell her, boy, what you are to Luna_ID. It is said that the supreme black mage turned Luna_ID as strong as a warlock by merely giving her a fraction of her former abilities. Andrea's Cromwell_ID thinks to himself that he is a friend. Eve Millennium_ID finds it surprising that Luna_ID would make a friend. Andrea's Cromwell_ID explains that it just happened, though mostly by force. Eve Millennium_ID says very well and asks if they shall begin, calling out Ishruk. The words Samedio Dothaba appear. Strange symbols appear. Eve Millennium_ID floats above the group, her hand outstretched as she prepares to begin the soul engraving. Below, the others watch, standing near the grotesque remains of a defeated foe. Meanwhile, Andrea's Cromwell_ID thinks to himself that this soul will be added to the collection. Andrea's Cromwell_ID reflects on the life of the soul, lamenting that the child could only find meaning in existence on the battlefield. Eve Millennium_ID, with a slight smile, suggests that perhaps the soul would be happier in Andrea's Cromwell_ID's company instead. Andrea's Cromwell_ID wonders if Eve Millennium_ID is communing with the soul. He thinks to himself that it is a strange sight. Eve Millennium_ID touches Andrea's Cromwell_ID's head, warning him beforehand. Andrea's Cromwell_ID's eyes widen. A surge of energy flows. Andrea's Cromwell_ID realizes something is wrong. The energy intensifies, engulfing Andrea's Cromwell_ID. Andrea's Cromwell_ID twitches, jolted by the sudden influx of power. Eve Millennium couldn't believe Andrea's Cromwell was still conscious, noting that most people usually fainted on their first attempt, regardless of their strength. Andrea's, however, strained against the surge of energy coursing through him. The energy intensified. The surge of power manifested as a massive, spectral figure looming behind Andrea's and Eve. Eve Millennium smirked. Andrea's, struggling to maintain his composure, laughed. The ritual circle beneath him glowed intensely. His eyes widened. Eve called him a good boy, remarking that it would have been better if he had fainted instead, as Andrea's groaned in pain. Andrea's thought he was going to die. A unique ability called the Enemy of All activated, increasing his mana and HP recovery rate in combat, and constantly activating his spirit in direct proportion to his charisma and mental strength. Andreas realized that this practically meant his mana was unlimited when fighting at a war scale. The engraving process had given Andrea's Cromwell_ID more than just unlimited mana. He realized that it also granted him HP recovery, making it an outright cheat in combat. From a distance, Vivian_ID observed the results of the engraving. It appeared to have been a success. Vivian_ID's eyes glowed with an otherworldly light. Andrea's Cromwell_ID felt a strange sensation. He wondered how there could still be space for one more soul. Vivian_ID looked at Andrea's Cromwell_ID, confused by the turn of events. Andrea's Cromwell_ID knew that a normal human could only be engraved with one soul per person. He wondered what it meant that there was still an extra space in him for one more. He had never seen this before, and questioned if he could get 2 soul engravings. Vivian_ID remarked on what a fascinating constitution Andrea's Cromwell_ID had. Vivian_ID thought that it didn't matter if it was him or her. They kept looking at her like she was some kind of research subject. She excused herself, stating that Luna_ID was worried about her, and that she had to excuse herself for the day. Andrea's Cromwell_ID thanked Vivian_ID very much for the soul engraving. Vivian_ID asked that Andrea's Cromwell_ID kindly take care of her, stating that this girl had been tormented by loneliness because she was born to a terrible mother. Vivian seemed to be lost in thought. She considered that Luna_ID was, of course, a friend after all. Elsewhere, a voice expressed that they were glad to hear that. The forest shimmered under the moonlight. Vivian stood amidst a swirl of green energy as Luna_ID bid her to stay well until they met again. The group had entered the great forest of Baiatra. The forest was said to be comparable in size to an entire empire, and somewhere within it, they had something to find. Finding a specific place in such a vast forest was proving to be difficult, but Luna's instincts told her they were on the right path. Fortunately, thanks to a map that Andrea's Cromwell had purchased from Uriel, they were able to find the place they were looking for without much trouble. He declared that it was this way. Luna questioned if that was the correct way. Andrea's Cromwell wondered how far they were. He then suggested that, with the sun almost down, they should stop for the night and continue the search tomorrow. Andrea's Cromwell was impressed, exclaiming that it actually existed. Before them was a mysterious, glowing blue entrance. Luna doubted that anyone could get in, even if they tried. Andrea's Cromwell was confused. Andrea's considered the possibility that the location was a dragon's tomb, but it seemed to contain much more than just that. He wondered if there were things other than just the dragon's corpse within the entrance. The swordsman thought that it could be dangerous, and perhaps they should look around first. He realized that Luna had already gone in without thinking. Andreas resigned himself to whatever might happen. The group followed Luna into the entrance. They had arrived at a place where a dragon died, and the scream of Krav Maga had been discovered. It looked like this was the right place. Andreas wondered where Luna had gone. A notification appeared, indicating they were entering a hidden dungeon called the Repeating Nightmare. Elsewhere, a bell rang out. Someone demanded that something be given back, but the other refused, telling them to take it back themselves if they wanted it. The individual was shocked and told them to wait. The individual sat by a fountain as others ran by. Andreas found himself in an unexpected location. He wondered where he was. It was said that this was a hidden dungeon. However, the place looked no different from any normal town street. Andreas was shocked by the appearance of the place. Usually, dungeons were dark and gloomy, but this place looked fun. He asked if anything unusual was found. Another member of the party confirmed that they had not. The people. Seeing a place like this, another party member was shocked. Andreas was surprised to hear that everyone was a ghost. The party member clarified that this was Luna's first time seeing everyone dead. They had come looking for a dragon corpse, yet they ended up in a ghost town. Andreas wasn't sure what this place had to do with the dragon's tomb, but he suggested they investigate first. With the group assembled, the decision was made to form an investigation team. Luna believed they could clear this place like any other dungeon by destroying its core, though she admitted this place might have something to do with the dragon. She volunteered to take the lead. The group began to explore the ghost town. As Andreas walked, he realized it was impossible to leave the town, as they had reached a dead end, just like on the other side. The others agreed that they should look around. It was hard to find any clues since they had suddenly stopped. Luna was asked if she remembered anything before this. It seemed Luna had gotten sidetracked. Luna declared she would slay the evil dragon. It appeared that Luna was watching a show about the dragon. The group hoped that they would find some clues in the town. Meanwhile, a man approached Andreas, noting that he had never seen him before and asking if he was a mercenary. The man behind the counter stated that some mercenaries had already left. Andreas inquired about the Fire Dragon Subjugation Squad, but the man seemed surprised that he didn't know about it. Andreas confirmed that it hadn't been long since he became a mercenary. The man suggested that it was a good thing Andreas didn't know, as it might have been deadly for a newbie like him. The man behind the counter remarked that they were putting on a play about the Fire Dragon Subjugation Squad right behind them. The man explained that the High Priest of Lord Lethe, fearing for his life, had called for an expedition to slay the dragon. Another man questioned if by Fire Dragon they meant Krav Maga. The conversation continued amongst the crowd. Someone asked what the others were talking about, and another explained that Lord Lethe was their town's guardian deity, and that's why. Andreas wondered if Lethe's blessing for a dragon-slaying expedition could mean that this town existed in the ancient age. Hidden dungeons were often associated with ancient ruins. Anyway, Benjamin Anakius told Andreas Cromwell to give it a few more days, and he should hear news from the expedition. And no matter how strong the dragon was, they were accompanied by 3 knights of a great warrior. A dragon lamented being defeated by a human. Luna was super moved. It was the first time she had seen a play. Benjamin Anakius told Andreas Cromwell that he may have missed out on joining the expedition, but he might as well enjoy himself now that he was here. As dragons usually chose a place to die and spend their remaining life there, such a place was called Dragon Mount, a place where a dragon died. The scream of Krav Maga had been discovered. Andreas Cromwell thought something was off when he saw the phrase, a place where a dragon died, but it did make sense if the expedition was successful. It was fun. Luna exclaimed that they needed to focus on the investigation. Benjamin Anakius said it was getting late and they should find a place to stay. Speaking of which, Andreas Cromwell asked if that was Luna's first time seeing a play. Some dinner too, as Luna was exhausted from all the investigation. Luna confirmed that it was, as she was always being chased, so she had never seen one before. Andreas Cromwell asked who was chasing her. The group continued their trek through the town, unaware of the eyes watching them from the shadows. Luna Pendragon noted Barry's presence, finding it agreeable. Suddenly, Evan von Orlean appeared, demanding to know what they were doing there. Evan recognized Luna, recalling their past. Andreas Cromwell wondered if he was the man he thought he was. Vivian questioned why Evan was there. Evan recognized Luna, remembering that he also had some history with the man. Evan von Orlean, one of the continent's 10 greatest and a natural enemy of black mages, had been with Luna since he was a nemesis of Eve Millennium. Evan remarked that Luna had grown up, wondering how many years it had been. Vivian angrily told Evan not to speak to Luna so casually, stating that Luna hated him. The air grew cold as the group prepared for a confrontation. Evan wondered if Andreas knew the trouble he went through when he heard about him on the Endeavor. He thought that hiding his identity wouldn't cause a problem, never imagining someone as dangerous as the person who showed up would appear. That aside, the cloaked swordsman wondered what was going on. The swordsman demanded to know what exactly was going on. The swordsman noticed that the people were turning into smoke. It appeared to be a rather special kind of magic, but that didn't matter to the swordsman. The swordsman declared that he was only there to purge the black mages and then leave the place. A blade of light pierced through the scene. The light was erasing the black smoke, Evan realized. Andreas prepared to strike. Andreas attacked. The blade struck its target. Vivian shouted Andreas' name. The figure with the massive scythe towers over Evan von Orlean, who was on his knees. Above, the swordsman continues his assault. Below, a pair of wide, terrified eyes look up. The swordsman lands heavily on the ground. Elsewhere, a figure calls out to Luna. A blade pierces through the chest of Barry Sanders. Barry Sanders realizes that Barry Nice is just an alias. Barry Sanders struggles to speak, admitting that they couldn't. Barry Sanders wonders if they are about to die. The sound of something hitting the ground echoes. The sound continues. The air crackled with unseen energy. Two glowing eyes pierced the darkness. A voice echoed, declaring the scene unsightly. The figure sneered, revealing that not only was the seated figure deceived by a phony god, but they also allowed themselves to be killed by a mere human being. The speaker found their weakness baffling. The camera panned up to reveal Andreas Cromwell, his cloak billowing as he looked down upon the seated figure. The seated figure, looking up at Andreas, questioned who he was. The figure chuckled, noting that they still had the energy to act strong, and wondered if they would ever escape. The figure braced themselves. Andreas reminded them of something they had forgotten. Andreas struck, his sword a blur of motion. The figure writhed in agony, a silent scream escaping his lips as the unseen force bore down on him. He then began to laugh, a hollow, broken sound. Andreas sat by the fountain, lost in thought. The sound of a bell echoed through the town. The bell tower stood tall against the skyline. The figure's eyes glowed with an eerie light as he declared that he didn't want it back. Suddenly, two figures ran past Andreas, one shouting for the other to wait. The two figures, with a cloaked figure behind them, ran through the town. The cloaked figure realized that they had looped back. The rooftops of the town stretched out before them. Andreas realized that they were entering a hidden dungeon, the repeating nightmare, and that this meant the time in this dungeon would repeat over and over again. A voice called out, "Buddy!" Luna was caught off guard by the sudden attack. Luna's companion expressed relief at her safety, asking if she remembered what had happened. Luna, however, admitted she didn't know. She recalled being struck down by someone. Luna sat, trying to recall the events. A mist had appeared, and after that, Luna couldn't remember anything. Her companion realized this meant she had died and returned to life. The companion found the black mist suspicious. Luna, looking around, found Buddy. Luna also recalled a mysterious voice she heard when Evan got her. A voice echoed, stating that she had been deceived by the sham of a phony god. The voice continued, adding that she had also been killed by a mere human being. Luna realized the town seemed to repeat the same day over and over again. Her companion confirmed this, noting that although the people there didn't seem to realize it, it was perhaps due to some kind of magic. At the end of the day, they seemed to be the only ones who had looped back with their memories intact. The woman questioned if they would die by the end of the day. The swordsman protagonist, in response to the woman's question, suggested that perhaps they would die when the clock strikes midnight. He then added that the man was here, even though he was not dead. The swordsman protagonist remarked that the situation was creepy. The swordsman protagonist observed that this place lay outside of God's providence. Dawson and Dever stared intently. Dawson and Dever stood between the swordsman protagonist and Luna. Dawson and Dever told them that there was no need to be so guarded. Dawson and Dever stated that if he intended to kill them, he would have done so already. Luna exclaimed that Dawson and Dever was the one who attacked them out of the blue earlier. Dawson and Dever responded that in other words, they wanted a truce until they got out of here, and that for an impure individual, they sure caught on quickly. Dawson and Dever suggested that they each investigate the town, and when the day starts over, they meet there to share information. The swordsman protagonist thought that this guy was... Dawson and Dever was impressed, stating that Andreas Cromwell was quite the schemer. The woman with the hood looked on with concern as Andreas Cromwell listened to Dawson and Dever. Dawson wondered how he could be sure that they would share all the information with him. He also questioned if they would just escape on their own if they found a way out. Andreas thought Dawson was a skeptic and wished he would turn a deaf ear to that. The hooded woman stated that they couldn't help being uncomfortable around him. Dawson responded, saying that they seemed to have misunderstood something. Dawson thought that they were a stubborn man. Andreas threatened that he could turn them into a bloody mess every day the moment they opened their eyes. The hooded woman exclaimed in disbelief. Dawson stated that he understood and proposed that they work together. He never expected that his word would get through to a muscle-headed knight like Andreas. Dawson was sure that they were a stubborn man. Dawson thought that if they had any doubts, they could have just followed one of them when they split up. He was sure it was easy for them to hide their presence. Dawson stated that their situation was not something that could be solved quickly. Dawson decided that he would wait and see for now as Andreas and the hooded woman walked away. Dawson hoped they would find something of use. Vivian breathed a sigh of relief, admitting she thought Dawson was going to attack them. She told him to screw himself. Andreas asked what was wrong. Vivian told him to get out before he did. Luna admitted that she hated Dawson. Vivian responded that they had no choice but to ally with him. She then asked where they were going. Andreas stated that he remembered passing this place yesterday. He recalled hearing that the High Priest of Lethe had asked to slay the dragon. Luna suggested that they should have agreed on where to investigate first. Dawson thought that it made it pointless for them to split up to investigate. Luna told Dawson that he was doing nothing but tailing them, and that she and Vivian would do the investigating, so he should go away. Vivian wondered if the lady over there was a priestess of Nyx. Vivian is silenced as the group continues forward. The man with the green hair confirms that she is correct. The cloaked figure states that they are there to meet the high priest. He then asks if they may meet him now. The response is that only members of the church are allowed to meet the high priest. They ask that the escorts wait there for a moment. Luna thinks to herself that she doesn't understand, but she should play along. The cloaked figure agrees, telling Luna to go in and see what kind of person the high priest is. As they walk toward the high priest, Vivian notes that the gatekeepers even have the same eyes as Luna. She wonders what kind of connection a priestess of Nyx has with Luna. Dawson, standing behind them, thinks that black mages are masters at telling lies. Evan Von Orlean tells Dawson to stop picking fights in this situation. Dawson simply replies with "oh." Dawson thinks to himself that his comment was meant as a compliment and that he will pick his words better next time. He resolves that as soon as they leave, he will fulfill his duties. He states that he is a member of the Inquisition. The green-haired man thinks to himself that he regretted that he couldn't purge Luna and her mother with his own hands. Andreas thought that even a lying black mage was better than a homicidal maniac stalking a child in a desperate attempt to kill her. The sentiment hung in the air. Meanwhile, Evan Von Orlean declared it sacrilege to God. Suddenly, Andreas noticed something. Dawson and Dever, who was standing behind Evan, also seemed to notice the disturbance. From above, Luna's voice echoed. A cloaked figure shouted for them to stand back, declaring that outsiders were not allowed in. The figure declared Luna to be the enemy of all. Another figure yelled for them to move. Two cloaked figures fell to the ground. Andreas wondered what was happening. The sound of something shattering echoed through the chamber as a figure stood amidst the shadows, staff in hand. The hooded figure looked up, a flicker of surprise crossing their face. The shadows seemed to writhe and coalesce, responding to an unseen force. The cloaked swordsmen moved with purpose, their staff held ready. The figure's hand tightened around the staff, ready to unleash its power. The cloaked swordsman turned to face someone, asking if they were all right. The other figure exclaimed in surprise, recognizing them. Elsewhere, an older man, gripping his staff, spat out an insult, calling them filthy infidels. The man demanded to know how they had snuck into this holy town ruled by Lady Lethe, ordering them to leave at once. One of the figures exclaimed that the man was a living human being. The cloaked swordsman stated that he understood, realizing that the man was the one who messed with the town's time. The older man denied the accusation, claiming he had no such power. The man with the bald head and long gray hair on the side shouted that everything was thanks to the power of Lady Lethe. Continuing his praise, he declared that Lady Lethe had given them eternal life. From within the fog-filled cathedral, a voice questioned if the black fog was the work of God. The bald man laughed, claiming that the fog was a sign of Lady Lethe's holiness, appearing when they received her blessing. He insisted that it was proof of a miracle. He declared that God meant light. Another man stated that God would never have created something as dark and evil as the fog. The bald man called it sacrilege and accused the other of being evil. The man in the white and black armor called the bald man a cur, accusing him of committing sacrilege against God. The bald man stated that he would not yield the town. The man in the white and black armor thought that even if it all started because of his mistakes, in the end, it was thanks to him that they were still alive. Ranix wondered what was happening. A sinister voice declared that there was nothing anyone could do. It seemed something was about to happen. The statue stood tall within the cathedral. Suddenly, a figure fell, leaving a trail of blood against the wall. Time seemed to pass, and the statue was now stained with blood. Nearby, one of the cloaked figures stated that the soul was already gone, and there was nothing left. Another figure with green hair realized that they couldn't learn anything like this and wondered if that meant his soul had already looped back. The figure looked on. The armored man stated that the priest seemed to be the reason why time was repeating itself in this town, and that he had said that the people here were still alive because of him. Another figure scoffed, stating that they knew that already. However, those present had no idea how he had managed to accomplish such a feat. It was delusional to think this was the work of God, but turning back time was indeed something transcendental. Yet, one of them couldn't see this man capable of doing such a thing. There must be some kind of special instrument or substance involved somewhere. The woman with green hair suggested that it was most likely the dungeon's core. Another wondered what they should do then, suggesting they try looking somewhere they haven't been yet. The woman with blonde hair dismissed the idea, stating that it was just a waste of time. She thought it would be faster to loop back, capture this man alive, and get the information out of him, then, until later. The group was back in Cathedral. The protagonist remarks that while the scene is satisfying, it was reckless. His companions stand beside him, arms crossed. The woman asks if they should do the same. The protagonist questions why she is so eager. The protagonist states that the woman seriously didn't think at all. He suggests they look around the church a bit more for now. The woman exclaims that the protagonist is a genius, stating that they have to find more information than Evan. They aren't getting any leads at all. The woman tells the protagonist not to worry, stating that they can always try searching again tomorrow after Evan dies. The protagonist thinks to himself that he can't keep doing this forever. The woman stands beside the protagonist. The woman questions why not, stating that time just keeps looping back here anyway. The protagonist states that they have no idea how time works outside this dungeon. Another man asks if it matters. The protagonist thinks to himself that it matters because outside this dungeon, the woman in the hood declared that she had people to protect. Elsewhere, the black fog had appeared, and two figures stood amidst it. A figure bid farewell to someone. Someone ran across a rooftop. The hooded woman exclaimed that Luna would definitely catch him for them. The guards were down. The woman in the hood wondered if this was Evan Von Orlean's doing. The hooded woman and Evan Von Orlean walked through a large archway. Evan wondered why they killed him without getting any information from him. The hooded woman told Evan that he shouldn't act without thinking. Eve Millennium's companion questioned if Evan Von Orlean was responsible for the recent events. She responded that it was not Evan's doing. It seemed that this was going to be a drawn-out fight. Elsewhere, a man prepared for battle. The man declared, well then. Eve wondered if he was planning to drag this out until either side broke, noting that he went first again. The hooded woman stated that this was certainly the simplest way to approach this, and she didn't exactly have a luxury of time either. Luna thought that as much as she'd like to find a smarter way to do this, they should do it the fastest way for now. Someone said, see you later then. After that, they went through many loops. They went through it 3 times, then 10 times. They went through it 17 times. The swordsman protagonist stood over the bodies of his enemies. The swordsman protagonist prepares for another fight. The swordsman protagonist glares intensely, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword. Behind him, a man with a mustache watches with a concerned expression. The swordsman protagonist reflects on his repeated time loops. He thinks that after 120 times, he stopped counting. No matter how many times he looped back, he could never get used to the uncomfortable feeling of killing himself. A grotesque face appears, contorted with frustration and impatience. An older man with a long beard and stern expression declares that even though the end of the deadly sins grows closer and closer, 3 figures stand together, one manipulating blue energy, another with white hair and lightning crackling around them, and a third with green hair looking distressed. The swordsman protagonist thinks that, and yet, he is not there. A statue stands in a grand hall. A voice declares that, you're trapped, and there's nothing you can do about it. 2 figures stand before a larger armored man, who states that the swordsman protagonist is completely playing with them. He adds that the swordsman protagonist even tore off his own arm just to provoke them. The swordsman protagonist is confronted by a woman, and he shouts at her. The swordsman protagonist thinks that he is a piece of shit. The swordsman protagonist is sent flying through the air. The swordsman protagonist grits his teeth, his eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination as he faces an imposing figure. The man, with a neatly trimmed mustache and clad in ornate armor bearing a cross, remains silent, his gaze unwavering. Cradling someone in his arms, he curses under his breath, wondering what he should do. Below, 2 figures stand before a grand archway. One of them urges the other to stop killing themselves. Luna had warned them that joining her was a waste of time, questioning why they even bothered to come along. The man with the mustache simply stated that he was there to keep an eye on the 2 of them. One of the individuals at the table asked for something, and another responded with an annoyed, yes. From a distance, someone wondered if it was acceptable for a holy night to drink. The mustached man declared that it was forbidden, but that the all-merciful God would understand. He thought that God would probably forgive their night for having a pint. The green-haired man found it annoying that they had gone through the ordeal of death more than 100 times. The green-haired man's expression hardened. He couldn't believe a staunch man like him would say such a thing, and now, the mustached man raised his drink, proposing a toast to those who had shared death together. The woman with white hair thought that he was more bearable now than when he was sane, though she had to endure it so many times. The mustached man suggests they just drink for now, addressing Luna. The man takes a swig from his drink. Suddenly, the man slams his cup on the table, startling the others. Andreas Cromwell is shocked by the sudden outburst, wondering how one of the continent's greatest fell after just 1 pint. Luna realizes this is a chance. Luna proposes that just this once, they should kill him, giggling to herself. Andreas Cromwell asks if Luna is drunk and tells her to calm down. Luna questions why not, stating that he'll just revive again anyway. Andreas Cromwell tells Luna that they shouldn't be doing such things to each other. Luna stares blankly. Andreas Cromwell is taken aback by Luna's reaction. Luna tells Andreas Cromwell that he's too serious. Luna spoke, musing that even the most precious things one holds dear can still slip away. Meanwhile, Andreas Cromwell stood with Luna, his expression unreadable as he listened to her words. Andreas questioned if the people Luna cared about were so weak that they were helpless without her protection. Luna retorted that even she was still alive, thanks to her mother's protection. Andreas realized that they were all powerhouses on a main character level, and that it was arrogant of him to think he had to protect them. Luna exclaimed that she was protected by her mother. Andreas urged that they had to get out of there fast so Luna could protect them, but Luna insisted that they were all right. Elsewhere, someone was called weak, and they questioned if they really were. Andrea suggested that they investigate the town and shake off the alcohol, and Luna agreed. The eyes of an unknown person were shown. Following their decision to investigate the town, Andrea's Cromwell wondered where they should start. He considered going to church one more time before nightfall. Meanwhile, one of their companions questioned if they could arrive in time, suggesting that the old man might already be dead. Before, in their haste, they had tried to catch the culprit as quickly as possible. The group wondered if the church was the location of the crime tool. One of the group doubted that the old man was capable of causing the events in the dungeon on his own, suggesting that he likely had help. They considered that there might be some sort of magic catalyst, but might not even be there. After giving it some thought, one of the group walked through a room covered in blood. No matter how fast they tried to get there, one of the group thought that he would be dead already. They realized that they were in the place where the magic was activated, and the odds were high that this place held that secret. One of the group members looked shocked. The group noticed a black fog coming from the spot that they had destroyed earlier. An unseen figure warns others to stay back. Nearby, Vivienne observes that they seem to have made it. Sung comments that coming here was the right choice, as Vivienne encourages someone to break through. The ground shatters. The pair descends into the newly formed hole. Dust and debris fall around them as they enter the structure below. Vivienne exclaims in surprise. Before them, a set of stairs descends into the darkness. Vivienne excitedly declares that they should go down. Sung pauses, confused by something. Vivienne suggests that the fog might be responsible for the loop. Sung notes that there is a lot of fog down below. Evan realized that the black fog vanished with his light. Evan thought that if he wasn't wrong, the spell was light. He wondered what they should do. Vivienne exclaimed in surprise, asking how he did that. Evan replied that he pulled it off. Evan acquired the talent, magic firepower, light element, genius. Evan guessed that this was thanks to the light element talent he got as a reward for conquering Madra's tower. Vivienne told Evan to teach Luna how to do it. Evan remarked that it was his first time doing this. Evan thought that if he knew, he would have practiced. Evan declared that the fog cleared up. Evan and Vivienne continued down the stairs. Vivienne warned that the stairs were steep, telling Evan to watch his step. Evan acknowledged. Having made it further down the stairs, the darkness was almost complete. The pair wondered if there were living beings nearby. Vivienne's eyes widened as she heard something. The swordsman protagonist also heard the noise and wondered what it could be. Vivienne questioned the noise as well. Vivienne asked if Evan von Orleaner's ID could make the light a little brighter, but he wasn't sure if he could. Evan thought to himself that just maintaining the light was already hard enough. He began to remove the heat from the fire magic spell. Evan began rearranging the spell. He repeated the process. He processed it several times. The light pulsed, a desperate attempt to pierce the oppressive darkness. Ahead, two figures stood silhouetted against a backdrop of swirling energy, one of them exclaiming in awe at the sight before them. The source of their amazement became clear. A colossal dragon, its form wreathed in shadow, loomed before them. The revelation struck Evan, and he uttered a word of power, his expression a mix of shock and determination. Another voice echoed, realizing they had found their target. From the depths of the cavern, the dragon's presence intensified, casting long shadows. Evan realized with growing dread that the fog was worsening. Vivienne urged that they leave immediately, noting the wind's increasing strength. Evan struggled to maintain the light, frustrated by his inability to strengthen it. His companion pointed out that the light was fading, but Evan insisted he was doing his best. Despite his efforts, the light continued to wane as the wind howled. The situation grew dire. The scene is devoid of any action. The light shines through a crack in the wall. The light's source illuminates the room. Elsewhere, someone demands that something be returned. The demand is met with defiance, the figure retorting that they should take it back themselves if they want it. Another voice urges them to hurry. Another figure urges the group to go, with Evan von Orlean as well. Luna Alvin thinks to herself that they should keep what happened today a secret from Evan. A woman asks why. The woman is reminded that even though they might be working together now, Evan von Orlean is still out to kill them. She gasps, realizing they need to find a way out of there themselves. The battle continued. The heroes scattered across the stone floor. One of the heroes cheered on his comrade, urging him to give it his all. The light emanating from the hero was now stronger than ever, his ally noted. The Morhaime woman watched with anticipation. The two heroes stood before the massive beast, ready to strike. The Aura Master noticed something on the beast's chest. The Morhaime woman realized that it must be the core and shouted for them to destroy it. The Aura Master gripped his fist, ready to strike. Luna stood ready with her scythe. The Aura Master struck the core, causing a massive explosion. Luna coughed, struggling to regain her composure as the battle took its toll. Andrea's Cromwell watched her, concern etched on his face. Suddenly, the pair noticed a glowing red orb in the distance. Andreas realized he was reaching his limit, while Luna looked on with wide eyes. He knew that he had no choice but to try again in the next loop. The cloaked swordsman asked if it was the heart. Another figure confirmed that it was indeed glowing red. Andreas realized that if Luna's attack didn't work, they wouldn't be able to do this alone, and that they needed the dragon heart. Luna suggested that they get Evan von Orlean to help them. Luna seemed surprised to see a certain someone. Andreas figured that Luna wouldn't like the idea. Luna urged them to focus on leaving the place first. Evan von Orlean stood tall, his armor gleaming in the sunlight, a picture of stoic resolve. Meanwhile, two figures lay defeated before a massive gate, their mission seemingly thwarted. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Evan, wait." Evan heard the call as the figures announced, "We found the dungeon's core." Evan's expression hardened as he questioned, "Where is it?" Before answering, Evan was told, "But first, you must promise us one thing." Andreas thought to himself, "Once we get out of here." Evan listened intently, his gaze unwavering. One of the figures muttered, "Told you it wasn't going to work. Look at that super annoyed face." Andreas responded, "Very well." The figure beside Andreas looked on with a concerned expression. Andreas thought to himself, "That's a promise from a holy knight." A voice declared that they would hold him to it. Before them stood a statue of a woman holding an hourglass. The group continued down the corridor. Andreas realized that what they sought was not here. One of the women wondered if all they needed to do was destroy the dragon's core, with or without him. Another man agreed, stating that the priest must have figured it out, which was why he left. The armored man considered that it made sense, but Andreas felt that something was still off. The man with the mustache stated that all of them had been given a chance to be part of this place. A voice wondered why. A man with a shaved head and a sinister grin held up a device. Andreas demanded to know what the point was of repeating a world that was already gone. The bald man with long gray hair on the sides declared that it was because they were still alive that it wasn't pointless, and that God had allowed it. The swordsman protagonist questioned if he was saying that God had allowed it. Elsewhere, one of the figures asked if the bald man really thought so, and if it wasn't just a selfish wish. Another figure exclaimed in disbelief. The bald man with long gray hair on the side stated that he had incited the young men to slay the fire dragon, which was fine, but it had ended in failure. The swordsman protagonist told him to stop talking. The bald man with long gray hair on the sides stared intently. Judging by the lack of age and gender spread among the town's inhabitants, the swordsman protagonist realized that this town must have been destroyed instantly. One of the figures with him expressed their shock. It was implied that because of their rash expedition, this place was destroyed by the enraged dragon Krav Maga. The dragon Krav Maga stood amidst the burning town. One of the figures with the swordsman protagonist uttered the words, "Lady, Lethe." The swordsman protagonist stated that the bald man with long gray hair on the sides mistook it for a curse, much like a child who waits forever for their father. In the aftermath of the destruction, a man states that they are to return from an expedition. Meanwhile, another man proclaims that Lady Lethe is ever merciful. Elsewhere, a figure declares that it is just. Deep within a Gothic structure, a group of figures stands amidst a dark haze, seemingly surprised by something. The ground erupts in a burst of energy as figures are thrown back by the force. From the chaos, a massive, red, draconic figure emerges. One of the figures exclaims that it is the dragon, while another states that they just need to kill it. A third figure points out that the core should be on its chest. Nearby, Dawson and Dever warn someone to watch out for those black. The dragon unleashes a torrent of energy. The energy blast collides with the group. The impact causes a massive explosion. Amidst the destruction, Evan von Orlean defends against the attack. The man with the mustache remarks that it has been a long time since he has seen Evan von Orlean. Millennium is shocked by the reunion. The woman with blonde hair states that she should thank them, but the other woman tells her not to be ridiculous and thanks them for looking after a little girl. The green-haired man notes that she did grow up fine and that even Evan can raise his voice. Someone declares that they just couldn't bring themselves to hurt a child, and now they don't have to anymore. The blonde woman apologizes to the other two, and a man in white armor greets them. The green-haired man, the blonde woman, and the man with the mustache all look in the same direction, and the blonde woman thinks about the fair Lady Lethe. An old man with a bald head and long gray hair on the sides stands before a large, red, monstrous figure, stating that he granted eternal life to the mortals of this place. Someone asks if this is what they call eternal life. The fog is clearing up, even without light, the green-haired man observes. The blonde woman states that she can hear the souls wailing. Perched atop the monstrous creature, Rannox seemed unfazed by the chaos unfolding around him. Meanwhile, a man with a raised hammer declared that someone would be the first to die. Elsewhere, a voice declared someone to be the priestess of Nyx, as a surge of energy erupted. As the energy surged, the group of adventurers braced themselves, recognizing the impending attack. The monstrous creature unleashed a devastating blast of energy. The force of the blast shook the very foundations of the area. The surrounding buildings were engulfed in flames. Amidst the chaos, Eve Millennium called out to Evan von Orlean, asking him to clear the fog and cut down their enemy. Evan retorted that he didn't need her help. Looking on, Selena told someone to stop playing tough. Evan, ignoring the comments, prepared to strike. Eve questioned what was happening. The intensity of the battle was evident on Evan's face. The monstrous creature, eyes burning with malevolent energy, grips its massive blade, ready to strike. Below, the creature's immense size becomes apparent, dwarfing even the massive bear-like creature it holds in its grasp. Meanwhile, Rannick's ID, observing the scene, struggles to comprehend the scale of the being before him. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, exclaiming that it couldn't be a giant's corpse. High above a battlefield, a dragon soared through the smoke-filled sky, carrying two figures on its back. Below, a figure stood amidst the chaos, a spear clutched in their hand, seemingly unfazed by the surrounding destruction. Elsewhere, a bound figure hung suspended, their fate uncertain. Nearby, a woman with blonde hair looked on in disbelief, muttering that giants really do exist. She then realized that even the Tiger King Timer's corpse was present. In the distance, another figure stood, holding a glowing orb, as one of the women wondered who exactly he was. The bound figure was then struck by a powerful blow. Below, a cloaked figure laughed maniacally. The blonde woman realized that they were mere corpses. The cloaked figure with the spear declared that they wouldn't even put a single scratch on the dragon's body. The bound figure was shocked. Andreas Cromwell cursed, the situation spiraling out of control. The fog, which he had hoped would turn the tide, seemed to have little effect. He wondered if it was even working. Ranix observed the battlefield with a grim satisfaction. The giant warrior seemed unfazed by the fog, his massive form looming over the battlefield. Andreas realized with growing horror that the fog had no effect on the undead. The giant warrior questioned the fog's effectiveness, wondering why it wasn't working on them. Ranix scoffed, declaring that it was impossible to wound a dragon's hide and that their efforts would make no difference. Andreas recalled that Ranix had claimed the black fog was the power of the gods. Ranix was accused of being nothing more than the servant of a dragon's corpse, not a priest of Lethe. The giant warrior responded with fury, calling the accuser a bastard. Luna observed that the giant warrior seemed better at trash-talking than she was. The clash of steel echoed as the battle unfolded, and it was, to some, an amusing spectacle. Andreas Cromwell observed the undead corpses before him, questioning their purpose in parading before him. The sight, however, was truly revolting to others. A figure descended rapidly, their sword poised to strike. The sudden descent caused a stir, the exclamation points emphasizing the urgency of the moment. The massive dragon-like creature roared, its teeth bared in a fearsome display. Energy surged within the beast, crackling with visible power. The creature unleashed its power, a blinding explosion of energy erupting from its form. Evan von Orlean, witnessing the display, realized the true extent of his opponent's strength. The dragon-like creature laughed, reveling in its own strength. Ketchlung Volga observed the scene, noting that as long as the dragon's heart remained, their efforts were useless, and he wondered who these people were that almost broke the shield. Minius Morhaime and Morhaime Woman discussed the dragon's hide, recalling ancient texts that claimed it was immune to physical attacks, and its heart practically invulnerable to aura and magic. If the dragon's hide is this tough, one of the characters resolves to put more power into their attack. The character prepares to unleash more power. Elsewhere, someone shouts for Timer and Rudo to retreat, admitting they don't know what the two are planning. The character warns that they will see if the dragon can withstand their earthquake. The dragon looms large, its form radiating immense power. Debris explodes outward as the dragon unleashes its power. The force of a dragon's attack sends the heroes flying. One of the characters identifies the dragon as the most troublesome one. The character's expression hardens as they assess the situation. The dragon's maw glows with intense energy. The air crackles with the dragon's power. Minius Morhaime unleashes a blast of energy directly at the dragon. The woman with blonde hair calls out to Evan von Orlean, her expression a mix of shock and concern. Seeing an opening, someone seizes the chance to strike at the dragon. A hand glows with a bright cyan light. Elsewhere, Rannick's ID's face contorts in a grimace as a dark figure materializes behind him. The sudden appearance startles Rannick's. Andreas Cromwell grits his teeth, realizing that even his shield reacted to Millline's sneak attack. The woman with blonde hair observes that he is too used to fighting for his age, and wonders what secret lies within his two soul spaces. The dragon's eye flares with light as it declares its opponents to be mere insects. The dragon's power intensifies. The dragon vows to give him a fitting. Andreas stares intently, focused on his opponent. He realizes the fog is turning into nights, and there, with a manic cry, a figure charges forward, eager to engage the enemy. Below, several demonic figures stand ready, their eyes glowing with malevolent intent. Nearby, a towering figure commands the others to take care of him. A figure is engulfed in a dark aura, preparing to strike. The attack is unleashed, cutting through the air with deadly force. The force of the blow sends debris flying. One of the figures asks if they should clear the fog, to which another responds affirmatively, entrusting the task to them. From within the fog, the figure from the first panel commands everyone to stay back. The demonic figures loom large, their monstrous forms ready to attack. One of the figures stands ready, prepared to face the oncoming threat. From a distance, the figure watches as the battle unfolds, surprised by what they are seeing. The figure from the first panel looks on with wide eyes, seemingly in shock. The swordsman protagonist and Rannoch's ID face each other, blades drawn, amidst a blinding light. Rannoch's ID, teeth bared, insisted that his efforts were useless. The swordsman protagonist questioned why Rannoch's ID was panicking if that were the case. In the distance, a monstrous figure battled against the knights. The swordsman protagonist shifted his focus, remarking on the knights. Rannoch's ID was taken aback as the swordsman protagonist declared that they were the souls of the Fire Dragon expedition who died because of him. Rannoch's ID stammered, questioning how the swordsman protagonist knew this. The swordsman protagonist explained that Rannoch's ID not only sent them to their deaths, but was also tormenting their souls. Rannoch's ID shouted for silence, insisting that they were still alive. Rannoch's ID looked on with wide eyes. Rannoch's ID questioned if they were saved from the punishment of death. The swordsman protagonist's staff glowed brightly amidst a sea of floating swords. The swordsman protagonist stood firm, his staff glowing with power as he faced Rannoch's ID. Suddenly, a wave of fire erupted around Rannoch's ID, seemingly summoned to defend him. The flames surged violently, engulfing everything in their path. Rannoch's ID, seemingly unfazed, summoned several glowing swords that floated around him, ready to strike. A massive, fiery dragon materialized, its scales shimmering with heat as Rannoch's ID declared that it was the dragon's hide. Nearby, Vivian ID watched the events unfold, commenting on Rannoch's ID's sophistry, while another figure noted that the attack was aimed at them as well. Rannoch's ID, his face contorted in rage, questioned how the swordsman protagonist had survived the fire. A figure emerged from the flames, declaring that to bind the dead was nothing but the selfish desire of those who violated the order of nature. The figure's legs were visible, clad in armor and surrounded by a fiery aura. Rannoch's ID vowed to bring down the wrath of the gods upon their foolishness. The dragon's massive form continued its destructive rampage. The man facing the dragon thought that his suspicions were confirmed. The dragon roared, declaring that it was a hindrance. Those observing the battle wondered if what they had just witnessed was Evan Von Orleans or his secret arts. Dawson and Dever found the dragon fearsome, but realized that the biggest hindrance was the man standing before it. The dragon declared that he was the guardian of the town. The man facing the dragon stated that death was too much of a luxury for them all, and that he would trap their souls within the fog and fire. He vowed to make them suffer for eternity. The town was engulfed in flames. Andrea's Cromwell charged forward. Andrea's wondered how much mana the dragon had, and realized that the man was planning to turn the whole city into a sea of flames. Andrea's is caught off guard as the armored figure unleashes a barrage of attacks. The armored figure descends, each strike carrying immense force. The attacks explode against the ground. The armored figure deliberately aimed at Andrea's again. Vivian demands that he aim at the enemy. The armored figure states that he was intending to give Andrea's an opening, since he is quite nimble. Andrea's is surprised by this statement. He realizes that the armored figure wasn't harassing him. Vivian realizes that he was creating an opening for her to attack. The armored figure notes that since Vivian can't keep up, he has no choice but to do this himself. Vivian is shocked. Andrea's wonders if that was the armored figure's plan. Vivian expressed her frustration, stating that Andrea's should have informed her of his plans beforehand. In the distance, the armored figure stood before a massive explosion. The armored figure, Evan Von Orleans, casually dismissed his attack as another simple one. Nearby, Dawson and Dever reacted with surprise to Evan's attack. The attack continued to descend. The force of the impact sent shockwaves outward. Seeing the attack, Andrea's cursed. Vivian realized that Evan would be unable to fight back against such an attack. She urged that, even if it was just the two of them, they needed to make a big move themselves. Andrea's grimly acknowledged that if this attack failed, things would be dire. Vivian seemed confused as a message appeared, declaring that Sloth Phantom, legendary, was using the sloth. The sloth's power began to manifest. Rannox watched with a stern expression. The Sloth Phantom unleashes a devastating attack. Nearby, Benjamin Anakius expresses his shock at the display of power. The Sloth Phantom continues its assault, declaring its target an impertinent undead. Seeing the danger, Protagonist_1 orders Nickel_ID to retreat, confident he can handle the situation. Nickel_ID thinks of Protagonist_1 as that geezer. The Sloth Phantom declares its attacks are useless. Eve Millennium prepares to strike. The Sloth Phantom is struck by a powerful blow. Ketchlong Volga, watching the battle unfold, recognizes Eve Millennium. Eve realizes she has become careless. Protagonist_1 watches the battle. Protagonist_1 prepares to use his aura's secret arts. A blade of pure energy materialized. High above, the sloth phantom stood, observing the battlefield. Remembering something from earlier, Protagonist_1 realized that he had intended to give the sloth phantom an opening. Dawson Endeavor exclaimed in surprise, noting that Protagonist_1 was quite agile, but his perception wasn't as good as his movements. The sloth phantom's heart was taking damage. Protagonist_1 resolved that he wouldn't avoid it this time. He would follow the path that Evan von Orlean had opened up for him and the dragons. The sloth phantom's heart continued to take damage. Protagonist_1 prepared his egoless sword. The egoless sword clashed against the sloth phantom. Eve Millennium wondered what this was, realizing she couldn't. The sloth phantom roared, demanding that they get out. The sloth phantom's massive hand slammed down. Again, the sloth phantom slammed his hand down. The sloth phantom roared in triumph as he crushed his opponent. The force of the blow sent the sloth phantom flying backwards. The sloth phantom crashed into the ground, creating a cloud of dust and debris. The sloth phantom realized that the dimensional gate was closing. The sloth phantom's head flew through the air. Andreas Cromwell stood over the sloth phantom's decapitated body. Dawson Endeavor stood over a fallen foe, declaring that they were no longer of use. Ketchlung Volga remarked that it was over and suggested they leave. Minius Morhaime told them to go ahead, stating that he would leave with Luna. Evan von Orlean paused, considering the situation. A surge of dark energy crackles around Luna, who stands with another figure amidst a hellish landscape. Nearby, Minius Morhaime observed that while the old man was dead, the fog still remained. Elsewhere, Eve Millennium asked if the other person was all right, urging them to leave the area. The individual responded, calling her buddy. Back with Luna, Minius realized that Luna couldn't leave with him, wondering if she was trapped. Minius declared that he would clear the fog first with light magic. Eve realized that it was impossible, stating that Mama's shield was also at its limit. She then shouted for the other person to just go. Luna screamed, "No." Minius unleashed his light magic. Eve looked on with a determined expression. Luna was surrounded by a bright light. Tears well in Luna's eyes as she stares ahead. Meanwhile, Benjamin Anakius urges someone to grab his hand quickly. The warning is clear. Anyone trapped here will wander forever, unable to die. A hand reaches out, glowing with a teal light. The figure is surprised by the sudden appearance of the hand. Luna is used to this. Someone cries out as they are engulfed by the surrounding debris. Another figure is caught in the explosion. Benjamin's expression is one of shock. Debris rains down around a lone figure. A blinding explosion erupted. Amidst the chaos, a figure stood, seemingly unharmed. Nearby, Kyla remarked that it was careless, stating that once someone is out, they cannot go back in. Elsewhere, Minius Morhaime wondered why they hadn't come, thinking that they should have left together. Someone wondered if they were out yet. The figure from before stood amidst a hellish landscape. Vivian thought that this couldn't be happening. The figure from before resolved to definitely leave with Luna. The cloaked swordsman stood defiantly, his sword at his side. A voice declared that he was a greedy one. The cloaked swordsman's expression was one of intense focus. His eyes narrowed, as if bracing for a significant challenge. The swordsman grimaced, clutching his chest as if struck by a sudden pain. He heard a voice, one that seemed to mock him for figuring things out, calling him as annoying as ever. The voice continued, accusing him of wanting to save too many things, even though he was weak, a statement the swordsman found hypocritical. Andreas Cromwell smirked, stating that he wasn't complaining about being stuck here. Andreas reached out, his hand closing around a golden crown. As Andreas placed the crown upon his head, he muttered about the greed. The voice returned, declaring the crown a perfect fit for a greedy one like him, as Andreas wore the crown. A notification appeared, declaring that Andreas had become the true master of the crown of greed, and that the transcendental emotional state of greed had been overcome. Another notification appeared, detailing the benefits of the crown. 666% increases to mana absorption, mana resistance, mana control, and physical regeneration. The notifications continued, stating that the talent, insight, genius had been temporarily acquired, while physical strength remained temporarily unchanged. The transcendental emotional state greed had been acquired, making him the master of the crown, and the transcendental emotional state had been overcome, with a duration of 66 seconds. Andreas wondered about the insight. Magic that Andreas could barely do before now worked effortlessly. With the crown of greed in hand, Andreas Cromwell felt a surge of power. The surge emanated from him, a blinding light. He realized he could save Luna. Meanwhile, someone noted that Andreas had people waiting for him outside. Luna thought to herself that everything was fine. Below, others watched the scene unfold. But something was amiss. Someone held Luna tightly. Luna stood alone. Her eyes glowed red as she smiled. Her expression shifted, a sinister glint in her eyes. Luna questioned who they thought she was. Andreas Cromwell declared that he wouldn't leave her behind. As they fell, Luna was below him. She expressed her concern about being trapped there. Andreas smirked, asking if she didn't say they were buddies. Luna's expression grew more distressed. Together, they continued to fall. A voice declared that something was coming. Andreas held Luna close as they fell further. Andreas reacted with shock. Luna's eyes widened as she realized what was happening. Andreas wondered what was coming, as the voice declared that, you know who was coming. It was Lethe. The area was engulfed in a fiery aura. The Aura Master felt an immense pressure and wondered what it was. He didn't know what was happening. A voice echoed, questioning why it had been summoned, declaring itself a dangerous entity. The Aura Master realized that it was an observer. Suddenly, the observer appeared behind him. The entity spoke, saying that it was nothing big. The observer loomed behind the Aura Master. The Aura Master could feel the observer's emotions directly in his body, sensing vengeance. The entity warned that it was there to warn him. The entity declared that he should get his will written. The observer's face was revealed. The entity declared its intention to kill everyone, but it seemed someone was ready for the challenge. The dark figure told the Aura Master to get lost, and the Aura Master was struck by a powerful blow. The Aura Master, annoyed that he was being ignored, couldn't believe that the entity had listened to their conversation and still maintained their sanity. The entity offered him one parting gift. Before leaving, the Aura Master was sent flying. The entity stated that the observer would get what they desired. The Aura Master cried out in pain as he was sent crashing into the ground. A blessing was granted by the ones beyond the remembrance. The Aura Master wondered if it was a blessing. It was stated that the blessing would automatically manifest when the conditions were met. He chuckled to himself. The Aura Master, lying on the ground, wondered if that entity was really a god. It seemed that Luna was fine. Someone said, all right. Someone declared that they would awaken the dragon's corpse first. Someone had just witnessed something outrageous. Then, a beam of green light erupted from the ground. The immense amount of mana consumption was almost too much for the summoner. He realized that if it weren't for the power of the crown increasing his mana, this wouldn't be possible. Benevolent greed detected the dragon's heart, increasing magic success rate by 15%. The summoner realized that the remains of a dragon's heart were present, and he wondered just how much power it wanted to draw. The system notified him that the intermediate necromancy skeleton summoning was successful, and that one bone dragon, mythical, had been summoned. The system then informed him that the level of the summoned corpse was high, granting a status bonus. The level of the summoned corpse was extremely high, and this was its final form. Before him stood a massive bone dragon. The system announced that a status bonus would be given. The level of the summoned corpse was transcendentally high, retaining a slight ego from its former life. The summoned undead was of mythical level, inheriting some traits from its former life. The dragon lamented its cruel fate. The summoner wondered if it could speak. The dragon responded that it saw he was surprised, and that it didn't expect to retain so much of its ego. The bone dragon stated that only a part of its heart remained, so it was not perfect. The summoner, Andreas Cromwell, thought that the dragon was quite talkative. A screen appeared, displaying the bone dragon stats. It was a mythical Krav Maga undead, tier 12, with 245,111 mana. Its traits included ego, shattered dragon's heart, dragon language, decay, wisdom, and physical resistance. The screen also noted that it was a tier 12 monster with 240,000 mana. The dragon's ego was completely retained by a powerful force. It then asked if Andreas knew what the crown was. Andreas wondered what that was. The dragon stared intently. The bone dragon acknowledged Andreas as its master, and then stated that in that case, it would become his servant if he gave it the crown. Andreas was confused. The dragon responded that it belonged to Andreas anyway, and it was no different from it borrowing the crown. Andreas thought that he did need greed in case it was difficult to summon undead, but for now, he would just agree to its request. The dragon stated that it also had its terms for Andreas. Andreas's expression hardens as he considers the dragon's terms. The bone dragon warns that if Andreas doesn't agree to its terms, it will make sure he knows who his master is, even if it has to do it the hard way. 3 days had passed since their arrival in the Grandest Kingdom. It felt like ages since they had been back. Andreas wondered if it had really been that long. Andreas and Vivienne walked through the streets. Andreas was glad that she didn't suffer any after effects. A lot had happened, but he managed to wrap everything up within his holiday time. Now that he was back in the Empire, he would have to prepare for the war in the north bit by bit. Vivienne exclaimed that they should eat that. The food did look tasty. Someone told them to take their time eating it. Someone chuckled. Someone noted that Luna wanted to go too. It couldn't be helped, as things would turn messy if Luna came to the Empire. Vivienne assured Andreas that they would meet again soon. With a final exchange, Luna bids them farewell, urging them to take care and assuring them that she will be in contact again. She then presents a small, ornate box. Luna waves goodbye. Andrea's Cromwell watches her leave. Luna's words echo as Andrea's stands by the train. The train continues its journey. An announcement made that they will soon arrive at Rodland Academy, and passengers should prepare to disembark. Andreas reflects on the journey, a sense of homecoming washing over him. He thinks to himself that tomorrow will be busy, so he should get some rest today. Suddenly, Andreas's name is spoken, catching his attention. He notices a letter, sealed with black magic, and wonders what it could be. The letter is revealed to be a secret message from the congregation. The train arrived at the station, and an announcement reminded passengers to take their belongings. It was also noted that members of the congregation were lurking about, so passing on a message like this was no big deal for them. But it was unpleasant knowing that. Meanwhile, someone observed that their actions were being watched, and they decided to follow how things were being done for now. Vivian realized that someone else was on the same train. She confirmed that it was Vivian. Vivian called out to Andreas. Someone asked if she was well, and Vivian confirmed that she was. She then asked if it was back home. Vivian's expression is one of sinister amusement. The scene shifts to a large building, possibly a mansion or estate, with the sounds of impact echoing around it. Inside, a man with graying hair and a goatee deflects a blow with a golden aura surrounding his hands. The attacker, Vivian, swings her sword with considerable force. The clash of steel and aura creates a shower of sparks. The force of the impact sends shockwaves through the air. Vivian glares intensely at her opponent, who returns the gaze with a stern expression. The battle continues, sending debris flying into the air. The two warriors exchange blows amidst the destruction. The gray-haired man appears thoughtful, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He reflects on Vivian's unbelievable transformation, recalling that she claimed to have met a wonderful teacher. Vivian's words echo in his mind as he remembers her desire to become House Cromwell's knight. The gray-haired man admitted that he couldn't imagine it any other way. He noted that Vivian had grown into a splendid knight. Vivian's eyes widened as she thought that one is only a knight when they have chosen the master they wish to serve. The gray-haired man stated that he would respect her decision. Meanwhile, Andreas Cromwell told someone that a big thing had happened. Andreas wondered what had happened. The other person told Andreas that it was a secret and that they would tell him later. Someone noted that it was no wonder it was so crowded. It was announced that stalls were already opening ahead of the Academy's opening day tomorrow. Vivian commented that it was a bit crowded and asked if they should go somewhere a bit quieter. An exclamation breaks the silence as the group continues to walk. One of them seems unbothered by the sudden noise. Suddenly, Lucia Everlast calls out to someone, referring to them as Senior Seaweed. Elsewhere, Diane Alvin suggests they find somewhere quieter, while Vivian wonders if Lucia is bothering them. Someone off-panel exclaims, questioning when the two of them returned, noting that they barely contacted anyone. The speaker continues, asking how they have been. Lucia is told that she shouldn't bother them on their date, but she replies that they met earlier by chance. She seems confused by this statement. Lucia seems surprised by this chance encounter. The speaker tells them that they are troubling Vivian. The speaker thinks that Lucia took her joke too far, and that she is so dense. Vivian is glad that Lucia has fully recovered, and thinks that is why Diane wants to go somewhere quieter. Vivian thinks that Diane's mana seems to have settled into a better state, and that she is worrying over nothing. The speaker asks what about Vivian and Diane. Diane and Vivian were being bothered by Lucia. Vivian wondered what Lucia was looking at. Lucia continued to stare at someone off-panel. Vivian, flustered, asked again where Lucia was looking. Someone off-panel suggested that the two were on a date. Another person asked their senior to read the situation more carefully. Someone stated that they had been right all along, but then conceded that they guessed they were wrong. It was said that everyone would grow up just fine on their own. The Rodland Scholarship students' private research building stood tall. Someone stated that they would check how the first years were doing with their swordsmanship later. An invitation was being pulled out of an envelope. Andreas Cromwell read the invitation, which stated that he was the new face of the black magic world and was invited to the next congregation. Andreas noted that the invitation from the congregation came at a great time and that his strength had increased considerably. Andreas stated that he had the soul engraving of the Orc Lord and Krav Maga with him. A dragon stood tall. Now, all he needed was an information network to find out how things had changed since the events back in the game. Andreas needed to know the actions of the black magic congregation. Meanwhile, the Morheims were being handled, but the topic of the black magic congregation was still being discussed. The woman wondered if it was through Luna. Andreas considered what would happen if he did that. He recalled being told to secretly find out what Jester was telling Luna about the next plan. Andreas decided that there was no way he would allow that to happen. In that case, he would gradually build up his power in the black magic congregation so they wouldn't be able to interfere with him. Andreas resolved that he would take over the black magic congregation. The invitation glowed in his hands. A bright light emanated from Andreas. He descended into a dark abyss. Andreas stood surrounded by armored figures. He was surrounded by armored figures. The armored figures declared that this level of surveillance was essential to maintain control. Evan von Orleans stated that he thought he had already made his position clear. One of the figures responded that, according to Evan's report, the reason for his actions was that he had received enlightenment. He was then asked if he had been brainwashed by black magic. Evan was told not to write such a blasphemous report, but he countered that they could think of it as a difference of opinion. Another figure stated that if it was about a difference of opinion about God's will, Evan was told that he ought to prove it with his blood. He thought to himself that he would rather be compared to a homicidal maniac stalking a child in a desperate attempt to kill her. The figure stated that a lying black mage was far better than that. Evan stated that it was not God's will. Someone asked if they were interrupting. The speaker stood before the assembled group. The speaker addressed someone directly. The figure demanded to know why they were here. Maximum Chronal's name echoed through the air. Meanwhile, one of the armored figures addressed Evan, stating that he had heard that Evan had met God. The figure in white robes declared that it was none of their business, warning that if they crossed the Holy See, Maximum told them not to take their lackeys and to leave. It was declared that tomorrow, the Holy See would turn into a ruin. The figure in white robes looked on with a concerned expression. The scene shifted to a forest at night. One figure asked if the other was talking with the ancient god, referring to the King of Light. One of the figures stated that they were about to go look for him. The figure clarified that they meant him no harm, asking at least to know his name. Maximum looked off into the distance. Elsewhere, Vivienne believed that he had the answer she was looking for. The view shifts to a sprawling city, prompting a question of disbelief. Meanwhile, inside a grand hall, the assembled group expresses their shock, questioning if what they've heard is true. The perspective changes to show one of the cloaked figures standing before a massive tower. He acknowledges the news that someone has conquered Madras Tower, the supposedly unbreakable fortress. Back in the hall, a hand presents a note stating that Maximum's record has been broken, along with a flower. The cloaked figure holding the flower explains that it was apparently made by the same person using magic. The group at the table examines the flower. One of them remarks that it looks ordinary, but another figure suggests taking a closer look at the flower. A close-up reveals the flower resting on a complex, glowing magical circle. Suddenly, the scene transforms into a vibrant flower field, the table and figures now surrounded by the magical flora. One of the men at the table finds the transformation fascinating. One of the cloaked figures observes that it's just a flower field, but another sharply disagrees. The cloaked figure elaborated that the magic circle included not only time and rotation, but also reversal. It was also fascinating that he had formed a flower field by using a double magic circle. The necromancers considered that for a student, or even if he wasn't one, it was a splendid invention. He might be a rough gem who could become a warlock. He had not only conquered Madras Tower, but also created an interesting magic circle that piqued them all. With talent like this, it might be worth bringing him to Port Lion. Another necromancer agreed. Another necromancer stated that they did as well. One of the necromancers said that they would send a messenger to him. The necromancer moved on to the next matter. One of the necromancers exclaimed that there was a problem. Maximum Chronal had started. Another necromancer stated that it was very well and moving. One of the necromancers exclaimed in surprise. Another necromancer asked about that monster. Maximum Chronal had started. The necromancer expressed his surprise, noting that the individual in question had never shown any signs of moving until now. The other necromancer found this worrying, explaining that he has a fierce temper and there's hardly anyone who can stop him. The first necromancer added that he is the man who became Rodlin's most wanted because of that past incident. He then asked if they knew what his goal was. One of the necromancers admitted that they still didn't know much yet about that. He has already crossed Rodlin's border. Indeed, the cloaked figure was seen standing before Rodlin's city. The necromancer exclaimed in disbelief that he went to Rodlin of all places. Rodlin, with a stern look on his face, muttered to himself. Rodlin realized that this could potentially turn into a serious situation. The sound of something breaking echoed through the city. Evan von Orleans looked up, a concerned expression on his face. Amidst the chaos, a man wonders what is happening. Elsewhere, Selena prepares to strike. The clash of blades rings out. One of the fighters expresses disbelief at Selena's skill. A voice booms, declaring a fight against Senior Andreas. Selena continues her assault. A man states that they are not the same as they were back at the entrance ceremony. The man questions if they're underestimating them too much. The man's expression hardens. He vows to make them regret what they said. The man launches himself forward. Selena and another fighter react in surprise. The cloaked swordsman questions if his opponents are all bark and no bite, as he looks down on them. Meanwhile, Benjamin and Nakius watches the fight with a shocked expression. The cloaked swordsman strikes down on his opponents, who barely manage to block the attack. The swordsman protagonist notes that their skills have improved. The cloaked swordsman leaps into the air, preparing to strike again. Selena braces for the incoming attack. The cloaked swordsman clashes blades with Selena and the swordsman protagonist. The swordsman protagonist leaps back to create distance between himself and the cloaked swordsman, while Selena remains in place. Selena prepares to strike. Selena dashes forward. Benjamin Anakius is shocked by what he is seeing. The swordsman protagonist is surprised by Selena's aura and realizes that she's going that far while sparring. The ground erupts as the battle intensifies. The force of the impact reverberates through the air. The intensity of the fight is etched on the face of the gray-haired man. The cloaked swordsman and Selena continue their fierce exchange. A sinister grin spreads across the cloaked swordsman's face. Benjamin Anakius and Selena are shocked by the turn of events. The swordsman protagonist is sent flying backward from the force of the attacks. The air crackles with energy as the battle rages on. Benjamin Anakius is stunned, questioning if magic is being used. Selena, on the ground, declares that magic is unfair. The cloaked swordsman asks if Selena can say the same on the battlefield. The gray-haired man believes it's a good idea to gain experience fighting enemies who use magic, but argues that this is not a battlefield. That matter was set aside. Chris, standing beside Selena, was told that his technique had become more refined, matching the speed of his Uner-style swordsmanship. Selena was informed that she was finally able to wield her sword the way she wanted, now that she had one that fit her. Chris, surprised, exclaimed that he also... Chris was interrupted by someone calling out to him, using the nickname Senior Seaweed. The person demanded to know what Chris was doing there, reminding him that they had promised to try out a new concoction. Chris simply responded with a soft ah. Chris apologized, saying that he couldn't spar with the other person today. The other person replied that they should definitely have a spar next time, as they were looking forward to it, and asked what was next. Chris looked forward, a slight smile on his face. He agreed. Someone noted that it was finally a new term and asked Chris if he had any goals for this term. Chris considered the question. The woman declared that her goal for the term was to learn lots of new magic. She continued, telling the senior that she got a second chance at life thanks to him, and she didn't want to waste a single moment of it. Above all, she wanted to enjoy her time at school a little more. The senior thought to himself that she sure could talk. There were many things she couldn't see when she was ill. All the fun things. As they walked, the woman asked the senior what about him. The senior thought to himself that he was just waiting for that day now. Based on the information he got from the Morheims, there was still some time until the war caused by resentment in the North broke out. The senior thought he would do some magic research. The woman asked what kind of magic. He considered combining various attributes of magic with swordsmanship, thinking there were many situations where he couldn't use undead, so it wouldn't hurt to be prepared. The senior considered his options. The swordsman protagonist continued his conversation with Lucia Everlast, stating that he was also planning to focus on learning combat magic. He seemed to consider Lucia his rival. Lucia seemed surprised by this declaration, questioning if she was truly his rival. She explained that the only reason he was getting so much attention was because she had been too sick to demonstrate her own skills until now. Suddenly, Lucia noticed the swordsman protagonist staring at something behind her. She questioned why he was looking at her like that. Lucia asked what was wrong. Concern etched on her face as she looked back at the swordsman protagonist. Suddenly, an explosion erupted in the distance, catching Lucia by surprise. Something was happening, and Lucia could only cry out in alarm. The explosion seemed to originate from the main gate of the academy. The swordsman protagonist urged Lucia to run for the rear gate, away from the explosion. Lucia, now running, wondered what was going on. Lucia thought that there shouldn't be any attacks on the academy at this time of year, and wondered if this was the congregation's doing. The swordsman protagonist stood amidst the chaos, the academy grounds littered with debris and fallen figures. One of the fallen figures was Principal Zeos. Amidst the rubble, Professor Ivy lay defeated. The swordsman protagonist stood over the fallen professor. Andreas Cromwell's eyes widened in disbelief. A voice echoed, describing a man in a magic faculty robe with a sword at his hip. The group noticed someone approaching. It seemed the man himself had arrived. Maximin Cronel appeared, his expression stern. Nearby, Maximin stood, a large, dark object slung over his shoulder. The man with the blonde hair had Cronel pinned to the ground. Maximin's expression was stern. Cronel, pinned and struggling, wondered why he was there and who the other man was. The blonde man declared that he was there for Cronel. Andreas, however, thought to himself that there was something he needed to do first. He looked up, his eyes widening as he saw Maximin. Maximin swung the object over his head, preparing to strike. Andreas shouted, questioning what Maximin was doing. Andreas's eyes widened further as the object came down. Maximin brought the object down, creating an earth shield. The earth shield Maximin created towered over Andreas and his opponent. Debris rained down around them. Maximin stared down at Andreas, his expression grim. Andreas's name echoed in the air as he stood amidst the destruction. Below, the man with gray hair demanded that Andreas show him the power of God within him. Elsewhere, an announcement was made, informing all students to leave the academy. The announcement continued, instructing them to leave the academy immediately through the rear gate. They were also told to follow the assistant professor's instructions, who were waiting outside. A student murmured Andreas's name, concern etched on her face. Back at the battle, the gray-haired man challenged Andreas to show him the power of God. Andreas questioned what he meant as the gray-haired man lunged at him with a sword. The gray-haired man declared that they would talk later. Andreas, however, was already on the move, his sword a blur of motion. The force of Andreas' attack sent debris flying in all directions. Andreas blocked the gray-haired man's attack, but he realized that even with the block, the blow still hit hard. Andreas realized that there was only one thing the gray-haired man wanted, and yet he wondered why he was the target. The gray-haired man stood amidst the destruction, just as Evan von Orlean had predicted. The gray-haired man thought to himself that one only starts using their powers when they are on the verge of death. Andreas, enraged, thought of Evan, calling him a dickhead. Suddenly, Dawson and Dever appeared, offering to help Andreas. Andreas continued his assault. The clash of their blades echoed through the air. Andreas could barely follow the gray-haired man's attacks, realizing that even though he looked like he was just swinging it around at random, he was a formidable opponent. Dawson watched the fight intently. Andreas, facing the impossible choice, declares he would rather summon Nickel than die here. A dark figure looms closer, and Andreas wonders if it is original sin. Amidst the chaos, Andreas questions what the gray-haired man means. The gray-haired man notes that Andreas is already struggling to block his attacks, and asks what he is afraid of, reminding him of something nice from Lethe. A blessing from the ones beyond the remembrance has been granted and will automatically manifest when the conditions are met. Andreas states that he is gladly giving up his life. With a determined look, Andreas prepares to fight. Dawson charges forward, ready to strike. The blessing of the ones beyond the remembrance has detected traces of another god, and the condition is fulfilled. Andreas' hand glows with power. The blessing, seed of the god killer, has been activated. Dawson asks if Andreas is giving up. Andreas acknowledged the situation, noting that the presence of the one known as God was being temporarily suppressed. The scene shifted as a figure declared that the reason they were being sought out was now apparent. Meanwhile, Rannoch stated that he could feel something coming from the coffin. The question hung in the air. Was this all for the sake of the traces of God? The figure gripping the staff asked if Rannoch could awaken. The question lingered. The person within this coffin? Andreas stood firm, his hand on his sword. Andreas stated that he saw no reason to do so, especially not for a man who had tried to kill him. Rannoch countered that the guards would be there soon. Rannoch insisted that he had no reason to help, nor was he in any position to do so, but Andreas pointed out that Rannoch wasn't denying that he could do it. Rannoch asked Andreas to leave, stating that he had to take care of the wounded. The sound of footsteps echoed on the stone floor. Andreas Cromwell stated that he would do whatever it took, as long as the person within the coffin was awakened. The cloaked swordsman's expression remained unreadable. The cloaked swordsman declared that he was not interested in hearing anything from a man he didn't even know. The man revealed his name to be Maximin Cronel. The area around Maximin Cronel and the cloaked swordsman was in ruins. It seemed that Maximin Cronel didn't have much of a choice in the matter. The coffin was the sole reason for Maximin Cronel's life. Under the light of the moons, the trees swayed gently. The cloaked swordsman stood before Maximin Cronel, who was kneeling. The cloaked swordsman and Maximin Cronel stood together under the moonlight. The cloaked swordsman stated that whenever he needed Maximin Cronel, no matter the situation or who he was fighting, Maximin Cronel would be there. Maximin Cronel responded that that was his condition. The cloaked swordsman stated that it was time to begin. Andreas Cromwell watched him. Suddenly, the coffin shook violently. Inside, the woman lay still, surrounded by roses. The seed of the god killer had detected the presence of ones that fall from death. It reacted whenever it came into contact with another with transcendental power. The cloaked swordsman held his hand out, a bright light emanating from his palm. He noted that the intense pain he experienced earlier was gone. He thought that if he suppressed the power of this god with this, the light shone brightly on the woman in the coffin. The cloaked swordsman looked on with a determined expression. The light surrounded the woman and the cloaked swordsman. Maximin Cronel told him to treat her with care. The cloaked swordsman steeled himself, thinking that if anything, he was the one feeling the most desperate. Before him lay Isabel Lucifer. She was a direct descendant of a race that could wield blood magic. She was also strongly connected to one of the deadly sins, lust. The vampire. Needless to say, because of her race's connection with lust, she was extremely beautiful. It was no wonder that Maximin, the most powerful human in the world, was head over heels in love with her. Suddenly, the blessing, seed of the god killer, activated. The swordsman was shocked, wondering why it was activating now, since he thought it was already active. The swordsman gasped. The cloaked swordsman noted the massive, thorny structure before him. Another figure lay injured nearby. The gray-haired man stared intently at the structure. Elsewhere, Andreas Cromwell remained seated, observing the scene. The gray-haired man called out to Andreas. The man wondered what was happening. The man's eyes glowed with an intense light. Swordsman protagonist sensed a terrifying aura. He steeled himself for what was to come. A notification appeared, indicating increased resistance to ones that fall from death. Andreas realized that these thorns were the ones that pierced the god, who put her to sleep. The gray-haired man muttered the name, Maximin. Swordsman protagonist steeled himself. The woman, surrounded by thorny vines and roses, apologizes. Nearby, Ranix stands silently, his expression unreadable. The woman explains that she has made him wait for a long time. Ranix continues to observe the scene, his gaze fixed on the woman. Of all times for this to happen, Maximin Chronal was away. He thought to himself that Maximin was acting as he pleased as ever. The scene shifts to an interior room where two figures stand before a seated individual. The seated figure expresses that this situation is a pain. The seated figure, presumably in charge, inquired about the casualties and damage to the academy. One of the figures responded that several people were injured, including Principal Zeos and Assistant Professor Ivy, but none of the injuries were life-threatening. The seated figure, Maximin Chronal, appeared frustrated by this news. Another figure reported that he saw Maximin speak to the Tower Conqueror, Andreas Cromwell. Maximin was seen leaving discreetly towards the park by the main gate. The figure who reported the sighting of Maximin and Andreas wondered what on earth the Empire's most wanted man and that rascal could be talking about, adding that regardless, this would be a problem if the Emperor found out about it. The seated figure asked if anyone else knew about this. One of the figures responded that none of the other faculty members knew, as they were evacuating the students. The seated figure ordered them to keep this matter under wraps, stating that he would personally investigate it. A notification appeared, stating that Blessings, seed of the god killer, had obtained one trace. Another notification followed, indicating that change would occur when all 4 traces were collected. Andreas Cromwell stood before a large, thorny plant. Andreas wondered if the seed of the god killer still had another ability. It had been 40 years in human time. Andreas apologized to Maximin Chronal. Elsewhere, a man and woman embraced. While he slept, a wolf traversed a snowy mountain. The woman told the man that she could feel his pain as he wandered the land trying to save her. The man held her face in his hands. Andreas stated of course not. He asked if it was her. The woman confirmed that she was the one who woke him up. Andreas confirmed his name was Andreas Cromwell. The cloaked figure expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. Nearby, the woman with red hair stood silently. The cloaked figure with green hair responded that there was no need for thanks. A voice declared that it was all the result of Maximin Chronal's hard work, thanking Andreas Cromwell. The green-haired figure stood with their back to the speaker. Maximin Chronal stated that it didn't matter what happened. The green-haired figure responded with a simple, yes, thank you. The voice mused that since Maximin was a criminal, his usefulness was not unlike an undead. The voice then questioned if the god who put Isabel to sleep was dead. Maximin Chronal and the red-haired woman were shown in a close-up. The voice stated that they only lifted the curse on her, and that they couldn't say whether it was permanent or not. Maximin Chronal stood with the red-haired woman. The voice suggested that the green-haired figure stay at their domain on the border of the Empire for the time being. Although she had used her powers to absorb the curse, Isabel knew that the master of the curse was still a god. Given that she was still uncertain, Isabel considered her options. The gray-haired man stated that it was very kind of her, asking why they didn't take his offer. Isabel reminded him that she was still the Empire's most wanted man. She questioned what there was to worry about for someone as powerful as her. Isabel looked at the gray-haired man with a slight smile. She considered that they could just hide their identity out in the frontier. The green-haired figure expressed that he'd like to try living a normal life, even if only for a little while. Isabel, although she now seemed like an ordinary woman, was anything but. But along the way, Isabel meddled with the god's power and fell victim to their curse. The green-haired figure thought that he might be able to find out the whereabouts of the deadly sin, lust. The gray-haired man asked if he could take his offer, to which the green-haired figure replied, of course. The gray-haired man thought that with those two in his territory, he would be able to rest easy. The gray-haired man knew that he wouldn't have to worry about Amy's safety for a while. The woman with red eyes paused, sniffing the air as if recognizing a familiar scent. Her eyes widened slightly, pupils dilating. The red-eyed woman noted the scent, while Andreas Cromwell also seemed to recognize it. The woman wondered if it was Andreas Cromwell's scent. Andreas remarked that it was a nostalgic scent and that she was that girl's favorite. The red-eyed woman stared intently. Andreas stated that she had met her little sister. Andreas looked surprised. A realization dawned. Elsewhere, Maximin Chronal sat at a table, uttering the name Angela. The red-eyed woman, restrained, realized she had forgotten about someone. She recalled that this person was the first subject she ever evolved and the one who sucked her blood. The woman's thoughts were interrupted by the presence of another woman with red hair. The red-haired woman considered that if her relationship with the other woman was amicable, it would increase her chances of getting close to lust. Meanwhile, Andreas Cromwell pondered where Angela might be. Elsewhere, a figure offered someone a plate of food, saying, "Enjoy your food." The figure considered asking Isabel about Angela's whereabouts later, but for now, decided to focus on the congregation. The scene shifted to a dimly lit interior, where a figure sat at a table. The words "the northern province, Vol'jin," appeared over a snowy landscape. The figure realized that the feudal lord of this province was involved with the black mages. They also recalled being called despite their involvement with the deadly sins, and that they were invited to the next congregation as a contributor of sloth. The figure paused, realizing that northern province and deadly sins could be connected. Nearby, Andreas Cromwell excused himself. A large man asked if he would mind sharing a table. Andreas Cromwell sits across from the large man, who observes that he isn't much of a talker. The large man remarks that Andreas is drinking before a big event. The large man calls out to Andreas, who responds with a confused "huh." Andreas tells the large man to be quiet while eating, stating that he is embarrassing the congregation. The large man is shocked. The large man states that if he were Andreas, they might be in the middle of nowhere, and questions how he could be a black mage with a loose mouth like that. The large man calls Andreas a piece of trash who got lucky, and asks if he thinks he's something special. The large man asks if Andreas is from Jester's faction. The large man is surprised that Andreas knew his name and faction, and asks if that was really such a big surprise. The large man tells Andreas to just do his job and show him the way, calling him a cheeky bastard, and tells him to look forward to the congregation. Andreas thinks that even a mook like him came. It seems that a lot of mooks are going to be at the congregation this time. The biting wind howled through the desolate, snow-covered landscape. Figures cloaked against the blizzard trudged onward, their destination unseen. Ahead, the large man from before led the way, his face grim against the falling snow, with Andreas following close behind. The group continued their ascent through the treacherous, snow-filled mountain pass. In the distance, a fortress emerged from the storm, a stark contrast to the surrounding wilderness. It was a place like this right outside the town. Despite being in the middle of nowhere, it didn't look like a lousy venue. Inside the fortress, cloaked figures gathered, their faces obscured by shadows. The figure stood beneath an ornate chandelier, waiting. Elsewhere, a man in a suit greeted Andreas, saying, "Long time no see, fearless lad." The man noted that Andreas was not with Salem this time, asking if he had lost his mind. Andreas responded that he was there because he had been invited. The man mused that he didn't remember them being so short-handed as to invite Andreas to fill Karen's shoes. The man, whose name was Dragan, grinned, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. He seemed to be paying attention to Andreas since the sloth case. The young man wondered whose idea this was. The man in the suit began to speak, addressing the cloaked figures before him. He asked who was responsible. The cloaked figure responded, identifying the responsible party as Master Jester. Dragan, standing beside Andreas, scoffed. He mused that either Andreas was not reading the room, or he was doing it on purpose. Dragan then welcomed Andreas to the congregation, his smile wide. The cloaked figure, presumably Master Jester, looked down at Andreas. The cloaked figure considered Andreas. Andreas was asked if he would make it out alive this time. From a balcony overlooking a grand hall, Andreas Cromwell was addressed as Jester. Below, members of the congregation observed Andreas. They spoke of him as the one who threatened their group. The men commented on Andreas's gall for showing his face, lamenting how the congregation had fallen. Another member of the congregation expressed their disdain, believing it foolish to be toyed around by a brat like him. Suddenly, a voice called out to Andreas, referring to him as Buddy. Luna, standing among the congregation, revealed that she knew it was Andreas all along. Luna called out to Andreas. The congregation looked on. Luna greeted Andreas, saying it had been a long time and asking if he had been well. Andreas confirmed that he was doing well and expressed his gladness to see Luna was as well. Luna responded that it was, of course, the life Andreas had given her. Luna, with a cheerful demeanor, suggested they go where the food was tastier. As they walked, one of the congregation members wondered if Andreas was also acquainted with Luna Pendragon. Andreas considered that the fact that no one had made a move on him, despite being wary of him, showed how significant Luna's presence was. He also realized that Luna's presence in the congregation and the four factions of the congregation were keeping each other in check. Elsewhere, Jester Duden and Fade discussed the situation with Ika Imp. Mordworski believed that was probably why. Jester Duden observed that none of them were making any rash moves, especially those from the Jester faction. He added that they might appear calm, but in reality, they wanted to kill him right away. Fade wondered about Ika Imp. Another member of the congregation observed that Luna only sent Dragan and didn't come herself again. Meanwhile, Andreas continued to walk with Luna and the congregation. Fade realized that Andreas had come this time. The mysterious figure reflected on their encounters with someone who had repeatedly defeated them in the game, a person who remained an enigma despite being a faction leader. The figure stood tall, their masked face unreadable. The figure acknowledged that the person was a strong warlock-level black mage, yet they knew almost nothing about them. Elsewhere, the lower halves of several figures were visible as they stood in a room. One of the figures questioned how someone dared to show up so nonchalantly after all the trouble they had caused last time. Andreas Cromwell listened intently as he was told that it seemed he did not realize his own situation. The woman speaking to Andreas seemed to be trying to intimidate him. Andreas realized that she could easily bury him in the dark forever, and that the jester hadn't even informed his own underlings. Another figure declared that, as Mistress Morshi had said, this brat should be judged immediately for defying the congregation. The figure's face was obscured by shadows. The figure was shocked to see a large armored figure standing behind the person they were talking to. The onlookers realized that only one person could manipulate the undead to such a great extent. The camera focused on Morndworski. The speaker warned him to mind his actions. The armored figure loomed behind the speaker. It dawned on the speaker that the last of the four leaders, Karen's mentor whom he had defeated, had finally revealed himself. Morndworski stood with his back to the armored figure. Someone exclaimed in disbelief. Another demanded to know why he was standing up for that brat. Morn asked them to understand, saying that he was a kin. Morn clarified that the person in question was a pupil of his. The person in question declared that they could not accept that. The crowd murmured, taken aback by Morndworski's defense of Andreas. Despite the tension, one of the armored figures declared that everything was all right. Morn, his expression stern, questioned if the other man harbored ill thoughts about him, giving Andreas goods. The armored figure remained silent. From a balcony above, Andreas declared that the matter should be dropped, stating that Morn was his guest. Another man expressed his disgust. Morn apologized for reacting aggressively. A woman urged Morn to take it easy and rest. Morn insisted that he was still hale, thanking someone, presumably Andreas, for helping him again, noting that it had been a long time. A man dismissed the situation, stating that it was only natural to avoid unnecessary conflict. Another man apologized regarding Master Sharon. Someone suggested that Master Karen's fate was simply another predetermined outcome. Morn stated that there was no need to worry about it. The cloaked figure stated that it had been a while since he had seen Morn. The figure stood tall, his glowing blue eyes piercing the darkness. The man with the white beard greeted the figure, calling him Jester. The cloaked figure thanked them for the invitation, but insisted that he was the one who should be grateful. The figure stated that Morn had accepted his invitation. The figure continued, saying that this was despite the lingering enmity between them. Morn wondered what the cloaked figure was trying to say. The cloaked figure admitted that his request might come off as abrupt, but he would get straight to the point. The crowd looked on with anticipation. Morn realized how cunning the cloaked figure was being. The cloaked figure was strengthening his influence in the congregation by severing ties with Salem. The cloaked figure asked if Morn believed it was a good offer. The cloaked swordsman considered his options. He knew forming his own faction would cause a stir, but he saw no other choice given what was coming. Although grateful for the jester's offer, he was planning to form his own faction within the congregation. The announcement caused a stir among the congregation members. They murmured in confusion. Some members questioned his seriousness, while others celebrated the potential addition of Luna to their ranks. The man in the hat questioned the swordsman's intentions, asking if he was truly forming his own faction. An older member of the congregation expressed his doubt, stating that he wasn't sure that was a wise idea, reminding him that the congregation wasn't a game. The swordsman remained silent, his boots clicking against the floor as he walked. The man in the hat reiterated the swordsman's intentions to form a faction in the congregation. The swordsman responded, stating that was how it worked. The older member realized that the swordsman's plans might not be feasible soon, calling him a brat. Another member of the congregation declared that they had insulted the congregation enough. The older member stated that he was willing to overlook what happened last time, too. The cloaked swordsman proposed a daring gamble, offering his faction's ring as a stake. He, known as Jester, was willing to risk everything. The ring, adorned with a green gem, glinted ominously as Jester held it up. The swordsman declared his intention. He wanted someone to fight Morshi. The declaration was met with stunned silence, broken only by a questioning gasp of Jester. The crowd murmured, one member questioning why Jester was going so far. Jester believed that with this offer, he had eliminated any justification for Morn to interfere. Another member of the congregation noted that although Morshi was still just a boy, he had also been in contact with Maximin. If Morshi wouldn't be theirs, now was their chance. The purple-haired woman smirked, thinking about dealing with Morshi. An older member of the congregation grimaced, realizing that this wasn't good. The purple-haired woman asked how the others felt about the proposition. Morshi steeled himself, realizing that if he wanted to take over the congregation, he would have to walk this path sooner or later. The older member of the congregation acknowledged that if Morshi was going up against Morshi, that was an exceptional offer to not accept it. Morshi decided that it would be rude of him to refuse. A woman in the crowd cheered, exclaiming that it was a duel. Jester, with a sinister smile, tells his opponent to step outside. He continues, stating that the congregation is made formidable by carving it into one's body. The announcement echoed through the city, declaring that the duel would be held before all the congregation members. It was further stated that regardless of the outcome, any retaliatory acts or unfair treatment would not be tolerated. The woman standing before the crowd responded with a simple, "So?" The woman with purple hair declared that there was no Salem for him to turn to, and Morn could not intervene. She asked if he could still act tough in spite of that. Meanwhile, Andreas Cromwell admitted to himself that he didn't really know her full strength. Andreas thought that while she might not be on the level of a warlock, she was undoubtedly much stronger than Sharon and Kyler. The purple-haired woman scoffed, asking if his speech was all he had to offer. Andreas, enraged, thought about how she dared to speak to him in such a manner. With a roar, Andreas charged forward. He unleashed a flurry of attacks. Andreas's eyes narrowed, his expression intense. The appearance of feathers caught everyone by surprise. The purple-haired woman stopped her attack, much to the surprise of Mistress Moore's subordinates. She taunted her opponent, telling him to do his best to stay alive until her anger subsided. The purple-haired woman prepared to attack. Andreas Cromwell realized that her defenses were tougher than steel and that he couldn't reveal his whole hand just yet. He knew he needed to approach this carefully. The purple-haired woman questioned what was wrong, asking if Andreas Cromwell was too afraid to move. The feathers continued to fall. Andreas Cromwell glared intensely. He considered another approach. Andreas Cromwell prepared to strike. He realized that she was finally within range and prepared to strike, yelling for her to die. The purple-haired woman realized that her hand was limited. Andreas considered that if she was confident enough to come in, she had already won. He resolved to end this swiftly. Meanwhile, a figure wondered if it was a phantom. The figure stood among others cloaked in darkness. Elsewhere, Andreas wondered if his attack had landed. The scene shifted to a flurry of motion. A voice accused someone of being a crafty twerp. Andreas, seeing the figure, exclaimed Nickel's name in disbelief. He realized that Nickel was too dangerous. Nickel stood, his eyes glowing red, ready to strike. The scene showed a figure being blasted away. Nickel's attack connected, sending a shockwave through the area. The force of the blow blasted away everything in its path. Debris flew in all directions. The attack created a massive explosion of energy. The reanimated Tiger King stood tall, seemingly unfazed by the chaos around it. Andreas, however, was sent flying backwards from the force of the impact. The onlookers were shocked by the display of power. They wondered what that undead creature was. The Tiger King prepared to strike again. One of the onlookers exclaimed in disbelief, questioning what that undead creature was. Another observed that Nickel had reanimated the Tiger King to a high degree of perfection. Andreas looked on in horror. Someone shouted for Timer to dodge. The air crackled with unseen energy. Suddenly, a figure was enveloped in a blinding aura. The Tiger King, flanked by his shadowy companions, advanced with menacing intent. Timer stood his ground, bracing for the inevitable clash. The Tiger King towered over Timer, his presence imposing against the backdrop of the Grand Hall. A voice boomed, declaring that no one would surrender without permission. Timer, his expression resolute, reassured someone not to worry. A system message appeared, indicating that a basic seance was being initiated and that one engraved soul had been detected. Timer declared that he had no intention of doing so. A raven reacted with surprise. Another system message announced that the soul of the great warrior of Biatra, Al-Gud, had descended. A surge of power emanated from Timer. The massive bird-like creature seemed stunned by the sudden surge of power. With his sharpness temporarily increased, Andreas Cromwell prepared to strike. The enhanced blow landed with devastating force. The creature reeled from the impact. The force of the blow continued to send the creature spiraling backwards. Andreas pressed his advantage, moving in for another strike. The attack connected with a resounding impact. The creature plummeted downwards. Below, the onlookers were shocked by the display of power. One of them exclaimed that Andreas's movements were those of a mage. Even the swordsman among them was impressed, acknowledging that it was a fearsome skill. Andreas unleashed a blast of energy. He continued his assault, moving with incredible speed. Andreas Cromwell dodges the incoming attack with incredible speed. The bird-like creature reacts quickly, attempting to strike again. The creature lunges forward, its massive form filling the space. Andreas's eyes glow with power as he anticipates the creature's next move. The bird-like creature unleashes a barrage of attacks. Andreas is surprised by the sudden onslaught. He sees the path to avoid the attacks. Andreas realizes he can see the path through the attacks. He sees the path laid out before him. Andreas focuses, his eyes glowing intensely. He declares that he can dodge them all. Andreas prepares to evade the incoming attacks. Andreas Cromwell observed the scene, realizing that this was the true power of an Aura Master. The sheer force emanating from the Aura Master was immense. The Aura Master continued to exert his power, the energy crackling around him. The swordsman protagonist pushed himself further, wanting to experience the world just a little more. Meanwhile, A group of cloaked figures watched with growing alarm. The cloaked swordsman focused intently, needing just a little longer. Energy surged around the swordsman protagonist. The cloaked swordsman's eyes glowed with intense power. Blood trickled down the face of the figure. Below, a hooded figure declared that they should be allowed to experience this world. The figure with glowing eyes insisted that they only needed to wait a little longer. Suddenly, a figure with green hair was struck by a powerful blow. The force of the impact sent the figure flying. The figure was sent crashing through the air. The impact was devastating. The figure crashed into a building. A cough echoed. Andreas Cromwell awoke in bed, coughing. Andreas Cromwell gasped, jolting awake from the nightmare. He continued to breathe heavily, trying to shake off the lingering dread. Sitting up in bed, Andreas took a moment to collect himself. Suddenly, a notification appeared, declaring that the talent swordsmanship extraordinary had been acquired, the requirement had been met, and an evolvable individual had been found. Confused, Andreas wondered where he was. He realized it could be. A voice echoed, questioning if he had evolved right away, then confirmed that he was awake. Andreas looked up, startled. Energy crackled around him. He muttered the name, Jester. A figure in a wide-brimmed hat and cloak stood before Andreas, telling him not to be alarmed, stating they had no intention of harming him. Andreas thought about the duel. The figure in the wide-brimmed hat and cloak remained silent, his expression hidden in shadow. Meanwhile, a group of cloaked figures looked on, one of them muttering a simple, well. Suddenly, the cloaked figure was sent flying backwards through the air. The figure, now revealed to be Morshi, snarled, calling someone cur. Morshi was struck, blood spraying from the wound. The cloaked figures watched in shock, one of them exclaiming, Mistress Morshi! Blood splattered on the ground as Morshi struggled to remain standing. Clutching at the wound, Morshi spat out, "Is fi." Morshi, holding a long, sharp feather, declared that someone could not be left alive. Morshi's face contorted in rage. Despite the injury, Morshi thought that they had to finish their opponent off, no matter what. With a final burst of energy, Morshi launched forward. The battle raged, but a voice declared that enough was enough. From among the crowd, Morn Dworsky declared that any attempt to harm him would be considered an act of war against Morn himself. It seemed that Luna shared the same sentiment. Someone questioned if they were mad, asking if they were going to make the congregation their enemy over that brat. Morn Dworsky made his declaration. Morn passed a ring over to Andreas Cromwell. He asked them to join the Cromwell faction. The man wondered if Master Morn had done that. The cloaked figure stood before him. He asked how they would unite their factions together. The cloaked figure responded that it was because they shared a common goal, namely, the wrath. Unlike the benevolent greed or the diligent sloth, the wrath is a deadly sin that takes the form of a human child. Born the son of a northern barbarian chieftain, the wrath could not escape his fate. He was abducted and met a tragic end at the hands of the greedy emperor. Enraged by the loss of their great chieftain's son, the barbarians launched a desperate resistance. After underestimating their might, the empire suffered heavy losses. But in the end, not one of them was left alive. Of all the deadly sins, the wrath is especially steeped in death. The emperor sacrificed the wrath to gain his power. However, he decided to extract his power without letting him die. This turn of events was unexpected. Andreas thought he had bought himself some time. The cloaked figure asked if that was so, believing it would be simpler if they joined hands since they shared the same goal. Andreas wondered what if he told them his goal wasn't a wrath. He wondered if they had been monitoring his actions as he gathered the deadly sins, or if they were just fishing for a reaction. The cloaked figure remains silent, his glowing eyes fixed forward. The figure before him asks if he rejects the offer, to which Andreas Cromwell apologizes. The cloaked figure responds that there is no need to apologize. He states that the choice was his to make. The cloaked figure thinks that regret comes with the choice. Orange energy crackles around Andreas. The cloaked figure thinks about the wrath. He reflects that he thought the emperor would be the first to make a move after he killed Bloody Dan, the man who kidnapped the wrath. Andreas wonders why Jester had any interest in the wrath, since it was not part of the game's plot. He pauses, wondering if Jester could be working with the emperor. The cloaked figure is shown in the foreground. Andreas realizes that if that's the case, then all of his actions are as good as exposed to the emperor, and he'll have to be even more cautious of Jester. The door bursts open as Luna rushes in, relieved to see Morn awake. She questions if he was still asleep. Luna expresses her joy at finding Morn alive. Luna is overjoyed that Morn is alive, thanking him for his efforts. The old man assures them that he is fine. Morn, still in bed, questions why he heard what happened from Jester and why the old man did what he did. The old man explains that he is talking about the ring and Morn joining his faction. The old man offers Morn the ring, stating that he sees the possibility of a new era in him. Morn stares intently. Luna urges Morn to take the ring. Morn accepts the ring. Morn looks determined. Morn resolves to take over the congregation. So, the man in the hat learned that Morn really handed the ring over to him. The woman sitting across from him confirmed it. She thought to herself that she was an Ica imp. Meanwhile, the man in the hat considered that the animosity against Andrea's Cromwell remained. However, he thought perhaps it was because Andrea showed his strength in the duel against Morshi that they no longer outwardly displayed it. The woman found it interesting. On top of that, she realized Luna Pendragon sided with him. Another man, covered in blood, wondered if she really did. He thought it was a shame that the boy even captivated that ditzy lass. The woman with the pipe thought that it was a shame that she missed such a spectacle. She should have attended this time. The man in the hat coughed, clearing his throat. The woman on the couch thought to herself, Andrea's Cromwell. She thought that she would love to meet him one day. Elsewhere, one of Morn's subordinates asked where they were going. Another echoed the sentiment, wanting to know where they were headed. The young man's expression is one of shock and disbelief. Below him, the snow crunches underfoot as he moves forward. Elsewhere, a large, mechanical tiger-like creature with glowing red eyes recalls being impressed by the undead. Nearby, an old man with a long white beard, accompanied by a skeletal figure, states that the young man's defenses left a bit to be desired. The young man is observed from afar. The old man explains that he thought he'd introduce the young man to a skilled blacksmith. Andrea's Cromwell seemed surprised, questioning if they were referring to a blacksmith. The old man confirmed that he was the one who made the equipment for his undead. Andreas wondered if they were talking about the arcane smith. The old man chuckled, noting that Andreas knew of him. He added that the smith might be an eccentric who chose to live in a harsh place like this. The old man looked off into the distance. The old man stated that the smith's skill was impeccable. Suddenly, the ground began to shake. A pack of wolves, seemingly undead, charged forward. The wolves' feet pounded the ground, their forms distorted by some unknown energy. The wolves roared, their attack imminent. The pack of undead wolves descended upon Andreas and the others. Andreas effortlessly dispatched the wolves, a feat he noted a mid-level black mage would struggle to accomplish. The old man observed that the number of undead had increased. The old man found the situation fearsome. The old man might appear gentle, but he was undoubtedly the strongest necromancer. The old man asked Andreas how long he had known arcane smith Tarala. The old man confirmed that he had met Tarala around 50 years ago, before he was known as a maker of magic swords. The old man affirmed that Andreas knew him well. The old man recalled that the first time Tarala came to him, he was just an ordinary, grief-stricken dwarf. The old man asked if Tarala was the one who approached Andreas first, and if Andreas understood what that meant. Andreas listened intently to the old man. Andreas realized that Tarala had lost someone dear to him. Andreas' words hung in the air as the old man spoke of those who would seek the aid of a necromancer. He elaborated, stating that only those struck by terrible misfortune, or those who had lost someone dear, would consider such a path, just like Baron Balric. The sound of wind and snow filled the air. The group continued their trek through the blizzard. One of them wondered if that was Tarala's home. Inside a forge, a figure confirmed that it was indeed the right place. The sound of metal echoed. A voice called out directions, indicating that they should go high left, but deeper on the right. Another voice shouted that someone's top was wide open. The sound of a powerful blow reverberated. A figure was sent flying backwards. The figure on the ground realized that their opponent was like an iron wall. A woman with blonde hair declared that it was enough for today. One of the trainees, having fallen to the ground, asked if they could do one more round after a break. The aura master wondered what was up with the kid, thinking he was just a typical top student. The trainee wiped the sweat from his brow. Meanwhile, the cloaked swordsman implored Luna to stop, but she called him a sly brat, finding his compliments vexing. Someone off-panel stated that the trainee would be worth Luna's time. The aura master thought that he was a better judge of people than himself. The aura master congratulated the trainee, who downplayed the achievement. The trainee was surprised to hear that only a handful could pass the screening. The aura master found it ridiculous that he wasn't passing the screening, and the trainee called him rude. The aura master stated that the trainee was the youngest to ever pass it, and that he respected him a lot. The trainee told him to raise his sword. The trainee stated that he understood and would be in his care, already holding his sword. The aura master asked what his deal was with that seaweed. The trainee questioned why he was being helped if not for his connection to Andreas Cromwell. He then asked if the other man wanted to get punched. The other man apologized, then asked why he was being helped. Assistant Professor Ivy was curious because he had recommended the trainee so highly, and he was sure that he would be worth her time. She looked forward to sparring with him next time. So he had asked Assistant Professor Ivy in exchange for that promise. Remembering that seaweed head made him lose his mood, and he decided that they would continue this tomorrow. The trainee was confused. He called out to Assistant Professor Ivy. The trainee looked on with a questioning gaze. Regardless of his reasons, the man thanked the other for making time for him. The trainee was told to do his best, or he would quit as soon as he bored him. The man looked on with a determined gaze. He refused. The blacksmith, Lord Morn, sat before the forge, the flames reflecting in his stern eyes. Elsewhere, the trainee sat with the others around fire. The trainee thought that Morn would have accepted the request right away. An older man chuckled, telling him not to be like that, as he was making him lose face. Morn stated that he only agreed to the request because it was him. He admitted that lowering himself to make equipment for mere undead went against his pride. The trainee listened intently. Morn thought that surely any blacksmith would agree with him, as no one wanted their weapon held by nobody. The older man expressed his surprise, but another told him to have patience, as Morn was the Empire's finest blacksmith. The trainee wondered if there was any way he could convince him. Morn thought that at least his Death Knights, being in a whole different league, was somewhat of a consolation. The trainee thought that maybe he would have better luck convincing a better blacksmith than Morn. The trainee thought that if he didn't want a worthless nobody to hold his weapon, the trainee suggested that Lord Morn consider making equipment for someone else. Nickel suggested that perhaps an undead with an ego might interest him. The trainee wondered if Nickel was a phantom, surprised that he even had an ego. Nevertheless, Lord Morn seemed to be considering the offer. The trainee realized that Lord Morn's undead was quite fascinating, actually. Lord Morn proposed that if the undead could prove his prowess against his own undead, perhaps he would consider making him a weapon. Lord Morn's expression was stern as the trainee looked on, surprised. The trainee's companions noted that Lord Morn was being a bit much, but it was a fight. The trainee had no complaints. With that condition, the figures standing atop the snowy mountain declared that there was no need to hold back, inviting his opponents to come at him with everything they had. One of the figures responded, affirming that they would do their best. Nearby, Rudron chuckled softly. Another figure prepared to go. The cloaked swordsman prepared to fight, wondering if they should begin. Rudron stood alongside a hulking figure. Rudron's name was spoken. Rudron revealed that he was one of the Aura Masters he had personally killed. Andreas Cromwell considered the difference in power between a phantom and a Death Knight, noting it was like night and day. He recalled what he had seen a few days ago. The skeletal face of a Death Knight was shown. The Death Knight stated that he couldn't help but expect to be surprised. The force of the impact reverberated through the battlefield. The Death Knight descended with immense power, his sword poised to strike. The skeletal warrior's red eyes glowed menacingly as he prepared to meet the attack. The Death Knight's blade crashed down. He landed with earth-shattering force. The impact sent shockwaves through the area. The force of the blow scattered the surrounding combatants. The Death Knight continued his assault, his movements swift and deadly. Nearby, observers watched in shock, exclaiming Nickel's name in disbelief. Two figures moved to intercept the Death Knight. The skeletal warrior prepared to meet them head-on. Nickel's ethereal form piqued the interest of one of the observers. It seemed to intrigue him even more. The observer turned to Tarala, seeking his opinion on the unfolding events. The observer mused that seeing a phantom holding its own against the Death Knight was a rare sight, especially since he had used his best for their sake. He continued, stating that just surviving one hit from the Death Knight was already unbelievable. He believed that this display would surely make them admit Nickel's strength. The camera shifted to Tarala and the other observer, who remained silent. Tarala continued to observe the fight. The focus returned to the fight, where Nickel was putting up a good fight, though the situation was becoming dire. The observer watching the fight noted that evolved Nickel was putting up a good fight, but if this kept up, the observer with the staff suggested that they end the fight there. The observer with the staff expressed concern that Nickel's phantom was going to become badly damaged. The cloaked figure stated that another chance would come again, but Tarala refused. Nickel stated that he already said he would do his best. Nickel's determination was evident as he resolved to meet the challenge before him. Meanwhile, the protagonist steeled himself, acknowledging that he was losing anyway, but only if things continued as they were. Elsewhere, the Sloth Phantom was revealed to be utilizing the power of Sloth. The intensity of the moment was captured in a close-up of a character's wide, shocked eye. The older hunter watched the unfolding events, recognizing an aura technique being employed. A nearby observer exclaimed in surprise as they witnessed the unfolding events. The intensity of the battle was palpable, with the characters bracing themselves for what was to come. The Death Knight, seemingly caught off guard, reacted with surprise. The older hunter, observing from afar, seemed to recognize the technique being used. A warning was issued, urging Rudron to brace himself. The Death Knight's aura began to swell, signaling a surge in power. The Sloth Phantom's attack connected, sending a shockwave through the area. The force of the blow shattered the ground beneath. The Death Knight's skull-like face was revealed amidst the destruction. The knight was sent flying backwards, crashing into the ground. The impact stirred up dust and debris. The heroes watched as the Sloth Phantom's attack engulfed the Death Knight, creating a massive explosion of energy. The force of the blast was immense. The other fighters were sent flying back by the shockwave. Andreas Cromwell watched in disbelief. The Sloth Phantom emerged from the smoke, asking if Luna was all right. Luna assured him that she was fine, just a little too close. Andreas cursed, realizing the extent of the Sloth Phantom's power. The Death Knight stood tall, its armor seemingly undamaged despite the recent attack. The onlookers wondered if Nickel had been defeated. Morn declared that enough was enough. Andreas, observing the scene, realized his attack hadn't worked after all, as Luna mocked him for losing. He admitted to himself that he had underestimated the Death Knight. Morn acknowledged that Andreas had managed to strike him. The Death Knight moved with incredible speed. The Death Knight stood ready, its skeletal form a stark reminder of its power. The battle continued, the Death Knight standing over Morn and the others. Someone exclaimed in amazement that Morn had won against Gramps Morn, as Morn wondered what tricks Andreas had up his sleeve. Morn admitted that he had not expected anything of that caliber. Andreas realized that Morn had mended the damage with just a snap of his fingers, concluding that Morn was the strongest. A phantom capable of defeating a Death Knight was a rare occurrence. The sight of it was still hard to believe, even after witnessing it firsthand. Not to mention, the Death Knight was also an aura master. Now, the man with the beard was becoming interested in what other undead the swordsman might have. The swordsman thanked the man. The blonde-haired woman requested that the swordsman make one for Luna as well. The man with the beard paused, telling them to hold on. He focused on the swordsman's sword. The man with the beard asked where the swordsman had gotten the sword from. The swordsman replied that he had gotten it from an acquaintance. The man with the beard found it interesting and asked if he could take a look. The swordsman agreed, offering the sword to the man. The man with the beard exclaimed that the sword was marvelous, made with techniques impossible to achieve today. Still, it seemed to be sealed off by an unknown power. The man with the beard questioned what unknown power could be sealing the sword. The swordsman agreed that it probably was. The group seemed to sense the immense power emanating from a sword. The swordsman with the red aura confirmed that the sword was indeed sealed by the power of an ancient god. Elsewhere, Andreas Cromwell approached a grand estate, recognizing it as the location of the Book of the Ancient Gods. He couldn't believe it truly existed. Inside the estate, a woman with green hair held a book, seemingly waiting. Outside, Andreas was greeted by the woman. She asked if he was looking for Cromwell's housemaid. The woman introduced herself as Amy, sister of Count Andreas Cromwell, head of the house, and inquired about his identity. The hooded figure responded that they were there to repay a debt owed to her brother. Amy requested to see him. The figure's expression remained unreadable. Suddenly, a burst of energy erupted nearby. The force of the unseen attack sent debris flying. Amidst the chaos, Ketchlong Volga, visibly agitated, cursed, and demanded to know who was responsible for the attack, admitting he couldn't detect the assailant. Nearby, the gray-haired man wondered how anyone could detect the attacker's presence. He ordered the women behind him to stay back, questioning what they would do if the attacker was actually a guest. The gray-haired man continued, stating that someone who hides their real identity could not be a guest. The unseen attacker questioned who they were. The blond man demanded to know who his opponent was, stating that he couldn't sense anything from him. Elsewhere, the two women wondered who the man was and what he would do if the other person was actually a guest. The blond man stated that if he really wanted to know, he would tell him. He also noted that the woman seemed quite strong. Indeed, the blond man gripped his weapon. He declared that his opponent was strong enough for him to take out his sword. He recognized the sword as the traitor executioner. The blond man stood his ground, a question mark appearing above his head. The man with the sword asked if he was Maximin. The man with the sword unleashed a powerful attack. Vivienne unleashed a flurry of attacks. The force of her blows was unbelievable. Meanwhile, Louise had improved after receiving special guidance. Vivienne had grown stronger yet again. She had a talent right from her first year, but her lack of control over her emotions was her biggest flaw. However, after the Balric incident, she started rapidly being able to control her emotions. Elsewhere, Louise's companion wondered what he had done. The clash of their attacks echoed. Vivienne realized that Louise was strong. Louise's attacks were getting through. The battle intensified. Vivienne continued her assault. Louise didn't even get the chance to think. The force of the impact sends debris flying as Vivienne's attack connects. The attack continues to drive Louise downward. Trapped beneath the onslaught, Louise realizes that Vivienne is coming at him again. Vivienne's eyes glow with intensity as she prepares another strike. Suddenly, a voice shouts for the fight to stop. A blade is thrown, interrupting the fight. Vivienne is forced to leap away to avoid the thrown blade. The force of the impact creates a cloud of dust and debris. Louise, recovering, grips his sword tightly. Vivienne warns Louise that he will lose his head if he continues to block her attacks half-heartedly. Vivienne notes that her sword strike felt as though she had unleashed an aura. Louise realizes that his record as the youngest aura master might be broken soon. The group had gathered within the courtyard. The blond man, Chris Uner, stated that everyone was present. Vivienne seemed flustered by the attention. Meanwhile, Andreas was being summoned. The summons came from a cloaked figure. Chris complained that he was being treated like furniture, abandoned without so much as a request. Benjamin and Nakius mentioned that Vivienne had asked Professor Ivy to help coach him, and she responded that it was no problem. Andreas was told that he had grown a lot in a short time. The cloaked figure explained that they had come across a skilled blacksmith and had a present for Vivienne. Vivienne refused to accept the gift. She reminded the figure that they had already given her a necklace the other day. The cloaked figure explained that they had the sword custom-made with her swordsmanship and physique in mind. Vivienne looked at the sword with wide eyes. The properties of the sword were unique, as it was made from a special material that allowed it to retain its sharpness without the need for maintenance. Benjamin and Nakius seemed to understand the implications of this. The blond man suggested that Vivienne give the sword a name. Vivienne considered the suggestion. She looked intently at the blade. The name came to her, Eternal Oath. Vivienne's eyes glowed as she spoke the name. She hoped she would use it often. Chris Uner, standing nearby, complained that after all the trouble he had been through, he hadn't received anything. Vivienne turned to Chris, an inquisitive look on her face. The blond man was taken aback by Chris's statement. Vivienne looked at Chris, equally surprised. Vivienne's thoughtful gift of high-level coaching from Professor Ivy for Luis was well received. The others seemed to agree. Chris believed that his gift would be perfect for both of them. She misunderstood. Professor Ivy told him to shut it, declaring that they were done for the day. The others looked on, unsure of what to make of the situation. Chris insisted that, to him, Professor Ivy was the best gift he could get. Ivy didn't even bat an eye at the statement. Professor Ivy's reaction prompted Luis to wonder what was wrong with her. Someone called out, asking if he had time for a real match. Chris looked eager to accept the challenge. Professor Ivy relented, figuring they might as well since they were already there. Professor Ivy began to set up the match. Vivienne stares at the tablet in disbelief, her expression a mix of shock and concern. Meanwhile, a message echoes in someone's thoughts, expressing deep regret to Luis. Elsewhere, someone cancels a duel, citing an urgent matter that has arisen. In a forest, Andreas Cromwell moves stealthily through the trees. Back with Vivienne, a message on the tablet reads, "We have your sister. We're waiting for you at Apple Mansion." She wonders what is happening, noting that Isabel and Maximin should be present. A new thought emerges. Had they been attacked by those from the congregation? Another possibility crosses her mind. Could it be the Emperor? Vivienne, cloaked and determined, wonders who is behind this. She wonders if this is the work of the Emperor. Elsewhere, a group celebrates, noting that someone showed up ready to fight. Vivienne stands ready, her sword partially drawn, prepared to face whatever awaits her. A katana is drawn, its purpose unknown. Elsewhere, a figure remarks that someone's face looks as if it had a brick thrown at it. Another voice apologizes, promising to explain everything. The scene shifts to a distant view of a large, imposing mansion. Inside the mansion, a woman expresses her shock that her brother was involved in something so dangerous. Meanwhile, Morn is told that he even solved Maximin's long-standing problem and is asked if he isn't amazing. The man being addressed explains that he invited Isabel and Maximin, so their presence is understandable. The group remains gathered, the tension palpable. Morn is told that the old man is really getting senile and didn't tell him. Morn is informed that he was asked to protect someone, and he wonders if Master Morn was the one who asked. He is told that the reason for this is because he made a big ruckus at the congregation. The man is told that now a lot of people are aiming for his head because of the congregation. The man appears to be contemplating the situation. Andreas Cromwell had heard that Jester was already starting to act openly. He also learned that Jester had already found the wrath. Elsewhere, a man fell to the ground. The man lay among several other fallen figures, all seemingly defeated by a cloaked figure surrounded by thorny vines. Nearby, another cloaked figure instructed someone to prepare a highly confidential letter for the Emperor. The cloaked figure remained silent. The figure acknowledged the order, stating that they understood. The cloaked figure wondered what they should write in it as the fallen screamed. Another figure urged them to tell him. The landscape was a blur of snow and ice. The blizzard intensified, obscuring everything. Meanwhile, in a crimson-lit arena, a figure stood surrounded by cloaked observers. The figure with the dark hair, now staring daggers at the cloaked figure, was reminded that just a moment ago, he had been crying his eyes out. Andreas Cromwell thought to himself that this reaction was to be expected of the wrath. A voice boomed, identifying Andreas as the son of Kyrak, chieftain of the barbarians. The speaker's face remained hidden in shadow. The voice questioned if Andreas was not scared. Andreas, despite his earlier fear, declared that he was not scared at all. He then declared that his father would soon come and beat everyone up. The cloaked figure responded that he would respect that bravery. Andreas Cromwell is presented with a reward. His eyes widen in shock. The power surges around him. Meanwhile, the cloaked swordsman continues to manipulate the energy around him. The cloaked swordsman tells Andreas Cromwell to enjoy it. Andreas Cromwell thinks to himself that he will make sure to make the most of his power. Elsewhere, a grand building stands tall. Vivienne's companions observe the building, and one of them notes that she has a lonely look on her face. The group continues to walk. Vivienne sees a group of people ahead. Before them stood members of the Imperial Knight Corps. One of the women with Vivian noted that they were right, wondering what the Imperial Knight Corps were doing at the academy. The man with them observed that it didn't look like good news. Vivian remarked that this was a first. Someone received a notification on their phone. It was said that they even got the wrath, and that Jester had finally made his move. It was thought that he was gauging her reaction at that time, probably because he had connections with the Emperor. Someone thought that eliminating Bloody Dan would slightly delay the Northern War from happening. However, it was said that it just made things worse instead, with the Emperor and Jester having joined forces now. It was thought that this could put someone's estate and territory in danger. It was realized that even Amy could be in danger. Lord Salem was approached by Andreas Cromwell, who stated he had a formal request to make. Andreas asked if Salem would stay in his territory for a while. Salem responded that staying was his plan, otherwise, Andreas wouldn't be able to move around in peace. Andreas thanked Salem for agreeing to his request. Andreas received a message from Vivian. The message showed the Imperial Knights at the academy. The news spread quickly. The Imperial Knights were at the academy. Andreas realized that it was happening. Nickel observed that they finally came to mobilize the academy's students for the Northern War. Salem noticed Andreas's frown. It seemed there was likely an impending war. The gravity of the situation became clear as the question hung in the air. War? Amy was told to listen closely. Once war broke out, they would be forced to follow the regulations of the Count's house, providing the Empire with 5 knights and 500 soldiers. But since they didn't have any, the speaker continued, stating that they would have to pay a war tax of 1 billion wills every month instead. Amy listened intently. Someone chuckled, calling those in charge money-grubbing and stating that this was exactly why they became an anarchist. Amy was surprised by the amount. It would be difficult to raise that much money, even with the profits from the trading group she was managing. Amy realized that she could make a new potion and it would mean that she would have to put the business expansion on hold. Amy thought that she could manage 1 billion a month, wondering how she managed to grow her trading group that big on her own. That might be okay for a few months. Amy gasped. Vivian explained that countless trading groups had gone bankrupt because they ran out of money to maintain their operations. She advised someone to keep managing. Meanwhile, Evan asked Andreas if it was true that they had met in the Great Forest. Andreas's expression shifted, a hint of concern crossing his face. Evan recalled visiting the elves' territory in the past and seeing many valuable items that were rare in the Empire. Andreas seemed to question this. Andreas gasped, seemingly surprised by Evan's statement. Vivian suggested that if they could do business with the elves through the trading group, then Maximin laughed, calling someone a tease. Someone retorted that he was skipping the part about what sort of guys those elves were. Vivian seemed confused. Vivian noted that the elves were considerably hostile toward humans, after all. Evan proposed that they give it a try. Andreas listened intently, his expression unreadable. Evan's gaze was intense, his intentions unclear. As the discussion continued, some members of the group announced they would be leaving. However, one of them reminded the others that they still needed to finish cleaning up the garden. The reminder prompted a surprised reaction from one of the individuals present. The man with the blonde hair and goatee asked if the other person had made those two clean the garden, and asked them to please carry on with their talk. The woman with the pink hair seemed to be in shock. The woman with the pink hair called out to Amy. Amy asked if they had made those two clean the garden. The woman with the pink hair insisted that it wasn't like they had forced them. She explained that they had insisted and wouldn't take no for an answer, so she had no choice. The blonde man laughed, saying he couldn't believe she had made those two gardeners do it. The blonde man asked how about he became a butler then. The scene shifts to near the entrance to the Great Forest. A lone figure walks along a path through a forest, the sunlight dappling through the trees. From the trees, a creature spots the figure. It exclaims that there's an outsider and that they smell like a human. The creature tells Melkor that they have found their target. Elsewhere, a voice declares that the war can no longer be avoided and that it must be done by any means necessary. Melkor listens intently. The chance to extinguish its ember has long since passed. Melkor thinks that they must prepare for it. The forest creatures shriek and yell. The creatures demand that the human get out of their forest. They declare that it is a human in order for them to be killed. It is said that a raccoon dog named Melkor, who understands human language, should be able to lend a hand. Melkor stands with another figure in front of a building. Melkor thinks that is what he said, but looks at what they have here. The human, seemingly introduced by Maximin Cronel, shouts out. From the treetops, the forest creatures demand to speak with Melkor. The creatures continue to demand Melkor's presence. The human is seized by the creatures. One of the creatures remarks on the human's bravery for stepping into their forest. Another comments that it has been ages since they had a chance to flex their muscles. Another creature adds that human flesh is tender, as one of them suggests dragging the human over to Melkor. High in the trees, the raccoon-like creatures seemed agitated. One of them grumbled, clearly annoyed. Nearby, Andreas Cromwell attempted to reason with the creatures, assuring them that he meant no harm. One of the raccoons declared that their rule was to tie up every outsider they saw for the first time. The raccoon lunged forward. Andreas, pulling the creatures along on a leash, stated that he had already mentioned he was there through Maximin's introduction and asked if they wanted him to kick their asses. A voice commanded them not to do anything until Melkor gave them permission, warning that they were causing a scene. Andreas realized he had no choice, and that this was for the money. Even at this very moment, it was thought that Jester may have already obtained the wrath. It was imperative to get into the elves' territory, no matter what. An elf watched from behind a tree, arms crossed. The title card appears, emblazoned with the words, Necromancer's Evolutionary Traits. The scene shifts to a village constructed within the boughs of massive trees, where raccoon-like creatures patrol the wooden platforms and walkways. Inside one of the tree houses, 2 cups of tea sit on a low table. A voice invites their guest to sit, inquiring if he truly claimed to be a black mage. Andreas Cromwell confirms his identity. He sits patiently, waiting for the elder to speak. The elder observes that for a black mage, Andreas carries quite an impressive sword, adding that he is quite the odd one. The elder introduces himself as Melkor, the eldest elder of the village. Melkor, a large raccoon-like creature wearing a robe, sits across from Andreas, holding a staff. Melkor apologizes for the rudeness of his villagers, despite Andreas having traveled so far to be there. Andreas urges him to speak. He asks Melkor how to get to the World Tree. Nearby, some of the villagers watch Andreas, whispering about how crazy the human is and suggesting they kick him out. Andreas wondered what was with the villagers' reactions, feeling as if he had said something he shouldn't have. Melkor explained that the elves have been acting strangely for some time now. The World Tree, which lies at the heart of the Great Biotra Forest, was in their territory. Lately, however, those reclusive elves who refused to interact with other races had appeared outside. The elves had become more active outside their territory. The villagers wondered if the elves were going outside their territory. Melkor's name was called out. The villagers asked what the fuss was about, exclaiming that something was outside. Many elves had appeared outside. The villagers stood outside. The villagers gathered outside. It had been a while since Melkor had seen them. The elves stood together. Melkor inquired what brought them there. The elf apologized for disturbing them with his sudden visit. However, he explained that he had received reports that a human had come to the village. Melkor acknowledged that a human had indeed come. He confirmed the elf's statement. The elf recalled that Melkor had turned a blind eye in the past when someone powerful like Maximin Cronel had come. Melkor interjected, stating that the circumstances back then were different. The elf was told that turmoil was brewing outside the Great Forest. Melkor added that tensions were rising between the Empire and the northern barbarians. He concluded that for a human to come there at a time like this was suspicious. Melkor stood surrounded by elves, their expressions unreadable. The tension in the air was thick, a silent challenge hanging between them. The raccoon-like creature considered the situation. He stated that he understood the current situation. Melkor questioned if the reason for the elves aiming their arrows at him was because he was in his own territory. An elf stood with an arrow drawn, ready to fire. Another elf clicked his tongue, acknowledging Melkor's sharp wit. Melkor warned that they would do well not to act so thoughtlessly. He continued, stating that out of respect for his friendship with their elder, Hagen, he would overlook their actions this once. The elf remained silent, contemplating Melkor's words. Another elf ordered the bowmen to stand by outside the village. Melkor questioned if they had been keeping an eye on him since he arrived. He then stated that he had a question for the human. Elsewhere, a member of the Wind Knights, dubbed the Second Star of the Wind, stood ready. Sail Mora de Priscilla, the elf declared. The elf then questioned the purpose of their visit. The swordsman protagonist stated he wanted to know how to get to the World Tree, realizing that mentioning a trade deal would only cause trouble. The elf scoffed, asking if he had heard correctly and if the swordsman protagonist expected them to show him the way since he was already there. The elf continued, stating that he heard humans were preparing for war. The elf then stated that the swordsman protagonist posed the greatest threat to the Great Forest. The elf continued, wondering if the swordsman protagonist expected them to guide him to their hallowed sanctuary, stating that in other words, he would be beheaded right there, right now. The swordsman protagonist thought that since this was not to avoid causing trouble for the other races. The elf warned that the swordsman protagonist would only cause trouble if he stayed any longer. The elf ordered them to withdraw, realizing that he started the commotion himself. The swordsman protagonist thought the elf was acting as if he was doing him a favor, and that he would never let this pass. The elf's presence was strange to the swordsman protagonist. The elf's goal was to secure exclusive trade rights with the elven city of Lasteria. The elf's expression was stern. The swordsman protagonist remained firm. The elf's guard stood ready. The swordsman protagonist's companion, Melkor, questioned his actions. The elf issued his final warning. The swordsman protagonist seemed to relent. The elf attacked, but the swordsman protagonist dodged the blow. The swordsman protagonist declared that he had his own reasons for not backing down. The swordsman protagonist needed the equipment and the World Tree seeds, and he acknowledged the elf's swordsmanship. The raccoon-like creature wondered if the swordsman protagonist was Discron's disciple. The elf, enraged, accused the swordsman protagonist of being an insolent human, despite the mercy he had shown. The swordsman protagonist questioned if the elf's reactions were too drastic simply because he was cautious of human wars. He stated that all he did was mention the world tree. The green-haired elf thought that the overreaction made him wonder if something had happened. The first elf stated that all he did was mention the world tree. The raccoon-like creature asked what was going on. The green-haired elf told the raccoon-like creature that he talked too much, even if this was the phantom folk's territory, and asked him to wait a moment. The first elf looked at the green-haired elf with a questioning expression. The green-haired elf asked to be allowed to have a talk with the swordsman protagonist. The first elf looked down. The elf, Aimer, is told to stop being foolish. Another elf questions if they intend to let a human, who might pose a threat, into Lasteria. One of the soldiers protests, but the captain insists. The elf is shocked that he managed to discern the signs of abnormalities that they sensed. The elf narrows his eyes. The captain declares that a no is a no, and they are leaving. The captain speaks in his capacity as the elf is revealed to be the next high priestess candidate. The captain formally extends an invitation to Andreas Cromwell. The invitation is to enter their elven territory. That territory is Lasteria. Andreas Cromwell and his companions approached the majestic elven city, its architecture a testament to their ancient civilization. The sight of the city left Andreas in awe. The elf accompanying him noted that even in the game, the city looked majestic, but seeing it in person was a completely different experience. She asked him to wait there for a moment. The elf stated that she would go and get approval from the council. She then asked Andreas' name. She introduced herself as the sixth star of the wind. She told Andreas to call her Aimer for short. Aimer explained that the elders had not yet given their approval. Another elf, standing nearby, sternly told Aimer not to talk to Andreas any more than necessary. Andreas thought to himself that the elders sounded like they might be as obstinate as he was. It seemed things would not go so smoothly. Elsewhere, a figure stood on a platform high in the trees. The figure, a large raccoon-like creature, pondered the situation. Melkor is asked what is wrong, and he responds that he is worried about the human the elves took with them. One of the other raccoon-like creatures asks if he is really worried about that human. Another raccoon-like creature scoffs, calling it a joke and asking if they're vegan. Melkor chuckles, stating that he is not worried about the boy. The raccoon-like creatures discuss Andreas Cromwell, noting that he was trained by Discron and is on friendly terms with Maximin Cronel. One of them remarks that those two were pretty tough. One of the raccoon-like creatures exclaims that Andreas Cromwell fought them. Melkor clarifies that this is not what he is worried about. The raccoon-like creature looks concerned. He thinks about the boy's words. It makes him wonder if something happened to the world tree. Elsewhere, Andreas Cromwell is seen in profile, looking concerned. The raccoon-like creatures think that the world tree is the heart of this great forest. One of them hopes it is nothing too serious. The scene shifts to a grand hall within the elven city. Andreas Cromwell felt the weight of their stares. It was not like he was unaccustomed to such scrutiny. He maintained his composure despite the intensity of the gazes. From atop the stairs, a voice called out to Andreas. The elf announced that they had received the approval. Andreas was surprised at how quickly the approval had come. He did not mind the speed at which things were progressing. One of the elves admitted that she had not expected the approval to be granted so quickly, to which the other responded with a simple right. The elf explained that they were skeptical at first because Andreas was an outsider. However, they approved him after learning that he knew about the situation with the world tree. The elf continued, stating that the approval was granted on the condition that her clan accompanies and oversees him. Andreas acknowledged the condition, assuring them that he would be careful not to cause any inconvenience. The elves began to discuss the details of their arrangement with Andreas Cromwell. Meanwhile, an elder addressed someone, confirming that they were the human who spoke of the world tree. The elder stood with several other elves. One of the elves declared that they would join Aimer. Elsewhere, another elf called out to Elder Fugen. Fugen's expression hardened. Fugen thought that having someone of such stature near him would make it difficult for him to move around. Another elf responded that they couldn't possibly trouble an esteemed elder like Fugen. The elder stated that it was only thanks to their approval that Andreas Cromwell may journey to the world tree. One of the elves asked if they should go now. An elf told Andreas Cromwell to go, and Andreas responded that he would. The group made their way along a winding path, the foliage dense on either side. Further along, the path opened up to reveal a vast plantation. Andreas Cromwell paused, questioning if he had ever seen anything like it before. The elf beside him explained that it was their prized tea plantation. Andreas realized that the tea he had at the manor was made from these very plants. The elf confirmed this, adding that they loved tea very much. She then stated that they drank it 12 times a day. Andreas simply replied that he understood. The elf explained that the world tree was a sacred being that had lived alongside them. Another elf added that, as of late, an unsettling presence had been increasingly felt within its aura. Andreas remained silent, listening intently. The elf continued, saying that it would be remiss to enter the world tree thoughtlessly. However, with Andrea's arrival, they had decided to carry out a proper investigation. Andreas realized that, in other words, he was being used as bait. Andreas thought to himself that if he couldn't enter the world tree, that meant the corrupted world tree event had already begun, and Lastria would have been destroyed by now. By then, it would be too late to do anything about it. It wouldn't be easy, but if Andreas Cromwell could resolve this event, he could win the elves' trust and finally establish the trade deal. They had arrived at the root of the great tree. Andreas Cromwell hadn't expected it to be this big. The elves greeted Elder Fugen. Andreas wondered about the strange presence. He considered if a third party he didn't know had meddled with the corruption of the world tree. He knew it was big, but Elder Fugen praised Andreas Cromwell's work. Andreas wondered what Fugen was trying to say, knowing that to lead a mere human to the world tree. Amir had put her clan's honor on the line, but by his authority as an elder, Fugen added one more condition. Andreas knew this would happen. The hand gripped the glowing sword tightly. Before entrusting the heart of the great forest and the world tree, a condition was given. Elder Fugen held the glowing sword aloft, demanding that they prove themselves. The disembodied voice declared that they must prove they were worthy. Before entrusting someone with the heart of the great forest, the world tree, they must prove that they are worthy. The light from the sword illuminates the figure holding it. Fugen Cordal de Claxia, the elves' strongest warrior, and an aura master. Fugen didn't expect this. He wondered if this was some kind of test. Fugen wouldn't deny it, since it was what was necessary now, though this was not what was planned. Something the speaker decided on, for their survival was at stake, and they needed everyone to understand. It's all right, Amy. The swordsman, with a smirk, thought he would rather not have people complain to him later. He accepted the challenge. Meanwhile, the elf warrior stood tall, his back to the rising sun, as the swordsman faced him, ready to fight. From the sidelines, observers noted that both fighters were waiting for an opening. The elves commented that the human must be quite skilled. One of the elves gasped, wondering if he was reading the situation. The swordsman realized he had. The elf warrior had expected him to charge recklessly, and so they decided to give him some bait. The swordsman lunged forward. The elf realized that he took it. The swordsman's blade flashed. The swordsman continued his advance, closing the distance between himself and his opponent. Suddenly, the elf warrior reacted, his eyes widening in surprise as he was struck. The elf smirked, unfazed by the attack, and declared the swordsman's actions as impertinent. A massive stone golem materialized, towering over the battlefield. The golem moved with surprising speed, its massive form a blur of motion. Andreas Cromwell recognized the creature as a stone golem. The golem's eyes glowed with spirit magic, and Andreas wondered if his opponent was now using spirit magic. The golem stood tall, its massive form radiating power. The elf warrior stood beneath the golem, seemingly confident in his creation. The elf acknowledged that Andreas was Disgrun's disciple, and declared that he would now face him properly. Andreas prepared to fight, realizing he could tell the elf's skill just from their brief exchange. Andreas realized that if the elf knew Master Disgrun, he could deal with his sword. Andreas considered his options, realizing that summoning his undead forces would only provoke the elves further. He knew he had to find another way. Suddenly, a familiar sensation washed over him, one he had experienced before. The sensation intensified as he prepared for what was to come. Meanwhile, one of the elves noticed something. Ranix wondered if they were trying to attack his blind spot. The air crackled with energy as multiple figures descended. Several figures surrounded Andreas. The female elf realized that they were trying to get to him. Ranix realized that only one of the figures could be real, and Andreas resolved to do things his own way. Ranix realized that this was not like Master Disgrun. Ranix was shocked by what he saw. Andreas prepared to fight. Andreas found himself facing multiple opponents, each one seemingly real. The situation intensified as the figures closed in. One of the figures moved with incredible speed, striking at Andreas with a powerful blow. The force of the impact sent debris flying in all directions. The figure remarked that all Andreas had managed to do was stir up dust by splitting his strength. The figure questioned if that was Andreas's full strength. Another figure declared that they could not allow Andreas to go inside the world tree. The figures continued their relentless assault. The attacks prompted a reaction from Andreas. Andreas found himself in a precarious position, surrounded and under attack. Another powerful blow struck, creating a shockwave. The figures loomed over Andreas, their presence imposing. One of the figures admitted that they had underestimated Andreas. The pink orb pulsed with energy. The energy erupted outwards, engulfing Andreas. Amidst the chaos, the blonde man cursed the old man. The figure realized that it was an inferno golem. The inferno golem's power intensified. The golem stood tall, radiating intense heat. The two elves watched with concern. One of the elves wondered how Andreas had fared. The old elf stood firm, his expression unreadable. He summoned an earth shield. The earth shield rose to meet the Inferno Golem's attack. The Inferno Golem's massive fist crashed down, pulverizing the earth. The force of the blow sent debris flying in all directions. From a distance, the elves watched as the golem attacked, preparing to defend their elder. The attack continued, shaking the ground. Each impact sent shockwaves through the area. Ranix watched the protagonist withstand the assault. He questioned if Andreas was truly not a swordsman. Andreas, standing firm, thought to himself that he couldn't believe Ranix would use fire right in front of the World Tree. Ranix admitted that his desire to win had clouded his judgment and apologized. Andreas asked if Ranix still wasn't going to accept him. Ranix remained silent, his expression unreadable. Ranix ordered his subordinates to open the pathway for Andreas Cromwell. One of the elves asked Andreas if he was hurt and suggested he should get some rest. With the path cleared, Andreas assured his companions that there was no need for worry, declaring that he would proceed alone. Amira, visibly shocked, stared at someone off-panel. The elder stated that Amira was the next high priestess candidate. The elder continued, stating that they could not afford to put her in danger, and therefore, he and Forum would accompany Andreas. Someone shouted for them to wait. Sail Mora de Priscilla, the second star of the wind, declared that he had been ordered by someone. Sail questioned someone's presence. Sail and Forum were growing impatient, as they were responsible for afflicting the world tree with its current condition. A menacing voice declared that someone should call it quits. The figure wondered about the nature of original sin. The menacing figure threatened that someone would regret it. The figure questioned something with a surprised, "Huh." A blessing, the seed of the god killer, has detected a god's presence. Simultaneously, the presence of the one who carves times upon the stump has been detected, but it is unable to be controlled. The divine relic is too powerful, and traces cannot be collected. The story continues. The red-skinned entity suggested that he should give up. The cloaked swordsman wondered if it was the original sin, or if he would regret it. The red entity's presence intensified. The entity seemed surprised by something. A system message indicated that the seed of the god killer had detected a god's presence, specifically the presence of the one who carves times upon stump. It was unable to control or collect traces of the divine relic, as it was too powerful. The cloaked swordsman found this to be a surprise. The entity questioned if the cloaked swordsman's appearance meant something was beyond his control. The cloaked swordsman realized that what was afflicting the world tree was a part of the entity. The entity stated that, having chosen the cloaked swordsman as its host, it couldn't simply leave him be. The red entity grinned menacingly. The cloaked swordsman realized that a part of the original sin meant it was a deadly sin. He knew he had greed in his hands, while wrath and sloth were with the congregation, and the emperor held pride. As for lust, it was with the vampire. The entity mused that the one within must be gluttony. A warning was issued as a shadowy figure stood amidst a swirl of red energy. The cloaked swordsman considered that for original sin to wish to stop him so strongly. He noted that they had arrived. The gray-haired man looked on. Footsteps echoed through the cavern. They had reached the heart of the world tree. The swordsman and the gray-haired man stood together. The gray-haired man wondered what the swordsman thought, now that they had been there for a while. The gray-haired man stated that there was nothing in particular yet. It was decided that they would have to go deeper to find out. The gray-haired man and the cloaked swordsman stood within the cavern, the air thick with anticipation. Going deeper, the gray-haired man stated, meant getting closer to the vital core of the world tree. Even if it was the decision of the Council of Elders, the cloaked swordsman admitted that the idea still sat poorly with him. The gray-haired man agreed, stating exactly. An elf scoffed at the idea of relying on a human's intuition. He believed they had to throw this human out before they incurred the world tree's wrath. Andreas Cromwell, hearing this, was enraged. The elf continued, explaining that the fate of the world tree, which governed the great forest, was at stake. The gray-haired man responded that nothing good would come of it for humans, either if problems arose in the great forest. In other words, he was lending a hand in the interest of human peace. The elf sneered, suggesting that so-called human goodwill was nothing but pure self-interest. Andreas Cromwell thought that was quite a leap in reasoning, and it looked like there was really... The gray-haired man stated that he would pay the price if his intuition proved wrong. The elf asked if he was saying he was willing to bet his life. The gray-haired man thought to himself, "My life, huh?" The gray-haired man responded, "Sure, why not?" The elf, clearly angered by the gray-haired man's flippant attitude, accused him of joking at a time like this. However, the elf admitted that if there were actual problems with the world tree, the situation would be dire. The green-haired man stated that the gray-haired man was betting his life. The green-haired man looked on with a serious expression. From above, a voice boomed, demanding that the two stop. The blond man placed a hand on the green-haired man's back, asking him to calm down. The blond man explained that this was a serious matter for them, and they should be forgiven for getting a little worked up. The green-haired man, looking at the blond man, questioned why he was acting so familiar. The green-haired man stated that he was not taking this matter lightly either. The blond man responded that he knew. A small insect was shown on the back of the green-haired man. The blond man looked on with a stern expression. The group continued their descent, one of them scoffing at the situation. A sinister smile crept across the face of one of the elves. The roots of the massive tree stretched into the depths. They had reached the very bottom of the tree. The green-haired man marveled at the sight, while one of his companions asked if he had found anything of interest. It was as if an entire ecosystem existed within the tree. The green-haired man and the gray-haired man noticed a faint trace of impure mana. The gray-haired man wondered if that faint trace had been there since he had been arguing with Sale. The green-haired man looked on with a stern expression. The gray-haired man stated that the mana was faint but still concerning and wondered if they really needed to look into each root. The group stood at the bottom of the tree. The green-haired man stated that this was going to be tough. With the group now at the bottom of the tree, the protagonist decided that they should start looking around. Suddenly, Elder Fugen sensed something. From above, a figure dropped down towards the protagonist. The figure crashed into him. Elder Fugen watched as the protagonist was struck. The force of the blow sent the protagonist flying. The protagonist cursed as he was hit. He realized that they had gotten him. The attack created a cloud of dust and debris. Elder Fugen's name was called out. The elder and another elf stood together. The elf wondered if the protagonist had incurred the World Tree's wrath. The elf wondered if it wasn't well recorded that the World Tree had always eliminated foreign elements. Nearby, another elf listened intently. The second elf stated that the World Tree wasn't easily offended. Or perhaps, he mused. Another elf wondered if the World Tree had sensed that humans' evil intentions, before Forum was given credit for having a point. The elf with the white mustache believed that what had just happened was certainly the World Tree's immune reaction. The World Tree reacted thanks to Forum placing one of Gluttony's larvae on that man's back, they said. It was all happening at the perfect moment, and with Fugen seeing it with his own eyes, there was no way he'd suspect anything. Forum was congratulated for a job well done. Soon, the World Tree's immune reaction would run rampant. Once that happened, they could put their plan into action. The roots were starting to move. The elder commanded his subordinates to locate the human and report on the situation, ordering them to summon the best of the Knight's Order. The subordinate acknowledged the order. He stated that a meeting of the Council of Elders was needed to mobilize them. Another elf declared that he would look for the human. The elder confirmed that it was the human. Another elf stated that there was no other choice. The elder warned that if they found the human, they should refrain from attacking him. The elf smirked. Another elf responded, "As you command." Far below, the protagonist lay prone on the cavern floor. He groaned. He seemed to sense something. The protagonist sat up, realizing that original sin was not showing up at the crucial moment. An alert blared as Andreas Cromwell entered the interior of the World Tree, specifically to Pio's immune system. Immediately, a time distortion was detected. The situation was a mess, as time moved 1,440 times slower within Pio than outside. The realization hit Andreas. If a single day passed outside, how many years would that be in here? He wondered if he was even still inside the World Tree. The walls felt as hard as rock, and Andreas realized he seemed to be completely trapped. He was trapped, and the spawns of gluttony had detected his presence. Their numbers were countless. The glowing red eyes of the spawns of gluttony stared at Andreas. He realized that he was surrounded by the spawns of gluttony. The sound of impact echoed through the cavern as something massive struck the ground. The force of the blow sent debris flying. Below, a smaller figure was visible amidst the dust and larger creatures. The figure, revealed to be Andreas Cromwell, cursed under his breath, realizing there was no end to the seemingly endless horde. Suddenly, a dark figure with large, insect-like wings appeared, poised to strike. The winged figure unleashed a flurry of attacks, the sound of each blow reverberating through the chamber. Andreas wondered just how many of these creatures there were. Time seemed to blur as Andreas fought on, losing track of how many days had passed. The winged figure, Millline, landed a solid blow. Andreas managed to catch his breath. Millline's assistance was appreciated, but Andreas knew more creatures kept coming, one after another. The creatures, monstrous and grotesque, swarmed around them. They fed on their dead, increasing their numbers even more. Andreas cursed, realizing he had come prepared with many potions, but he didn't know how long they would last. He knew he had to find the exits soon. Andreas was presented with a choice, to evolve his swordsmanship. He was surprised by the sudden prompt. Meanwhile, the elves discussed the state of the World Tree, noting that for decades, it had shown signs of anomalies. The group of elves stood in a clearing, the massive World Tree looming behind them. The elves explained that they had been investigating with a human who had sensed those anomalies. The elder, Tapio, was mentioned. The elves were shocked to learn that Tapio had swallowed the human. One of the elves called out in surprise, questioning Fugen. The elves wondered if there was a serious problem with Tapio. Another elf insisted that there was no problem with Tapio. The elves argued that Tapio punished the human because he learned about his evil intentions. Sel was told not to make arbitrary assumptions. Another elf pointed out that Fugen had witnessed the event himself. They were instructed to refrain from making hasty claims until they knew the exact reason. The elf stated that she and the high priestess had not received a prophecy from Tapio, and that she sensed no malice from him. A group of elves stood silently, their expressions unreadable. Suddenly, an elder elf commanded them to calm down. He instructed them to follow the initial plan, thoroughly investigate the world tree's interior, and find both the human and the cause of the anomalies. Another elf clicked their tongue, frustrated. They admitted they didn't know how much longer they could wait until something happened. The elder elf smirked, confident that there was no way they would succeed. He urged them to find the cause quickly enough. The group of elves moved through the forest. The elves continued their march. An elf wondered what that was, realizing that it was finally happening. It was declared that Tapio's demise had begun. The scene shifted to the World Tree 100 years ago. A powerful force erupts near the World Tree, shaking the surrounding area. Amidst the chaos, one of the elves carries a wounded orc, presumably to safety. The elf leading the group checks on the others, ensuring everyone is unharmed. The elves confirm that they have cleared the perimeter of orcs. The captain reports that the orcs have retreated from the eastern forest as well. The lead elf orders the wounded to be taken back to Lasteria. He commands the rest to follow him and pursue the remaining orcs, but another elf calls out to Sail to cease the pursuit. The elves turn their attention to the arrival of the Lady High Priestess. The High Priestess declares that there should be no further sacrifice. One of the elves asks to destroy the orcs, arguing that if they are allowed to walk free, they will return as a threat. The High Priestess reveals that there has been a prophecy. The elf seems shocked, repeating the words, "the World Tree" again, and is told to remember. The High Priestess kneels before another elf, seemingly entrusting them with a task. Tapio was said to safeguard the balance of all life within Biotra. The idea of balance was being called into question, especially when considering the prophecy and their own strength. The cloaked figure believed that true balance was maintaining order through hierarchy, in proportion to one's strength. Forum was told to move, as remaining complacent would lead to their destruction. He agreed to do as instructed. The cloaked figure intended to bring about a new order in Biotra. A woman found the raccoon-like creature to be cute. A man looked on with a concerned expression. The man addressed Mistress Aika, while she wondered about the clients. Aika was asked if she brought what she promised, and she responded that they would be here soon. Aika's eyes widened as she looked up at the cloaked figures. A raccoon-like creature is petted, seemingly falling asleep. The creature makes a soft noise. Aika, standing under the moonlight with two cloaked figures, expresses her surprise. The view shifts to a lower angle, showing the feet of Aika and her companions. She muses on the irony of those who would try to kill the World Tree. Aika continues, remarking that they would be the beautiful elves themselves. One of the cloaked figures demands that Aika hand over what she promised. Aika chides the figure for their impatience, despite their long life, and instructs Dragan to give it to them. Aika tells them to treat it gently, as Dragan hands over a box to the cloaked figure, who confirms. She instructs them to toss it deep into the roots for her. The cloaked figure wonders if this thing can accomplish the task. Aika warns them not to underestimate it, questioning if they really intend to kill the World Tree. Aika emphasizes her point with a gesture. One of the cloaked figures remarks that it will be amazing when it grows up before Aika asks what the price is. She muses that she hasn't had the pleasure of tasting an elf yet. Aika's playful demeanor quickly shifted to a menacing glare as she muttered about settling the score with a certain pretty boy. However, she quickly dismissed her outburst, claiming she was only joking. She stood with her hands on her hips, flanked by the cloaked figures. She scoffed at the idea of dealing with someone old, preferring to simply raise that nibblebug. She declared that the exchange was enough for the price. One of the cloaked figures questioned if she was sure. Aika confirmed that they were going to feed it to the World Tree, right? She added that if it weren't for the two of them, she would be too scared of their elders to come here. One of the figures asked when they should return it to her. Aika responded that when that time comes, she would come and get it herself. She instructed them to use the enclosed pendant to train the little bug well until then, confirming that they had a deal. One of the cloaked figures scoffed, calling her a boring man. The cloaked figure suggested that maybe he should take the raccoon dog back with him. The other figure questioned why, implying that the human's word could not be trusted. The first figure simply stated no, then questioned why. The cloaked figure with the book stated that the overflowing sinister mana was the reason. The figure believed that anything coming from the box deserved trust. A voice declared that they would stand with Second Star of the Wind. Meanwhile, another figure descended into a cavernous area. Elsewhere, the elf noted that it had been 7 hours since the immune system swallowed that human. By human time standards, the elf thought that man should be on his dying breath by now. He believed he should be able to find the human's body here. The elf observed that this was the world tree's immune system outlet. The elf wondered if it was a spawn of gluttony. The elf wondered why its carcass was here, noting that even though they always eat their own kind without leaving a trace. Suddenly, the elf's eyes widened as he realized something. The battle continued. Amidst the ongoing conflict, someone exclaimed in disbelief, refusing to believe that a human could be responsible for the carnage. Suddenly, a voice echoed, identifying the creature as a spawn of gluttony. The blond man wondered why its carcass was here, noting that they usually devoured their own kind without a trace. Suddenly, the eyes of the corpse opened wide. A surge of energy erupted from the corpse, bathing the landscape in a blinding light. The force of the blast sent debris flying in all directions. The blond man was caught in the explosion. The explosion continued to spread. The landscape was engulfed in the blast. Dust and debris filled the air. The blond man groaned, struggling to stay standing amidst the chaos. The blond man, visibly shaken, began to question what was happening. Amidst the chaos, Andreas Cromwell and another warrior stand their ground against the remaining enemies. Dust and debris fill the air as the battle continues. Elsewhere, the protagonist, Andreas Cromwell, wonders how much time has passed. He realizes he needs to hurry. The title card indicates the story is at chapter 98. Andreas is thankful. Andreas, a necromancer, is grateful to his allies, allowing him to take a breather. He sits in a meditative pose, dark energy swirling around him. A system notification appears, indicating that Andreas Cromwell's swordsmanship, gifted, evolution probability is at 73% and asks if he wishes to evolve. Andreas thinks that 73% might be enough. He considers that even if his swordsmanship evolves into genius, it's no guarantee that he'll get out of here, as the system notification remains on the screen. Andreas's eyes widen with determination. Andreas Cromwell's face contorted in pain as he underwent the evolution process. The agony was almost unbearable. The pain intensified, a searing wave washing over him as the evolution continued. He groaned, the memory of Angela's suffering flashing through his mind. He wondered if she had endured this much pain as well. Andreas realized that his evolution until now had been nothing compared to this torment. He never knew it could be this painful, and the realization of what he had put Angela through weighed heavily on him. The evolution process continued, the strain evident on Andreas Cromwell's face. The system indicated that Andreas Cromwell's swordsmanship, gifted, was currently evolving into swordsmanship, genius, but the remaining time was still 240 hours. 2 hours remained until the evolution was complete. The countdown continued, showing only 2 hours remaining. Suddenly, a warning flashed. The evolution had failed, and a penalty would be incurred. The system warned him to brace for the shock of the penalty. Andreas Cromwell collapsed to the ground, overwhelmed by the force of the penalty. The system informs that the evolution probability has reset to 0, indicating that Andreas Cromwell's swordsmanship evolution probability is at 0%. Amidst the dust and debris, skeletal remains and shattered armor litter the ground, remnants of a fierce battle. Andreas groans, regaining consciousness. He wonders how long he had been out. He laughs, a strained sound, as he pushes himself up. He reflects that he was too impatient and ended up wasting a lot of time. Andreas gulps, standing amidst the remnants of the battle. He realizes that from now on, he has to take it slow until it's reached 100%. Andreas acknowledges Nickel, Timer, and Million, praising their good job. He decides it's time to switch. Andreas stands, his expression resolute. A surge of power emanates from him. He stands ready to face whatever comes next. Andreas Cromwell was sent flying backwards, crashing through the wooden supports of the structure. He landed hard, the impact jarring his bones. The swordsman protagonist raised his blade, ready to strike. The air crackled with unseen energy. A notification appeared before Andreas Cromwell, asking if he wished to evolve his swordsmanship. He thought to himself that it was finally happening. Nickel called out to Timer. Timer responded that he would leave the rest to Nickel. Andreas Cromwell pleaded silently. He resolved to find the answer that would allow him to escape this place after he evolved, as Andreas Cromwell's swordsmanship evolution began. The remaining time was 370 hours. Andreas Cromwell's swordsmanship evolution continued. The remaining time was 160 hours. The countdown continued, displaying a remaining time of 3 hours. Elsewhere, the transformation of Andreas Cromwell continued. The skeletal armor manifested further. The monstrous form thrashed wildly. Suddenly, a notification appeared. The evolution to swordsmanship, genius, was complete. Andreas stood tall, the skeletal armor now fully formed. He gripped his sword tightly. With a swift motion, he swung the blade. The force of the swing sent him flying backwards. The impact shattered the ground around him. Andreas struggled to maintain his balance. He realized the sheer force of his new power. Andreas Cromwell realized he couldn't break through. He needed a new approach. In that case, Andreas Cromwell prepared to focus his power. He would focus all his aura on a single, decisive stroke. The trajectory of his sword would be true. He would focus all his aura on that single stroke. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a figure emerged from a cave, remarking that it felt like they had been trapped for more than 4 years. The figure looked down at a prone form, surprised that of all the people they could have seen after getting out, it was this person. The figure thought that they had been planning to give him a hell of a beating before getting rid of him. Elsewhere, someone knew what Sale was up to and that they had to hurry. A group of figures stood in a field. An elf urgently tells Elder Fugen that they must find someone before it is too late. Fugen remains silent, listening to the elf's concerns. The elf's expression is one of worry and urgency. Fugen tells the elf to mind their words, cutting them off. Fugen, as captain of the Lasterian Knights, commands the elf. Fugen orders the elite soldiers to return to Lasteria with him. The elf questions Fugen's orders, asking what he is saying. Fugen explains that Forum is risking his life to find that human. He is seen walking away with 2 soldiers. The elf thinks that if what Fugen says is true, there's indeed a serious problem with the World Tree. The elf wonders how they can be sure that it will not harm the elves as well. The elf thinks that it could end up just like what happened to that human. Fugen thinks that once Forum manages to hide the human's body, he can pin everything on them. Fugen plans to use that human to win over the people to his side, and once the World Tree is... The World Tree's roots began to tear through the landscape. Nearby, Minius Morhaime watched as the roots continued their destructive path. The destruction caught Michaela Rodlan and Rodlan by surprise. The roots smashed through the earth. The roots plowed through buildings and structures. One of the soldiers exclaimed that the World Tree's roots were rampaging. Michaela Rodlan was shocked by the destruction. The soldiers watched in horror as the roots continued their rampage. One of the soldiers yelled for the others to dodge. The roots continued to tear through the forest. The soldiers struggled to avoid the roots. The figure wondered if it could be the gluttony. But something was different. He shifted, thinking that for now, he needed to use the pendant. He recalled that the pendant was acquired from that human witch, and it was supposed to control the gluttony. But something was wrong. He was surprised. His eyes widened. He wondered what was going on. The elf appeared to sense something amiss, his expression shifting to one of concern as he looked down at the various trinkets adorning his attire. His eyes widened, and he wondered aloud what was happening. The camera zoomed in on the elf's attire. He noticed a golden trinket in his hand and wondered what it was. Elsewhere, a woman with long white hair seemed to sense the same disturbance, questioning if the time had already come. Across the room, a man in a suit questioned what she meant. The woman recalled giving them another present at that time. The man in the suit asked if she meant the gluttony's binder, recalling that it had the power to control the gluttony. The woman chuckled, revealing that it was actually an alarm. She explained that it had the power to control the gluttony while it was still a spawn, but when the alarm went off. The man in the suit finished her thought, implying something significant would happen. A voice echoed, instructing someone to prepare to depart once the World Tree had been consumed. The same voice admitted that, at present, even they lacked the ability to control it. Suddenly, the World Tree's roots erupted from the ground. Melkor, witnessing the chaos, questioned what was happening, realizing that the emerging structures were the World Tree's roots. Melkor wondered if this had something to do with the human who had recently arrived. The roots continued to burst forth, tearing through the earth. The destruction intensified as the roots spread further. Amidst the chaos, several figures were caught in the destruction caused by the roots. One of the figures exclaimed, questioning what in the world was going on. Amidst the chaos of the erupting roots, the gray-haired man continues his assault, cutting through the debris with practiced ease. Meanwhile, Rannoch's ID examines a broken golden artifact in his hand, clearly displeased by its condition. Rannoch's ID seethed, realizing he had been tricked by Morshi ID. Elsewhere, the order is given for all forces to retreat. The gray-haired man shouts a command, warning his forces to avoid damaging the roots and to return to Lasteria. Even at a time like this, Rannoch's ID's anger burns. He questions if they would risk the fate of the elves for that worthless tree. The command to not attack the World Tree is repeated. The roots continue to burst forth. The gray-haired man and his forces navigate the collapsing environment. Rannoch's ID is shocked by the events unfolding. A younger elf looks on in horror. The roots of the World Tree continue to erupt from the ground, tearing through the landscape. Another root burst forth, sending debris flying. The blond man ID exclaimed in disbelief, questioning how he could have accomplished such a feat. The swordsman protagonist landed gracefully, unaffected by the chaos around him. More of the swordsman's allies landed nearby, equally surprised by the unfolding events. A voice echoed, accusing someone of playing a nasty prank on the World Tree. The speaker, revealed to be Andreas Cromwell, simply stated, anything. Elder Fugen demanded an explanation from the human. Andreas stated that he knew it was Fugen. Fugen accused Andreas of trying to turn them against each other by dumping an unidentified monster carcass on them. adding that Andreas had escaped the World Tree's judgment. The blond man ID remarked on how typical it was of a cunning human, wondering if Forum was done in by him. Elder Fugan exclaimed in disgust, stating that in the end, that's just how humans are. Andreas Cromwell revealed that Tapio had whispered something to him. The words Tapio spoke were that the children he raised were trying to kill him. Elder Fugan seemed shocked by this revelation. The other elders looked on in disbelief. Fugan roared, accusing Andreas of uttering nonsense. The force of Fugan's outburst was immense. Fugan lunged forward, his movements swift and powerful. The air crackled with energy as Fugan moved. Andreas watched Fugan's advance, a knowing look on his face. The two clashed, their weapons meeting with a blinding flash of light. Fugan expressed his arrogance. He angrily questioned how Andreas dared to cut down the World Tree and try to hurt his people in front of him. Andreas revealed that he knew Fugan would react in such a way. The cloaked figure seemed to be questioning something. The figure then stated that the World Tree had asked him to do one more thing. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shattered. Andreas was sent flying through the air. The elf looked on in shock. The cloaked figure continued his assault. Andreas realized that the World Tree wanted him to cut off all its rotten roots. The battlefield was filled with chaos as the two figures clashed. The old man looked on and raged. Andreas was called insolent. The attack continued with unrelenting force. The impact of the blows sent debris flying in all directions. The ground shattered as the force of the blow reverberated outwards. Debris exploded outwards, revealing the devastation left in the wake of the attack. Even after achieving genius-level swordsmanship, Andreas felt the shockwave-like strike tearing his whole body apart. Despite the pain, Andreas grinned, realizing that he still had room to grow. Morshi, hovering above, expressed her outrage at what she perceived as humanity's betrayal of the elf's trust. The force of the impact was clearly visible, the word betrayal, hanging in the air. Ranix felt that Andreas was different, wondering what had happened to him inside the World Tree. Ranix's gaze intensified as he focused on Andreas. Morshi questioned why Ranix trusted Sale and his friends so much. The elf declared that they were not foolish enough to be deceived by an outsider like him as he clashed with Andreas. Ranix's expression hardened as he observed the battle. The battle continued to rage, the landscape around them crumbling under the force of their attacks. The elder's gaze is stern, his expression unreadable as he observes the unfolding events. Suddenly, a notification appears, declaring that the corrupted root of the World Tree has emerged. From below, a voice cries out, Krav Maga! The elder and the cloaked figure stand before a monstrous entity, its form radiating an ominous presence. The elder's face is grim as he witnesses the unfolding events. The monstrous entity opens its maw, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. A surge of power erupts. The force of the eruption sends shockwaves through the surrounding area. The landscape warps and distorts as the power intensifies. The monstrous entity looms over the battlefield, its presence dominating the scene as the cloaked figure looks on. The elder's expression hardens, his eyes filled with determination. The cloaked figure declares that everything is perfect and that he won't have to waste time persuading the elder. The cloaked swordsman stood over the green-haired elder, a figure with long white hair looming behind him. The swordsman moved with swift precision, his actions obscured by the angle. Elsewhere, a blonde-haired elf shouted for their captain, their expression a mix of shock and disbelief. The captain lay defeated on the ground as the elder stood over them, lamenting that they had trusted the cloaked swordsman. Another elf, their face contorted in anger, declared that the human had been a wicked black mage. The elder simply responded with a quiet no. The blonde-haired elf looked up at the elder, questioning their judgment. The elf wondered how anyone could say otherwise after witnessing the scene. The elder's face was etched with sorrow and resignation. The elf reflected that they never thought they would see this with their own eyes again. The elder, his face illuminated by a soft glow, stated that it had been hundreds of years. The elder declared that this was Tapio's blessing. The golden leaves drifted through the air, surrounding a grand, ancient structure. Nearby, a group of elves gathered, their expressions a mix of concern and anticipation. Meanwhile, within the heart of the forest, a raccoon-like creature stood amidst the towering trees, its gaze fixed on something unseen. The creature wondered how long it had been. It had been hundreds of years. The golden leaves continued to fall, blanketing the landscape in a shimmering light. The source of the leaves was a massive tree, its trunk and branches radiating a warm, golden glow. An elf looked on with a shocked expression. An older elf wept. It was revealed that Sale and Forum used the power of a different god to harm the World Tree. That was why the World Tree was dying. An aged individual with white hair and a long beard asks if he will be answered truthfully. The question is met with another. How does he know about that? The blonde-haired elf exclaims that they heard the voice of the World Tree while fighting monsters amongst the roots. The green-haired individual states that they listened to the world tree's words and cut down its corrupted roots. The world tree gave. The blonde-haired elf is shocked, realizing it's a human prophecy. The group stands together, the blonde-haired elf looking towards the green-haired individual. The green-haired individual looks forward with a stern expression. It told them, the children of Lasteria dash. The blonde-haired elf looks at the green-haired individual with a concerned expression. The group is seen from a distance, with the words need to change. The group continues to walk through the grassy field. The seed of the god killer has collected a trace of a god, bringing it closer to its transformation. 2 more traces are needed before the transformation occurs. The sudden announcement caused confusion. It was said that Tapio would give its blessing once every 13 years. The temple, once a beacon of blessings, now stood silent. The woman explained that the blessings suddenly stopped 100 years ago. If what she said was true, the reason for the elves' plight was because they had lost their way. One of the elves admitted that they were ashamed to say none of them lifted a finger. The elves were a race that abided by prophecy. The speaker noted that Sale infested the temple with a gluttony before she stopped receiving prophecies. He wondered where Sale got the gluttony from. The elf realized someone could have given it to Sale. The speaker considered that the betrayal had to have been orchestrated by someone within the congregation. He wondered if Jester or Aika were responsible, or perhaps Fade, though he doubted Master Morn was involved. The elf considered that anyone who could control the gluttony so well must be strong. However, figuring out who it was wasn't his biggest worry. He knew he didn't have much time left to track down the main body of gluttony. Meanwhile, in another location, one of the elves asked what had happened to Sale. Another elf responded that Sale had committed a grave crime, enough to earn him a death sentence. But in light of his achievements as captain of the Knights for over 100 years, Sale was now imprisoned in the deepest depths of Lasteria's underground prison. Sale was shown bound to a wall. Ranix would likely spend far longer there than when he was trapped within the world tree's roots. The elders were more outraged by the killing of Thoram than by Sale's betrayal. It seemed they still failed to see that this incident stemmed from the elves' own racist arrogance. 2 figures stood overlooking the landscape, one apologizing for the late hour, but still wanting to offer his deepest apologies. Meanwhile, Andreas Cromwell was being addressed. The elf stood in the room. The other elf confirmed that these were indeed the items in question. The items were the leaves and fruit of the world tree, as well as its branch. The elf woman stated that it was the will of Tapio. The 2 elves wondered if that meant there was a prophecy. One of the elves confirmed that she would be making an official announcement soon, and that he was glad that their benefactor had given fitting gifts. The other elf agreed that the gifts were fitting. He understood that these gifts were very valuable. Andreas was unsure what to do with them, though he was sure they would fetch an astronomical price if he put them up for auction. However, he wouldn't want to sell gifts from the world tree. Elder Fugen offered to craft anything the other party desired using the gifts from the world tree. The offer was met with enthusiasm. The individual mused that it would be beneficial to have an item that amplified magic, similar to Diane's Howl of Dawn. The individual considered that if the item was crafted using materials from the world tree, they might be able to obtain one. Elsewhere, Elder Fugen was approached by another, who questioned the presence of the Lady High Priestess. The individual demanded to know why she was there. The Lady High Priestess stated that she would like to have a word with their benefactor before he left. The individual wondered what the Lady High Priestess could possibly want from him personally. The Lady High Priestess stated that she planned to bring it up at the Elders' meeting later on. The Lady High Priestess added that she would like to share it with their benefactor first. The woman's eyes widened slightly, and she swallowed hard. The Elder considered the implications. He mused that the arrival of guests to the forest was a welcome event. The woman with green hair believed that with the guests, all future blessings would be brought. The Elder with white hair declared that this meant. The Elder with silver hair thought that the blessing that came every 13 years was at stake. It was suggested that the blessing might not be granted without these guest visits. From tradition, the Elder with white hair and long white mustache spoke to the woman with blonde hair. It was said that they should broaden their horizons by interacting with the outside world. The Elder with white hair told the Lady High Priestess that if she would allow him, he'd like to make one suggestion. The woman with silver hair told her benefactor from afar to please speak freely. The Count of the Rodland Empire introduced himself, stating that his family owned a small trading company. He continued, detailing his family's trading company. One of the individuals asked if the Count wished to trade with them. Another individual suggested that rather than vaguely interacting, trade sounded much more concrete as a way to foster friendship. The suggestion was met with agreement. The Count was then told that they must arrange goods to be traded. The Count agreed to send a list of items in detail as soon as he could, but he stated that, for a start, he would like to let other humans have a taste of Lasteria's tea. The individual seemed pleased with this idea. Truly, a shame. Now, how should she take this kid back home? Rodland Academy. Now, there's so many outsiders on the training ground. Now that the draft has been issued, many talented people from the outside have gathered here. After all, There's an opportunity to improve your social status if you perform well in the war. Do they think they'll have to join the war too? Who knows? Perhaps it will depend on their examination results. The man with the gray hair stated that, for now, he believed the only ones who would definitely be drafted were Vivienne and Luis. He then wondered if Andrea's would also be drafted. Meanwhile, Andrea stood with another figure, their faces obscured by shadows. The gray-haired man reacted with surprise to a question. A figure in a dark cloak declared that they were the one asking the questions. The figure's lower half was visible, revealing dark clothing and red stockings. The figure demanded an answer.